Ma Zhenping looked stunned and shouted, "Quick, notify the cybersecurity team. We've found an expert who can break through the Kaspersky firewall." "Hi, Ma Zhe. I'm going to make a phone call now." Fan Dao quickly ran to get his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Chief Yu. I have great news. Someone has cracked the Kaspersky firewall." "What? Really?" A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, just now, our bounty has been completed. A hacker has cracked Kaspersky." Fan Dao exclaimed excitedly. "Excellent. Immediately contact him. We have another very important matter to ask for his help." Yu Zhenking said promptly. But he said to get the money first before talking." "I'll have someone transfer it to you immediately. You guys wait for it. Keep trying to contact him." "Okay, we understand. We'll do our best." Yu Zhenking asked quickly, "Which hacker successfully cracked it?" "It's a new registered hacker on our forum. The ID is called Handsome Guy. Haha." Yu Zhenking on the other end of the phone suddenly spit out a mouthful of water and exclaimed in amazement. What? His ID is what?" "Yes, his ID is Handsome Guy," Fan Dao repeated. "Handsome Guy. Oh my goodness." Yu Zhenking couldn't help but swear. He immediately hung up the phone and dialed another one. "Alert, emergency meeting. Also, inform the fun team. Say, there's news about Handsome Guy. This might be our only chance to contact him." On the other side, after Fan Dao finished the call, Ma Zhenping hurriedly asked, "How is it? What did they say on the other end?" "Ma Zhe, Team Yu asked us to try to contact Handsome Guy first. He has already had someone transfer the money, so we should be able to reward Handsome Guy soon." Fan Dao replied truthfully. "Okay, then let's try to contact him first," Ma Zhenping said seriously. He returned to the computer, watching as it rebooted and the screen lit up. He tried to remotely control the compromised computer again and found that he could still operate it again. "This is great. He hasn't cut off the connection with us." Fan Dao was very excited to see this. He hasn't received the money yet, of course. He won't lose contact so easily, Ma Zhenping said calmly. He tried to create a new document and began typing on it. "Handsome Guy, are you still there?" After a while, new text appeared on the screen. "Getting ready to pay." Chu Heng sat with his legs crossed, smiling alone. From his computer, Ma Zhenping obtained the IP address and knew his location. Right in Shenzhen. However, he wasn't interested in the two men's investigation. He was mainly after the bounty reward. "Wait a moment, the money is on the way," Ma Zhenping hurriedly replied. "Do you have anything else?" A line of text appeared in the document. "Master, I'd like to ask you, how did you crack the Kaspersky firewall? This is very important to us. Please kindly enlighten us, Master." Chu Heng was somewhat surprised. So this bounty mission was for this purpose. "It's okay to tell you, as long as it's a human design program, it will have flaws. Kaspersky's rapid response mechanism is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Activate its passive defense in the computer in a short time to make the software crash at the fastest speed. Simple as that." Ma Zhenping and Fan Dao were dumbfounded. So that's the weakness of Kaspersky. Finally, they understood. However, it sounded simple, but Ma Zhenping realized that the actual operation was very difficult. Without a phishing program to cooperate with, they really had to hack into the local network to succeed. Hacking into a country's communication network, operating system of a service provider, that's no small feat. Handsome Guy is truly amazing. On the other end, late at night at the Shenzhen Network Security Building, Fan Yunlin pushed open the door to the meeting room with a group of people already inside. "Team Yu, is there news about Handsome Guy?" Fan Yunlin quickly asked. "Comrade Fan, please have a seat, we are contacting them now." Yu Zhenking nodded. Everyone took their seats. Looking at the large screen, a video appeared, showing a recorded screen. Fan Yunlin saw an ID on it. "Handsome Guy. It really is Handsome Guy." "Lao Ma, settle the payment first," Yu Zhenking shouted. "Done." Following that, Ma Zhenping typed, "Handsome Guy, we are now transferring 6 million worth of bitcoins to you." After a while, Ma Zhenping transferred 6 million worth of bitcoins to Chu Heng, the ideal encrypted currency for such transactions. Chu Heng received the bitcoins, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you for your patronage. Farewell." "Master, wait, there is another task we would like to ask you to take on. A task that perhaps only you can complete," Ma Zhenping quickly said. "Oh? What task? How much money?" Yu Zhenking immediately said. Send the task file to him. Team Yu. Do we really have to ask a hacker to carry out this task? A police inspector hesitated. Apart from him, perhaps no one else could do it. Yu Zhenking shook his head helplessly. Feng Yunlin curiously asked, Team Yu, what task is so unique that only he can do it? I received superior orders to find a way to breach the computer of a private institution of a charity foundation in North America and obtain a list from inside, a list of major Chinese economic criminals who have fled to North America. That institution is not that simple. There's a shadow of the CIA behind it. They've installed Kaspersky firewall in the computer, so we've been unable to make a move. We have tried a dozen times using phishing methods, but all failed. If we can get this list and access this information, it could help recover billions in losses for our country. Yu Zhenking said in one breath, looking serious. I see. Hearing this, Feng Yunlin nodded. It seems indeed that only he can do it, but whether he will help us is uncertain. Feng Yunlin was very concerned about this, even feeling that handsome guy might not accept such a task. It's risky to go up against the CIA's forces. Everyone stared at the screen intently, waiting to see handsome guy's reaction. Will he accept? In the video, handsome guy's response appeared in the document. I've read the task. Are you working for them? Ma Zhenping asked Yu Zhenking. Team Yu, what should we say? Tell him the truth. There's nothing to hide. Yu Zhenking said seriously. Okay. Ma Zhenping immediately typed a reply. Yes, master, we are working for them. This task is very important to us. Oh, that's a trivial matter. I won't charge for this one. What? Ma Zhenping, Yu Zhenking, Feng Yunlin, and the police officer were all stunned. Why? Because I am a hacker, but also a hacker of the grade Zia. The crowd saw this from handsome guy, and there was silence in the room. Everyone's eyes were filled with relief. Feng Yunlin's eyes sparkled, impressed by handsome guy. Yu Zhenking took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and said, This handsome guy is really something. I admire him. Yu Zhenking said to Ma Zhenping. Lal Ma, I'll rely on him next. If he needs any assistance, let him speak up. We will do our best to help. I understand. Ma Zhenping nodded and then conveyed the message to Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled slightly. No need for assistance, just a small matter. Really no need? Ma Zhenping confirmed again, as this matter is more difficult than a bounty mission. Yes, I can handle it now. Chu Heng replied. In the meeting room, the police officers looked at each other, feeling that this handsome guy might be a bit overconfident, but Feng Yunlin understood. The handsome guy really can do it. After the incident at the Research Institute last time, she knew that this handsome hacker had an unfathomable skill. He can do it, Feng Yunlin said without hesitation. Hopefully, Yu Zhenking's face showed a hint of worry. A line of text appeared on the screen. I'll be right back. On the other side, Chu Heng switched the command box, used the IP address provided, and found an address. It was in a business center in Kansas, North America. Heh, is the CIA deep inside? Chu Heng chuckled and muttered. His hands were frantically typing on the keyboard. It was late evening in Daxia, nearing midnight, while it was only 2 p.m. in North America. Mackenzie was enjoying an afternoon coffee in the company lounge. Brother Ale, try the new coffee I bought. It's much better than the CIA headquarters. Mackenzie said to a middle-aged man with glasses from the Mediterranean. No thanks, I've been into tea recently. Those poor stray dogs sent me a lot of tea leaves. Ale chuckled. As they were enjoying their drinks, someone burst in, shouting, Mr. Mackenzie, our servers are under unknown attack. Don't worry, it's not the first or second time. Let's go check it out, Mackenzie said confidently. The external website servers were attacked by hackers many times, so he was not worried at all. All computers in the company were equipped with Kaspersky firewall, able to withstand the majority of network attacks. He put down his coffee and went to the security department with Ale to assess the situation. Two technicians were looking at the computer screens nervously. What's wrong? Have you fixed it? If not, shut down the server. There's nothing important on it, Mackenzie said casually. No, we cannot log into the backstage management software. We need to start the alternative login program. One technician responded. Okay. I authorize it. Go ahead, Mackenzie said, indifferently. The two technicians started the alternative program to try to regain control of the server. Meanwhile, Chu Heng had a slight smile on his face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He was typing rapidly on the keyboard. Lines of code appearing. Heh, found it. Chu Heng grinned. Through reverse tracking technology, he successfully hacked into the technician's computer. This was a crucial step in infiltrating the internal network. The Kaspersky firewall on the other end reacted first, detecting the running of unfamiliar programs. Deep beep beep. Kaspersky firewall alert. Ale, Mackenzie, and the others were stunned. What's happening? Mackenzie was a bit puzzled. Why did the technician's computer suddenly trigger an alert? Ale's face suddenly changed. No. Damn it. Our internal network has been breached. Quickly, cut the power. The technicians were about to take action, but the Kaspersky firewall on the computer froze, showing a program error. The computer then displayed a blue screen with a funny face. Everyone was shocked to see this funny face. Damn it, we've been hacked. Act fast, don't just stand there. Mackenzie finally realized the severity of the situation and urgently shouted, Mr. Mackenzie, it's bad. Our computers are infected with a virus. Mine too. All computers in our department are infected. Mackenzie finally realized the seriousness of the situation. His first reaction was to go back and check his own computer. Damn it, shit. He had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. He and Ale hurried back to their computers, each showing the same funny face. Shit. Mackenzie quickly cut the power, but his face was extremely grim, knowing that it was already too late. Ale looked furious, gritting his teeth. Who did this? Immediately report to headquarters. Investigate. We must thoroughly investigate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Hen had already obtained what he wanted. The mission target, a list. He glanced through it and recognized two suspects who had fled to North America due to economic crimes that he had seen in the news. So they are economic criminals. No wonder it's so important. Chu Heng closed the file and tidied up other top-secret documents. By hacking into the institution's computer this time, he obtained a large amount of confidential information. Not bad. He even taught the CIA a lesson. At this moment, in the meeting room, everyone was waiting for news from the handsome guy. 10 minutes had passed. Yu Zhenking couldn't help but ask, Lal Ma, any news from the handsome guy yet? Not yet. Ma Zhenping shook his head. Yu Zhenking frowned. Nothing wrong, right? He was getting more worried. Fun Yunlin reassured him, Captain Yu, it's only been 10 minutes, don't worry, there will be a response sooner or later. The handsome guy has replied. Just as she finished speaking, Ma Zhenping suddenly shouted excitedly. The police officer stood up nervously, looking at the screen. Mission accomplished, done. Just a short sentence made everyone dumbfounded on the spot. What? What did he say? Accomplished. Wait, what? So fast? In the time it takes to go to the bathroom. Unbelievable. Really? Everyone couldn't help but express their amazement, a look of shock on their faces. Did the handsome guy, the god, get the data? Yes, I uploaded the data to this computer. You can retrieve it yourselves. I'm going to wash up and sleep now. After saying this, Chu Heng uploaded a compressed file containing all the confidential information. Once it was done, Chu Heng deleted all traces and checked his Bitcoin account, which now had 6 million worth of Bitcoins. Hehe, quite profitable. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing had just come out of the bathroom, wearing a pink robe, flaunting her perfect figure. Heng Heng, why are you smiling so happily? Wang Bingbing saw Chu Heng with a big smile. Hehe. Nothing, just while you were bathing, I made some money. Chu Heng chuckled. Wang Bingbing thought he was joking, giggling and said, Cut it out, I don't believe you. Stop trying to fool me. Chu Heng walked over and said, Oh, you still don't believe your husband? Watch me teach you a lesson. He then picked up Wang Bingbing. Blushing, Wang Bingbing coolly pushed Chu Heng's chest and struggled lightly. Heng Hen, what are you trying to do? I just took a bath. It's okay, we can take another one together later. Wang Bingbing blushed. Oh asterisk Q. In the meeting room, Yu Zhenking received the compressed file and was checking the documents inside. His face was flushed with excitement. Oh my god. Not only did he get the list, he also got so many confidential documents. Incredible. Truly incredible. The handsome guy is truly amazing. Fun Yunlin's eyes glittered with interest. She was increasingly intrigued by the handsome guy. If she could find someone like him to assist in cybersecurity, it would be a great help. Handsome guy, who are you really? I will find you for sure. In the state of Kansas, North America, within a secret organization. Alec's face was dark as he reported to a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. "Mr. Kyle, our computer has been hacked, and all the data inside has been leaked." Kyle's sharp eyes swept over him, and he asked coldly, "Have you found out who did it?" "No. There are no clues left by the other party." Alec responded cautiously, "Useless. They are all a bunch of useless people." Kyle angrily slammed the table. The others present immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Mackenzie, at this moment, spoke up with an old partner. "Mr. Kyle, I suspect this is the work of DRIZZLE. The data we have is something they have always wanted, and this has nothing to do with them." "Yes, it must be people from DRIZZLE," Alec quickly chimed in. Kyle, with a grim face, pondered for a moment and said, "I see. Since DRIZZLE wants to play this game with us, then let's play with them properly. Go. Contact Ghost." The next morning, Chu Heng stretched lazily in bed, turned his head to see Wang Bingbing still sleeping, and smiled slightly. They had a long night, so let her rest well. After Chu Heng got up and washed up, he smelled a fragrance wafting over. Without having to guess, he knew for sure that it was his mother's chives and egg pancake. Chu Heng walked out and saw his parents already sitting at the dining table. "Mom, Dad, good morning." Chu Heng greeted with a smile. Chuzhong had a stern face and said, "It's already 8 o'clock, isn't it too late? How can young people wake up so late?" Mother Ho Zuking patted Chuzhong's shoulder, glared at him, and said, "Late? How is it late? It's normal to wake up late." Chuzhong was glared at by Ho Zuking and instantly dared not speak more. Ho Zuking smiled then greeted Chu Heng warmly. "Son, come, have breakfast. I bought this at the market early this morning. There's your favorite chives and egg pancake, double the chives, and this stir-fried liver." Chu Heng, who eats stir-fried liver so early in the morning, coughed. "Mom, isn't it too heavy to eat such food early in the morning?" Chu Heng dryly chuckled. Ho Zuking laughed and said, "What's wrong? Young people should replenish in the morning. Replenish the lost vitality." Chu Heng reluctantly said, Okay. Chuzhong looked envious and said, "Wife, why didn't you take care of me like this before?" Ho Zuking gave him a look and said, "You're already old. What are you replenishing for? I'm doing this to have grandchildren." Chu Heng sat down and started eating breakfast. Ho Zuking asked in confusion, "Son, where's Bingbing?" "Ow, she hasn't gotten up yet. I'll call her." Chu Heng was about to get up but Ho Zuking stopped him. "I'll go. I'll call her myself." Ho Zuking got up and quickly knocked on the door. Wang Bingbing heard Ho Zuking's voice, rubbed her eyes, got up, and opened the door. "Mom, what's up?" Wang Bingbing blurted out casually. But this one mom made Ho Zuking ecstatic. Wang Bingbing paused for a moment before realizing, blushing, Sorry, Auntie. Good morning." She had thought she was at home. It's all right, anyway. She would have to change her address sooner or later. Ho Zuking smiled warmly. She greeted Wang Bingbing and said, "Oh, Bingbing, I made breakfast for you. Come and eat. I made soup for you specially." Wang Bingbing scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Auntie, I'm really sorry. I should have made it myself." "It doesn't matter. We're all family," Ho Zuking said with a smile. Then I'll go wash up first." Go ahead. Ho Zuking turned and headed back to the dining table. "Son, good. You've worked hard last night. Eat more," Ho Zuking said contentedly. Chu Heng felt a bit embarrassed at her comment. "Mom, why are you so eager to have grandchildren?" After a while, Wang Bingbing changed her clothes and came out, wearing a turtleneck sweater to cover the strawberries on her neck. "Ding, come and sit down. I'll bring you a bowl of soup," Ho Zuking called out, then went to the kitchen and personally brought out a bowl of soup for Wang Bingbing. The piping hot chicken soup emitted a fragrant aroma. Just smelling it made one's mouth water. Chuzhong and Chu Heng looked eagerly at the bowl of soup set in front of Wang Bingbing. "Thank you, Auntie." Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly. "What are you thanking for?" "Child, drink while it's hot," Ho Zuking said kindly. Chuzhong smelled the fragrance and salivated. He picked up a bowl. "Wife, also serve me a bowl." Ho Zuking gave him a look. "This is for Bingbing. You don't have a portion." "Chuzhong, what kind of discrimination is this?" Chu Heng watched his father dejectedly and chuckled inwardly. "Dad, you can have mine. I can't finish all this." Wang Bingbing scooped out half of the soup for him. Ho Zuking patted Chuzhong's hand and said, "You're an adult. Why are you fighting over food with your son?" Then she took the chives and egg pancake back from Chujan and gave it back to Chuhan. Chujan, oh, so I'm at the bottom of the family's food chain. The family had a meal full of jokes and laughter. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing needed to head back to school, so they left first. Once outside, Wang Bingbing intimately took Chu Heng's hand and said, "It was so embarrassing when your mom knocked on the door this morning." "What's there to be embarrassed about? You two get along just like best friends. It's nice." Chu Heng laughed. Wang Bingbing rolled her eyes and said, "I only realized the strawberry marks on my neck when I was washing up." Chu Heng awkwardly smiled. "You bad person. Laughing about it." Wang Bingbing blushed and said shyly, "It was irresistible last night. Understand. Chu Heng teased. "Meanie." Still laughing. Wang Bingbing blushed, feeling embarrassed. Cough. "Trying to murder your husband." The two playfully bantered on the road outside the neighborhood, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Two young men kneading flatbread by the roadside were unable to hold back their laughter. "Darn it. Throwing dog food so early in the morning. Darn it. I'm full." One of the young men took a big bite of the flatbread, swearing. Just as Wang Bingbing was chasing Chu Heng, her phone rang. She looked at the phone, showing a happy expression. She answered the call. "Hey, Lan, good morning." "Dingbing, are you at school? I'll come to your school later." Fan Yunlin's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay. I'll be back at school soon then. See you later," Wang Bingbing happily replied. After chatting for a while, she hung up the phone. Chu Heng curiously asked, "Who's coming?" Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly. "My sister Lan. She's coming to the school." "Arashi sister? How come I didn't know you had a sister?" Chu Heng asked with a smile. "Arashi sister, because of the nature of her work. She rarely comes back, but when I was young, I used to play with her a lot. We have a good relationship. In fact, we are only one generation apart, but we have always treated each other as sisters. Hehe," Wang Bingbing said happily. Chu Heng rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Do you want me to go with you?" "Of course. Come meet her with me later," Wang Bingbing said, linking her arm with his. "All right, let's go. Let's go back to school." Chu Heng smiled. The two took a taxi back to school together. On the other side, Fan Yunlin was looking through the files on internet fraud cases, trying to find clues about Jingzi. According to Yu Zhenking's speculation, the reason why Jingzi exposed this fraudulent gang was either because he himself was defrauded, or someone around him was defrauded. Fan Yunlin speculated that, with Jingzi's hacking skills, the first scenario was highly unlikely, while the second scenario was more probable. So she wanted to go through the files, check the victims, and find people related to Jingzi. "Comrade Fan, any progress?" Yu Zhenking walked in and saw Fan Yunlin busy at work, smiling as he asked. Fan Yunlin sighed and shook her head. "Among the victims, I didn't find anything special. There are over 100 victims outside the province, and over a dozen victims within the province. This is just what I've found so far," Yu Zhenking said. "I feel like we can narrow down the scope from another angle." "Which angle?" Fan Yunlin was taken aback. "Ghost Riders," Yu Zhenking said seriously. Fan Yunlin's eyes lit up. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? We can use Ghost Riders for profiling. I'll arrange it right away." "Oh, no need. I already found a domestic ghostwriting expert last night for profiling, and I have the report here." Yu Zhenking smiled as he placed a report in front of her. "Great. The team's work is indeed efficient," Fan Yunlin praised, picking up the report to read. "The profile target is aged 18 to 25. Male, nicknamed according to ID, highly likely to be from within the province. Of course, this ID also doesn't rule out the possibility that it's a decoy left by Jingzi on purpose. High IQ, high education, possibly a top university student." Looking at what's been written, Yu Zhenking sat next to her and read out loud from the report. Fan Yunlin listened while looking at the content, an image emerging vividly in her mind. A top university student majoring in computer science, computer genius, a campus celebrity, possibly the champion of computer competitions, a guy with glasses, handsome in his own way, casually dressed, always wearing a sunny and confident smile. Yes, that's the image. Fan Yunlin felt a sudden clarity in her mind. At least she had this image in her mind. What's more, he's most likely from within the province, which narrows down the possibilities. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. In this scam, if one of the victims is related to Jingzi, Could they also be highly educated? She immediately turned to the information about the victims in the province. Yu Zhenking nodded. What you're saying makes sense. That's a possibility. The report from the ghostwriter strongly suspects that Jingzi is a highly educated talent. Judging by his exceptional hacking abilities, computer skills, and high IQ, it's highly likely that he's a talent from a renowned university. If the victims are people around him, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Fan Yunlin found 5 highly educated victims from the dozen or so. According to chat information, she confirmed that 2 were from City University of Finance and Economics, 2 were from City University, and 1 was from Provincial University. She looked up and asked Yu Zhenking, "Can we find these victims now?" Yu Zhenking frowned. Some can be found, but some are unreachable. I've already tasked someone with this job, trying to locate all of them. Fan Yunlin clenched her fists excitedly. We must try to find these victims. This could be our chance to find Jingzi. Yu Zhenking nodded, but gave her a reality check. Based on Jingzi's actions, this ID could also be a means to mislead us. Comrade Fan, you'd better not focus on just one direction, and remain open to all possibilities. Fan Yunlin calmed down and nodded. You're right, I understand. Though we shouldn't overlook this major possibility either. I'll rely on you for the next steps. No problem. Yu Zhenking laughed out loud. By the way, Comrade Fan, it's almost noon. Let's have lunch together later. Fan Yunlin, upon hearing this, quickly checked the time and said, "Oh, time really flew by. I still need to go to City University later to see my sister. Let's meet another time." She was someone who would get so caught up in work that she'd forget about everything else. Fan Yunlin packed up her things and hurried out. Yu Zhenking shook his head with a smile. Fan Yunlin drove to City University and on the way, called Wang Bingbing in advance, who said she'd be waiting at the school gate. When she arrived, Fan Yunlin got out of the car and called Wang Bingbing again. "Hello, Bingbing. Where are you?" Fan Yunlin asked. "Hehe, Arashi sister. I'm by the security booth at the school gate." Wang Bingbing replied with a smile. Fan Yunlin turned to look in the direction of the security booth and spotted Wang Bingbing's lovely figure. "Ah, I see you." Fan Yunlin hung up the phone and walked over quickly. At the entrance, she saw Wang Bingbing. The latter also saw her and greeted her with a smile. "Arashi sister, I'm here." Fan Yunlin smiled and walked over, saying, "It's been a while, little Bingbing. I've missed you." The two embraced happily. These two, one sweet-looking campus beauty and the other a mature and graceful lady, caught the attention of passing young men. Women really do become more beautiful as they age. Bingbing has grown into such a beauty, Fan Yunlin observed, unable to help but compliment Wang Bingbing. After not seeing each other for years, she was surprised by how much Wang Bingbing had changed. Her figure had developed, and she had lost some of her youthful look, making her even more beautiful than before. Wang Bingbing brushed off the compliments. "How can that be? It's Arashi's sister who's beautiful." She affectionately held Fan Yunlin's hand and sweetly said, "Let's go. Where should we eat?" "My treat." Fan Yunlin chuckled. "Oh, wait, let's wait for my boyfriend." Wang Bingbing laughed. "Your boyfriend is coming too. Perfect. Let me vet him for you." She was curious to see what kind of person Wang Bingbing, whose standards were so high, would approve of. "Oh, he's here now. Hen hen, over here." Wang Bingbing raised her hand and called out. Fan Yunlin turned to look and saw a tall, handsome, and fair-skinned young man heading towards them. This young man had a sunny and confident smile on his face, exuding a charming aura. Fan Yunlin suddenly froze. Why does this feel so familiar? As Chu Heng approached, Wang Bingbing ran over joyfully, linking arms with him, and introducing him to Fan Yunlin. "Sister, this is my boyfriend, Chu Heng." Chu Heng smiled slightly and reached out his hand. "Hello." Fan Yunlin was taken aback, staring at Chu Heng with a bewildered look. Hello. Chapter 159 Delicious Dishes. Fan Yunlin is shocked. There is a kind of indescribable familiar feeling. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Fan Yunlin was a bit lost in thought. "What's wrong, Lanji?" Wang Bingbing curiously asked beside her. Fan Yunlin let go of her hand. A lightning bolt flashed through her mind, and blurted out, "Xiaobing, is your boyfriend a computer science major?" "Huh? How did you know, Lanji?" Wang Bingbing looked surprised. "Oh, I just guessed." Fan Yunlin chuckled dryly, shaking her head inwardly. She finally understood where this inexplicable familiarity came from. It came from her impression of handsome guys. The young man in front of her named Chu Han surprisingly had so many similarities to her impression of handsome guys. For example, age, similar high education, similar good looks, similar confidence, and he was even a computer science major. If he wore black-framed glasses, he would look exactly like her impression of handsome guys. But she laughed at herself inwardly. How could Wang Bingbing's boyfriend possibly be a hacker? With her family background, whoever married her in the future would have more than enough money. Fan Yunlin chuckled wryly, realizing that she had been a bit obsessed with finding handsome guys lately. Lanji truly has a keen eye. Heng Han is a freshman in computer science, Wang Bingbing said with a smile. Well, let's go. I'm getting a bit hungry. It's your territory here, so wherever you think is good to eat, let's go there. Fan Yunlin smiled. Wang Bingbing, on the other hand, turned to Chu Heng and asked, Heng Han, where should we eat? Fan Yunlin noticed this and was a bit surprised. Originally a fairly decisive person, Wang Bingbing was now depending on Chu Heng like this, indicating her genuine feelings towards him. I know there's a newly opened restaurant nearby that's pretty good, although it's a late-night snack place. It's open for lunch too. Chu Heng smiled. He was talking about his own barbecue restaurant. Although it's called a barbecue restaurant, they mainly serve lunch and dinner, and late-night snacks. This shop is directly managed by the Hen Yuan Group, where fresh ingredients are purchased daily, and the central warehouse would deliver various secret sauces and barbecue sauces in fixed quantities. According to Yan Wanron's report, it was packed on the opening day, and the daily turnover continued to set new records. She was already prepared to acquire the neighboring snack shop and expand the store, hiring more staff. Okay, Heng Heng thinks a good place will definitely have delicious food. Wang Bingbing agreed. Then let's go. The three of them arrived at the food street, already at lunchtime, and there were quite a few people in the food street. Most people were holding cube bunny milk tea, while drinking and wandering around. They arrived at a restaurant front with antique decorations. Fun Fa Restaurant, Guanwei Building. My goodness, why are there so many people waiting in line? Wang Bingbing exclaimed. Nearly 100 people had gathered at the entrance of Guanwei Building, each holding a numbered ticket, waiting to be called in line. There are so many people waiting in line for lunch, and it seems like this is a newly opened shop. Could it be that the owner hired people to queue? Fan Yunlin chuckled. At this time, a couple next to them heard her words, and the young man spoke. The food at Guanwei Building is really delicious. Hurry up and queue for a ticket. They will stop issuing them later. Wang Bingbing heard this and quickly pulled Chu Heng to line up for a ticket. However, Chu Heng smiled and said, Darling, no need. I know the owner of this shop. We don't need to queue. Ha. Wang Bingbing and Fan Yunlin were taken aback. Chu Heng led the two of them inside under the surprised gazes of the crowd. The staff at the entrance hurry over upon seeing Chu Heng. Mr. Chu, you're here. Please come in. Your table on the second floor has been reserved for you. The male staff member smiled. Chu Heng nodded and, as led by the staff, headed to the second floor. The first floor lobby was filled with hundreds of four-person tables, bustling with activity, and a dozen staff members bustling around, the air filled with the aroma of the dishes. Wow, it's so busy here. Wang Bingbing marveled. This shop is so popular. I've never seen such a booming restaurant on this food street before. The shop's decoration style is nice, simple and antique, bright and spacious. The quality of the staff seems very high. Seems like there's a reason for its popularity. Fan Yunlin observed appreciatively. The lobby was decorated with yellow rosewood carved windows, wooden tables and chairs, and even old-fashioned long benches with a nostalgic touch. The lighting and paintings on the walls added a touch of modernity. This is a fusion of modernity and history. Yes, the decoration is really nice. Wang Bingbing agreed with a nod. The three of them went up to the second floor, where dozens of seats and private booths were packed with diners. However, in the back, there was a slightly larger round booth for 10 people that was vacant. Please have a seat. Mr. Chu, your friend has given you a VVIP treat. It feels great not to have to wait in line. Wang Bingbing exclaimed happily. Of course, if you want to eat anything, just order it yourselves. Chu Heng handed the menu to the two of them. Fan Yunlin became very interested in this restaurant and wanted to see what dishes they offer. Opening the menu, she found that there were mainly barbecue items listed, but it stated that they only served after 7 p.m. The lunch and dinner menu consisted of stir-fry and braised dishes. There were yellow stewed chicken, various classic braised casseroles, as well as roasted chicken, roasted duck, and roasted goose. These dishes required fresh ingredients and the unique sauce recipes to be good. Both were indispensable. Even more important was the sauce's flavor, key to ensuring consistent taste without fluctuations. Fan Yunlin, being a local in Shenzhen, was familiar with these dishes and was curious to try them out, wanting to know why they were so popular. They each ordered a braised chicken casserole and half a portion of roasted goose. These two dishes required excellent sauce seasoning skills. Chu Heng also ordered some vegetables, with the 3 dishes fit for 3 people. In no time, the dishes were all served, and Wang Bingbing marveled. Wow, the dishes came out so fast. It's efficient, of course. Strict adherence to the 15-minute golden timing rule. Chu Heng chuckled. Fan Yunlin looked puzzled and asked, "How do you know this?" "Oh, I heard about it." Chu Heng chuckled dryly. "Let's taste how it is." Chu Heng smirked, confident in his dishes, as he personally crafted all the specifications, portions, and secret sauces used in the restaurant. Superior culinary skills weren't just talk. The restaurant's since opening and the overwhelming positive feedback proved it. So Chu Heng had confidence in his creations. "All right, let me taste it. I'll just say, I have a picky palate. If it's not up to par, I might overturn the table." Fan Yunlin joked. However, as a local, she naturally had higher standards for the same dishes' tastes. Fan Yunlin looked at the 2 dishes on the table. The braised casserole was still simmering, exuding a rich aroma, and the roasted goose's fragrance was equally enticing. The crystal-clear roasted goose skin alone was enough to make one's mouth water excessively. Just from the appearance, they were already highly appetizing. She first picked up a piece of roasted goose and took a bite. As soon as her teeth crunched down, the first sensation was the crispiness, extremely crispy. The moment she bit down, the juice exploded in her mouth like a bomb. It was a blend of the fragrance of the roasted goose skin's oil and the rich flavor of the meat. Among the meaty flavor, the distinct fragrance of the sauce could be discerned. This unique sauce fragrance was very special, not entirely covering the meat's aroma, but elevating it to a higher level. Fan Yunlin's eyes lit up suddenly, feeling pleasantly surprised. So delicious. This is the most fragrant and delicious roasted goose I've ever had. Wang Bingbing also exclaimed at the taste. This is even better than Michelin 3-star dishes. She had been to many high-end restaurants, but she had never been so amazed by a single flavor. Fan Yunlin happily added, "Truly deserving of the hype, making such a flavorful dish shows that this restaurant is extraordinary. Let me try the braised casserole now." She picked up a piece of chicken from the braised casserole. It was still steaming hot, but the liquid coating the chicken's surface unleashed another burst of flavor in her taste buds. The fragrance of the chicken meat and the sauce instantly filled her mouth, especially with the slightly spicy and savory sauce. It was a complex flavor, very fragrant. The chicken was firm yet tender, a standard free-range chicken, and a very good quality one at that. The chicken aroma stood out even more under the sauce's fragrance. Top-notch. This is a premium flavor. Fan Yunlin exclaimed in admiration. "What kind of chicken meat is this? How can it have such a fresh aroma?" Chu Heng smiled. "I heard it's free-range mountain chicken from Qingyuan. The chicken is full of flavor, tender, not tough. This chicken has a low production yield, and this restaurant bought most of it. Currently, they are expanding the production of this quality chicken. No wonder. This shop is willing to invest in ingredients, and their sauce recipes are even more astonishing. The unique flavor of the secret sauce is the best I've ever had in a dish. From ingredients, sauces to preparation, efficiency, service, and various aspects, this shop is simply impeccable. It will surely become popular in the future." Fan Yunlin marveled. Chu Heng smirked. "Of course it will. Henfa Catering's restaurants will expand across Shenzhen, Guangdong, and even the whole country. Catering has high profitability, with high customer retention. Earning a fortune daily is just the beginning. Let's eat quickly. Once it cools down, it won't taste as good." Wang Bingbing continued enjoying her meal. The 3 of them were so engrossed in savoring the delicious food that they had no time to talk. In less than half an hour, the 3 dishes were wiped clean, and they ordered for more dishes later. With 3 people and 7 dishes, the plates were all cleared on the table, and they ate to their heart's content. After eating to fullness, Wang Bingbing reclined in her chair, taking a break and burped, saying, "I can't take it anymore. Overeating. If we keep eating like this, I'll get fat." Fan Yunlin, having also eaten her fill, remarked, "If we can eat so well every day, it doesn't matter if we get fat. Let's rest for a bit. Next time, you guys can't eat that much again." Chu Heng smiled. As the three were chatting, suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs, with the sound of people arguing and chairs and tables falling over. It seemed like there was a disturbance. Fan Yunlin frowned. Chu Heng's expression turned colder, standing up. "Let's go take a look," he said. Chu Heng briskly walked down the stairs. He wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in his store. On the first floor, a bald man sat with a few others, chairs scattered around. "Damn, I found such a big cockroach in my food. Let's settle this debt. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can forget about doing business." The bald man, with a fierce face, glared at the manager. The manager politely said, "Sir, please don't do this. It will affect other customers dining. Let's discuss this in the office, okay?" "No, you need to explain it to me now." The bald man slammed on the table. Nearby customers started to leave as the situation escalated. Some even stopped eating and left, affecting business. Many customers stood at a distance, watching and discussing. "Can a new store also have cockroaches? The hygiene in this store seems good. Probably the best on the street. How can there be cockroaches?" The manager's face turned grim as he tried to remain calm. "Sir, is there a misunderstanding? We always prioritize food safety. Our kitchen sanitation and pest control are top-notch. It's impossible for there to be cockroaches." The bald man picked up a thumb-sized cockroach from the table, showing it to others. "Here's the cockroach. What else do you have to say?" "You, sir, I think you're here just to cause trouble. This is a new store. How could there be such a big cockroach here?" The manager couldn't hold back his anger anymore. The bald man threatened, "Do you think I'm slandering you? If you don't compensate me with 50,000, not a word less, consider it as compensation for my mental anguish." "What? Are you trying to rob us?" The manager was shocked. The bald man's face darkened. "This is extortion." He walked forward. "So, are you not planning to pay this money?" The threat was evident in his words. The manager was flustered. "What are you trying to do?" As he raised his hand to strike, a hand firmly grabbed him. "How dare you extort in broad daylight? You've got some nerve." Chu Heng spoke in a cold tone. "Who are you to interfere? Mind your own business, or do you want a beating?" The bald man threatened fiercely, causing everyone around to startle. His followers stood up, ready to fight. "What do you want?" The manager, flustered, asked. "Compensation. 50,000, not a penny less. That's my compensation for mental distress." The bald man grinned. "Aren't you trying to rob us?" The manager was alarmed. The bald man's face turned serious. "So, are you not going to pay?" The implied threat was clear. "What are you up to?" The manager panicked. "Let's have some fun with this kid." The bald man's follower grabbed a chair and attempted to hit Chu Heng. Without hesitation, Chu Heng swiftly dodged, followed by a lightning-fast counterattack of kicks, causing a series of painful yells. The bald man was stunned, and the audience fell silent. Everyone was amazed by the young man's skills. Chu Heng skillfully handled the situation, displaying impressive martial arts techniques. The spectators were awestruck. "Wow, this guy's amazing at martial arts, right?" The onlookers were stunned by Chu Heng's display of skill. "You must have trained before." Hen. Chu Heng was unparalleled in his movements, taking control of the situation effortlessly. Fan Yunlin was astonished by his exceptional skill. As the chaos unfolded, Fan Yunlin intervened to handle the situation. "You must be careful, Heng. Wang Bingbing nervously called out. "Don't worry, Bingbing, I'll take care of them." Fan Yunlin reassured her. Though she wasn't in charge of security, as a member of the police force, she had to act in such situations. "Sister Lan, please help us." Wang Bingbing thanked her. Just when things were about to escalate further, Chu Heng executed a brilliant martial arts move, swiftly taking down the opponent with ease. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in awe, amazed by Chu Heng's prowess. The crowd erupted with applause, impressed by the young man's skills. "What a hero! Bravo!" The audience cheered for Chu Heng. Fan Yunlin looked pleased and commented, "This brother-in-law is quite impressive. Heng, you're really amazing." Wang Bingbing ran over, excitedly hugged Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Silly, so many people are watching." Wang Bingbing then noticed the onlookers around them, blushed immediately, and quickly let go of Chu Heng. Fan Yunlin walked over and gave Chu Heng a thumbs up. "Your skills are really good. Have you practiced before? Just occasionally, Chu Heng chuckled. Wow, you really hide your talents. Fan Yunlin laughed. Oh, too much praise. Chu Heng held Wang Bingbing's hand and said, how can I protect Bingbing without some skills? Wang Bingbing blushed upon hearing this. Heng heng, ice ice. Fan Yunlin said, unexpected dog food. Ahem. Okay. Let's go settle the bill and go play elsewhere. Fan Yunlin quickly interrupted the two. The three walked out of the restaurant. Outside, the autumn sun was shining brightly in the afternoon, cool and refreshing. Wow, the sun feels so good. Wang Bingbing linked arms with Chu Heng, enjoying the sunlight. Heng Hen, where shall we go to play? It's up to you, Chu Heng said, fondly ruffling her head. Then let's go catch some dolls. I haven't done it in a long time. Wang Bingbing exclaimed. Chu Heng glanced back at Fan Yunlin and asked, will your sister join us? Of course. Today we came out to play with Sister Lan. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Fan Yunlin smirked. You two are trying to tease me, huh? All right, you can go wherever you want. Yay. Let's go catch some dolls. Wang Bingbing happily shouted. The three quickly arrived at a nearby mall. Outside the mall, a crowd had gathered at a shooting booth. Come man played. Many prizes to be won. A squat middle-aged boss was calling out, attracting many passers-by to watch. Shooting. Heng Hen. Let's give it a try. I want to show off my skills. Wang Bingbing pulled Chu Heng over. The three squeezed into the crowd and saw two young men shooting targets. The two men couldn't hit the target no matter how hard they try. After their final shot, the man on the right slammed the table in anger. What the heck? How come we can't hit anything? Your gun must be faulty. Boss. The squat middle-aged boss chuckled. Young man, it's your poor shooting. Don't blame me. How can you blame me for it? It's unreasonable. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. The onlookers nodded in agreement, thinking the boss was making sense. The young man was speechless and couldn't find any faults. Well, I'm done playing. He left with his companion. Another person stepped forward and asked, Boss, how much does it cost to play around here? 100 yuan per round. 20 bullets. The boss responded. What? 100 yuan? Isn't that too expensive? The person complained. Not at all. Just take a look at my grand prize. It's a 5,000 yuan electric car. Tell me, where else do you see such a big prize? The squat middle-aged boss retorted. Others finally noticed the grand prize at the top. A top prize, an electric car, but it seemed untouched since it was put on display. You have to hit 18 shots or more to win. That's too difficult. Forget it. I'm not playing. The person shook his head. If you can't win a third prize or higher, it's a loss. The low third prize are just small toes, like giving money to the boss for nothing. Wow, such a big and cute doll. Wang Bingbing saw the third prize rabbit doll and looked excited. Seeing her interest, the squat middle-aged boss approached. Hey, why don't this duty give it a try as well? Wang Bingbing looked at Chu Heng and whispered, Heng Hen, should we play? Chu Heng smiled, looked at the boss, and shook his head. Let's pass. It's not easy for the boss to run the business. Let me buy you something bigger inside later. Ah. Okay then. Wang Bingbing chuckled. As they were about to leave, the boss stopped Chu Heng. Hey young man, don't leave. If you really want to take care of my business, then play around. Chu Heng turned back. Boss, if I play and win your grand prize, then you'll be at a loss for half a month. Do you really want me to play? Ha. If you can win, then that's on you. Come on. The squat middle-aged boss laughed. Although he thought, there's no way this kid could win. Just kidding. Come on. Give it a try and see how it goes. If you never try, how will you know if you're good at it? The squat middle-aged boss continued to persuade. Chu Heng shrugged. Since you insist, then I'll play around. Okay, 100 yuan. The squat middle-aged boss sneered, reaching out for the money. Chu Heng was about to pay, but Fan Yunlin stepped forward. Chu Heng, let me play. You may not handle it. She could tell that something fishy was going on at that booth, and most regular people might end up losing. Considering her title as a police sharpshooter, she might have a chance. Sister Lan, do you want to play too? Then let's buy one more. We have two guns anyway. Wang Bingbing suggested. Chu Heng nodded. Sure. Let's buy two then. Chu Heng took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the boss. Good. The squat middle-aged boss was pleased. Two more suckers fell into the trap. Great, he thought. If I can have a few of these every day, I can make thousands per month. Come on, please step forward and play. Chu Heng and Fun Yunlin approached, and each picked up a gun. At that moment, a young man from behind warned them, "You guys better not play. This booth is rigged. You won't hit anything." The squat middle-aged boss got anxious and scolded the young man. "Why spreading rumors like that? You're not causing trouble for my business, are you? Have some integrity, will you?" The young man, after getting scolded, dared not say another word. Then the squat middle-aged boss turned back to Chu Heng with a smirk. "Young man, don't mind him. Here, let me load your guns." He handed Chu Heng and Fun Yunlin the loaded guns. "Now, you can begin." Fun Yunlin aimed with a bit of a skewed sight but managed to shoot. It was a bit challenging for ordinary people, but she found her rhythm. She turned to see Chu Heng aiming seriously and couldn't help but smile. "Chu Heng, let's make a bet. Dinner tonight. The loser treats. What do you think?" Fun Yunlin proposed, wanting to show off her skills and possibly score a free dinner. "Well, isn't that a bit too much?" Chu Heng hesitated. Fun Yunlin grinned, feeling worried. "Don't fret, I'll give you a little heads up. 2 bullets for you. I mean, you came as a guest and are Ice's sister. It's awkward to let you treat." Chu Heng chuckled. Hearing this, Fun Yunlin almost burst out laughing and said, "Chu Heng, are you kidding me? Me losing? I'll be dining for free tonight. Young people these days are quite bold." Fun Yunlin laughed. "Let's begin now," she said confidently, ready to start. Both got into the aiming mode. Dang. Almost at the same time, they fired their first sponge bullets towards the target about 10 meters away, but both missed. "Oh, I see. The sponge bullets are really light," Fun Yunlin said, realizing the situation after the first shot. Not only was the aim off a bit, but the sponge bullets were lighter as well. She needed to consider the wind speed, or she wouldn't hit the target. That's the trick the boss played, Fun Yunlin realized. She took a thread from the nearby table, gauging the wind direction and speed. With a better sense, she looked back at Chu Heng, who seemed to be aiming earnestly, and couldn't help but find it amusing. "Chu Heng, don't aim. Just go with the flow," Fun Yunlin said with a smile. Dang. Chu Heng pulled the trigger, hitting the target right in the center, knocking it down. "Well, that's enough," Chu Heng smiled. "Hey, the lad's got some good luck," the squat middle-aged boss exclaimed. Fun Yunlin thought the shot was a stroke of luck, then took her aim and fired. Dang. She also hit the target, knocking it down. Hey, that's real skill." But suddenly, more shots were heard in succession, and Chu Heng hit one target after another precisely. "Wow, the lad's got good luck," the boss marveled. But before Fun Yunlin could speak, Chu Heng took the gun and started point shooting. Dang, 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 dang. The rapid shots rang out, hitting every target accurately. The sponge bullets hit one target after another without a miss. Even with quick shooting, every shot hit its mark. Onlookers, what the heck? How can one be this accurate with rapid shooting? Sharpshooter, Fun Yunlin. Sig. She was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, can it be played this way? The squat middle-aged boss's face changed dramatically. Puzzled, the remaining 19 shots were fired in just 10 seconds. All 19 sponge bullets accurately hit 19 targets, knocking them all down. The entire place fell silent, with everyone staring in disbelief. Can a person really do that? 19 hits in a row. Absolutely unbelievable. Chu Heng smiled, put down the gun, and looked at the squat middle-aged boss. Boss, 19 hits, the grand prize is mine, right? The squat middle-aged boss. Damn it. How did I get this monster to play? What a disaster. The short and chubby middle-aged boss was in tears, but had none to shed. He regretted deeply now. He shouldn't have tried to keep him. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Boss, could it be that you don't want to take it out? A group of onlookers started clamoring. The middle-aged chubby man gritted his teeth and took the key from the prize podium and handed it to Chu Heng with a very ugly smile, saying, "Young man, here is the first prize. The key is here. The car is at the back. Thanks." "Huh. $100 for a 5,000 electric car. A good deal." Chu Heng chuckled, but these words were like a sharp arrow piercing the boss's heart. He instantly lost his composure. He hit the iron. "Aron sister, are you not going to shoot?" Chu Heng turned to see Fun Yunlin looking puzzled. Fun Yunlin pulled her mouth. "You've hit everything. What else do you want me to shoot?" She forced a smile and continued aiming the gun. 19 shots, hitting 15, could get a third prize, the big rabbit doll that Wang Bingbing liked. "Chu Heng, You win. Dinner's on me, Fun Yunlin said helplessly. She had completely conceded in the bet. Thank you, Yunlin's sister, Chu Hen politely responded. After Wang Bingbing got the big rabbit doll, she was very excited. Wow, so cute. The boss chuckled dryly, laughing awkwardly. These two got to big prizes, quite a loss today. Damn it. Hurry up and leave. Wang Bingbing looked at a big turtle on the prize shelf and a second-grade anime figurine, nibbling her finger. Hang hen, those two prizes look nice too. Really? Then let me win them back for you. Chu Hen smiled and turned to the boss. The short and chubby middle-aged boss's face changed drastically. He hurriedly took the turtle from the prize shelf and handed it to Chu Hen. Young man, this prize is for you. Don't be polite. We'll see each other again someday. If I let you continue shooting, I'm afraid all the prizes will be taken away. It's better to cut one off and give it away now, to send off this big jinx. Hut. The boss is generous. Wishing you a flourishing business. Ha ha. Chu Heng chuckled and turned to leave. Chu Heng went to get the electric car parked at the back and expressed his satisfaction. This car is quite comfortable to ride in. Driving around in it must be very comfortable. Really? Heng. Then let's take these two electric cars. No traffic jams and it's fun to drive around. That's great. Wang Bingbing sat on the back seat, happily exclaiming, okay. Then let's take these two cars. Chu Heng nodded. Chu Heng parked the car properly and then took Wang Bingbing's to Big Dolls to store. And the three continued shopping mall hopping and trying to win dolls. When Wang Bingbing got tired, she rested in a dessert shop, while Chu Heng went to order some food. Taking advantage of Chu Heng leaving, Fun Yunlin sat next to Wang Bingbing. Dingbing, are you really set on him for life? Fun Yunlin asked softly. Yes. Heng is so good. I won't marry anyone else in this lifetime, Wang Bingbing declared firmly. Fun Yunlin smiled. He is indeed good-looking, skilled in many ways, precise in marksmanship, and it's clear he treats you well. But I want to know, besides all that, what else can he do? Does he have any other specialties? Fun Yunlin had a persistent feeling that there was something about Chu Hen that reminded her of that handsome and mysterious hacker she had seen before. She didn't know if it was her imagination playing tricks on her, so she asked Wang Bingbing about it. Wang Bingbing pondered for a moment. Specialties? Suddenly, her fair face turned red as an apple. In that aspect, is, okay? Fun Yunlin, what aspect? Why are you speaking in riddles now? Fun Yunlin was confused and didn't know which aspect Wang Bingbing was referring to. Oh, it's just that aspect, that tilde, embarrassed. Wang Bingbing's cheeks flushed all the way to her neck. Fun Yunlin realized suddenly and blushed as well. Bingbing, where were you thinking? I meant skills, abilities. Not asking if you are long in that aspect or not. I thought you were talking about driving. Wang Bingbing chuckled in embarrassment. She didn't think much and started counting on her fingers. Heng plays basketball well, sings well, is very talented in drawing, cooks delicious food better than Michelin-starred restaurants, and knows Kung Fu. Before Wang Bingbing could finish, Fun Yunlin interrupted her. Are you overstacking the buffs? Where in the world is there such a versatile person? You are definitely seeing him through rose-colored glasses. Bingbing. What I said was true. Wang Bingbing replied bewilderedly. Fun Yunlin shook her head and continued. I mainly wanted to ask if he knows computers. Is he skilled in computer technology? Wang Bingbing looked at her suspiciously and asked, if your computer breaks down, do you need him to fix it? Oh, no. It's just a question. Fun Yunlin coughed awkwardly. Heng is good at computer technology. Can a computer science student be bad at it? I heard his roommate say he's a computer genius. Top of the class, Wang Bingbing remarked casually. What? He's a computer genius in computer science. Fun Yunlin's voice rose in surprise and she appeared somewhat stunned. She seemed lost in thought. A computer genius in computer science. Doesn't this conflict with the handsome hacker's profile? In the report folder, there was a side portrait of the person drawn by a sketch artist, a young man who looked delicate and wore black-rimmed glasses. If you remove the glasses, he looks somewhat similar to Chu Hen. Fun Yunlin continued to inquire. Does Chu Hen usually wear glasses? She appeared nervous, her heart pounding in her throat. Glasses? Heng doesn't have myopia. He has never worn glasses. Wang Bingbing seemed puzzled. Yunlin's sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting strange now? Wang Bingbing curiously asked. Hearing that Chu Heng doesn't wear glasses, Fan Yunlin began to doubt herself. Could it be that it was all my illusion? Maybe it's just my illusion. Chu Heng shouldn't be that handsome guy she was thinking about. She had encountered thousands, if not hundreds, of hackers, and she had never seen one without myopia. Playing computers for a long time inevitably leads to nearsightedness. Not wearing them for 1 or 2 years is fine, but over time, it can't be sustained. He would definitely need glasses. There are even many young people who start to go bald early among hackers. A talented hacker like the handsome guy, no matter how brilliant, if he hadn't spent 7 to 8 years exploring, he wouldn't have reached that level. So in Fan Yunlin's perception, the handsome guy must be nearsighted. It was an indisputable guess. Without myopia, Chu Heng was an instant pass. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to check for you. It seems your boyfriend is quite versatile. Not bad. Fan Yunlin laughed. He is indeed so talented. My Heng Hen is versatile. Wang Bingbing boasted proudly. As the two talked, Chu Heng returned with dessert in hand. What were you guys so happy talking about? Chu Heng smiled and asked. We were praising you. Wang Bingbing replied happily. What do I have to be praised for? Chu Heng humbly smiled. Fan Yunlin complimented. Your marksmanship is quite accurate. When did you two get so close? Wang Bingbing blushed. Sister Yunlin is always teasing me. Chu Heng was used to driving in the dorm, so it didn't bother him. We haven't decided yet, but let's just go with the flow. Yes, go with the flow. If it happens, I'll be pregnant with a big belly, and I go back. Wang Bingbing raised her chin. All right, let's cross that bridge when we get there. By then, you definitely will get your dad angry. Fan Yunlin chuckled and covered her mouth. 3 of them enjoyed their desserts while chatting. Suddenly, Chu Heng heard the voice of the perfect life system in his mind. Ding! The sign-in task is about to be released. Please be prepared to receive it. Host. Ding! Sign-in task. Host must proceed to the Jade Stone Zone for sign-in. Ding! Time limit for the task is 24 hours. Chu Heng was excited to hear the familiar system sound. The system had come up with a sign-in task again. What could he sign in for this time? The Jade Stone Zone was above. They would go up and sign in shortly. After finishing their dessert, Wang Bingbing also had rested. So Chu Heng held her hand as she inquired. Heng Heng, where should we go next? To buy clothes. The weather is getting colder. I'll pick a few clothes for you later. She also wanted to buy some materials to make a birthday gift for Chu Heng. A mysterious gift. She believed that Chu Heng would be very happy when he received it. Chu Heng smiled and replied, let's buy the clothes later. I've heard about a Jade Stone Zone. Let's check it out. If there is anything suitable, I'll buy you a bracelet or something. Excited to receive a gift from Chu Heng, Wang Bingbing agreed. Okay, let's go check it out. Fan Yunlin glanced at Chu Heng curiously, wondering if he had knowledge in Jade. The 3 of them then took the elevator up to the Jade Stone Zone. Most of the people there were older, mainly middle-aged and older adults, with some young people mixed in. They were browsing the glass cabinets, some were bargaining, creating a lively atmosphere. There are quite a few people here. Wang Bingbing exclaimed with surprise. Fan Yunlin smiled faintly. Shenzhen is a major jade market, but most of the players are middle-aged or older. Very few young people are into this, and it's quite risky, not to mention it's expensive. She nodded knowingly. I've handled some cases involving suspected fraud in this field, and many people who were scammed couldn't recover their losses because it's an open scam. Let's just take a look and not get deep into this. The inside waters are too deep, and you both can't handle it. I see, so let's just take a look for now. Wang Bingbing looked around curiously. Chu Heng smiled and led her into the Jade Stone Zone. As soon as they stepped into the Jade Stone Zone, the system's voice rang in Chu Heng's mind. Ding! The host has reached the sign-in location. Should you sign in now? Sign in. Congratulations, the host has successfully signed in. Congratulations, the host has received a +10 attribute boost. Congratulations, the host has gained +10 charisma points. Congratulations, the host has obtained the golden eye. The golden eye. What ability is this? Chu Heng immediately checked the ability attributes in the system. Golden eye. Special ability. The power to discern the essence of all things in the world and see through their nature. Seeing this attribute, Chu Heng was greatly surprised and impressed. It looks really awesome. Check personal attributes. Host. Chu Heng Constitution. 80 points. Normal person 10. The higher the constitution, the better the physical quality charm. 60 points normal person 10 points. Higher charm value. Stronger personal charm skills. Goldeneye. Divine level hacking skills. Divine level dancing skills. Divine level musical talent. Divine level cooking skills. Divine level climbing skills cash. 1 point for 5 billion yuan and 11 cents. The constitution is about to reach 10 times that of an ordinary person. Chu Heng could feel noticeable increase in physical strength. Why is Heng Heng standing there foolishly? Aren't we going in? Wang Bingbing asked as she looked at Chu Heng standing still. Heh. Let's go in, of course. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Heng smiled. The three of them aimlessly wandered inside, and the shop owners behind the counters kept greeting them. Oh. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies, come and take a look at the jade pendants, bracelets, finest goods. Handsome, I have very good jade here, come take a look. Buy one for your girlfriend. Excellent variety water, high quality jade, come take a look, discount prices. These shop owners all looked like sharp-eyed individuals and enthusiastically greeted Chu Heng and the others as they were new faces and so young. Chu Heng just glanced at the goods on the counter. He could discern subtle glimmers of gold that were not easily noticeable. At a glance, he could tell that most of the items on the counter were of subpar quality. The average person wouldn't be able to tell, and buying them at high prices would just be a loss. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. No wonder they say the jade industry is profitable, selling items worth 100 yuan for several thousand or even tens of thousands, with profits multiplied many times over. How could it not be profitable? Genuine items are either found in high-end brand stores, where they charge a premium, or they are sourced directly from the stone and sold right after cutting. Otherwise, after cutting, good items are often picked out by experienced buyers first. Most of the items available on the counter are subpar. Ordinary people can only search for relatively valuable items among the subpar ones, which are the best items in the subpar category. After browsing the counter area, Chu Heng found nothing worth looking at and decided to head to the rough stone area. Here, they sell stones directly. Those with a clear surface and good appearance usually come with a hefty price tag. Some people spend millions to buy a stone, only to find that it's worth less than 1,000 after cutting, leading to a significant loss. Of course, there are also those who spend a few hundred yuan to cut out items worth several million. However, the former scenario is more common, while the latter is rare. That's the so-called gambling with stones. As the saying goes, one cut impoverished, one cut wealthy. Buying 10 yields 9 losses, selling 10 yields 9 discounts. This industry carries significant risks and depends solely on one's own judgment and skill. Seeing a larger booth ahead gathering a crowd of onlookers, it seemed like someone was gambling with stones. Hey, Heng, someone is gambling with stones up front. Let's go take a look. Wang Bingbing found everything inside very exciting and eagerly pulled Chu Heng over. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit looked flushed and was sweating profusely. He was intensely focused on the machine behind the booth, wiping his sweat constantly. The people watching were also nervously staring at the stone-cutting machine, discussing among themselves. TSK, Yan Lao Si has already wasted to high-quality wool materials, and he dares to cut again. Hehe. Boss Yan will make a fortune. Spent 300,000 to buy the wool material. Whether it can recoup depends on this cut. As the stone cutter pushed a large piece of stone towards the rotating blade, the moment the blade touched the J, a flash of green appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, it's green. High-quality green appeared. This time is definitely a big win. The scene erupted into a stir. The man named Yan Laosi was visibly excited. His limbs were shaking as he shouted. I said this piece was definitely valuable. If it's all green once it's cut, it's worth at least 10,000. Directly recovering the investment and making a profit. The quality of J is determined by its color and type of water. The better the quality, the older the type of water. Starting from the highest to lowest, types of water can be classified as glassy, icy, snowy, glutinous, and beanie. On the market, icy types are already rare, and glassy types are even rarer. So when they appear, they typically fetch high prices and are quickly bought out. Seeing the pure greenness of the stone, Yan Laosi could easily tell it was of high quality, making him excited. But in the next moment, as the stone cutter continued, after cutting about 2 inches, the pure green vanished, and it turned into light green mixed with white. Yan Laosi's face immediately changed, And there was another commotion on the scene. Gone. It's wasted again. Unfortunately, the green didn't penetrate deep enough. Wasted again. Oh my god. Boss Yin is going to suffer a loss. Upon hearing this, Yin Laoxi's face instantly lost all color, staggering as if he was about to faint. By the time the stone was completely cut open, his face turned completely ashen. It's over. Poor quality. Glutinous type. The stone cutter said without changing his expression. Yin Laoxi almost fainted, and the people next to him quickly supported him. Boss Yan, don't be too agitated. Take care of yourself. At that moment, a middle-aged shop owner wearing a jacket and carrying a purple clay teapot walked over with a smile. Oh, Yan boss, it's a pity indeed. It didn't turn out good again. Would you like to buy another piece? Maybe the next one will yield good results. Elder, this material is evil, and you still let him buy it. The onlookers shook their heads. Head, this depends on personal fortune and ability to see. The elder said nonchalantly. Yin Laoxi regained his composure, though his face still held a hint of reluctance. Again, give me this piece to cut. Yin Laoxi stepped forward, picking up a stone he had already selected. Looking at it, someone exclaimed, black with red veins, it's a good piece. Yan boss has a good eye. This piece is worth 350,000. The elder smiled. What? 350,000? That price is not low. The onlookers were surprised. But if it produces good results, this price is not high either. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Laoxi gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll buy it. Thank you for your business. The elder chuckled. Today is truly a day to make a fortune. This Yin Laoxi is indeed a big spender. Just as Yin Laoxi was about to pay by card, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, this stone is a loss. Yin Laoxi froze and turned to the speaker, seeing a handsome young man. The elder frowned, displeased. Young man, if you want to buy, then buy. If not, don't speak nonsense. Can you see? Chu Heng smiled faintly. I came here to buy raw stones. Whether you want to sell or not is up to you. Whether you want to do business with me is up to you. Feng Yunlin stopped him, whispering, are you really planning to buy? This industry is too risky. Why don't you back out? Haven't you seen the others losing millions? Sister Lan, it's fine. I just want to buy a few raw stones to play with. Chu Heng smiled. The elder chuckled. Ha ha. I do business to all corners. As long as you buy, I will sell. There's no reason not to. If you have money, you can buy out my entire booth. However, whether it's a loss or profit will depend on your own abilities. I want to make it clear in advance. If you take a big loss, don't come crying to me. Chu Heng squinted his eyes, staring at him and said, don't let the boss hold on to the goods and not sell them later. Joke. Feel free to choose. The old boss waved his hand and then took a sip of tea. Okay. Then I'll choose freely. Chu Heng smiled. At this moment, Yin Laoxi ran over and asked Chu Heng quietly, young man, do you really have the ability to see through things? Why did you say my piece of material wasn't good? What's the reason? I see that the material looks like black with red. Chu Heng smiled helplessly. That's fake. Even the red is fake. What? Fake? Yin Laoxi was shocked to hear this, but he didn't dare to make a scene, and continued to ask, young man, how did you see that it's fake? Chu Heng calmly said, the crimson color doesn't have any natural grain patterns. It's definitely not real. Just go take a look for yourself. Yin Laoxi immediately ran back, observed carefully again. His face changed, and returned saying, it's true. Damn it. I almost fell for it. This bastard tricked me. Chu Heng chuckled. It's easy to understand in hindsight. If you could really tell it's good material, why would he put it out for sale? They would have kept it for themselves. These stone sellers do this, selling fake materials to make easy money. Yin Laoxi blushed with embarrassment, saying, after playing for so many years, I couldn't see clearly like you. These years have really gone to waste. Anyway, thank you. Young man, the old boss, seeing the two talking quietly, impatiently asked, are you to buying or not? Yin Laoxi shook his hand and said, I'm not buying. The old boss's face darkened, feeling like a cooked duck that flew away. Damn it, it's all because of this kid being too talkative. The old boss stared at Chu Heng and said coldly, young man, have you made your choice? No rush. Chu Heng smiled slightly, crouching down to examine a pile of small fist-sized stones on the right. These materials looked very ordinary and unremarkable. Wang Bingbing also crouched down, curious, and asked, Heng Hen, do you really understand how to pick stones? To me, these stones just look like stones, nothing special. Fan Yunlin also crouched down, urging anxiously. Don't buy. It's a scam. We can't play in this field. Did you hear just now? That boss lost hundreds of thousands so easily. Chu Heng revealed a barely noticeable smile and said, Don't worry, I'm just buying some cheap ones to play around with. The onlookers saw Chu Heng still selecting carefully and couldn't help but find it amusing. Hey, even Yin Laos got it wrong. Can this young man really see? Didn't you see him picking through the trash pile? He probably doesn't dare to play big and can only go pick through the trash. The people chattered. These low-quality stones, just fist-sized, seemed like rubbish materials to them, not worth a second look. Opening 100 pieces might not even yield one good stone. It's not so easy to find gold in a dung heap, after all. Chu Heng paid no heed to the gossip, his eyes reflecting an imperceptible gleam of gold, as he examined one rough stone after another. Suddenly, he saw an extremely ugly black stone, squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. This one. Chu Heng picked up the stone and carefully examined it, waited, and said, Boss, how much for this one? Everyone's gaze focused on the stone in Chu Heng's hand, all surprised. Just this. Can this young man not see? Can a piece of material with such an irregular shape be good? The onlookers shook their heads inwardly. The old boss glanced at the stone in Chu Heng's hand and smiled, saying, This is 100 yuan. Someone jokingly said, Boss, your price is not fair. Are you trying to make him cry with 99 yuan? This stone, at most, worth 10 yuan. Since you say so, I'll give you a fair price, 30 yuan. The old boss said cheerfully. He looked at Chu Heng and said, Young man, this stone is yours for 30 yuan. Without a word, Chu Heng took out 30 yuan, placed it on the stall, and handed the stone to the master responsible for cutting it. This head is so small, let's not cut it in half, just take a layer off. Chu Heng smiled. The stone-cutting master received the stone, placed it on the machine. Fan Yunlin shook her head, saying, It's just 30 yuan. Even if it's a loss, it's not painful. All eyes were fixed on it. When that dark and ugly stone touched the cutting machine, a white color was revealed. Ha ha. It turned out to be just a stone. Quartz. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The old boss chuckled. Hey, for 30 yuan, I could have bought a few bottles of beer instead. But the next moment, suddenly someone exclaimed, It turned green. Huh? The old boss took a closer look, and his face changed instantly. The onlookers were instantly shocked. Almost everyone's face turned at the sight. Ch*T. It really turned green. The cutting machine revealed a pure green color just an inch into the original stone, and it extended along with the blade, from beginning to end. All green. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of material can turn green. What a joke. The stone cutter took the sliced stone down and couldn't help but show surprise. At the cut, the deep green turned lighter, with a clear and transparent texture, and shapes resembling cotton floating inside. Cloudy green, with a soft texture, the finest variety. The stone cutter, who had seen many materials, could easily discern the quality. It was a high-quality piece. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in even more astonishment. Wow, it's really cloudy green soft variety. This is a high-value fine piece worth tens of thousands. Buying it for 30 yuan and getting something worth tens of thousands. The old boss must be spitting blood. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. The old boss was completely dumbfounded. This kind of stone can reveal such a green color, and it's top-quality soft variety. This kid must be exceptionally lucky. The old boss's face became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten Ch*T. Fan Yunlin was puzzled, not knowing if Chu Heng was just lucky or truly understood the trade. There was a mysterious aura around Chu Heng. Wang Bingbing was very excited and hugged Chu Heng, saying, Wow, Heng Hen, you're amazing. To think this could come out of it. I feel like I've hit the jackpot. Many people in the crowd looked at Chu Heng with envy. This young man is really lucky. Buying a jade worth tens of thousands for 30 yuan. What a lucky dog. Yin Laos excitedly said, Congratulations, little brother. Opening with a big win. Your luck is sure to be great today. The stone cutter gave the original stone back to Chu Heng as Yin Laos came over, admiring the beautiful original stone, and exclaimed, Although it has inclusions, this kind of inclusion looks quite nice. If it's made into a pair of bracelets, it could easily fetch at least 100,000. Chu Heng smirked and said, bracelets sound good too. I'll take them back as a gift. Need a pair anyway. At this moment, the old boss sarcastically said, did you just have a stroke of good luck? What's there to be proud of? Young man, luck will eventually run out one day. Oh, is it? But when I was a child, a blind fortune-telling master told me that the luck I would never lack in this lifetime. Maybe the next piece of material will also have the same good luck, Chu Heng said calmly. The old boss snorted coldly and said, if the next piece of material can open up a sticky seed or ice seed, not only will I not take your money, but I will also give you an extra 500,000. If you can't open it, no matter which piece you open, it will be worth 500,000. Do you dare to bet with me? As soon as the old boss said this, there was an uproar on the scene. Damn. To bet 500,000. What a bold bet. It seems the old boss is serious. Hey. I think it's better not to bet. The risk is too high. It's enough to earn a piece of Yunluo sticky seed. Yes. There is no such thing as having dog luck twice in this world. Give it up. Fun Yunlin also advised. Chu Hen, don't bet with him. The risk is too high. If you lose, that's 500,000. Yin Laozhen on the side was a little nervous and hurriedly said, yes. Little brother, let's just earn a piece. The old man's plate has been tampered with, and it's not certain that he can produce good goods again. He had just suffered a loss with the old boss and already had a shadow in his heart. Wang Bingbing smiled indifferently. Heng Hen, if you want to continue opening raw stones, I support you. It's just 500,000. If you lose, I'll help you pay. I still have a small treasury. Fun Yunlin immediately had 3 black lines on her forehead, who encouraged her boyfriend to take risks like this. But I have to admit that Iceberg is indeed a super rich woman. The old boss thought that Chu Heng would back down on the spot, so he tried to provoke him. Young man, if you're scared, just forget it. Sometimes it's no big deal to be afraid. Ha ha. Just like a asterisk can stretch and shrink. This remark caused everyone to chuckle. Chu Heng smiled slightly. Who says I'm scared? I'll bet. You'll see if you regret it later. Ha ha. Will I regret it? What a joke. I've been in this business for over a decade, and I have no regrets. I suggest you think about whether to swipe your card or transfer 500,000 first. The old boss sneered. Chu Heng remained calm, looking confident. He walked to the middle of the stall, not choosing the pile on the right this time, but selecting the area in the middle, where the quality was obviously better and the raw stones were larger. The price of raw stones in this area ranged from 1,000 to tens of thousands, with some the size of basketballs. The better the appearance of the skin, the higher the price. Chu Heng took his time, carefully selecting, his eyes sparkling. The crowd watched Chu Heng's movements closely, eager to see which raw stone he would choose. Yin Laozhen provided some suggestions on the side. After looking at 7 or 8 pieces of raw stones, he pointed to an oval-shaped raw stone and said, little brother, I think this one is go. Full shape, black skin with green shadows, few cracks, it seems like there's a green dragon inside. There must be goods inside this one. Upon hearing this, the old boss smirked. Have you made your choice? You only have one chance. Once you've chosen, you can't change it. The old boss seemed confident. Everyone looked at Chu Heng, waiting to see if he would choose the raw stone that looked like it would yield good goods. However, Chu Heng shook his head and said, although there's a green dragon, it's just a fake dragon floating on the surface, while the inside is empty. There's no green. Yin Laozhen was stunned and asked in surprise, oh, little brother, are you so sure? Chu Heng nodded, then turned and scanned the other raw stones. Suddenly, he saw a raw stone with white skin and a faint yellow band. His eyes lit up. I choose this one. Chu Heng walked into the stall, moved the somewhat flat white-skinned raw stone out and placed it in the middle. The crowd was stunned. Is he really choosing this one? White skin doesn't produce good goods. Doesn't this young man know? White skin is not easy to turn green. Change it quickly. Yad. Change to another one. Yin Laozhen thought Chu Heng didn't understand the meaning of white skin and said, in a hurry, white skin won't turn green. If there was any green, we would have seen it. Little brother, don't be fooled by the yellow shadow on the white skin. A yellow shadow on white skin won't produce green. Change it. At this point, the old boss quickly intervened. Hey, what's going on? Once you've chosen, you can't change. Don't break the rules of this trade. Stick to this one, no changing. He then turned to Chu Heng, looking smug, and sneered. Young man, you're really too young. Ha ha. Choosing a white-skinned stone with a bit of yellow, how absurd. Let me tell you, yellow shadows have cracks. That's yellow seepage from the soil. The crowd realized this after hearing the old boss speak, realizing that the raw stone was being set up to deceive people. The old boss is really good at doing business. Someone sarcastically said, how can that be? The old boss seemed to ignore it, thinking, who in this trade has a conscience? Isn't it all about making money by tricking people? Who dare to say otherwise? Making money is the way to go. The old boss said to his two assistants, go, move that stone, and get it cut. The two assistants moved the raw stone in front of the stone cutter. The stone cutter looked at Chu Heng and asked, young man, how do you want it cut? Just cut it from the middle. Chu Heng replied calmly, showing no signs of nervousness, okay, then I'll start cutting the stone. The stone cutter agreed and lifted the stone onto the machine. Seeing that Chu Heng remained calm, the old boss scoffed, kid, keep pretending. When it's time to pay up, you'll cry. Feng Yunlin asked in a low voice, Chu Heng, do you really understand raw stones? Just a little bit, Chu Heng modestly replied. Just a little bit and you dare to bet so big? Really? Feng Yunlin couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't know where Chu Heng's confidence came from. Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's arm and sweetly said, it's okay, Yunlin, it's just 500,000 if worst comes to worst. I see you're a rich woman, looking to support Chu Heng even before getting married. Feng Yunlin teased, it's not like that. Wang Bingbing blushed. As the two were talking, the sound of the machine operating over there resumed, immediately attracting the attention of everyone. All eyes were now focused on the raw stone being cut open. This was something worth 500,000. It was a high-stakes gamble. More onlookers gathered as they learned about the situation, crowding around the stall to the point of being 3 layers deep inside and out. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the moment when the raw stone would be cut open. The old boss stood with one hand on his head, sipping tea, looking like victory was in his grasp. Heh, kid, you've lost this one. Everyone saw the stone cutter push the raw stone forward and the rapidly spinning, sharp blade cut down the middle of the stone. Hissing sounds followed. As soon as it was cut, it revealed all white and no green. Heh, kid, you've lost. The old boss beamed with joy, giving Chu Heng a fierce look. However, Chu Heng simply smiled calmly. Is that so? Take another look at it. Ha. The old boss turned to look again, but a glaring green color appeared before his eyes. The scene erupted in a storm of excitement. Damn. It turned green. White skin turned green. This is insane. White skin can even turn green. The onlookers were shocked at this moment, completely overturning their perceptions. Meanwhile, the old boss stared wide-eyed, almost popping his eyes out. No, this can't be. How is this possible? He murmured in disbelief. As the green color extended, his face instantly turned white. When the stone cutter completely opened the raw stone, revealing the full green surface inside, he was astonished. Oh my god. Ice. Ice seed. It's pure ice. The scene erupted in excitement, causing a commotion. The onlookers couldn't help but push forward eagerly, wanting to catch a glimpse of the ice jade. Oh my goodness. It's really pure ice. Such a large piece of pure ice. What a marvel. Oh my goodness. This young man is extraordinary. Amazing. He identified the pure green ice in the white jade. How did he do it? That yellow shadow is not a fake dragon. It's actually a real dragon. He guessed right by this young man. The crowd was buzzing with voices of amazement and wonder. Meanwhile, the senior boss stood there dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. No, it can't be. He mumbled in disbelief. Feng Yunlin was also taken aback. She covered her mouth in astonishment, looking at Chu Heng in disbelief. He really won the bet. Maybe luck played a part the first time, but to produce an even better quality piece the second time, that's definitely not just luck. Who would have thought that Chu Heng is a master at gambling on stones? This young man is becoming more and more inscrutable, never knowing what tricks he's hiding. Wow, Heng is amazing. Wang Bingbing excitedly hugged Chu Heng like a child. Chu Heng patted her head and said with a smile, of course, look at whose man I am. How can I embarrass you? Wang Bingbing blushed and teased, always so unserious tilde ha ha ha. Congratulations. Congratulations, little brother. You're going to strike it rich this time. This large piece of pure green ice jade is worth at least tens of millions. Being able to produce dozens of pairs of ice jade bracelets is no problem at all. Yan Laozi exclaimed excitedly. Just this one piece of raw stone could make the senior boss lose his pants. A raw stone worth millions. Given to him for free. No. Wait. The senior boss still owes me 10,000. Ha ha. Yan Laozi vented out a big breath of frustration, feeling very relieved. He glanced at the senior boss and said with a grin, Senior boss, we made a bet, and this young man produced pure ice. Get ready to pay up 500,000. You, the senior boss, upon hearing this, thought about how he lost the raw stone worth millions and now had to pay back an additional 500,000, which made him furious. Chu Heng smiled and said, Thank you for the generous gift, senior boss. The crowd burst into laughter. The senior boss really suffered a huge loss today. The senior boss was trembling with anger, unable to speak. Suddenly, puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning completely pale. Boss. Two assistants quickly rushed to support him. The onlookers were stunned, never expecting the senior boss to actually vomit blood. But no matter who it happened to, it would be a disastrous situation. So tragic. Chu Heng chuckled and said, Hey, let's not rush to the hospital. Settle the money first. The senior boss was nearly about to collapse. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. He couldn't believe this outcome. No matter what, he wouldn't have made the bet if he knew it would end this way. But there's no going back once a decision is made. Unexpectedly, this young man turned out to be a master. He hit a roadblock today. Thinking about this, his eyes watered, almost on the verge of crying. Please, transfer the 500,000. I don't have a card machine, Chu Heng said, taking out his phone. With a mournful face, the senior boss transferred the 500,000. After all, with so many people watching, he still had to save face and continue in this circle. The money had to be paid. When the transfer went through, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. It was heartbreaking. The staff quickly packed the materials into a box and brought it to Chu Heng. Chu Heng effortlessly lifted the box with one hand, causing a stir among the onlookers. What strength! Fun Yunlin was also surprised. This box with the materials must weigh at least over 100 pounds. It's easier for two people to carry, but Chu Heng lifted it with one hand, looking unfazed and relaxed. That's impressive. Chu Heng smiled and said, Let's go. Taking the two women, they left. The young man was impressive. The crowd voluntarily made way for Chu Heng, giving him thumbs up. Today's high-stakes gamble would surely become a legendary and memorable tale within the community. Just as Chu Heng and the others were leaving the Jade area, a voice called out from behind them. Chu Heng turned around to see Yan Laozi. Is there something else, Mr. Yan? Yan Laozi scratched his head and said, I came here specifically to thank you. Little brother, if it weren't for you, I would have lost a lot today. If you have the time, I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Chu Heng squinted his eyes, assessing his expression, and smiled. Let's skip the meal. You probably have other intentions, right? Just say it. Yan Laozi was taken aback by how insightful and sharp this young man was. Hey. Little brother, you obtained 2 raw stones today. I'm in the finished product business and hope to cooperate with you. I'll handle the sales of the finished products without taking a dime. How does that sound to you? Seeing through him, Chu Heng understood that Yan Laozi wanted to leverage the high-quality material for reputation. Let's discuss it later, Chu Heng replied, not rushing to make a decision. Creating interest and anticipation is also a business skill. Yan Laozi scratched his head, feeling awkward, and said, All right, this is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime. Little brother, by the way, how should I address you? Yan Laozi handed over his card. Chu Heng received the card. Odd. Brother Chu, consider this offer. Please, Yan Laozi said with a smile. I will consider it. I have to go now, Chu Heng said, leaving with the 2 women. After leaving the shopping mall, Chu Heng arranged for the materials to be transported and then took the 2 women to continue shopping nearby. As the sun set and evening approached, Wang Bingbing's stomach growled, and she shook Chu Heng's arm, saying, Heng, let's find a place to eat. Sure. Chu Heng agreed. Since Lania is treating, feel free to pick a place, whether it's a 3-star Michelin restaurant or something else. Fun Yunlin interjected, alright, you two just treat me like the host. But I don't have a big budget, so let's eat nearby. Yes, let's go eat. Wang Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. She picked it up, took a look, and hushed. It's my mom calling. Wang Bingbing walked to the side to answer the phone. Hello, Mom. What's up, Dingbing? Come back to have a meal when you have time. Mom misses you. Liu Ningxian's gentle voice came from the phone. Wang Bingbing suddenly felt something was wrong when her mother insisted she come back if there wasn't anything urgent. Okay, Mom. I'll come back in a few days. I have some things to do at school. Wang Bingbing replied. Oh. Okay. How about coming back on the weekend then? Liu Ningxian suggested. Wang Bingbing asked in confusion. Mom, is there something going on? Oh. No. It's just your dad asking a junior colleague to have dinner. He wants you to come back and meet them. Liu Ningxian responded helplessly. What? Even you guys want to set me up with someone? In that case, I definitely won't go back. Wang Bingbing immediately hung up the phone. Humph. Trying to trick me into a blind date by going back. I'm not going. On the other end of the phone, Liu Ningxian listened to the dial tone with a bewildered expression. Hey. Honey. How did it go? What did Bingbing say? Wang Xiangran anxiously asked. Liu Ningxian sighed and said, You still don't understand your daughter. She's so smart and clever. She figured it out right away. She knew you wanted to introduce her to someone. She immediately refused. Wang Xiangran was also helpless, but he quickly shifted the blame. It must be that I mentioned it too much, making her resentful. I think we'd better not meddle in this matter anymore. Let Zigelyi meet her another time in the future. Liu Ningxian smiled. Okay, I mainly think that Zigelyi's child is not bad, with a good family background and personality. I also want our daughter to get to know him first. Whether she likes him or not is another matter. Wang Xiangran shook his head. He doesn't want our daughter to get married so soon. Our daughter is our precious one. Every time I dream that she's getting married, it breaks my heart. If one day Wang Bingbing gets married, I'm sure I'll cry. All right, just let nature take its course. Liu Ningxian waved her hand. At this moment, they heard voices coming from the lobby. They turned around and saw Wang Anfu coming back. Dad, you're back. Why are you so late today? Wang Xiangran got up to greet him. Wang Anfu looked a bit tired. He sat down on the sofa and said, It's nothing, just busy with work lately. The new company is on track. Need to keep a close eye on it. Wang Xiangran quickly poured tea and handed it over. Dad, your second venture is to heart. Our family doesn't lack this money now. No need to tire yourself out. Do you think I'm old? Wang Anfu frowned. Oh. No. I mean, you can take it easy. Work can never be finished. Wang Xiangran hurriedly explained. This is a serious matter. Without a tight grip, it won't work. This time you'll have to put out some money. Wang Anfu said seriously. Dad, how much do you need? Wang Xiangran smiled. As long as it makes you happy. Spending a few billion is no big deal. This time we need at least 5 billion. Wang Anfu said, after some thought. What? 5 billion? Wang Xiangran was surprised. This amount was not much for the Wang family, but it was still a large sum. Not a few billion, but 5 billion. Dad, what kind of business do you want to do? Is it safe? Wang Xiangran asked. Wang Anfu smiled mysteriously. This time, I'm going to do a big business, private equity fund. In this private equity fund, I will invest 5 billion. I need to raise a total of 10 billion, and also set up another fund that I fully own. My new company will invest 5 billion. Wang Xiangran was taken aback. Private equity fund? Dad, you're going into finance? This is not an easy field. It's not easy, but this time I'm confident. Wang Anfu said confidently. Just transfer the funds to me. Don't ask about anything else yet. I'll inform you when it's done. Faced with his strong father, Wang Xiangran could only smile helplessly. 5 billion is 5 billion. The Wang family can afford it. All right, I'll have someone transfer it to you later. Wang Xiangran nodded. Okay. I'll go rest now. By the way, where's Yazu? Wang Anfu got up and asked. Wang Xiangran pointed upstairs. As soon as Yazu came back, he said he was going upstairs to do his homework. The child is quite diligent recently. Haha, Wang Anfu said with relief. Liu Ningxian walked over, smiling. Yazu seems to have changed recently, suddenly turning into a different person, and saying he will pass all subjects in this final exam. Is that so? That's great. The child is growing up and showing initiative. That's a good thing. Well, I'll take a rest for a while. Wang Anfu smiled and walked upstairs. After a while, Liu Ningxiang thought for a moment and said, I'll go check on our son, see if he's really studying. She brought a fruit tray upstairs and knocked on Wang Yaozu's door. Son, have some fruit, take a break. After a while, the door opened. Wang Yaozu looked tired, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. Son, what's wrong? Liu Ningxiang asked in astonishment. Mom, I was just doing math problems. Wang Yaozu looked a bit dazed, his hands grabbing his hair, as if trying to focus himself. Concerned about his strange behavior, Liu Ningxiang suggested, Son, take a rest, don't overwork yourself. Here, I brought you some fruit. As she walked into the room, she saw a messy desk with piles of notes and calculations. Wow, my son is really studying. She was surprised and a bit relieved. Why did you buy so many exercise books? She flipped through them and was shocked. These are 3 years' worth of simulated college entrance exams. Son, this is too much. Wang Yaozu seemed a bit dazed, and upon hearing her words, he snapped out of it and said with a bitter smile, This is a mission. I have to complete it because these are all gifts from Big Brother Chu. It's also a mission set by Big Brother Chu. A full 3 years' worth of simulated college entrance exams, and I have to complete it before the end of the semester. And the exams must pass. It's not just him. Several other guys caught a set, which made him feel a bit bounced. Mission, son, take it easy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Liu Ningxiang felt sorry for him. Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll complete it soon. There are only 18 books left to finish, Wang Yaozu said firmly. Liu Ningxiang said, Son, are you going crazy? Son, don't scare me like that. Have you experienced a heartbreak? What hit you? Liu Ningxiang asked with concern. Heartbreak? No. Mom, I just want to work hard and get good grades, Wang Yaozu said seriously. Huh? Liu Ningxiang grabbed Wang Yaozu's shoulder, examined him carefully, and patted his head. No fever, son. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Liu Ningxiang exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yaozu, was I that bad before? Ow. Okay. Maybe a little bad. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. You should go out first, I need to continue studying, Wang Yaozu was saying when he nearly slipped up. What boss? Liu Ningxiang asked in confusion. Ahem, nothing. Mom, I need to continue studying. Wang Yaozu hurriedly pushed Liu Ningxiang out. All right, take care of yourself and rest, okay, Liu Ningxiang said as she walked out. Okay. Got it. Wang Yaozu immediately closed the door. Liu Ningxiang shook her head, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart, seeing that her son had grown up and become sensible. This is a good thing. On the other hand, Feng Yunlin treated to a meal and bid farewell to Wang Bingbing. Dingbing. I have plans tomorrow. I'll come see you when I have time. Feng Yunlin smiled. Wang Bingbing was surprised. Yunlin sister, are you staying in Shenzhen for a while? Yes, I applied to stay in Shenzhen for a while to do a very important job. Feng Yunlin nodded. She stayed to find a handsome guy. It's crucial to get to know this skilled hacker properly. Without that knowledge, or under department supervision, it's hard to feel at ease. It's best to find the handsome guy and turn him from a black hat to a white hat, assisting with cybersecurity work. Wouldn't that be great? Great. Let's plan for another day then. Wang Bingbing held her hand and smiled. Okay. Feng Yunlin patted her head. She turned to look at Chu Heng and said, You have a good eye. You've found a great boyfriend. I'm really happy for you. Throughout the day, she noticed many bright points on Chu Heng, knowing he was an outstanding young man. Hey, meeting Heng Hen is probably a culmination of all my luck. Wang Bingbing's face was full of happiness. All right, enough of your flirting. I should go back. Goodbye. Feng Yunlin smiled, then bid farewell to the two. After Feng Yunlin left, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing returned to the school dormitory together. Chu Heng entered the dormitory and found that the three stooges were not there. Where did these three go on such a late night? Just as he was wondering, his phone rang. It was a call from his mother, Ho Zuking. Hello Mom, what's up, son? Are you guys coming back tonight? Mom bought ingredients for soup for you. Nourishing soup. Chu Heng. Mom, I won't come back tonight. No need for the soup. Chu Heng chuckled. That's fine too. You and Bingbing have a good date. Don't worry about us. Your father and I are here for fun. Your dad wants to visit various attractions tomorrow. Okay, you guys have fun. Call me if needed, Chu Heng said. All right. After hanging up the phone, the three stooges returned from outside. Oh, Chu Bro is back, Fatty cheered. Chu Heng glanced at them and asked, where did you three go at this late hour? Hey, we just went to the internet cafe with Fries to keep him company. He wanted to play games, Liu Dashwan said helplessly. After playing games for 2 days in a row, we were almost sick of it. But as brothers, we couldn't see Fries being trapped in a rut, so we had to accompany him to the end. Chu Heng smiled and said, all right, you guys have worked hard the past 2 days. Tomorrow I'll treat you to supper. As the saying goes, there's nothing that can't be resolved over a meal. If there is, then to meals. Barbecue with beer makes everything better. Hearing that Chu Heng was treating, the three stooges were suddenly excited. Chu Bro is awesome. Thanks. Chu Bro, I've thought it over these past 2 days. Love is nothing. I want to focus on studying. I love studying. Fries patted his shoulder. As long as you come out of it, it's good. Tomorrow's supper will be a celebration for that. Liu Dashwan asked excitedly. Chu Bro, where are we going to eat tomorrow? Should we go to Guanwei Tower? I heard this place has been really popular lately. The food is exceptionally good. Yes, I heard from my friend that the dishes and barbecue there are especially delicious, top-notch taste. I want to try it too. Fatty licked his lips. Okay. Let's go there for supper tomorrow. Chu Heng laughed. Chu Bro is the best. Chu Bro is the best thigh. Fatty cheered. His phone vibrated. A message came in. And when Chu Heng checked, it was from Wang Yaozu. Wang Yaozu. Boss, I've finished 5 already. Only 18 more to go. Crying face. Chu Heng. So fast, no cheating, right? Wang Yaozu. Boss, I promised you. I will write honestly and won't cheat. Serious face. Chu Heng. All right, that's good. Worth encouraging. I'll come to check another day. Wang Yaozu. Boss, can I take a break? Crying Chu Heng thought about it. All right, write 3 more books then take a day off. Wang Yaozu. Chu Heng. Any objections? Wang Yaozu. No objections. I will, without fail, obey the boss's orders. The next evening, Chu Heng and his dorm mate set off to Guanwei Tower. Chu Bro, aren't the ladies coming out? Fatty asked, mainly wanting to see Lu Man. Ding Ding and the others have to catch up on some designs tonight, so they won't be coming out. Chu Heng said, you're not trying to see Lu Man, are you? Chu Heng saw through his intentions with just one glance. Fatty blushed, scratched his head, and said, hey, hey. Nothing escapes Chu Bro's sharp eyes. If you're more proactive, you might have a chance, so good luck. Chu Heng patted his shoulder. All right, let's go. To the late night snack. The 4 of them headed to the food street and soon arrived at Guanwei Tower. The area in front of the shop was filled with tables, many of them, and the place was bustling with people. No empty seats, and quite a few people were in line. Oh my! This late-night snack joint is too popular, Fries exclaimed. Of course, it's even more bustling at night than during the day. Guanwei Tower specializes in late-night barbecue. It's only the great taste that can bring in this crowd. Liu Dashwan marveled. Let's quickly get in line, Fatty excitedly suggested. No need. I'm a VIP. Follow me. Chu Heng smiled. The group headed to the shop's entrance, when suddenly a group of people beside them pushed over and knocked down the weak Fries. F*******. A blonde foreigner cursed. At that moment, one of the greasers beside the foreigner scolded. Do you not have eyes? You hit someone, don't you know? The greaser then turned to the foreigner with a smile. Oh, Mr. Mike, are you all right? The foreigner named Mike muttered. Damn it, they've dirtied my clothes. Then left in frustration. The greasy-haired young man nodded and followed, saying, some people are just born without eyes. Mr. Mike, please forgive them. The group then left, with the chubby guy pulling up the bespectacled guy, muttering resentfully, what's so great about foreigners? Chu Heng, with a slightly solemn face, was about to go after them to talk, but was stopped by the bespectacled guy. Chu Jade, forget it. I'm fine. No need to get angry. It'll ruin our mood. Hearing this, Chu Heng shook his head, smiled, and said, all right, let's just consider it bad luck. Relaxing, the bespectacled guy was relieved as he didn't want to escalate any conflicts over a tiny matter. Jade, you're a VVIP. Go find a seat first, or we might have to line out. The bespectacled guy chuckled. Heng nodded and led his 3 companions inside to find the lobby manager. The manager had arranged a spot upstairs, but the trio preferred outdoor barbecue at night and wanted to sit outside. The lobby manager promptly removed the reception table from the front entrance, bringing out 2 large tables. After everything was set, the manager respectfully said, "Mr. Chu, your table is ready." The chubby guy, seeing the seating arrangement with 2 large tables put together, was amazed. "My goodness, Jade, you have a really impressive face. This spot is big enough for more than 10 people." The 4 of them sat down, feeling luxurious with the spacious arrangement. Seeing the 4 latecomers seated in such a large space, some queuing customers complained to the staff, "How come those who arrived later are seated first? And in such a large space?" The staff, with a friendly smile, explained, "Because they are VVIP customers of our restaurant." "Huh, you have a VIP system here? I didn't know that. Just recharge to become a VIP, right? Tell me. How much? I'll do it right away. I won't queue if I have VIP access," a young man boldly proclaimed. The staff clarified that VIP status is by company request only, with an entry threshold of 2 million. Despite the gesture to assist in registration, the young man quickly gave up on his impulsive suggestion. This embarrassed reaction of the young man was met with disdain from onlookers, and he awkwardly realized the limits of his audacity. The scene shifted outside, where 4 elderly men approached. "Brother Chiajin, the restaurant is just ahead. It's been very popular recently, mainly because the food is really good. I tried it once last time. I've been eating night snacks for so many years, and this is the best place I've been to." The man named Hwabin led the way. Laughing, Brother Chiajin remarked, "Is it really that good? You've been praising it all the way. If it doesn't live up to it, we'll hold you accountable." Hwabin quickly assured them, "Brother Chiajin, trust me, you know my life has been better these years, and my taste buds have become picky. Ordinary food doesn't appeal to me." Intrigued by Hwabin's confidence, Brother Chiajin expressed his interest in trying the place. Arriving at the entrance of Guangwei Tower, they saw a crowded scene with tables and chairs filling up the sidewalk. It was packed with customers, and many were waiting in line. My heavens! The crowd today is enormous. Hwabin was also surprised by the situation. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecued food. An elderly man sighed. Brother Chiajin caught a whiff of the rich fragrance and observed the long queue, realizing the food must be worth the wait. "Let's line up. With this many people, who knows how long we'll wait?" Brother Chiajin suggested. The 4 men began to place their orders, but before doing so, Brother Chiajin asked the server, "Excuse me, how many tables are ahead? And how long is the wait?" The server, checking the computer, reported, "Customer, there are 35 tables ahead, so it might be around 2.5 hours. Shocked by this wait time, one of the elderly men exclaimed, 2.5 hours? It's already late at night." Brother Chiajin contemplated the situation, saying, "Do we still want to eat then?" Considering the long wait, the group faced a dilemma. Realizing the situation, Hwabin joked, "Sorry, everyone. I didn't expect it to be this crowded. If I knew, I would have made a reservation. How about I treat you all to a meal at another place?" Brother Chiajin waved his hand, indifferent, and said, "We're brothers, no need for such talk. I love barbecue, and this place suits me. Let's eat here." As he looked around, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure at the entrance. "Hey, I know someone. Let's go." Enticed by Brother Chiajin's excitement, the others followed him. At that moment, Heng and his 3 friends were enjoying drinks and barbecue. Suddenly, a hearty voice called out, "Chu buddy, what a coincidence." Heng turned to see the person and felt a hint of surprise in his expression. "Oh, Brother Liu." Heng didn't expect to meet him here, as he was the old man who had helped catch a thief with him last time, creating a bond between them. "Ha ha, it seems like we have a destined bond, Brother Liu." Heng was pleasantly surprised. Hwabin approached with curiosity and asked, "Brother Chiajin, who's this young man? Do you know each other?" Introducing Heng, Brother Chiajin said, "Yes, we do. This young man is Heng, the brave and skilled guy who helped me catch a thief last time." Impressed, Hwabin praised Heng for his actions. Heng stood up humbly, saying, "Oh, Brother Liu, you're too kind. How could I let the senior treat us? Allow me to treat you all, please. Have a seat. Seniors. Delighted. Brother Chiejin put his hand on Chu Heng's shoulder and exclaimed, "Ha ha. Chu buddy is a good man. I trust this young man. Heh. Brothers, please have a seat and order whatever you like." Chu Heng gestured. "All right, in that case, I won't be polite with you anymore. Being too polite makes us seem pretentious." Liu Chiejin chuckled straightforwardly. The four old men took their seats and introduced themselves to each other. When Liu Daiju and his group found out that these four old men had all retired from the battlefield, they raised their glasses in admiration to honor the elders. Liu Chiejin and his companions drank beer as easily as drinking water. Heh. Chatting away, the group of people with a big age difference at the table had a lively conversation, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. "Brother Chiejin, try this barbecue. It's really delicious." Huan Bin held up a skewer of roasted fatty beef, all dripping from his mouth. "Is it really that tasty? Let me try it." Liu Chiejin also picked up a skewer of fatty beef and took a bite. The tender, slightly chewy roasted beef had a rich aroma as soon as it entered his mouth. It was a flavor of soy sauce mixed with cumin and chili powder. So delicious. Upon closer inspection, one could still taste the natural sweetness and beefy flavor of the beef. Perfect, too perfect, so delicious. Liu Chiejin's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "It's delicious. This is the most delicious skewer I've ever had. It doesn't have the same one-dimensional taste as regular barbecue, but a very complex flavor. I can tell that this is high-quality beef." Liu Chiejin praised passionately, his hands not stopping as he indulged in roasted mutton, eggplant, lamb tripe, and more. Each flavor was unique. The combination of sauce and ingredients was perfect, enhancing each other. "Too delicious. Old Huan, this place has great offerings. No wonder this place is so popular. There is a reason behind it." Liu Chiejin praised. Huan Bin could only smile and say, "Heh, I knew it wouldn't disappoint Brother Chiejin. This is the most delicious late-night snack place I've been to." Liu Chiejin nodded in approval and said, "It's true. I feel the barbecue sauce they use is excellent. Each type of barbecue seems to have a corresponding type of sauce. This brush sauce barbecue method, common in Sichuan and Chongqing regions, is rare in Guangxi and Guangdong. What's more, the sauce doesn't overpower the natural flavors of the ingredients. The balance is just right. It's amazing. I wonder how they managed to do it." Liu Chiejin's analysis and comments were very accurate, showing that he was a food enthusiast. Chu Heng smiled and explained, "These barbecue sauces all have unique recipes. Each sauce contains dozens of spices with different ratios. Even a slight difference in the ratio can affect the overall taste. This restaurant can maintain consistent quality because of our fixed recipes. As long as the sauce is right, the taste will be right. Each barbecue item also has strict cooking methods such as flipping frequency and temperature. Following the process ensures there won't be much variation." Chu Heng's explanation left everyone amazed. "Ha ha, Chu bro, the way you talk, it seems like you're the owner of this place." Liu Daiju joked. Chu Heng laughed without saying anything. Liu Chiejin asked in surprise, "It sounds like Brother Chu is very knowledgeable about food as well. Are you good at cooking too?" Chu Heng modestly replied, "Just a little. Ha ha. There aren't many young people these days who can cook. This kind of young person is becoming increasingly rare. Good character, good skills, quick thinking, impeccable manners. Very good." Huan Bin interjected, "Brother Chiejin, speaking of cooking, I really love stir-fried shredded beef as a side dish to drink with." Liu Chiejin said, "I love it too. Let me ask if this restaurant serves it." He called over a waiter and inquired, "Can your restaurant make stir-fried shredded beef?" The waiter hesitated before replying, "I'm sorry, sir, but we currently don't have that dish available." Liu Chiejin expressed a hint of regret. Seeing the old man feeling disappointed, Chu Heng stood up and said, "If Brother Liu wants to eat it, I'll make it for you." "Ha, Chu bro, you can cook. That dish has a complicated process," Liu Chiejin exclaimed. "I can manage it. It's not difficult." Chu Heng replied with a smile. Liu Chiejin was grateful, saying, "I didn't expect Chu bro to cook for me just because I wanted to eat it. It's a small matter, just a little effort." Chu Heng smiled and said, "Wait for me for about 15 minutes. Chu Heng went to the kitchen and started cooking stir-fried shredded beef from scratch. Although the dish had a complex process, under Chu Heng's clean and efficient hands, it was not a problem. In just a few seconds, With swift knife skills, Chu Heng cut a carrot into uniform shreds. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The beef was also sliced, marinated, stir-fry, blanched, and just 7/10 cooked. Then it was stir-fried to extract the moisture, followed by adding the special sauce and toasted sesame seeds, reducing the sauce for a second time. Done. Chu Heng's actions were speedy, methodical, precise, and free of any unnecessary movements. He completed the entire process effortlessly. When he finished, the kitchen erupted in enthusiastic applause. The observing chefs found Chu Heng's cooking visually pleasing. Such a talented young man. Is he a master chef at the national level? The chefs marveled at Chu Heng's perfect techniques, knife skills, and control over heat. Amazing. The chefs gave Chu Heng thumbs up in astonishment and admiration. Chu Heng gave a slight smile and brought the dish out. When Chu Heng served the stir-fried shredded beef on the table, everyone was stunned. Wow, Chu bro, you really can cook. Liu Deju looked at the dish, which was a feast for the eyes, nose, and taste buds. It smells so good. The chubby man salivated. Quan Bin and Liu Qiejun, along with the other 4 old men, were also dumbfounded. My goodness, it looks better than anything we've had before, Quan Bin exclaimed. Liu Qiejun's mouth watered just from the aroma. It smells so good. Chu Heng beckoned. Don't just look, taste it and see how it is. All right, I'll go first. Liu Qiejun couldn't wait and picked up a piece to taste. The dry, fragrant beef shreds burst with a rich aroma as he bit into them. The more he chewed, the more the beef's flavor intensified, with a hint of sweetness and a touch of spiciness and numbing sensation. Everything was just perfect. This is so delicious. Liu Qiejun widened his eyes in amazement. It's incredibly tasty. The others also took a bite and were equally impressed, all captivated by Chu Heng's skill. A large plate of stir-fried shredded beef was devoured within minutes. Not even a strand of carrot was left. Chu Heng chuckled and said, "We agreed it was a dish to accompany drinks, but the dish got devoured before a sip of alcohol was taken." Liu Qiejun wiped his greasy mouth contentedly, saying, "Chu bro, your skills are truly excellent. This dish you made is the best dish I've ever eaten in my life. I mean it." Liu Qiejun gave extremely high praise. "Brother Liu, you flatter me." Chu Heng modestly smiled. Liu Qiejun looked at Chu Heng, his eyes filled with gratification. Such a good young man was already hard to come by. He was so outstanding. If only we were related, then I could eat such delicious food more often, Liu Qiejun thought to himself. Suddenly, he asked Chu Heng, "Chu bro is also studying at Deep City University, right? Why don't I introduce you to my granddaughter? Would you two like to get to know each other?" "Granddaughter, forget it. Thanks for the kind thought, Brother Liu, but I already have a girlfriend." Chu Heng smiled and refused. "Oh, that's a pity. There aren't many outstanding young men like you around." Brother Liu expressed slight regret. "It seems there's no fate for us to become relatives. I won't be able to enjoy such delicious food with you often in the future." "Brother Liu is too kind." Chu Heng laughed. Quan Bin chuckled on the side. "Brother Qiejun, are you in such a hurry to marry off your granddaughter? My nephews and nieces at home are lining up waiting for it." Go. Stay on your side, old Huang. Which one of your juniors can make it big?" Brother Liu teased. It seems I don't have the luck to become in-laws with you." Wang Bin shook his head. The two looked at each other and clinked glasses. After Brother Liu finished a glass, he turned to Chu Heng and offered a toast. "Come, Brother Chu, have fun today. Drink up." Brother Liu. Chu Heng smiled and agreed. The two also clinked glasses and finished the drink. The 8 people at the table enjoyed themselves, toasting and exchanging cups. After drinking beer and feeling unsatisfied, they ordered 2 bottles of Fashion Mayo Talia and switched to white spirits. The one with the weakest alcohol tolerance, Fatso, was red-faced and already quite drunk. Drinking is fun when you've had enough, but being too drunk, Fatso started skewering meat on the side. After a while, Sion also joined him with Chu Heng and Liu Dashwang still holding up well, drinking and starting to play dice games with Brother Liu. The two of them enjoyed drinking and guessing codes. Time passed quickly, and soon it was past 1 in the morning. Other shops on the food street had gradually closed, but Guanwei restaurant's door was still bustling with activity. Liu Dashwan also started to feel a bit overwhelmed by this point, repeatedly waving his hand. Chu Heng felt fine, not feeling very drunk, as his constitution seemed to have strengthened, making him not easily drunk after 1,000 cups. The group realized it was late and decided to call it a night, continuing to chat and skewer meat. Liu Qiejin liked to talk about their time on the battlefield, which got Fatso and the others feeling excited and full of admiration, especially when remembering the comrades left in the icy wilderness, leaving Liu Qiejin somewhat melancholic. "Brother Liu, I salute you," Chu Heng said solemnly, raising his glass and drinking alone. After another two drinks, Chu Heng got up to use the restroom. Just as he came out of the restroom, a clear female voice sounded from behind. "Ha, is that Chu Heng?" Chu Heng turned around and saw two stylish and pretty girls behind him. "Is that Chu Heng?" One of them, wearing a sexy miniskirt and light blonde hair, asked again, uncertainly. She was assessing Chu Heng, who was also looking at her, feeling that this girl in front of him looked familiar. "Oh, are you Yun Mengli?" A person flashed in Chu Heng's mind. That was his high school classmate Yun Mengli. "Ahaha. Old classmate, we haven't seen each other in half a year, and you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you." Yun Mengli brushed her hair and exclaimed in surprise. Chu Heng smiled faintly. He was a nobody in the class back in high school, and even in this life, he wasn't close to his classmates, especially someone like Yun Mengli, who many guys were interested in. Therefore, Chu Heng's interaction with her was limited, barely exchanging a few words in a whole semester. "You've also changed, becoming beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you too," Chu Heng complimented. Yun Mengli was not bad looking, but her makeup was a bit heavy, creating a difference in skin color between her face and neck. Plus, her outfit looked a bit too trendy and slightly tacky. There was quite a gap in temperament compared to Wang Bingbing. Yun Mengli giggled, saying, "Ha ha, why weren't you this good at talking before? Thanks for the compliment." She scrutinized Chu Heng carefully and found him more attractive. "You're quite handsome." The other girl next to her in trendy clothes asked curiously, "Who is this handsome guy?" She looked Chu Heng up and down, realizing that though he looked handsome, his dressing was average, losing interest. "Tauntaun, this is my high school classmate, Chu Heng," Yun Mengli introduced. "Chu Heng, she is my roommate, Wu Tong." Chu Heng nodded flatly, showing no intention of getting acquainted. Wu Tong sensed Chu Heng's cold response and felt a bit dissatisfied, then pulled Yun Menli's arm, saying, "Come on, let's go. They are waiting for us." Yun Mengli also didn't care about Chu Heng's reaction, pulled by Wu Tong. "Hey, wait a moment. Chu Heng, do you study nearby? Which school did you enroll in?" Yun Mengli smiled, with a hint of seductiveness in her expression. Chu Heng responded with a smile, "I'm at Shenzhen University, nearby. I'm at the Economics and Finance University next door. If you have time, let's meet up again. I'm out with friends now." Yun Mengli naturally pulled out her phone, thinking that Chu Heng would offer to stay in touch. However, to her surprise, Chu Heng simply nodded and said, "Sure, let's meet again. I have friends waiting for me too. Bye." With that, Chu Heng left without looking back, leaving the two somewhat stunned. Yun Mengli was a bit blank, having taken out her phone, thinking, did this guy not realize it? Does he not want my contact info? "Tauntaun, it seems your old classmate is quite arrogant," Wu Tong said sarcastically. Yun Mengli looked at Chu Heng's retreating back and said with a smile, "Is it? Perhaps it's been too long since we last met." Wu Tong noticed Yun Mengli's fixed gaze on Chu Heng, taunting, "Little Le, are you interested in your old classmate?" Yun Mengli raised a charming smile and said, "You're right, I am interested. He looks quite handsome." The moment Yun Mengli saw Chu Heng, he exuded a certain elegance and attractively mature appearance that caught her attention. He wasn't conventionally handsome at first sight, but the more she looked, the more appealing he seemed, which sparked some intrigue in Yun Mengli. "Oh, our handsome hunter has found a new target again. Our finance university has no shortage of good-looking guys. Why chase after him? Besides, he seems a bit cold. It won't be easy to win him over. Moreover, his dressing is just average compared to those chasing after you. However, he could be a good backup option." With her arms crossed, Wu Tong expressed a hint of disdain. Yun Mengli brushed her light blonde curls and smiled charmingly. "I have a man in mind who I can't pursue." Yun Mengli and Wu Tong returned to their seats, joining their classmates for dinner. Apart from them, there were also male and female students present. "Hey, Mengli is back. Come, let's continue drinking." An enthusiastic young man with a fair complexion raised his glass to invite her. Yun Mengli smiled charmingly and raised her glass in response. "Hey, Mengli, it's getting late. Let me drive you guys back later. Another young man squinted at Yun Mengli. Ha ha, you're such a good person, ha. Are you trying to get Mengli's attention? Wutong teased from the side. The fair-complexioned young man was unhappy. Bro, if anyone is going to drive, it will be me. You can line up behind. Hey. Mengli hasn't spoken yet. It's not definite who will drive. The young man objected. The two of them started arguing over Yun Mengli. Yun Mengli eased the tension and said, "You guys, relax. I'll go back with Wutong later." Upon hearing this, the two men felt like they had missed a good opportunity. After sitting for a while, Wutong checked her phone and said, "Mengli, it's getting late. Let's go back." "Sure." Yun Mengli agreed. "Hey. Mengli, so soon? Let's drink a little longer." The fair-complexioned young man insisted. "Trying to get me drunk? I won't give you the chance." Yun Mengli chuckled. Her smile made the fair-complexioned young man feel an irresistible lich. He felt that Yun Mengli always maintained a strange distance with him, like friends, but with a hint of something more. Just when he thought their relationship could progress further, Yun Mengli would seem to distance herself indifferently. So he always felt a sense of powerlessness in his attempts to grasp something that seemed within reach but then slipped away. "All right, be careful on your way back," the fair-complexioned man said, after taking a sip. "Okay. See you another day." Yun Mengli smiled. She and Wutong stood up together, about to leave, but as they walked a short distance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. "Beautiful lady, have a drink with me tonight." A blonde foreigner, flushed with alcohol, exuding a lecherous gaze, looked Yun Mengli up and down. Mengli was startled. "Sir, I don't want to drink. I need to go back." "Just one drink, don't rush back," the foreigner said, in broken Mandarin, trying to touch Yun Mengli's face with his hand. "What are you doing?" Yun Mengli pushed his hand away, looking frightened. Wutong quickly pulled her to the side. "Hey, the beautiful lady has quite a temper." The foreigner suddenly reached out and patted her on the buttocks. "Ah, scoundrel!" Yun Mengli slapped him across the face out of instinct. The foreigner, being slapped, instantly became furious. "Damn it!" he yelled and rolled up his sleeves, as if ready to strike. "Ah!" The two girls screamed. Seeing the commotion, their schoolmates ran over. "What's going on? What happened?" The fair-complexioned man asked hurriedly. He harassed me." Yun Mengli, feeling terrified, tears welling up in her eyes, looked pitiable. "What the hell?" The fair-complexioned man was enraged, rolling up his sleeves, preparing for a fight. At that moment, a greasy-haired youth with a group of foreigners came rushing over. "Oh, Mr. Mike, what happened to your face? Who hit you?" The greasy-haired youth seemed flustered, as if his father had been hit. "Damn it! This bitch dared to hit me!" Mike shouted angrily. Upon hearing he was hit, the other foreigners took off their coats, revealing muscular bodies, each towering over 6 feet, intimidating with their impressive physique. The schoolmates who had intended to help Yun Mengli suddenly turned pale, realizing they might be walking into a dangerous situation. Confronting these muscular men would be suicidal. These foreigners were too intimidating. Mike glared at the fair-complexioned man. Did you want to fight me just now?" The fair-complexioned man's face turned even paler, showing fear and hesitation. He took a few steps back, avoiding eye contact with Mike. Others also retreated, fearful. "Ha ha, bunch of cowards." Mike laughed triumphantly. Yun Mengli and Wutong were at a loss, expecting their classmates to help, but they all backed down. Even her backup plan was nowhere to be found. Feeling hopeless and angry, Yun Mengli didn't expect her backup to be so unreliable. The standoff continued, attracting the attention of other customers, who were hesitant to intervene due to the intimidating presence of the foreigners. Mike looked at Yun Mengli again, sneering. "Pretty girl, I don't want to take a slap in the face for nothing tonight. You should know what I want." Mike smirked, licking his lips. No, please." Yun Mengli, her face pale with fear, pleaded. The greasy-haired youth smirked. "Mr. Mike is a famous rugby player. It's your luck that he took an interest in you. Other women wouldn't even qualify." He praised Mike, saying, "Mr. Mike has great taste." Mike's compatriots behind him cheered him on. "Mike, you'll definitely get this woman tonight. Ha ha. Mike will be on full throttle tonight. Damn it. If you don't mind, we can join in too. Ha ha." These foreigners, intoxicated and bold, revealed their true colors. Some students couldn't bear to watch and wanted to step in, but their companions held them back, warning them to avoid trouble. Feeling isolated and helpless, Yun Mengli was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "You can't run wild here at Daxia's territory. In the territory of Daxia, you can't act wild." This cold voice immediately caught everyone's attention, and they all looked over. It was for young people and for old people, led by a tall and handsome young man, Chu Heng. Yun Dreamlay exclaimed excitedly, as if she had caught a lifeline. Chu Heng remained expressionless, staring coldly at the group of foreigners. Just noticed the commotion here, saw a group of foreigners bullying locals, and he immediately decided to come over. Regardless, on the territory of Daxia, we cannot allow these foreigners to act so brazenly. I, Chu Heng, do not allow it. Damn it, a group of foreigners dared to cause trouble on our turf. Who do they think we are? Still in the Qing dynasty? Huan Bin spat, rubbed his hands, making a squeaky sound. Even though it has been many years since he was part of the team, the hot blood in his chest has not cooled. Even though he has picked up a brush, he can still pick up a stool. Liu Qiejin smirked, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. He is someone who has survived on the cruel battlefield, crawled out of piles of dead bodies, and has killed many enemies. His intense killing intent is extremely intimidating. Heh, do they think they can bully us, the people of Daxia? Then I'll make them see what an iron fist is. Liu Qiejin clenched his fists. Even though he is older, his momentum is still fierce. Liu Dazhuang and his 3 friends had drunk a lot of alcohol. Emboldened by the alcohol, they quietly grabbed nearby plastic chairs, showing no fear. This group of foreigners has 8 people, with the leader Mike assessing Chu Hen, then looking at the 4 old men. He sneered disdainfully. "You guys want to meddle with us? A few weaklings with some old geezers. Ha ha ha." The group of foreigners burst into laughter, full of mockery. The scene became very tense, like a powder keg filled with the smell of gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment. The greased-haired young man saw the situation getting tense and worried that things might escalate. He quickly said to Chu Heng, "Kid, don't meddle. They are foreign dignitaries. If something happens, you won't be able to handle it. If you are killed, it's for nothing. Why stick your neck out?" Chu Heng chuckled lightly at the remark about foreign dignitaries. "Ha! Foreign dignitaries? Bullying the girls of Daxia? I say they are just lapdogs." The greased-haired young man was angered by Chu Heng's response. "How dare you insult me like that? Do you know who my father is?" The greased-haired young man was insulted as a lapdog and immediately got riled up. Liu Qiejin smirked, looking fearless and cocky. "I don't care who your old man is, if he raised a dog like you. He's not a good person. If he has guts, let him come find me." Liu Qiejin, "I'm up for it till the end." Liu Qiejin, "Who the hell are you, old man?" the greased-haired young man retorted. Huan Bin smiled to himself, thinking, cursing Liu Qiejin, "Kid, you're done for. No one can save you." With that thought, Huan Bin picked up a nearby bowl and threw it directly at greased-haired young man's head. Smack! This blow caused the greased-haired young man's head to split open, blood flowing, and he cried out in pain on the spot. Mike, one of the foreigners, saw Huan Bin's action and cursed, "Fuck it, let's beat them up." It was like a spark igniting a powder keg. The group of foreigners picked up bottles and started smashing them in Chu Heng's direction. Chu Heng easily dodged, saying, "See, they were the first to throw punches, so it's their fault." Before Chu Heng could finish speaking, Liu Qiejin had already taken the lead with the other 3 old men, each holding a beer bottle. The old guys are too hot-headed. Chu Heng was surprised, but to avoid trouble, he followed suit. Liu Dazhuang and his 3 friends, with bloodshot eyes, lifted chairs and charged in. For a moment, the 2 sides clashed, tables and chairs flying, crockery shattering everywhere. Smack! Liu Qiejin smashed consecutive beer bottles of foreigner's head, then grabbed the guy's hair and started landing punches, relentless and brutal, leaving the foreigner bloodied and defenseless. The onlookers were stunned by the ferocity. The other 3 old men attacked the foreigners, their eyes revealing a fierce light, like wolves ready to tear flesh. Their ruthlessness and willingness to fight to the death completely scared the 2 foreigners. Damn it! These Daxia people are insane. Chu Heng faced off against Mike, a huge man, who was 2 times stronger than Chu Heng. "Hey, you're dead, punk." Mike grinned cruelly, throwing a punch at Chu Heng. Chu Heng just sneered and didn't back down, retaliating with a punch of his own. Doom! The 2 fists collided. What happened next was unexpected. Mike was like a cannonball, flying back and crashing heavily into a table, which immediately collapsed. Everyone witnessed a bone sticking out of Mike's arm, blood spraying everywhere, and he passed out on the spot. Damn. The whole place stood in shock. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It was too gruesome. A single punch shattered bones and made them protrude out. Shh. Everyone gasped in awe. The other foreigners in the midst of fighting were also stunned by this scene. The strongest Mike was brought down like this. What kind of monster is this young man from Daxia? Before they could react, Chu Heng appeared beside other foreigners. His movements were so fast that no one could follow. Chu Heng punched one foreigner in the stomach, causing him to spew blood like a cooked shrimp, falling to the ground in agonizing pain. After dealing with one, he effortlessly took down the rest of the foreigners one by one. Liu Qiejin and the others were baffled, watching the fallen foreigners. They didn't expect that these people would be taken down by Chu Heng alone before they could have a good fight. Ha ha. Chu Heng is really impressive. Great job. Liu Qiejin praised Chu Heng. He thought there would be a tough battle, but Chu Heng turned out to be so strong. Truly amazing. He doesn't have many people he admires, but he couldn't help but admire Chu Heng. If only he could be his grandson-in-law. Well, Ice's girl has her own thoughts, and Chu Heng already has a girlfriend, which is a pity. Chu brother is awesome. Liu Dazhuan wiped the blood off his face and exclaimed, "You've hit the foreign dignitaries, you're done for." The greased-haired young man yelled, holding his bleeding forehead. As Chu Heng approached, he recoiled back in fear. What do you want?" With a slight smile, Chu Heng replied, "I want to teach a lesson," and then slapped him across the face. Smack! The slap sent the greased-haired young man flying. Well done. Onlookers applauded and cheered for Chu Heng. The group of unruly youths couldn't contain their anger, and they began kicking and beating the greased-haired young men and the other foreigners. "How dare you mess around in Daxia? Beat these bastards to death." Under the beating of the young people, the foreigners were howling in pain. Liu Qiejin walked up to Chu Heng, patted his shoulder, and laughed. "What a satisfying fight. Good job. Chu bro, are you okay?" "Liu bro?" Chu Heng asked with concern. "I'm fine. Took a few punches. It's nothing. Back in the day, I took a few bullets. This is nothing." Liu Qiejin replied nonchalantly. "Come on. Let's go have a couple of drinks." Chu Heng smiled and agreed. "We beat these people up. Will there be no consequences?" Huan Bin chuckled. "With Liu Qiejin here, don't worry. I guarantee nothing will happen to you." They dared to mess with Liu Qiejin. No one can do anything about it. The fatty looked a little confused, not understanding why things would be okay with Liu Qiejin around. Could it be that the old man in front of their eyes was a big shot? Liu Qiejin remained calm and smiling, saying, "Although I am retired, I still have some old buddies. Just relax and everything will be fine." "Old Huan, let me borrow your phone to make a call." "Ow. Qiejin brother, don't you have a phone?" Huan Bin was surprised. "Heh, my phone was just used to knock the kid's head and got broken." Liu Qiejin took out the damaged phone. Liu Dazhuan and the other two gasped. "Wow, that was brutal. The phone got smashed." "Alright, use mine." Huan Bin offered his phone. Liu Qiejin made a call and said a few words. "Alright, it's all good now." Liu Qiejin returned the phone to Huan Bin, then smiled at Chu Heng, saying, "Come on, buddy Chu, let's continue drinking." "Alright." Chu Heng smiled back. At this moment, Yun Menli suddenly ran over and stood in front of Chu Heng. "Thank you just now, Chu Heng." Yun Mengli's eyes were red, looking at Chu Heng pitifully. "It's nothing, just a small matter. No matter what, we can't let foreigners act recklessly in our country," Chu Heng said casually. He didn't intervene specifically for her. If it had been anyone else, he would have taken action too. This is a principle. This is a bottom line. Yun Mengli looked at Chu Heng with a hint of different sentiment in her eyes. Chu Heng is really handsome. He has a sense of justice, giving people a sense of security. Anyway, I still have to thank you properly. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yun Mengli stared at him earnestly. "No need. It's late now. You should go back early. The road is not safe. I have things to do. I'll chat with the old buddies. We'll have a chance to talk again." Chu Heng smiled and walked away. Yun Mengli wanted to ask him to escort her since it was unsafe, but Chu Heng didn't give her a chance to speak. She could only stomp her feet in frustration. "How's Mengli doing?" "What did Chu Heng say just now?" Wu Tong asked. "Tonton, let's talk about it when we go back." Yun Mengli pulled her away. "Chu Heng, I don't believe you can resist me. Shortly after the two left, many people dispersed from the scene. About half an hour later, the police officers from the patrol division arrived with several vehicles, including a military Humvee. While other officers were organizing the scene and moving people, a middle-aged man in camouflage attire with a good figure came down from the military vehicle. The middle-aged man in camouflage saw Liu Qiejin drinking and rushed over, saluting in front of Liu Qiejin. "Old leader, Gangzi is here. Thank you very much for your trouble." Liu Qiejin grinned. "No trouble, you can rest assured, I'll handle these people properly." Gangzi emphasized the word properly, probably trying to help Liu Qiejin vent his anger. "That's good. I trust you in handling things. Come, let me introduce you to my newly recognized little brother, Chu Han." "Chu buddy." "Chu Heng is a young man I admire the most. Get to know each other," Liu Qiejin introduced. Qiu Gang looked at Chu Heng carefully, looking surprised to gain such recognition from Liu Qiejin. This young man must be extraordinary. What talents does this young man have? "Hello, I'm Qiu Gang." Qiu Gang greeted Chu Heng, extending his hand. "Chu Heng." Chu Heng stood up and shook hands with him, wearing a friendly smile. "In the future, you guys will have more contact. Chu buddy's skills are extraordinary," Liu Qiejin praised. "Just that move to knock down a foreign strong man in seconds is a rare sight even in our squad." Yes, although Qiu Gang was puzzled, since Liu Qiejin spoke highly, this young man must have some exceptional qualities. "Gangzi, if you're not in a hurry, stay for a few drinks," Liu Qiejin invited. "Old leader, I have a mission, can't drink for now. Let's have a good drink another day." Qiu Gang apologized. "Sure, I won't keep you then, you go ahead," Liu Qiejin said. After Qiu Gang left, Liu Dashwang and the fatty exchanged glances. This Liu old brother probably has an extraordinary background. Maybe he really is a big shot. The two men started to show more awe towards Liu Qiejin, feeling a bit restrained. Liu Qiejin noticed but just smiled and didn't say much. Yet, he was relieved that Chu Heng remained unaffected, displaying the same relaxed attitude. The courage and mindset he showed made Liu Qiejin appreciate him even more. Such a young man is truly talented. Perhaps inviting Chu Heng to guide and improve the squad's combat skills would be a good idea. Liu Qiejin had this idea and his eyes lit up with excitement. They continued drinking until past 2 a.m. before leaving together. Liu Qiejin and Chu Heng walked ahead chatting while others followed. "Chu buddy, your skills are really good, even better than when I was young," Liu Qiejin praised. "Brother Qiejin, you're too kind. Your skills are also impressive and fierce," Chu Heng replied, exchanging compliments. "We are considered friends now. I won't beat around the bush. I have a favor to ask." Liu Qiejin turned to Chu Heng, looking sincere. Chu Heng was surprised. "Oh, what is it? Please tell me. If I can help, I will do my best." Chu Heng held Liu Qiejin in high regard, as they had once sacrificed their lives to protect the country. It was thanks to countless predecessors like them who fought with blood that peace and tranquility were now enjoyed. They had laid the foundation for the prosperous era today with their blood. They are the most respected group of people. Liu Qiejin said seriously, "I want you buddy to visit the team in the future and guide them in close combat skills." Chu Heng smiled, thinking it would be something important, and responded with a simple "okay." Liu Qiejin was excited and exclaimed, "Haha, I knew Chu buddy is a person with a great heart. Your promise is all I need. I will arrange the rest." The group parted ways at the night market street corner, bidding farewell to each other. Liu Qiejin, Wang Bin, and others took a taxi back. In the car, Wang Bin curiously asked, "Brother Qiejin, what did you and Chu buddy talk about just now? You seem so happy." "Couldn't stop smiling," Liu Qiejin happily replied. "I invited Chu buddy to guide combat skills in the team, and he agreed." "Of course, I'm happy," Wang Bin exclaimed. "Brother Qiejin, you really value Chu buddy." "Of course. Have you seen a young man with such skill and excellence?" Liu Qiejin smiled. "Well, no. I think Chu buddy's skills might even surpass those of the martial arts champions." Wang Bin gave a very high evaluation. Liu Qiejin nodded, looked into the distance with a smile, feeling content. With Chu buddy's ability, he will surely be the most shining new star in the future. Chu Heng and Liu Dashwan went to a nearby hotel together with 3 friends and booked 2 rooms. As soon as Chu Heng lay down on the bed, he received a message from Wang Bingbing. "Dingbing darling, Heng, is your gathering over?" "Heng, it's over. I'm resting in the hotel room now." Ding ding darling. So late, are you drunk? Hen? No way, I have good alcohol tolerance. How could I get drunk? Darling, why are you still awake at this late hour? Ding ding darling, the teacher assigned a lot of homework, and there's also a design project. I just finished. Crying face. Heng heng. Is it just you guys at the gathering? Hen, originally, it was just the 4 of us, and then for more people join, for old brothers. Wang Bingbing, somewhat puzzled, asked, for old brothers, how come I haven't heard you mention them before? Chu Heng briefly recounted the events of the evening. Wang Bingbing was astonished to hear that they had gotten into a fight with others that evening, and had brought along 4 elderly men. Oh my goodness, are your 4 old brothers really so hot-tempered? They're so old and still getting into fights, acting like children. Hen, haha, the old brothers are quite skilled. Wang Bingbing worriedly asked, everything is okay, right? Hen, yes, everything was taken care of by the old brothers. Wang Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief. Heng hen, it's your birthday. I've already prepared your birthday gift. Heng. Darling, what birthday gift did you prepare for me? Ding ding darling, heh. I'm not telling you. We'll talk about it later. You'll surely love it. In the girls' dormitory, Wang Bingbing lay on the bed with her legs crossed, a happy smile on her face. Ding ding, it's so late. Let's rest early. I'm so sleepy, Lin Xiaowei said, while massaging her temples, looking distressed. Okay, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's sleep now. Wang Bingbing turned in bed. Something? What do you have to do tomorrow? Lin Xiaowei asked in confusion. I have to go check on Heng Heng's birthday gift, Wang Bingbing said. Huh? What birthday gift did you prepare for Chu Heng? Lin Xiaowei was curious. A big gift, if you want to know. I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Wang Bingbing smiled. Okay. The next morning, Wang Bingbing and 3 others went to Fukong Business Street. They stood at the intersection of the commercial street. Lin Xiaowei looked around and asked in confusion, where's the gift? Where is it? This was a newly opened commercial street, not yet bustling with people, especially on a morning. There were several shops being renovated along the roadside. Wang Bingbing pointed to the largest shop at the intersection, which had been fully renovated, and said with a smile, that's the gift I'm giving to Chu Heng. Lin Xiaowei and the others looked at the 3-story store in front of them with astonishment. You're giving Chu Heng a whole store? Wow. Bingbing, you're such a rich woman. Lin Xiaowei gasped. This store is in a prime location at the intersection. It must have cost a lot of money. Lun Man exclaimed. It wasn't that much. It only cost 2 million. Wang Bingbing replied casually. What? 2 million? The 3 of them yelled in unison. To casually give a 2 million store as a birthday gift, that's too extravagant. Buying it cost 2 million, and with renovations, it probably totaled over 1 million. Wang Bingbing chuckled. Oh. Ding ding. What kind of store are you planning to open? The renovation seems so expensive, Lin Xiaowei asked in surprise. Didn't we discuss this before? To make my dad approve of Heng Hen, I want him to have the ability to earn money, so I'm giving him a store, a start to his career. So, after careful consideration, I decided to open a dessert shop with Heng Hen. The main focus will be on cakes, as well as Chinese and Western desserts, Wang Bingbing said happily. Impressive. Truly a big spender. You're investing 300 million right away. But have you asked Chu Heng if he can make desserts? Lin Xiaowei inquired. He can? Well, yes, he's good at making desserts, and they taste really delicious. He's very skilled. I believe he'll make it a success. Wang Bingbing had great confidence in Chu Heng's cooking skills. Seeing your confidence in Heng Heng's cooking, it must be really good. As long as you two work hard, you can definitely create a successful business, Liu Din encouraged. Lin Xiaowei was very interested in the interior and wanted to see what the 100 million renovation would look like. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Bingbing opened the door, and the 4 of them entered the shop together. As Lin Xiaowei and the others entered the shop, they were shocked by what they saw. The place was filled with an artistic atmosphere, streamlined chairs, cute abstract wall paintings, with the main color tones being cream and pink. Crystals hanging from the ceiling refracted in the light, casting a luxurious glow. It felt as if one was in a mesmerizing palace. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Xiaowei admired. Being in this environment, you can almost taste the sweet flavor of love. The atmosphere is so rich. No wonder it cost 100 million to renovate. It's truly gorgeous. Lu Man couldn't help but marvel. The neatly arranged glass displays were empty, waiting to be filled with goods. There were also two higher levels, which were dining areas with a view. Wang Bingbing explained. After exploring the whole store, the four of them stepped out. Ding ding. Heng Heng is so lucky to have a girlfriend like you. It must be good karma from 8 lifetimes. Lin Xiaowei exclaimed. How can it be? Meeting Heng Heng is my luck. Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly. Ding ding. When do you plan to open the store? We'll definitely support you then. Liu Ding curiously asked. Wang Bingbing smiled knowingly. I'll open it on Heng Heng's birthday. That's the opening day. Ha ha. We'll definitely be the first customers. Liu Din laughed. As they were chatting, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind them. Oh, another dessert shop here. Hey, but just opening. It's not far from closing down and transferring. Lin Xiaowei turned around and saw a middle-aged man with an unsightly appearance. Furrowing her brows, she said, What's wrong with you? Can't you speak properly? Who are you? The unsightly middle-aged man glanced at a few people and instead of responding to her, he said, This new store is yours, right? Coincidentally, I also opened a shop across the street, a dessert shop, so we can be considered competitors. This time, Lin Xiaowei noticed that there was a new store preparing to open directly across from them, with a sign that read Mixin Desserts. It seemed like they were indeed competitors. It said that competitors in the same line of work are bound to be enemies. That means they're rivals. Why do you speak in such a strange way? So you're the competitor? Lin Xiaowei sneered. In business, success is based on ability. Who knows who will end up bankrupt in the end? Wang Bingbing said arrogantly. The unsightly middle-aged man chuckled. Little girl, you look quite young, and yet you're quite arrogant. This store is already my 5th branch in Shenzhen. What can a novice like you do to compete with me? As someone with experience, let me advise you. Stop the bleeding early, or you'll end up losing big time, and it won't end well for you. Wang Bingbing furrowed her brows. What should I do? I don't need your meddling. Let's see whose real abilities will prevail. The unsightly middle-aged man shrugged. All right then, let's let our actions speak for us. In the end, on this street, only one can be on top. With that, he leisurely walked back into his shop with his hands behind his back. Lu Man frowned and said, This person is truly annoying. Tisk, ignore him. Let's focus on our own efforts, Wang Bingbing said firmly. Lin Xiaowei felt somewhat worried. Bingbing, this person seems very shrewd and not easy to deal with. And he said this is his 5th store. His experience in operations must be very rich. Ding ding. Do you know how to manage a store? Wang Bingbing was surprised. I've never owned a store. How would I know? Lin Xiaowei interjected. Ahem, you speak quite boldly. If you and Chu Heng don't know how, then the business won't fare well. Chu Heng can create extremely miraculous and delicious desserts, otherwise failure is inevitable. Wang Bingbing's face instantly showed some concern, but then she said firmly, As long as I put in the effort, make delicious things, then I will surely succeed. I may not know how to manage, but I can learn. I can seek advice from experts. Experts? Which expert are you going to consult? Lin Xiaowei curiously asked. Wang Bingbing smiled. From people in my father's company. My father has quite a few capable people under him. When I have time, I will go and seek advice. Ah, right, I almost forgot about your family's resources. Lin Xiaowei shook her head and laughed. She felt like she had worried for nothing. With Wang Bingbing's level of wealth, it would be no problem for her family to acquire the other party. Ding ding. Have you figured out how to celebrate Chu Heng's birthday? Lu Man asked curiously. I have it all planned out. I've already hired an event planning company to hold the birthday celebration here. Chu Heng will surely love this gift. Wang Bingbing said sweetly. Liu Din hugged her hand. Touched. Bingbing, if I have a sex change now to pursue you, would there still be time? Go away. Stop it. There's only a few days left. I need to prepare well. Wang Bingbing was slightly worried, busy with her studies and overseeing the progress of the event planning company. On the eve of his birthday, Chu Heng and Wang Anfu were still discussing matters. They mainly discussed the arrangement of the first investment after the establishment of the fund company and the opening ceremony of the fund company on the same day. In the evening, inside Wang Anfu's company office, Wang Anfu and Chu Heng were having tea. Little Chu, do we really need to involve the securities institutions for the first investment in US stocks? Wang Anfu asked after some contemplation. Chu Heng smiled and nodded. The first move needs to make a statement, to establish our reputation. 10 billion in the domestic market is a substantial amount, but in US stocks, it's just a drop in the bucket. In the future, we will raise more funds, and it will be raised in international markets, using their own tactics against them. Wang Anfu was taken aback, not expecting Chu Heng's ambition to be so grand. Will they invest with us? Wang Anfu further inquired. Chu Heng drank his tea nonchalantly. Those wolves on Wall Street only see profit. As long as there's benefit, they can sell the rope to hang themselves. Wang Anfu's heart thudded, realizing that Chu Heng intended to stir up a storm in the foreign market. This is about to cut the stock institutions. The ambition is extraordinary. Wang Anfu also felt somewhat excited, with this energizing and thrilling feeling returning after so many years. All right, little Chu, let's together overturn the stock market this time. Wang Anfu raised his glass. Chu Heng clinked his glass, with tea instead of alcohol. The two men shared a drink, and Chu Heng continued. In addition to the fund and the US stock business, we also need to invest in and support domestic industries. Another portion of the future profits I'll use to invest in potentially burgeoning domestic industries. Upon this second chance in life, Chu Heng naturally knew which industry would explode in the future, so he needed to prepare and lay the groundwork. If financial gains are made, this will be the cornerstone of his commercial empire. On the calendar, Wang Anfu looked and said, "Little Chu, we will find a suitable time soon for the fund company's opening ceremony, and I'll inform you separately then. You don't know how many people are waiting to cooperate with you, to invest in the fund, looking to profit as well. Right now, you're like a god of wealth in their eyes." Chu Heng calmly smiled. "Old brother, you're exaggerating. These matters will be a burden on you." "Haha, not a burden at all. I'm excited right now." Wang Anfu laughed heartily. "It's not early. I have to go back now. I have a date with my girlfriend. Her birthday is after 12 o'clock tonight." Chu Heng was taking his leave. "Oh, tomorrow is your birthday, Chu Jade." Wang Anfu was surprised. "Yes, starting tomorrow, I'll be a year older." Chu Heng smiled. Wang Anfu slapped his forehead. "Oh, Chu Jade, you should have told me earlier. I could have prepared a gift for you earlier." "Haha, I appreciate your sentiment. You are the elder. How can I ask for your gift?" Chu Heng politely declined. Hey, what goes around comes around. We're the same age, we're peers, so I should still give you a birthday gift. I will send someone over tomorrow." Wang Anfu insisted. Seeing Wang Anfu's insistence, if he refused, he might be displeased. "All right. Thank you then." Chu Heng shrugged and bid him farewell before leaving. As Chu Heng returned to the school from Wang Anfu's company, it was already 11 p.m. He had just entered the school gates when he received a call from Wang Bingbing. "Hey, where are you, Heng?" Wang Bingbing asked with a smile. "Darling, I just got back to school." Chu Heng responded. "Come to the soccer field." "Heh. Okay." Chu Heng quickly made his way to the soccer field. Inside, it was dimly lit, with the lights coming down from the streetlights. He quickly recognized Wang Bingbing standing at the entrance. Wang Bingbing also saw Chu Heng and pounced over, jumping into his arms. The two held each other tightly. In the quiet environment, it seemed like there were only the two of them in the world. Heng, happy birthday." Chu Heng was surprised, and an endless wave of emotion surged within him. Wang Bingbing pulled Chu Heng up and hugged him tightly. Heng, happy birthday." Chu Heng held Wang Bingbing, feeling each other's heartbeat. "Thank you for the surprise." Chu Heng affectionately rubbed her head. "Do you like it?" Wang Bingbing lifted her head and smiled, her eyes forming crescents. "Yes, I like it." "So, you were preparing this for me today?" Chu Heng asked with a smile. "No. There's another surprise," Wang Bingbing said mysteriously. "Oh, what is it? Shouldn't you reveal it now?" Chu Heng pinched her face. "Not yet. I'll show you this afternoon," Wang Bingbing said mysteriously. "All right, you're keeping me in suspense. Let's see how I'll deal with you." Chu Heng teased and lifted her up. Wang Bingbing blushed, hitting his back. "What are you up to?" "Of course, you're up to mischief," Chu Heng said, carrying her off. Wang Bingbing woke up to sunlight. She opened her eyes and saw the familiar face in front of her. Chu Heng still asleep. Heng looks handsome from this angle too, Wang Bingbing admired. His fair skin is so attractive. With a playful thought, Wang Bingbing reached out and pinched Chu Heng's nose. Unexpectedly, Chu Heng opened his eyes suddenly, grabbing her wrist. Smiling, he asked, "Baby, what are you trying to do? Do you know the consequences of waking me up?" Blushing, Wang Bingbing raised her head coquettishly, saying, "What consequences? Heh, of course, I'll eat you." Chu Heng playfully pounced on her like a hungry wolf towards a little white rabbit. It turned into a 2-hour playful battle, until nearing noon when they finally stopped. Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng left the room. The front desk clerk couldn't help but show a strange expression when she saw Wang Bingbing's walking posture. After leaving the hotel door, Wang Bingbing sneakily pinched Chu Heng's waist. "You naughty Heng Hen, almost embarrassed me in public. Annoying." Chu Heng coughed and changed the subject. "Baby, where are you taking me today?" Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled. "We're going to see your big gift, a huge surprise." Following Wang Bingbing, Chu Heng arrived at a commercial street. "Heng Hen, guess where your gift is?" Wang Bingbing playfully asked. Looking around, Chu Heng curiously asked, "Where? Did it fall from the sky?" "There." Wang Bingbing pointed at a shop. "A dessert shop." Chu Heng was surprised. "Yes. This is the gift I want to give you. It'll be our business venture," Wang Bingbing excitedly said. Touched by the sight of the 3-story shop, Chu Heng hugged her. "You must have put a lot of thought into this." Wang Bingbing linked arms with Chu Heng. "Yes. We've discussed having our own business, so I spent a long time preparing this as a big surprise for you on your birthday," Wang Bingbing explained. Chu Heng embraced her and said, "Thank you." "Heng Heng, do you like this gift?" Wang Bingbing asked. "I love it very much." Chu Heng smiled. "Let's go in and take a look." Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand, and as they entered, a deafening chorus welcomed them. "Welcome, boss and boss lady." Chu Heng was a bit surprised to see not only several new employees, but also Lin Xiaowei and the others. "Why are you all here?" Ding Bing said. "It's your birthday today, and it's the opening day of the store, so we came to celebrate together." Lin Xiaowei smiled. "Of course, for such an important event, how could we not join in the fun?" Lu Man added. "Heng Heng, they came to help out today." Ding Bing pushed Chu Heng to the front. "Everything is ready. Let's start making desserts. Today's opening depends on you." Chu Heng smiled and replied, "No problem." Soon, based on the system recipes he had received, Chu Heng formulated different dessert production strategies. There were Chinese desserts like osmanthus cake, can mung bean cake, as well as layered cakes and other types of desserts. With everyone's help, the first batch of products was quickly freshly baked. The first product was a dried fruit cake with a rich dried fruit aroma and a specially blended egg yolk sauce, making the cake taste very rich. Ding Bing tasted a piece eagerly and exclaimed, "It's so delicious. I want to try it too." Lin Xiaowei couldn't help but swallow and said, "Chu Heng, we can all try it." Everyone eagerly shared and enjoyed a large piece of the dried fruit cake. "Oh my, it's so delicious!" Lin Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. "This is the best cake I'd ever had. The taste is so rich. I didn't expect that dried fruits paired with cakes would have such a good effect." Lu Men chimed in, "This one will definitely sell well once it's on the shelves." Lin Xiaowei agreed confidently. "Chu Heng, let's bake other Chinese desserts according to the recipe, like osmanthus cakes." After a busy time, it was already afternoon when there were only a few sparse customers in the store, and business didn't seem to be going well. Chu Heng saw Bing Bing and Lin Xiaowei discussing by the window. "What are you doing?" Chu Heng asked with a smile. Lin Xiaowei turned back, looking angry. "Chu Heng, our competitor across the street, is having a price war. They are also opening today and offering a 50% discount, so all the customers have gone there. It's really bad. They must be doing it on purpose." Colleague Liu Din nodded. "Rivals are natural enemies. On this street, there are just us and their dessert shop. Sooner or later one will survive." Ding Bing, a bit upset, suggested, "Heng Heng, what if we also offer a 50% discount for the opening? I'm not afraid of competing with them." Chu Heng calmly responded, "Let's not bother for now. Let's focus on making good products first. The product is the core. Let them do their promotion. We'll focus on our research. Eventually, customers will vote with their feet." "Do we really not need to pay attention?" Lin Xiaowei asked in surprise. "There have been cases where good products were crowded out. Otherwise there wouldn't be the saying of bad money drives out good." Chu Heng nodded and said, "Yes, no need to pay attention. I have my ways." Chu Heng was busy in the store researching new products until evening. Just as he was preparing to close and go home, he received a call from his mother Ho Zuking, inviting him to a birthday dinner at home. Chu Heng and Bingbing returned home, where Ho Zuking had prepared a sumptuous dinner. "Son, wash your hands and come eat. Today is your birthday, and the dishes are all your favorite," Ho Zuking said with a gentle smile. Chu Zhang shook his head and chuckled. "Your mom has been talking about this since morning. I don't even get treated this well on my birthday." Chu Heng looked at his parents with a heart full of happiness. A simple life is quite good. With a beautiful wife, kind parents, and maybe a child in the future, it would be even more perfect. "Ding Bing, sit down and eat. I specially stewed a herbal soup for nourishment and beauty," Ho Zuking said, holding Ding Bing's hand. Ding Bing thanked her warmly. The family happily enjoyed their meal, plain yet warm. On the other hand, in a villa in North America, Smith was sitting in front of the computer, video chatting with a middle-aged man in a suit. "Mr. Mackenzie, we are ready. When do we start? I will arrange for the CIA cyber team to cooperate with you." Mackenzie's face darkened. "We can start now, and this time, we must obtain the target data." "Smith, I don't want to hear any more failures." Smith nodded seriously. "Mackenzie, you can rest assured, this time the operation will be successful. Wait for my victorious news." "I hope so, and after success, your rewards will be well deserved. However, if we fail, the consequences are clear to all of you," Mackenzie said coldly. After hearing this, Smith broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, I understand, Mr. Mackenzie." Smith gritted his teeth and replied. Then Mackenzie closed the video communication. Smith sat in his chair for a while, and his colleagues, Benson and Martin, walked in. "Boss, what's the plan? Are we ready to start the operation?" Martin asked, noticing Smith's troubled expression. Smith nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Martin, we are about to begin the operation. Our mission objective is to obtain the top-secret data from the Great Zia Southern Industrial Research Institute. It is a weapons research facility, and according to the CIA's intelligence, there are data on the new weapons of Great Zia inside." Martin was surprised. The defense capabilities, military, industrial enterprises are not simple. It may be more challenging than a biological research facility. "Are we conducting a ghost operation?" Smith stood up and said, "No, the CIA cyber network team will assist us in this operation." Denson pondered for a moment and said, "If even the CIA team is involved, it seems that the successful attack on Great Zia last time has angered Mackenzie. That guy is really skilled." Smith chuckled, showing confidence. "With the help of the network team this time, even if he is skilled, the handsome guy alone can't stop us." He is well aware of the strength of the CIA network team, which is an organized regular army. Besides the Department of Homeland Security, it is the most powerful hacker group, and the CIA has organized this operation with them under the name of North American Ghost, so there will be no evidence. Smith has been in charge of attacking Great Zia for years, making him more familiar with Great Zia's system defenses, which is why he was entrusted with the main execution of this operation. "So, boss, what should we do now?" Martin asked with excitement. This operation is definitely not small in scale. Being able to participate in such a large-scale cyber attack made him feel a rush of blood. Smith thought for a moment and said, "It is night in Great Zia now, which is a good time to start the operation. We need to make a surprise attack. However, our target this time cannot be directly aimed at the main objective, and we have to attack their public network. We need to divert their attention." Martin's eyes lit up, smiling. I understand, boss. You are indeed an expert in scheming." Smith's eyes showed a cruel look. "Let's start the operation. It's time to give Great Zia a painful lesson." At 10 o'clock at night, Ma Zhenping and Fen Dao were eating instant noodles. "Xiao Dao, pass me the ham sausage." Ma Zhenping slurped the instant noodles loudly. "Ma Jade, when are we getting paid? I've been eating instant noodles for almost a week," Fen Dao complained. Ma Zhenping glared at him. "You are here as an apprentice. Why are you always concerned about that paycheck? You need to have some perspective. Go get it." Fen Dao grumbled and ran into the room to get the ham sausage. Suddenly, he shouted from inside, "Ma Jade, it seems like our passive firewall has been activated." "What?" Ma Zhenping put down his instant noodles, puzzled. "Ma Jade, come man, take a look. Our hidden firewall implant seems to have really been activated." Fen Dao's voice continued to come from the room. Ma Zhenping got up to check the situation. On the main computer, a remote client appeared with a red signal, indicating that the server was under a DDoS attack. This was a server of a public network operator in Shenzhen, and their hidden program could defend against and detect unknown network attacks. Who dares to attack the network in Shenzhen? A bunch of idiots. Ma Zhenping furrowed his brow. He sat in front of the computer, analyzing the source of the attack. He found that all the IPs were from Southeast Asia, and multiple IPs were simultaneously attacking the server, seemingly trying to cripple the Shenzhen network. Why so many? Ma Zhenping was stunned. Could it be that someone is controlling a large number of compromised computers to bombard the servers? Ding ding ding, Ma Zhenping's secure communication program began to sound. Lol Ma, the public network in Funan City is under an unknown network attack. Ma Zhe, someone is causing trouble today. My server in Ganbai City is under attack. Moderator, the Lozhou public network seems to be under attack. Do you know what's going on? One contact after another sent messages, and Ma Zhenping looked more and more shocked as he read the messages. What's going on? Ma Zhenping felt his scalp tingle, realizing the situation was dire. Dangerous. Without hesitation, he called the cybersecurity team. I need to talk to you, DUI. You DUI just held an emergency meeting. He asked me to tell you to stay calm. Try to find the source of the attack as much as possible first. Came the solemn voice from the other end of the phone. Ma Zhenping understood that the cybersecurity team may have already taken precautionary measures if they were aware of the situation. This brought him some peace of mind. All right, I'll go find the source of the attack first. Ma Zhenping replied, then hung up the phone. Fan Dao, seeing Ma Zhenping's serious expression, couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, hurriedly asked, Ma Zhe, what's going on? What's happening? Ma Zhenping said, in a deep voice, this is likely a large-scale cyber attack. Immediately notify the forum members, contacts, and activate the emergency response plan. We need to find the origins of these attacks and gather clues. Now is the time for us to contribute to the country. Ma Zhenping quickly ordered. Fan Dao understood the gravity of the situation, nodded repeatedly. I'll go inform them now. Shortly after, a notice was posted at the top of the forum's homepage. When the hackers in the forum saw this announcement, they silently took action. Ma Zhenping looked at the deep night outside the window. This night seemed calm, but it was actually filled with turmoil. On the other side, inside the Shenzhen Cybersecurity Conference Hall, all members were urgently summoned back. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Yu Zhenking pushed the door open, and Fan Yunlin immediately stepped forward nervously. Team Leader Yu, what's the situation? Is there a major emergency? Yu Zhenking nodded with a serious expression. Yes, I received a notice that multiple cities in the south have been hit by a large-scale cyber attack. The situation is serious, which is why I urgently convened all of you to learn about the specifics. Yu Zhenking said seriously. He quickly took his seat, and 3 large screens in front of him lit up, connecting to video feeds of personnel from other departments. Team Leader Yu, the current situation is that 18 cities in the south have been hit by a large-scale cyber attack. Their primary targets are public networks and local service providers. The country has already activated a Level 1 cyber defense plan to repel these attacks as soon as possible. If the situation becomes critical, immediate internet cutoff measures will be implemented. One department member said gravely. The crowd drew a sharp breath. 18 cities under attack. 18 southern cities were suddenly under attack at the same time. Such a large-scale cyber attack on Daxia is extremely rare. Who could be so crazy? A question arose in the minds of the people on the scene. Yu Zhenking became more serious, asking, have you found out where the attack came from? The address is from Southeast Asia. Upon inspection, the other party used a botnet, but the source cannot be traced back. An officer on the screen replied. What? No clues at all? Yu Zhenking exclaimed. Yes. The other party's methods are very sophisticated. By the time we traced back, the botnet had already cleared all information. We can estimate that the other party has prepared many botnets, maybe even tens of thousands of virtual machines. We are currently continuing the investigation, but the number of opponents is too many. We need your team and network security technicians from various departments to cooperate closely and act in unison. We must defeat the enemy's actions within a controllable range. If the situation cannot be controlled, we will have to resort to cutting off the network, which will greatly affect economic activities. The officer on the screen said solemnly. The people on the scene all looked grim. If we cannot defeat the enemy's actions this time, It will not only affect the economy and people's livelihood, but also affect Daxia's international reputation. We must not let the enemy succeed. Yujenking furrowed his brows, stood up, and said, "We must act immediately." Yes. Everyone stood up in response. The meeting ended, and everyone returned to their respective positions, beginning to defend against this cyber attack. Comrade Fun, let's go to the command center. Yujenking walked quickly towards Fun Yunlin. Yes, team leader Yu. Fun Yunlin nodded. The group went directly to the command center. In the spacious command center, rows of officers sat, facing a huge screen, in front displaying various data, showing the servers under attack and the source IPs. Many officers were trying hard to find the source IPs to stop the cyber attacks, but the other party's IPs were changing very rapidly, and many of them were virtual IPs. This was going to be a protracted battle. Team leader, I suggest we simply block the IPs from Southeast Asia. Fun Yunlin suggested. Okay. Immediately notify the Network Operations Company to block the Southeast Asia IPs. Yujenking ordered. Yes. The officers in front responded. As they blocked the IPs, the attacks on the services decreased significantly. Seeing the data on the screen, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Yujenking knew that the other party would definitely not give up. On the other side, inside a villa in North America's Nova State, Smith was observing the situation, waiting for the right time to infiltrate a target military enterprise. Boss, they've blocked the IPs from Southeast Asia, Martin reported. Hehe, have the network team start the second set of botnets, Smith said coldly. In order for this operation to succeed, we are willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of hidden botnets. With the command passed on, the CIS network team immediately activated the second set of botnets, starting to pressure the public servers of the southern cities from within the country. Be prepared. Activate the botnets in Shenzhen. We must divert Daxia's network security's attention for sure, Smith ordered. Hey. No problem. Denson smiled and said, let Daxia's network security see the power of North American ghosts. Denson quickly tapped on the keyboard, issuing a series of commands, causing many enterprise servers in Shenzhen to crash and the official websites to be hacked. Virus codes were continuously replicating and spreading. At this time, Ma Zhenping was browsing the forum to check the information posted by hackers from various places. Southern cities were all experiencing different degrees of cyber attacks. The targets had shifted from city networks to city government and enterprise servers. Those servers had much weaker defense capabilities compared to network service providers, and except for some large enterprises with specialized cybersecurity and defense measures, they were easily breached, causing significant losses to the enterprises. This is too crazy. Who is the lunatic behind all this? Fen Tong saw the information on the forum and was furious. Who? It's probably not just one person but a team, possibly a large team. Ma Zhenping said, in a serious tone. He had been in the cyber world for many years and had been a hacker for so long. He knew that this was not something that could be done by one person alone. Damn it. Let's go after them. No matter how many botnets they have, hack back and shut down their botnets. Ma Zhenping cursed. Inside the command center, the large screen turned all red, showing the cyber attacks happening in various places. Keep blocking. Block as many as possible, Yujenking said sternly. Team leader, their attacks are too fierce. There are also many attacks coming from within the country. Unless we stop all networks temporarily, we won't be able to prevent them, an officer reported. Suddenly, an officer ran over urgently, shouting, bad news, team leader. There's a problem with Shenzhen's transportation network. A virus program has invaded the intranet through a loophole. They probably had premeditated this, having discovered the transportation intranet system vulnerabilities long ago. All the people present were shocked upon hearing this news. What? The transportation network has been invaded. Yujenking's eyes widened, filled with anger. Immediately activate the emergency response. Use the backup network. Send technicians over to assist in the repair. Quick! The last sentence Yujenking practically shouted out, because he knew the seriousness of the paralysis of the transportation system. Yes. The officer responded, quickly running to convey the orders. In the streets of downtown Shenzhen, even though it was late at night, the lively and bustling life continued, with many cars on the road. A middle-aged woman was holding her daughter's hand, getting ready to take a taxi home. Darling, it's time to go home. The middle-aged woman lovingly patted her daughter's head. "Okay, Mom, I'm sleepy." The cute and obedient daughter yawned. The mother and daughter got into a taxi and arrived at an intersection. The driver proceeded after seeing the green light at the intersection. However, suddenly, the traffic lights at the crossroads became chaotic, switching frequently, with simultaneous green lights appearing. A bus collided harshly with the taxi from the side. Doom. The taxi was flipped over immediately. Multiple car accidents happened at the crossroads, with dozens of cars colliding, the scene bursting into flames, the crowd panicking and scattered in fear. What the hell? What's going on? How did the traffic lights become like this? The traffic light signals have a problem. Everyone be careful. Some people are injured in the accidents. Please come and help. Oh no. The traffic lights at other intersections are also messed up. What's going on? All the people on the scene were shocked, not knowing what was happening. And this scene was playing out in other parts of Shenzhen, turning the originally orderly city into chaos. The entire transportation system of Shenzhen was engulfed in confusion. Report. At the team, there's a malfunction in the Shenzhen city transportation system, and the urban traffic is in chaos. A police officer ran over with a serious expression. Yu Jenkins' face was dark with anger as he looked at the surveillance system on the big screen. Multiple intersections were already congested with traffic, and a series of car accidents had occurred. He urged them to quickly activate the backup system. Quickly. Yu Jenkins was getting anxious. Yes, the brothers who were sent to support have arrived, and I believe we will be able to restore order soon. The police officer replied. Yu Jenkins nodded, his expression showing anger. They actually attacked our transportation system. How despicable, Fun Yunlin nearby said. At the team, their attacks are too numerous and intense, and they came prepared. Let's remain calm and proceed with network defense according to the plan. Enhance security in key departments and areas. I think they are not just causing chaos, but have a specific purpose. Yu Jenkins listened and immediately calmed down. You're right, they didn't just come here for fun. With such a large-scale operation, they definitely have a goal in mind. What exactly is their purpose? Extorting private enterprises? For money? Yu Jenkins pondered for a moment, then immediately instructed the police officer in front of him. John. Follow the plan. Conduct major surveillance checks on hospitals, defense industries, and energy sectors. Be prepared to disconnect certain key areas from the network at any time. Yes, the police officer replied. At this moment, Ma Zhenping was frantically typing on the computer keyboard. Lines of code appeared, and servers from a certain country were being cleared out one by one. Each server took considerable effort to eliminate, individually searching for vulnerabilities and attacking the opponent's servers. However, the opponents seemed uninterested in engaging in direct combat. Once a server was breached, they would immediately move to another location. Very cunning. Damn it, they've escaped again. Ma Zhenping slammed the keyboard in frustration. Although he infiltrated the servers, all traces were thoroughly erased by the enemies. Now he had to find new sources of attack. While external network attacks were gradually decreasing, attacks from within the country were on the rise. Ma Zhenping made a decision to completely shut down the external network and turn it into a massive local area network to eliminate all attacks. But he understood that this step would come at a significant economic cost and damage to the country's international reputation. It was a measure to be used only as a last resort, not something to be implemented outside of a full-scale global conflict. Currently, they could only passively defend themselves, waiting for others to attack, trace the origins of the attacks, and counterattack by taking down the enemy servers. However, the seemingly endless supply of enemy servers was overwhelming him, and he was struggling to keep up. Suddenly, the sound of numerous ambulances rushing past outside the window broke the silence. What's going on? Why are there so many ambulances tonight? Ma Zhenping asked Fen Dao beside him. Ma Zhe, just got news that the Shenzhen city transportation system is chaotic, causing frequent accidents and injuries. Fen Dao responded urgently. What? They attacked the transportation system, CTM. Ma Zhenping slammed the table in shock and anger, quickly walked to the window, and opened the curtains. He saw a car accident at a distant intersection, causing a roadblock with ambulances attending to the injured. Fortunately, it was late at night with few cars on the road. If it happened during the day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, Ma Zhenping angrily hit the window, feeling powerless deep inside. Seeing Ma Zhenping in distress, Fan Dao also felt upset and tried to comfort him. "Ma Zhe, we did our best, but there are too many sources of attacks from the other side. We are short on manpower." Ma Zhenping fell silent, and after a while, he raised his head again, his gaze firm. "Regardless, this battle must be fought, and we must win. This concerns the network security of our country. It's my duty as a man to protect it. I cannot allow Daxia to be manipulated by others at will. I absolutely do not allow it." Fan Dao looked at him, and his heart shook. He didn't expect the usually reserved Ma Zhe to have this side to him. Fan Dao took a deep breath and spoke firmly. "Ma Zhe, tell me, what should we do next?" Ma Zhenping clenched his fist and said, "Contact other domestic hacker forums and mobilize more people to join in. Let's have a dedicated network defense battle." "Good." Fan Dao agreed. To return to the computers, Ma Zhenping was heavy-hearted as he wrote a post. 18 cities in the south hit by massive network attacks. Defending the network *** is urgent. As soon as this call for help was posted, it was immediately reposted by members of the forum. Comments poured in. "Ready to cut through the net. I'm already at the internet cafe. Let's take action. Go after them. Damn it. Let's do this. We must find out who dares to invade Daxia. I may be a novice, but I won't back down. Let's go after them." At the same time, in various underground dark web hacker forums across the country, network security professionals also received this post and began to act. Underneath the dark web, hidden currents were stirring. One side is in trouble, and support comes from every corner. Struggling forum fights back. 18 cities in the south. Hold on. Black Cat Organization is here. Stay strong. Los Angeles Network Security is in action. X Team is assisting. At midnight, as the cold wind blew in the north, in an ordinary residential building, inside an ordinary room. In the dark of night, the ringing of a mobile phone broke the silence and darkness of the master bedroom. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut woke up from his sleep and answered the call. After listening for a moment, in the dark, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows and responded, "I got it. I'll be there in a bit." He hung up the phone and tried to get dressed as quietly as possible so as not to disturb his sleeping wife and child. However, just as he was putting on his clothes, his movements startled his wife awake. "Where are you going in the middle of the night, dear?" His wife, rubbing her eyes in confusion, asked. The middle-aged man replied calmly, "A buddy asked me out for a couple of drinks. Go back to sleep. Going out for drinks so late? Aren't you supposed to meet a client for a house purchase at the company tomorrow?" His wife grumbled with some complaint. "I might take a day off tomorrow. I'll inform the client." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Oh really? Going out for drinks late at night? Be careful on the road. Wear more clothes. It's cold outside." Despite her complaints, his wife got up and fetched a piece of clothing from the closet, handing it to her husband. The middle-aged man took the clothes, smiled, and said, "All right, I got it. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm off now. If our son wakes up, tell him I've gone to work." With that, the middle-aged man opened the door and left. Half an hour later, he appeared in an internet cafe, opened a computer, and logged into a dark website called Wine God Team. "Old dog, I'm here. Ming Jie. Check the pin post and here. This is a new source of IP addresses. Ming Jie, this battle won't be easy. Have your skills gotten rusty over these years of inactivity?" Zhang Ming smiled and replied in a large font, "It has been years since I've done this, but rest assured, my skills are intact. This time, let them know that Daxia is not to be trifled with." Zhang Ming tapped on the keyboard, referenced a link, and activated the virus program. A quiet, smokeless network defense battle had begun. At 1 a.m., Ma Zhenping was still on the move. He was running around contacting people in order to have more hands to help in this network defense battle. Luckily, the results were not bad. Other hackers immediately joined the battle upon hearing the news. Brother Ma, many individual hackers and hacker organizations had offered their assistance. The frequency of attacks from the other side is starting to decrease. Fan Dao exclaimed excitedly while looking at the data on the computer. Ma Zhenping let out a big sigh of relief and said, "It seems our efforts were not in vain. As long as we stand united, we can definitely defeat the enemy's scheme." Fan Dao, activate the third-party platform immediately to share data and increase our attack efficiency. Record and share all attack sources wherever they appear on the platform. Hehe, alright. Fan Dao responded with a smile and started taking action. At that moment, Ma Zhenping's phone rang. It was a call from Yu Zhenking. He quickly answered, "Hello, Team Yu. Old Ma. How is the situation on your end? Any progress? Have you found any leads on the other side?" Yu Zhenking asked. "Currently, there are no leads, but I have mobilized other forces to join the fight. I believe we will catch their tails soon," Ma Zhenping replied, and then briefed him on the situation. After listening, Yu Zhenking said in a serious tone, "Alright, if you have any leads, inform me immediately." "Okay." Ma Zhenping hung up the phone, returned to the computer, and issued new instructions. "Find out who is behind this." Meanwhile, in a villa in North America, at 1 a.m., Ma Zhenping was still on the move. He was running around contacting people in order to have more hands to help in this network defense battle. Luckily, the results were not bad. Other hackers immediately joined the battle upon hearing the news. Brother Ma, many individual hackers and hacker organizations have offered their assistance. The frequency of attacks from the other side is starting to decrease. Fan Dao exclaimed excitedly while looking at the data on the computer. Ma Zhenping let out a big sigh of relief and said, "It seems our efforts were not in vain. As long as we stand united, we can definitely defeat the enemy's scheme." Fan Dao, activate the third-party platform immediately to share data and increase our attack efficiency. Record and share all attack sources wherever they appear on the platform. Hehe, alright. Fan Dao responded with a smile and started taking action. At that moment, Ma Zhenping's phone rang. It was a call from Yu Zhenking. He quickly answered, "Hello, Team Yu. Old Ma. How is the situation on your end? Any progress? Have you found any leads on the other side?" Yu Zhenking asked. "Currently, there are no leads, but I have mobilized other forces to join the fight. I believe we will catch their tails soon," Ma Zhenping replied, and then briefed him on the situation. After listening, Yu Zhenking said in a serious tone, "Alright, if you have any leads, inform me immediately." "Okay." Ma Zhenping hung up the phone, returned to the computer, and issued new instructions. "Find out who is behind this." Meanwhile, in a villa in North America, Martin stood up and said, "Boss, the enemy is counterattacking faster. It seems they have deployed more manpower." Smith applauded and said with a smile, "Good, that's what we want. Keep most of their energy occupied." Martin, "Benson, it's our turn to act." Benson flexed his muscles and said, "Boss, I'm ready." Smith smiled confidently. "This time will definitely be a success. Coordinate with the CIA personnel and get access to the target's internal network. Only by hacking into the internal network and implanting virus programs can we get all the data of that company." "Good." Somewhere in a secret base in New York, lights were on. A grand hall, hundreds of people were operating computers. Besides the sound of keyboards clacking, no one was speaking. This was the CIA network team. They were carrying out a mission. McKenzie was overseeing the operation. "Commander, we received a message from Phantom requesting action." Someone rushed over to report. Alright. Order them to access the internal network." McKenzie nodded with a grim expression. "This time, we must avenge the last time. Last time, the Kaspersky firewall was breached, leading to a leak of confidential information, and he was scolded by the seniors. This time, let Daxia taste bitterness." In a weapons company in Shenzhen, many people were working overtime. It was already common to work extra hours in enterprises. One middle-aged man looked somewhat panicky as he sat at his workstation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took out something resembling a USB from his pocket. After hesitating for a while, he finally bit the bullet and inserted the device into the computer. The computer emitted urgent sounds. Target connected successfully. Inside the villa in New York, Martin excitedly shouted, "Boss, their counterattack is faster. It seems they have deployed more manpower." Smith chuckled, quickly typing on the computer keyboard. "Denson, implant our virus program into their system and attack their servers. I want access to their database." Denson replied, "No problem, boss. The virus program is being implanted." Implant successful. Zhang Ming was attacking a server. With his precise operation, he quickly breached the server, only to find a fake IP. However, while searching through the server data, he discovered a reboot record in between, as if there had been a glitch. While checking the server's residual operation logs, he saw a strange IP. "What is this?" Zhang Ming gasped, immediately alert. His instinct told him that this IP was not ordinary. He extracted the IP address and ran it on his self-made hacking program, finding a new node. From New York. This was an IP from a Greenpeace organization in New York. His eyes lit up, exclaiming, "I found it! I found it!" Other people in the internet cafe looked at him puzzled, not knowing that he had identified a significant lead. Zhang Ming immediately shared this IP on the shared platform. He could confirm that this large-scale network hacking attack was undoubtedly linked to the enemy country. Shortly after, Yu Zhenking received a report from Ma Zhenping. Yu Zhenking slammed the table in anger. "Damn, I knew it was them. Comrade Fan, our opponents have shown up. Who could it be on the other side of the ocean? We suspected them early on, and now the evidence is clear." Yu Zhenking's eyes were ablaze. "Counterattack New York," Fan Yunlin said solemnly. "The CIA is really up to no good. It's clear now, the initiator of this large-scale cyber warfare is the CIA of the enemy country." "Yes, Team Yu. I'll have the team ready," a police officer replied. Suddenly, a young officer ran over, urgently shouting, "Team Yu, something bad happened. Southern Weapons Group has been hacked by hackers. The disconnection mechanism has been triggered, but the servers and all computers are infected with the virus. The chief network security expert of the group couldn't crack the virus and had to seek our help." "What?" Yu Zhenking was shocked. The Southern Weapons Group is the largest military industry enterprise in Shenzhen. Their network security was top-notch and had always been used internally, disconnected from external networks. How could it be breached? How is that possible? But now that the situation had occurred, there was no use being tangled up in the matter. They needed to decode the virus hijack first. Otherwise, a massive leak of confidential information would happen. This situation was much more serious than traffic paralysis. A sudden lightning bolt struck Yu Zhenking's mind. Could it be that their real target is the Southern Weapons Group? It's certain. Yu Zhenking slapped the table in anger and quickly shouted, "Connect over there." Yes. Soon, a bald expert appeared on the big screen. "Team Yu, this virus is highly sophisticated. As long as the computer is running, it will actively collect all data and cannot be interrupted. Part of our group's data has already been leaked, and now the entire group is in a state of disconnected network security. If we can't resolve this virus, it will gradually disintegrate the files, and soon, all our research data will be ruined. I've never seen such a powerful virus program. It's truly indecipherable." The bald expert looked extremely distressed, his face grim. "Let's analyze it," Yu Zhenking said, in a serious tone. The virus computer and a program display were shown, but according to the expert's operation, all input devices on the computer were already disabled. The network security team was at a loss after seeing it. "Is there really no way at all?" Yu Zhenking asked incredulously. A sense of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Fan Yunlin suddenly said, "Team Yu, perhaps there's still a way." "Say it. What way?" Yu Zhenking asked urgently. "Sir, it's possible that, it's possible that the handsome guy can crack it." Yu Zhenking was taken aback, remembering the last time the handsome guy cracked the Kaspersky firewall. Perhaps only the handsome guy could crack it. "Quick, go bring the handsome guy. The text you provided is quite lengthy. Here is the translation to English. Currently, only Lao Ma could contact handsome guy. I'll call him now," Yu Zhenking said seriously. Yu Zhenking called Ma Zhenping and gave him the task of contacting the handsome guy. Ma Zhenping smiled bitterly because he could only contact the handsome guy in one direction. The handsome guy was a registered member of the forum, but on the dark web forum, his ID was just a code, and the only way to contact him was through private messages on the forum. He had sent many messages to the handsome guy before, but he had not received a response yet. "Oh well, let's continue trying. If that doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Ma Zhenping gritted his teeth. He opened the forum, briefly explained the situation, and kept the page open, anxiously waiting for the handsome guy's response. Time passed slowly. "Handsome guy, please check the messages." Ma Zhenping was starting to feel restless. On the other side, Chu Heng had just finished the battle. Wang Bingbing fell asleep with a red face. Chu Heng kissed her cheek. Heng, stop teasing. I give up," Wang Bingbing muttered with her eyes closed. Chu Heng chuckled. "This girl is really cute." He got up to wash up, then came out, glanced at the computer still on. He was about to turn off the computer when he suddenly saw dozens of messages on the dark web forum. He opened it and saw all the messages sent by La Ma on the forum. After reading the messages, Chu Heng's expression changed. He typed 4 words. "Handsome guy. I understand." At this moment, Ma Zhenping's eyes were bloodshot as he drank coffee to replenish his energy. "Ah, Ma Zhe." Fan Dao suddenly startled Ma Zhenping, almost causing a heart attack. He glared back at him. "What are you screaming about?" Fan Dao pointed at the computer, stuttering in excitement. It's a message from the handsome guy." "What?" The handsome guy replied. Ma Zhenping was overjoyed. Without even finishing his coffee, he hurried back to his seat. When he saw the 4 words sent by Chu Heng, he was so moved that he almost cried. "Handsome guy. Oh, handsome guy. You finally appeared. That's great." He hurriedly replied. "Big brother handsome guy, you finally arrived. The situation is critical now. What should we do? Do you have a way to solve the virus?" Handsome guy. No problem. Give me an address so I can access the intranet first." Ma Zhenping was so happy to read this message. The handsome guy can solve this virus. "Okay. I'll arrange it immediately," he replied. He quickly reported the situation, and soon received the address and intranet port from Yu Zhenking, which he forwarded to Chu Heng. Finally, he added a sentence. "Big brother handsome guy, this concerns our country's vital interests. It's up to you, please." Chu Heng smiled slightly when he saw this. He quickly began typing on the keyboard, ready to hack into the intranet and crack the virus. Meanwhile, in a villa in North America, Mr. Smith raised a champagne glass cheerfully. "Come, let's celebrate our victory." "All right, boss." Benson and Martin also raised their champagne glasses. Clink. The 3 of them touched glasses, then drank it all in one gulp. "Ha ha. Refreshing, boss. After the success of this mission, we will definitely benefit from the CIA, right?" Martin exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Smith nodded and said with a smile, "A total of $9 million. Each of us can take home $3 million. When they heard this number, Martin and Benson were thrilled. "Hell yeah, $3 million. Haha, I'm going to buy a sports car." Martin shouted excitedly. This was a very large sum of money, enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. Mr. Smith sat down calmly and said, "Don't get too excited. Upon completing this mission, our reputation will greatly increase, and we will undoubtedly receive many more offers in the future, with plenty of dollars waiting for us to earn." Benson praised. "Heh. It's all because of your skills, boss. The virus program you developed is so powerful. I bet the Daxia side thinks they've completely shut down all their ports, not realizing there's still one left under the cover of the virus program. Haha. This time, we really played a trick on Daxia's cybersecurity." Mr. Smith swayed the glass leisurely, a confident smile on his face. "It's also thanks to the insider at the CIA. Otherwise, we wouldn't have succeeded. This is a cooperative victory." Martin quickly added, "Yes, a victory of cooperation." Mr. Smith crossed his legs and instructed, "Benson, go check on the data collection progress. If it's done, we can wrap things up." "All right, I'll go see." Benson replied with a smile, put down his glass, and hurried to the computer. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, boss, the virus program seems to have a problem." Mr. Smith's heart skipped a beat. He got up with a start and asked, What's going on, boss? You should come and see." Benson looked puzzled. Mr. Smith hurriedly put down his glass and rushed over to check the data on the computer. The data transmission was abnormal. The program had stopped. "What's going on? How did it suddenly stop? Is it a bug?" Mr. Smith was stunned, finding it hard to believe. In his mind, no one could crack his virus program. Suddenly, the next moment, the virus program started being cleared. All the virus programs in the server and computer cache were wiped out. Mr. Smith saw the number of virus programs rapidly decreasing, with most of the hijacked computers returning to normal in less than 30 seconds. Mr. Smith quickly checked the computer's log file and found an unknown program running. It was the operation of this unknown program that caused the failure of the virus program to hijack the computers, and he simultaneously lost control over these intranet computers. Mr. Smith was dumbfounded. Hell, the virus program was cracked. Benson also noticed the problem and exclaimed, "Boss, it seems someone has cracked our virus program." Martin hastily stated, "Boss, quickly used the port to regain control of the intranet. Mr. Smith was about to act when a sudden realization struck him. Port. Damn. How come the port wasn't discovered? No. The opponent must have found the port already. Mr. Smith realized that something was amiss. This could be a trap set by the other party. Suddenly, the computers of the three went black. Then, a line of English gradually appeared. Do you dare to underestimate Daxia? You will pay 100-fold for invading Daxia. From this moment on, a handsome guy is staying. The three Smiths stared at the words on the screen, all feeling confused. This was a severe warning and a formal declaration of war against them. But what caught all three of them off guard was that this person was actually a handsome guy, the same guy who hacked into their computers last time. The handsome guy appeared. The three computers quickly started running at high speed. Smith realized what was happening and immediately shut down the power, but his face was already very grim, because there was a lot of information in the computer, which had just been leaked for sure. Bring out the backup computer, Smith ordered the two men. He then called Mackenzie. Mackenzie, go over now, there might be some trouble. Chu Heng, who had acquired a large amount of data, probably browsed through it, and a cold smile tugged at his lips. It turned out that these three guys were having a rough time with the CIA over a girl, and they were launching a large-scale attack on the Daxia network. They were seeking death. In the chat box of the DD forum, Ma Zhenping's message came through. Handsome brother, what's going on? When are you starting the operation? Whatever coordination you need, feel free to ask for it. I'll provide full support for anything I can. Handsome brother, how confident are you? Chu Heng shook his head and sent a message. Handsome, all taken care of, Ma. Handsome brother, what joke are you playing at? At that moment, Ma Zhenping and Fen Dao stared at the computer screen, looking baffled. What? It's only been a few minutes and it's done already. Ma Zhenping found it hard to believe. It's unlikely. This is when the handsome guy sent another message. Handsome, I'm not joking with you. It's a small matter, all taken care of. This is the virus program's source code. Research it on your own. Ma Zhenping received a temporary link, clicked on it, and sure enough, it was the virus program's source code. Whoa. Ma Zhenping and Fen Dao almost gasped in disbelief. It was an incredibly powerful virus program that even advanced cybersecurity experts had no answer to. And the handsome guy managed to crack it in minutes. How incredible is his skill level? Ma Zhenping was so excited his face turned red as he typed. Handsome brother is amazing. Handsome, tonight's events won't end here. We can't let them off that easily. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think they can easily mess with Daxia. They need to know, Daxia is not to be underestimated. When Ma Zhenping saw this statement, he was filled with fiery determination. Yes. Daxia shall not be dishonored, no matter who it is, no matter which country it is. Those who offend Daxia shall be punished, no matter how far away they are. Handsome brother, tell me, what should we do? I await your command. Ma Zhenping, with eyes burning, reply. Old Ma, get the others ready. We're heading to Choguo. Ma Zhenping saw this message and was so excited he almost jumped up. The handsome guy was personally getting involved. Damn. This is going to be a game changer. All right. We'll follow your lead, big bro handsome guy. Indeed it's time to show Choguo a little something. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenking and a group of cybersecurity experts were nervously watching the big screen. Suddenly, his phone received a text message. The handsome brother has successfully cracked the virus program. This message came from Lao Ma. Cracked it. Yu Zhenking's mind was buzzing in astonishment. How is this possible so quickly? UDUI. What's going on? Fun Yunlin asked curiously, seeing his shocked expression. Lao Ma says the handsome guy has cracked the virus program. Yu Zhenking replied dumbfounded. What? Is it for real? Fun Yunlin was also puzzled. This is incredibly quick. It should be true, said Yu Zhenking with a bitter smile. It's hard to believe, but the person who intervened is the handsome guy. At this point, the screen showed footage inside the weapons group server room, with dozens of people present. Suddenly, someone excitedly exclaimed on the screen, "It's back! Oh my god! It's all back to normal!" Then, all the computers infected by the virus within the group were successfully restored. The onlookers erupted in joy. Fantastic! The data is all intact, even the deleted data has been recovered. The handsome guy really cracked the virus program. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the command room let out a sigh of relief. Safeguarding the data of the weapons group, at least the losses weren't so severe. Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, couldn't help but exclaim, "They really cracked it. The handsome guy's skills are truly exceptional." Fun Yunlin couldn't help but admire as well. Indeed, even though it's unbelievable, the one who acted is the handsome guy. At this moment, a window popped up on the large screen, displaying a figure against a dark red background. Damn. What's going on? All the cybersecurity experts were shocked. Everyone was stunned. The first reaction in everyone's mind was that they've been hacked. Yu and Feng Yunlin were also taken aback. The cybersecurity command room had been breached. Chaos ensued in the room. Who is that person? They managed to hack into our system. This is terrible. The computers are out of control. Should we shut down immediately? Wait. Yu shouted, staring at the screen's dark figure, with a strong intuition in his heart. Are you the handsome guy? Yes. The voiceless electronic sound came from the dark figure. The handsome guy. The whole room erupted in astonishment. Fun Yunlin was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were wondering where the handsome guy could be, and now he appeared. And in an extremely audacious manner, he hacked into the cybersecurity system. Typical of the style of the handsome guy, Fun Yunlin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There are insiders within the weapons group. This is a hidden signal. There are details about the opponent, including a CIA network team, and documents of transactions with the North American Ghost. Each document, including photos of the three Smiths, appeared on the screen. After that, the dark figure disappeared immediately, leaving no traces except for two additional documents. The computers were restored in UDUI's command room, with no clues in the operation logs. A young man exclaimed in surprise. The room fell into silence. Yu and Feng Yunlin were both stunned. They never expected the handsome guy to appear, let alone bring such critical clues. He's truly extraordinary. Quick, send me the documents. Yu regained his composure and shouted. Yes. Soon, his computer received the two files. He opened them with confidence, and then took in a sharp breath. Could it be that the handsome guy hacked the opponent? These details are way too specific. He found even the hidden insider. Yu's face turned cold. He immediately ordered, check the weapons group's insiders. By that moment, Ma Zhenping was wide awake. He had already sent out the information for the coming counterstrike against Zhouguo, and many people responded and gathered upon hearing that a mysterious great god was leading the way, waiting for the signal to strike back. Handsome brother, we are ready. Ma Zhenping, brimming with excitement, messaged Chu Hang. He soon received a link from Chu Hang. Handsome, the retaliation begins. Ma Zhenping's face lit up with joy. He quickly posted the link on the shared platform. Brothers and sisters, follow the great god handsome guy. Let's retaliate. All hackers on the shared platform received counterattack instructions and immediately clicked the link to enter a virtual IP platform. This virtual IP platform was personally designed by Chu Heng and is located at a virtual IP address in Latin America. Everyone can use the IP address as a springboard to launch counterattacks. Zhang Ming in the platform saw a long list of target IP addresses, all belonging to various departments of the ugly country or portals disguised as public welfare organizations, very clear and constantly updated. Wow, so comprehensive. Handsome genius is amazing. Zhang Ming exclaimed as he looked at the long list of targets. Gathering so many attack targets, being so precise, the required crawling technique must be high. With these targets, it is time for us to counterattack. Zhang Ming smirked, selected a target, and began to launch a DDoS attack. This kind of attack aims to cripple the opponent. People across the country began to take action. Chu Heng was not very interested in these targets. If he wants to do something, he will make a big move. Hit hard. Hit until the ugly country feels the pain. The first target that Chu Heng focused on was the energy sector. He quickly typed on the keyboard, and a virus program was being generated. Inside the villa in North America. Waste. A bunch of waste. Smith, you really disappoint me. Is this the strength of North America's ghost? Mackenzie cursed loudly, his angry face looking somewhat ferocious. Smith's face turned pale, bowing his head and not daring to speak. Where's the data? Didn't you get any data on the target? Mackenzie angrily asked. Smith wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, we did get some data initially, but it was destroyed by the hackers from Daxia. That handsome hacker is really powerful, unexpectedly powerful. Mackenzie snorted. That's just your carelessness, stupid. And it wasted a precious insider of my CIA. Damn it, Smith shook as he said, through gritted teeth, Mr. Mackenzie, I'm afraid I have to figure out how to deal with their backlash now. That handsome guy has declared war on us. They will definitely counterattack, and we need to be prepared to counter it. Mackenzie pondered for a moment. That handsome guy is the one who cracked Kaspersky last time. Being able to crack the Kaspersky firewall shows exceptional technical prowess indeed. However, last time it took him off guard. This time, he will have various technical means to restrict us. When it comes to world network technology, no one dares to challenge the ugly country. With a leading technological advantage, and even controlling the root servers globally as the network's nuclear weapons, who could be feared? Smith, no matter how formidable that handsome guy is, what can he do? Don't forget, we have control over all the root servers globally. All the global domain resolution capabilities are in our hands. What waves can he make? Mackenzie disdainfully huffed. Smith understood this principle, but he was still filled with unease because that handsome guy seemed too mysterious and eerie. He seemed to be everywhere. He seemed to be the true ghost of the network. As Mr. Mackenzie was about to say a few words of advice, he was interrupted. All right, Smith, this mission has failed. You wait for disposal, Mackenzie impatiently said, and promptly ended the video communication. Smith looked at the screen, his expression even more grim, slumping into the chair. He wondered if this was the end of his hacker career in this lifetime. With such a major operation failure, the CIA would definitely not let it go easily. How's the boss? Martin and Benson walked in. Although they asked like that, looking at Smith's pale face, they knew the outcome was definitely not good. It's over. Everything's over, Smith said despondently. Twice, both important missions failed at the hands of that handsome guy. I can't accept it. Smith raged and slammed the table. Boss, since that handsome guy is declaring war on us, why don't we confront him head on? Maybe we could even turn things around by catching him in the act, Martin suggested. Smith's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up, saying, yes, let's confront that handsome guy head on this time. He promptly turned on his computer and opened the network monitoring system. Suddenly, a large number of red warnings appeared before him. Has his counterattack begun? The official website was under attack. Martin, Benson, find that handsome guy. Yes, the two responded and took their positions, analyzing the source of the attack. Meanwhile, in the command room of the New York network team, Mackenzie was in his office, drinking coffee, trying to calm his anger. Suddenly, someone rushed in through the door. Mr. Mackenzie, it's bad. We're facing a large-scale network attack. Many official websites are under heavy attack. Servers are being massively crippled. Mackenzie almost spilled his coffee upon hearing this. What? A large-scale network attack? Has DRIZZLE launched a counterattack? Could it really be the work of that handsome guy? Mackenzie stood up immediately and shouted, go. Analyze the source of the attack immediately and take them down. He rose and hurried out. Various IP addresses from around the world appeared on the large screen, many of them already turning red or black, indicating that servers are being crippled en masse. What's going on? Why haven't we identified the source of the attacks yet? Why aren't we stopping them? Mackenzie angrily questioned. A middle-aged technical expert stood up and said, Mr. Mackenzie, we can't find the source of their attacks. They are using massive virtual IPs, with zombies all over the globe. And the IP addresses are changing in real time, making them impossible to trace. What? There's this kind of technology? Mackenzie was bewildered. We are currently analyzing the source of the attacks, but we found that the attack methods and styles are different, as if it's not the work of a single person. It looks like there are thousands, possibly even tens of thousands of people involved. Moreover, the different attack methods confirm that they may not be from a single organized network team. The middle-aged technical expert explained with a hint of helplessness. The others in the room gasped in shock. Had DRIZZLE mobilized the entire country's hackers for a counterattack? Mackenzie also broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that the situation this time was extraordinary. No matter what means you use, immediately shield these attack IPs from me. Secure the network first. Act fast. Mackenzie urgently exclaimed. Shielding the attack sources is the last line of defense. We are implementing our contingency plan, shutting down the relevant servers or blocking the sources. The middle-aged technical expert replied. Mackenzie nodded, realizing that they needed to control the situation from escalating before decoding and countering the attacks. Mr. Mackenzie, it's bad. The New York Times Square has been breached by hackers. It's already being reported on the news. Mackenzie was taken aback. What? Damn it! The big screen switched to a news broadcast. All the screens in the bustling New York Times Square went dark, with a mysterious black figure appearing, drawing a crowd of onlookers, sparking discussions. According to the report, Times Square seems to be under an unknown hacker invasion. We are in contact with the security department to gather information, a female reporter reported, in real time. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Daxia's counterattack would come so swiftly. The Times Square, which always had a very high level of network security defense, was captured so quickly. Subsequently, under that eerie black figure in the scene, an English message slowly appeared at the bottom. Prepare for the darkness to descend. By a handsome ghost. When Mackenzie saw this message, his heart thumped loudly. No, damn. Quickly, stop him. Just as he finished speaking, the screen showed Times Square plunging into darkness. All the lights went out. The big screen switched to high-rise surveillance footage, showing the entire New York region gradually being enveloped in darkness. Hissing. Everyone gasped in horror. Damn. He attacked our energy system. Not good. Mr. Mackenzie, our energy system has been completely crippled. Everything has been paralyzed. Click. The lights in the command center of the online group went out. The room plunged into darkness. Quickly activate the emergency power line. Mackenzie gritted his teeth. Yes, the blonde youth responded. After a while, someone went to turn on the emergency power. This was their concealed energy line that was to be activated only in extreme situations when the local energy source was compromised. Snap. The lights came back on, and the computer equipment started running again. The big screen lit up again. Messages poured in from various CIA branches around the world, and high-ranking officials from other countries also almost simultaneously sent messages. Mr. Mackenzie, the energy facilities in Kansas have been attacked. The energy system is paralyzed. Report. The energy facilities in Liking have been hit by a cyber attack. Power output has stopped. Mr. Mackenzie, the energy system in Bose has been paralyzed. Report. Energy companies across the country have been invaded by a virus program. Mackenzie, get me a reasonable explanation for this information right away. Damn it, Mackenzie, what have you been doing? Seeing this information, everyone on site was dumbfounded. Energy companies in all 50 states had been attacked. They had all been invaded by virus programs and were paralyzed. This handsome young man actually had such great power. The energy paralysis affected almost all sectors after its impact. Except for emergency backup network communication, all other networks were paralyzed too. Damn it, damn you, handsome young man. Mackenzie was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Mr. Mackenzie. Others hurried forward to assist. Get out of here. Mackenzie's expression was angry and frenzied as he pushed these people away. With his hands on the table, he gritted his teeth, used the root server to control all abnormal network communication. Notify all states to activate the backup energy system immediately. Then activate the satellite communication system. First restore the energy supply for me. Initiate the major emergency plan. Mackenzie issued a series of commands in quick succession. Yes. The people responded. Once the root server was under control, they would have control over the global network beyond Daxia. Without the network, even the means of this handsome young man would be useless. In a villa in Nuojo, Smith and his two colleagues were dumbfounded to see the black screen on their computer. What's going on? They then simultaneously received an urgent text message from the CIA. The national energy system has been attacked by a hacker named Handsome Young Man, and it's all paralyzed. Please start researching and decoding the virus program immediately. Smith, what? The national energy system has been breached by the handsome young man. The three of them were confused. Smith had just been thinking about confronting the handsome young man head-on. But this news hit him like a sledgehammer. He understood how crucial the energy system was, and he knew that breaching the energy system was almost impossible. But it turned out that the handsome young man had actually done it. It was truly unbelievable. Smith slumped, his tiny spark of fighting spirit completely extinguished. The energy system has been compromised. It's over. Meanwhile, News of the widespread power outage in the whole country was spreading explosively worldwide. Global media outlets were rushing to report. DBC. Breaking news. The ugly country is experiencing a massive blackout or a hacker attack in all 50 states. Riacho News. Ugly country's energy system paralyzed. Global cybersecurity shocked. HUA Street Daily. Mysterious hacker handsome young man attacks the ugly country in all 50 states. The ugly country became the laughingstock of the global audience for a while. The name of the hacker handsome young man stunned the world. This time, the ugly country, known as the world's top tech powerhouse, was thoroughly disgraced by a hacker. Even on social media platforms, there were numerous explosive and trending posts on the topic. This breaking news shook various hacker organizations and cybersecurity departments across Daxio. Upon seeing this news, Ma Zhenping jumped with excitement in place. The awesome hacker handsome young man. Fan Dao also exclaimed ecstatically. The awesome hacker handsome young man. The awesome hacker handsome young man is indeed amazing. Attacking the ugly country's energy system was something no hacker could have imagined. Yet the handsome young man did it. Amazing. In the Northeast, Zhang Ming also saw the news and jumped up with excitement, banging the table. So amazing. The awesome hacker handsome young man is amazing. He looked at the computer with a face full of adoration. This was the worship of a strong individual. For a while, various organizations across Daxio were celebrating and cheering within the dark web as if they were celebrating New Year's Day. After more than an hour of a power outage, the ugly country activated its backup energy system, partially restoring the power supply. And to prevent future attacks, the backup power source used an original operating system without any network connection, relying entirely on manual control, as if regressing 30 years back. Inside the CIA Online Group Command Center, Mackenzie was being interrogated by senior officials. Mackenzie, what on earth happened? Give me an explanation. A middle-aged, pot-bellied, blonde man was extremely furious. Mr. Locke, our energy system was attacked by a hacker named Handsome Young Man, but rest assured, I have activated the root server, controlling network communication. There won't be any more attacks. Absolutely not. Once I decrypt the virus program he implanted, we can reboot the energy system. Mackenzie lowered his head, quickly promising, do you know that we are now the laughingstock of the whole world? It's a great insult to us. Damn it. The middle-aged blonde man cursed furiously, raining invectives upon him. Mackenzie dared not say a word. After the blonde man finished his tirade, he asked, how long will it take to recover? Give me a time frame. 3. No. 1 hour will do. Mackenzie guarantee. Then you've got 1 hour. If you can't do it, you'll go straight to jail. Damn it. After the blonde man finished his tirade, he closed the video call. Mackenzie wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and rushed back to the office to supervise. How is it going? Have you cracked it? Mackenzie hurriedly asked. Dozens of network technology experts shook their heads in silence, indicating that they were powerless. There's only one way now, and that's to replace the hardware system, one expert said weakly. Damn it, how long will it take to replace the hardware for such a huge system? Useless, all useless. Mackenzie cursed loudly. Suddenly, a young man ran over, urgently shouting, it's not good, Mr. Mackenzie. Our surveillance system is having issues. It seems that someone has hacked into our building surveillance system. What? How is that possible? Mackenzie was astonished. Dozens of technical experts were also dumbfounded. They already had control of the root server, and any communication not passing through management couldn't get in. The temporary network was now using satellite communication. How was it possible? It's true. The building's surveillance system is out of control, the blonde youth stated with certainty. Everyone on site was dumbfounded. Mr. Mackenzie, it's bad. Our military communication satellite has lost contact. Someone came running over, urgently shouting, doom. This message exploded in everyone's minds like thunder. Everyone was baffled. At this moment, on the big screen, appeared the eerie black shadow. Under the shadow, there was a line of English text. Those who invade Daxio will pay a 100-fold price. A handsome young man leaves behind. Everyone on site was left in shock at this line of text. Mackenzie was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the handsome guy had hacked into the satellite system and even cracked the communication channel security mechanism. He infiltrated here through satellite communication. What the heck? He trembled. He felt a chill down his spine. This handsome guy is a true internet ghost. It's too terrifying. Mr. Mackenzie, how did he do it? The middle-aged expert asked in amazement. Mackenzie fell to the ground, eyes lifeless. After a while, his face turned pale as he cursed. What the heck? How should I know? Oh no. He has completely paralyzed our system, the blonde young man exclaimed. Crack. The lights at the scene went completely dark along with the screen. Mackenzie felt like he was falling into an abyss. This time, they might not be able to crack the virus program. It's over. Completely over. The collapse of the ugly country's energy system means enormous financial, material, and manpower costs to rebuild. The direct monetary losses are probably astronomical, and this will become the biggest joke globally. At the same time, his whole life is also over. It's over. We won. Ma Zhenping's eyes were bloodshot, his face tired but filled with excitement. He breathed a heavy sigh, leaning back in his chair, looking at the information flashing on the forum. The handsome guy is awesome. The handsome guy rocks. The top hacker in Daxia is none other than the handsome guy. The handsome guy is my idol. The entire hacking community in Daxia was boiling. Ma Zhenping was overwhelmed with emotions, hard to calm down. With the handsome guy around, Daxia won. And they won beautifully. Ma. We won. Fan Dao couldn't hold back his tears, wiping them away. Yes, we won. I believe that starting from this time, we can secure our network for decades. Ma Zhenping clenched his fists tightly. In the network security building meeting room, everyone was closely monitoring the latest developments in the ugly country. DCC. Breaking news. The mysterious hacker handsome guy has completely paralyzed the energy system, causing potentially billions of dollars in losses. Wall Street Journal. This is the most terrifying cyber attack in history. Global Times. The ugly country publicly declares that the hacker handsome guy may be from the Daxia hackers, listing this person as an SS-class international wanted criminal with a $1 billion reward. All global news media were reporting on this matter. Yu Zhenking murmured in astonishment. The handsome guy really broke through the heavens. Fan Yunlin smiled. Well, this is great, giving the ugly country a big lesson. Let them never dare to act recklessly again. Let other departments handle the remaining matters. Yu Zhenking also smiled. Yes, the handsome guy has great ambitions. It's a pity that such talent, we don't even know who he is or where he is. Fan Yunlin said seriously. You don't worry, I'll definitely find him. If we can't control such a person, it might be hard to rest assured. Yu Zhenking nodded. Yes, we must find him. Fan Yunlin looked at the big screen with the black shadow photo. Handsome guy, who are you really? On the other side, Chu Heng yawned, looked at the time. It was already 4 in the morning. It's sinful to be up so late. Just about to shut down the computer and go to sleep, Chu Heng received a message from Ma Zhenping. Lao Ma. Great God handsome guy. You fought a brilliant battle. Handsome guy. If it's business, let's talk. Lao Ma. Hey. Handsome guy. Can you give me a contact? I admire you so much. Please. Worship. Handsome guy. If it's business, send to this email. I'm going to sleep. Chu Heng sent an email address over and shut down the computer. Ma Zhenping. A great god is a great god. Although there's no direct contact method, having an email address is also good. However, just looking at the email format, you can tell it's a disguised one, hosted on an overseas virtual server. Impossible to track. With the skills of the handsome guy who hacked into the ugly country's energy system, it's really impossible to trace him through technical means. Oh well, maybe we'll only meet if we're destined to. The next morning, when Chu Heng woke up, the sun was already shining through. Looking at the time, it was past 9 in the morning. Checking the other side, he found Wang Bingbing wasn't there. Chu Heng got up, freshened up. As he was heading out the room, Wang Bingbing came in. Hen. You're awake. Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled, coming over to hug Chu Heng and giving him a peck on the cheek. Chu Heng rubbed her head, smiling. Where did you just go? I just went to the market. Auntie said the morning vegetables are the best and freshest, so I went with her. Wang Bingbing happily said. Really? Has my mom started preparing breakfast? I'm hungry. Chu Heng pulled Wang Bingbing along. Not yet. But I'll tell you some good news. Wang Bingbing said mysteriously. What good news? Could it be? Could it be that you're pregnant? Chu Heng exclaimed excitedly. Wang Bingbing blushed, scoffed. What? No. Hearing this, Chu Heng realized her excitement was all for nothing. shaking his head. "Ah, what a pity." As they walked and talked, their voices were a bit loud. Hozuking heard Chu Heng's words, hastily rushed over, extremely excited. "Son, what did you just say? Who's pregnant? Is it who? Is it Ice?" "Ow." Chu Heng was taken aback seeing his mother's overly eager expression. "Here you go." Upon hearing that Wang Bingbing wanted to coke, Chu Heng immediately thought of one word in his heart: danger. Ever since tasting Wang Bingbing's bento box last time, Chu Heng would have nightmares whenever he slept. That taste. It wasn't that it tasted bad, it was just extremely difficult to eat. It was a taste of hell. Chu Heng forced a smile and quickly advised, "Darling, this dish looks quite challenging. How about I cook instead?" "No. No matter how difficult it is, I will overcome it. Heng Hen, you can rest assured. Moreover, I promised Auntie that I would cook her a meal," Wang Bingbing solemnly declared. Hozuking couldn't stop laughing on the side, and said, "Bingbing is a good kid. Son, if Bingbing wants to cook, let her cook. Why stop her? I also want to try Bingbing's cooking." Chu Heng, "Mom, trust me, you will definitely regret it." Chu Heng couldn't say this in front of Wang Bingbing, so he continued to persuade, "Hey, how about we cook another day? Something simple like egg fried rice, tomato and egg, etc. There's no need to start with such a high level of difficulty." Wang Bingbing pouted and gazed at Chu Heng. "Heng Heng, do you think I can't do it well?" Chu Heng's expression stiffened, and he hastily said, "How could that be? Darling, you have a talent for cooking. Everything you make is delicious, and I love everything you cook." Wang Bingbing finally smiled upon hearing this and said, "Hehe, I think I have a talent too. Enough talk, it's getting late. I'll start working now." With that, Wang Bingbing carried the turtle into the kitchen. Chu Heng smacked his forehead. "It's over. Barbecue is coming. It's over. Letting Bingbing cook. I really have no idea what kind of dish she will make." On the other hand, Hozuking looked pleased and said, "Bingbing is capable both in the living room and in the kitchen. That's impressive." Chu Heng smiled wryly and said, "Mom, you haven't tasted her cooking." "What? Does it not taste good?" "Even if it's not good, it's fine. In my opinion, as long as it's made by Bingbing, it's the best." "Son, Bingbing rarely cooks. I warn you. Don't dampen her enthusiasm," Hozuking said solemnly. Chu Heng was amused. It seems like Mom doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. All right, Mom, don't worry. I won't dampen Bingbing's enthusiasm. But don't be too critical when the time comes." Chu Heng shook his head and said with a smile. The two went to the living room to wait. Chu Zhang, the father, was reading the newspaper, and when he saw Chu Heng, he said, "Son, I discovered a large reservoir in Shenzhen yesterday. The scenery there is beautiful, and I plan to take your mom to visit tomorrow, enjoy the mountains and rivers, and do some fishing. We might camp outside for a night or two, so we might not be back in a few days." "Sounds good. The weather has been nice these days. Dad, just be careful." Chu Heng nodded. "Don't worry, your dad has traveled far and wide, seen all kinds of storms. As long as we avoid risky situations, there won't be any trouble." Chu Zhang smiled. Hozuking chuckled and said, "Your dad claims to take me out for fun, but he's actually just thinking about fishing. He gets uncomfortable if he doesn't fish for a while. Do I not understand his intentions?" Seeing his trick exposed, Chu Zhang blushed and said, "It's not a bad thing to like fishing, is it?" As the family chatted, suddenly there was a loud noise coming from the direction of the kitchen, as if something was being chopped to bits. Chu Heng quickly stood up and asked, "Darling, are you okay? Do you need help?" "No. I can handle it by myself," came Wang Bingbing's voice from the kitchen. Still feeling uneasy, Chu Heng walked over, preparing to open the kitchen door. Suddenly, Wang Bingbing swung the door open and said to Chu Heng, "Heng Hen, can you pass me the vegetables on the table?" Chu Heng's eyes widened, seeing Wang Bingbing in an apron, covered in blood. "Oh no. Darling, are you sure you don't need help? Let me help you at least with that turtle." Chu Heng was worried. "Chu." Suddenly, Wang Bingbing raised the knife in her hand, which was covered in blood, and said, "It's fine. I've already taken care of it." Chu Heng, Seeing her determined look, Chu Heng hesitantly said, "Ahem. All right, I'll go get the vegetables for you." Chu Heng turned around and handed the vegetables to Wang Bingbing. After taking the vegetables, Wang Bingbing turned around, closed the door again. Chu Heng looked at the closed door, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He really didn't know what kind of dish Wang Bingbing would make. Success would be if it's edible without causing stomach problems. In the kitchen, Wang Bingbing was focused on dealing with the turtle. Beside her, there was a cookbook on a phone stand. Chop into small pieces, wash clean, then start marinating. A little cooking wine, salt to taste, a suitable amount of ginger. Wang Bingbing murmured as she read the recipe, then scratched her head. How much is a little? What exactly is a suitable amount? She looked puzzled. Oh well, I'll just go by feel. It shouldn't be that different. Wang Bingbing thought, picked up the bottle of cooking wine, and poured it in. Gulp gulp. Oh dear. That seems like too much. Wang Bingbing was startled, and quickly stopped. However, since the turtle was so fishy, a bit more cooking wine shouldn't hurt. Thinking so, Wang Bingbing prepared to add salt. What exactly is an appropriate amount? Wang Bingbing put into spoonfuls, but considering the size of the turtle, would it be enough for flavor? So Wang Bingbing added 2 more large spoonfuls, feeling satisfied this time. A suitable amount of ginger. Let's go with a lot of ginger. Wang Bingbing took a palm-sized piece of ginger, washed it, and started chopping it into minced ginger. As she added it in, smelling the turtle, she added the rest of the minced ginger. Hey, it's done. Not so fishy anymore. Wang Bingbing sniffed, feeling satisfied. Ding ding, you got this. I believe in you. You can do it. This is the first time cooking for Uncle and Auntie. I must do it well. Leave a good impression on Uncle and Auntie. Wang Bingbing. Let's go. Wang Bingbing encouraged herself. After marinating the turtle, she began preparing the soup ingredients, such as wolfberries and red dates. She heard that wolfberries are good for replenishing Qi and blood. To give Chu Heng a boost, Wang Bingbing felt the amount of wolfberries in the recipe was lacking, so she added a large handful full of wolfberries. That would be a slow-growing love. She believed that after Chu Heng drank this soup, he would definitely be energized. Thinking this, and recalling the crazy moments from last night, Wang Bingbing blushed. Oh my, Chu Heng was really exhausted last night. He definitely needs a good replenishing. She learned from her roommates Lin Xiaowei and them that for men, excessive indulgence can easily lead to weakness, and the best remedy is dietary supplement. It's best to eat foods like leeks and oysters regularly, and drink some wolfberry water. For soup, old hen stewed with turtle soup is very nourishing, so she went out and bought a turtle specifically to make soup. She believed that after Chu Heng drank it, he would be full of vitality. 2 hours later, Wang Bingbing brought out dishes from the kitchen one by one. A simple meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Come on, let's eat. Wang Bingbing shouted towards the living room. Chu Heng and his parents walked over together. Ho Zuking didn't even look at the dishes. She immediately exclaimed, "It smells so good. Dingbing, your cooking skills are really not bad." But when she took another confident look at the dishes, she was stunned. How come those 4 dishes looked so strange? 2 plates were dark and unappetizing, and 2 plates were pale and unimpressive. Only the pot of soup looked decent. Auntie, you're flattering me. Please sit down and try it. I'll go get you some bowls and chopsticks. Wang Bingbing quickly ran into the kitchen and brought out bowls and chopsticks for the 3 of them. Ho Zuking and Chizhong both picked up their chopsticks, but for a moment, they didn't know which dish to start with. Because, not to say they looked terrible, but they indeed lacked appetite. Chu Heng picked up a piece of dark vegetable and asked, "Darling, is this carrot?" It was vaguely recognizable as a carrot. So this plate should be stir-fried carrot slices. Wang Bingbing awkwardly smiled and scratched her head. I accidentally used the wrong soy sauce. I used dark soy sauce. It's okay. Dark soy sauce isn't too salty. It's fine. Chu Heng dryly laughed. As long as it's cooked through, it's fine. Just eat it. Chu Heng put the carrot slice in his mouth, and his expression instantly changed. It was salty. Salty with a hint of sweetness, and a strange soy sauce taste. This taste was indescribably odd. Chu Heng swallowed after a few chews. How is it? Is it good? Wang Bingbing nervously asked. Chu Heng straightened up and nodded. The presentation is average, but the taste is actually quite good. Mainly, he didn't want to undermine Wang Bingbing's confidence, so Chu Heng spoke more tactfully. Hehe. This is my first time cooking this dish. As long as it's not bad, it's a success. Wang Bingbing happily said. Chu Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't upset his stomach, it's a success. Is that so? Since it tastes good, I'll give it a try too. Chujon smiled and picked up a piece of meat to taste. Chujon. Ahem. Chujon coughed twice, hurriedly swallowed, and suppressed the urge to vomit. Uncle, how do you like it? Does it suit your taste? Wang Bingbing nervously asked. Not bad. Not bad. It's already good to have made it like this for the first time. Keep up the good work, Chujon encouraged. But he thought to himself, fooled. Great, everyone dig in. Eat more, Wang Bingbing said with a smile. Chu Heng, Chujon. From the expressions of the two, Ho Zuking also caught a glimpse of something. She took a bite herself and finally understood the reason. Ahem. It seems our son was right. But since this was specially prepared by her daughter-in-law, filled with good intentions, Ho Zuking didn't want to disappoint her and dryly said, Bingbing couldn't have gone wrong. With affirmation from Ho Zuking, Wang Bingbing became even happier. Auntie, eat more. I had breakfast already. I'm not hungry now, I'm just watching you all eat. Wang Bingbing said sweetly. Ho Zuking, she was at a loss. She had to force herself to say, sure, I'll finish them all. But I also had breakfast, I'm not that hungry. She turned to Chu Hen. Son, you haven't had breakfast, surely you're hungry. Eat more. Ho Zuking picked up a dish and added it to Chu Heng's bowl. Chu Heng. Sigma. Mother, why are you trying to trick your son like this? You're his own mother. Chujon also added a big helping into Chu Heng's bowl, pretending to be serious. This was made by Bingbing herself, so you should eat more. Chu Heng gave his father a look. Dad, even you're tricking your son like this. Chu Heng was about to politely decline, but seeing Wang Bingbing's hopeful eyes, he softened instantly. Okay, I'll eat a bit more. But, let's have some soup first. A bowl of soup before the meal is good for your health. Darling, help bring out some soup bowls. Please. Wang Bingbing got up and promised with a smile. All right. Chu Heng. Wait a moment. Then, she ran back into the kitchen. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Heng whispered, Dad, Mom, we made a deal. Don't tense up or give yourselves away. Understood. But, you should eat more of these dishes. I'll go eat outside later. Chujon whispered back. Chu Heng looked at him in astonishment. Dad is really shrewd, but also lacking in loyalty. Ho Zuking sighed. It seems Bingbing doesn't have much talent in this area. I'll teach her slowly in the future. That's not a problem. Chu Heng sighed. We can only do this for now. We can't dampen her enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Wang Bingbing emerged from the kitchen quickly. Oh, nothing. We were just discussing how you managed to make such delicious dishes. Chu Heng quickly responded. Wang Bingbing modestly said, Oh, it's nothing. I just watched and learned a lot. I've watched quite a few videos for these few dishes. Come, let's drink some soup. Taste the soup I put effort into making. Wang Bingbing handed out the bowls to the three of them. Chujon saw wolfberries floating on top. Wave his hands quickly. This is for our son to eat. I don't need nourishment. Ho Zuking followed, saying, Yes, I don't need nourishment either. Chu Heng glanced at the soup. It looked decent apart from the addition of wolfberries. Compared to the other four dishes, this one had a good appearance. All right, I'll finish it myself. Can't waste your good intentions, darling. Chu Heng laughed. Heh. Chu Heng is so good. Drink it quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold. All right. Chu Heng picked up the bowl, smelled it. Just the smell of meat. It seemed okay. Boiling soup shouldn't be too difficult for an average person. As long as it's properly cooked, there shouldn't be any problems. At least one dish didn't turn out bad. Let me taste it. Chu Heng smiled, raised it to his lips and took a sip. A mix of flavors exploded with a gamey taste in his mouth. Chujon curiously asked, How is it tasting? Chu Heng spat the soup out instantly, splashing it on Chujon's face. Chu Heng quickly wiped his father's face with a tissue. Sorry, Dad, I couldn't hold it back for a moment. Chu Heng smiled helplessly. What's wrong with Chu Heng? Is it not good? Wang Bingbing, about 2 scoops a spoonful, asked. Chu Heng swiftly took the spoon away. Ahem, it's quite delicious. I just choked a bit earlier. Darling, you promised this was for me. Don't take it from me. Wang Bingbing realized, then brought the whole pot of soup in front of Chu Heng, saying, Chu Heng, I won't fight you for it. This whole pot is for you. Chu Heng, help. Someone is trying to murder her own husband here. Under Wang Bingbing's hopeful gaze, Chu Heng ate heartily, devouring the food and soup in a whirlwind. I'm full. Chu Heng set down his chopsticks, belching contentedly, but suddenly, he felt a hot liquid flowing down his nose. Oh my! Heng Hen, why are you having a nosebleed? Wang Bingbing exclaimed in shock. Chu Heng wiped it, and indeed found blood on his hand. Oh no! It must be because the food was too nourishing. Ahem. It's nothing. I'll just wipe it off. Chu Heng used tissues to wipe it repeatedly. Oh my! Heng Han, is this soup really that delicious? Wang Bingbing looked puzzled. Chu Heng's enthusiastic eating made her feel somewhat unreal. Out. It's decent. Chu Heng nodded, but the nosebleed continued. Then his stomach started to churn. No way. Again. Chu Heng hurriedly said, I need to go to the bathroom, and swiftly ran back to the master bedroom. Ding ding. We're full now. Let's go downstairs for a walk to aid digestion. Chu Zhang pulled Ho Zuking up with a smile. Once they left, Wang Bingbing began clearing the tableware. She looked at the pot of remaining soup, feeling doubtful. Was it really that delicious? Wang Bingbing spooned out a bit for herself, took a sip, and instantly her face changed. It was so awful. This wasn't fit for human consumption. Could it be? Could Chu Heng have praised it so much just to appease her emotions? At that moment, Wang Bingbing seemed to understand something, feeling a surge of guilt. Silly Heng Han. An hour later, Chu Heng emerged from the bathroom with weak legs, and upon entering the room, he saw Wang Bingbing sitting on the bed, looking somewhat lost. Her emotion seemed low. Darling, what's wrong? Chu Heng approached, then asked gently. Wang Bingbing raised her head, pouting. Heng Han, tell me honestly, is my food really that bad? Chu Heng let out a wry smile. I tried it myself just now. Tears of self-blame welled up in Wang Bingbing's eyes. Ow. Chu Heng forced a smile, knowing she had discovered the truth and had to be honest. It's a bit bad. There's room for improvement. Wang Bingbing embraced Chu Heng, choking up. Then why did you eat so much? I feel so guilty. Chu Heng, seeing her self-blame, patted her head, comforting. Haha, it's okay. Next time, do better. Keep your confidence. Wang Bingbing looked up, seeing Chu Heng's indulgent smile. She felt warmth in her heart. Heng Heng, you're so good to me. Chu Heng pinched her fair nose, smiling. Silly girl, if I don't spoil you, who will? I'll spoil you for a lifetime. Touched by his words, Wang Bingbing couldn't hold back the tears of happiness, feeling a sense of fullness in her heart. Meeting Heng Hen was the luckiest thing in her life. She wrapped her arms around Chu Heng's neck and kissed him. Their lips met, blending into one at that moment. After a while, Wang Bingbing let go of Chu Heng. Thank you, Heng Heng, she said with a smile through her tears. Chu Heng rubbed her head. No need to thank your husband. Silly girl. Nestling against Chu Heng, Wang Bingbing said firmly. Heng Hen, teach me how to cook. I want to learn from you. I don't want to leave a bad impression on your uncle and aunt. I believe I can learn it myself. Okay, you can learn whatever you want. I'll teach you now. Chu Heng smiled. Heh. Then let's practice now. Wang Bingbing looked expectant. Sure. Chu Heng agreed. They entered the kitchen together. There were still plenty of ingredients in the fridge. Chu Heng took out 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs, saying, let's start with the simplest dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Cooking emphasizes understanding. Once you grasp the basic seasoning rules, you won't easily mess up other dishes. Let's start from the basic cutting techniques, Chu Heng said. With Chu Heng standing behind her, guiding her every move, Wang Bingbing felt his warm breath on her neck, blushing and feeling a sense of security. Dearest, gently press the ingredients with your left hand, index and middle fingers clamped. Then keep the knife close to the joints to avoid cutting your fingers. Lift the knife halfway, use the force of your wrist to control the speed, and cut diagonally downwards. This way you save effort and cut more precisely. Demonstrating each step, Chu Heng held her hands and guided her through the cutting process. Wang Bingbing, attentive and not unintelligent, quickly caught on. After cutting a tomato, she turned around confidently. Heng Heng, let me try by myself. All right, go ahead. Be careful. Chu Heng smiled and let go of her hands. Wang Bingbing took a new tomato and started cutting on her own. Although her technique was still unrefined, the slices were fairly uniform. It was already a big improvement. Suddenly, Wang Bingbing cried out in pain as the knife accidentally nicked her finger, blood flowing. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'm fine. Let me continue practicing. Heng Heng, please get me a band-aid. Chu Heng was touched by Wang Bingbing's determination to learn to cook, responding, "All right, just a moment." He fetched a Band-Aid, an antiseptic to clean and dress her wound. Wang Bingbing resumed her tomato cutting. After completing the dish preparation, they officially started cooking. For beginners, less seasoning is better. Don't worry if it's a bit bland. Use a small spoon for salt, sugar, and oyster sauce. For a dish of this size, about half a spoon. Roughly the size of half a fingernail. If the dish is bigger, adjust accordingly. For twice the amount, use a salt or sugar portion the size of a fingernail. Chu Heng patiently explained all details to her. Starting with simple dishes is the best way for beginners to get started. It's crucial to master the basics of cutting and seasoning before moving on to controlling heat and other nuances. Under Chu Heng's attentive guidance, Wang Bingbing began cooking. A simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was born in her hands. Sprinkled with some green onions, it was ready to be served. After plating the dish, Wang Bingbing held it to her nose and took a whiff. The aroma was delightful. Overcome with excitement, she couldn't resist taking a bite with her chopsticks, revealing a surprised expression. Success! This taste is perfect. Excited, she hugged Chu Heng, tears of joy welling up. Heng, I did it. Chu Heng saw her so happy, like a child, which made him couldn't help but smile and say, "You learn quite quickly." Learning the first dish can be considered a basic entry, but there is still a lot to learn later. Wang Bingbing raised her head confidently and said, "I will definitely learn well if I study hard. Let me cook every day from now on." Chu Heng nodded and said, "All right, you cook. Make a meal for my parents to taste tonight." "No problem." Wang Bingbing happily agreed. They continued practicing other home-cooked dishes, such as potato stir-fry, shredded pork with garlic sauce, sweet and sour spare ribs, and so on. With Wang Bingbing mastering cutting and seasoning and receiving guidance from Chu Heng, her cooking skills improved rapidly. The taste was still far from that of a professional chef, but it was not much different from what an ordinary person would make. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it was much better than before. After eating a total of 7 dishes, they finally stopped practicing, as their stomachs were about to burst. That evening, when Chu Heng's parents returned home and saw Wang Bingbing still in the kitchen, they couldn't help but whisper to Chu Heng, "Son, why are you still letting Bingbing cook?" Chu Zhang was a bit panicky. He didn't want to eat those strange-tasting dishes again. Chu Heng gave him a reassuring smile and said, "Dad, don't worry. After special training, Bingbing's cooking skills have greatly improved." "Really?" Chu Zhang looked skeptical. Ho Zuking shook her head and sighed. "Forget it. Bingbing is very good in all aspects, except for her cooking skills. Let's just be more understanding." "Mom, you'll see later," Chu Heng said with a smile. Just then, Wang Bingbing, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, came out of the kitchen. "Mom, that meal this morning must have been hard for you." "I'm sorry." Wang Bingbing apologized sincerely. Ho Zuking was taken aback and asked, You knew?" "Yes, I knew you were trying to be considerate of me, but I've learned a lot of dishes with Heng Hen today. I will definitely do better this time." Wang Bingbing encouraged herself. Ho Zuking quickly said, "No problem. Take your time to learn. We're not in a hurry. Auntie, I'm ready to cook a good meal. Please wait," Wang Bingbing said, then turned back to the kitchen. "Son, can we really eat this meal?" Ho Zuking asked in surprise. "Of course, I taught her," Chu Heng smiled. Soon, the dishes were ready, all made from the recipes they had practiced that afternoon. Ho Zuking and Chu Zhang went to the dining table and were amazed by the dishes in front of them. Although they weren't very visually appealing, they were about 70 to 80% there, almost indistinguishable from home-cooked dishes. "Uncle, Auntie, please try it. I've taste-tested each dish before serving." Wang Bingbing reassured them. "All right, I'll try it." Chu Zhang nodded and picked up his chopsticks to try a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. His eyes lit up. Delicious. The sweet and sour balance was just right. Although the texture was average, the taste was already similar to home-cooked dishes. "Not bad. It's really tasty." Chu Zhang praised and tried the other dishes, praising them even more. Finally, Ho Zuking relaxed and after a few bites, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Bingbing, you've made such fast progress in learning to cook. You're very clever." This completely exceeded her expectations. Wang Bingbing blushed with the praise, scratched her head, and said, "Heh, it's all thanks to Heng Heng's good teaching." She then put on a sweet smile and went to Chu Heng's side, linking her arm through his. Heng, thanks to you. Chu Heng smiled and said, but you worked hard too. This meal was enjoyable for Ho Zuking, and she also gained a new understanding of this potential future daughter-in-law. Despite Wang Bingbing's privileged background, she was a child willing to work hard to improve herself, to face her shortcomings and overcome them. That was a very admirable quality. After the meal, Ho Zuking and Chuzhong rested in their room. My dear, what do you think of Bingbing? Ho Zuking asked. She's good. Her personality, family background, everything is very good. Why ask this all of a sudden? Chuzhong put down his phone and asked. I also think she's good, practically meeting my expectations of a daughter-in-law. No, she surpasses my expectations by far. We can't let our son miss such an excellent girl, Ho Zuking said seriously. Chuzhong saw through her intentions in an instant and teased. You just like her and want her as a daughter-in-law, right? Exactly. Where else can we find a daughter-in-law like her? Anyway, I've set my mind on this daughter-in-law. Ho Zuking didn't hide her intentions anymore. Old man, I think we should get the 2 children to confirm things soon, get married, get the certificate, and then have a child. Only then can I rest assured. Ho Zuking continued. Chuzhong shook his head and said, kids nowadays have their own opinions. We shouldn't interfere. Let the kids decide for themselves. My dear, you are just anxious to have a grandchild. After taking a sip of tea, of course, I want a grandchild, don't you? For a matter as significant as marriage, they should discuss it amongst themselves. But as parents, I think it's essential for them to meet. It's a good idea for both sets of parents to sit down and talk about the children's marriage matters. Then, take it from there. Moreover, our children have already moved in together. Some things are better off being discussed openly. Chuzhong pondered for a moment before suggesting, I think this is a reasonable approach. The parents should meet each other. It would help foster a connection. However, it depends on Bingbing's thoughts. If she thinks the time is right, her parents could have a meal with us to chat, especially while we are in Shenzhen for a while. Ho Zuking agreed with a smile. Don't worry, I'll mention it to Bingbing first and see how she feels. I think Bingbing is quite sensible. It shouldn't be a problem. Chuzhong nodded, but then changed his tone, expressing concern. I'm a little worried about Bingbing's family background. What if her parents disagree? If her parents object, that could be troublesome. She mentioned before that her family is in business, and dealing with business folks can be tricky. Well, let's see how things go when they meet. No need to overthink it. We can cross that bridge when we come to it. Besides, we should focus on discussing tomorrow's plans, Chuzhong suggested. The next day, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing returned to school. That day, their computer class teacher organized a field trip outside of school for free computer repair activities, aiming to enhance students' hands-on skills so they could find jobs beyond coding, such as repairing computers and phones. At noon, it started drizzling, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Chu Heng and over a dozen classmates were assigned to set up a booth in a nearby mall. With the light rain outside and few pedestrians passing by, everyone was left to entertain themselves, most engrossed in their phones. Chu Heng was playing a game with a classmate when suddenly a familiar, crisp female voice sounded in front of him. Hey! What a coincidence, Chu Heng. What are you doing here? Chu Heng heard a voice, looked up, and was surprised. It turned out to be Yun Mengli. It's you. Our class is having an event. Chu Heng smiled. Yun Mengli was wearing a white dress today, with a well-shaped figure, exquisite makeup, and a sexy wave dress that attracted the attention of many beaux nearby. Yun Mengli slightly lifted her chin, also sizing up Chu Heng. It was a seductive look. She smiled. So, I made plans to go shopping with my best friend today. I'm waiting for her. I didn't expect to run into you here. Since the last time she met Chu Heng, Yun Mengli became interested in him. She found that Chu Heng was completely different from before. Before, Chu Heng was a transparent figure in the class, not outstanding in appearance, just good at studying, not very noticeable. But now, Chu Heng not only became much more handsome, but also had a strong presence. Last time, he could take down a group of people by himself, making people feel safe. After going back, Yun Mengli tried to contact Chu Heng. However, after getting Chu Heng's phone number from other classmates and sending a few messages, she didn't receive a reply, which made her feel a bit defeated. It's quite a coincidence, Chu Heng replied, indifferently. He had no interest in this old classmate and had no intention of maintaining that relationship because it wasn't significant. The male students around Chu Heng were envious when they saw him acquainted with this beauty, but they were surprised by his indifferent attitude towards her. Yun Mengli felt a bit puzzled by Chu Heng's cold demeanor. After all, she was a campus belle. Why was he so cold? She was used to being pursued and protected by men. In her opinion, most men should have feelings for her. Don't all men like beautiful women? Chu Heng, I sent you a few texts. Why didn't you reply? Are you looking down on this old classmate? Yun Mengli pouted, sounding a bit resentful. The other male students felt sorry and wished to comfort her. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. He really hadn't received or seen the messages, but they were probably blocked. Well, you didn't save my number. How annoying. Yun Mengli looked a bit angry, stomping her foot. Her sweet voice was enough to melt bones. The nearby male students were scratching their heads, feeling itchy. Chu Heng, even with a beauty like her acting cute, can you remain indifferent? I'm worried for you. Yun Mengli's lips revealed a subtle and imperceptible smile. She couldn't believe that any man could resist her charm. She had never failed to attract the men she aimed for. After numerous relationships, she understood men's minds very well. Chu Heng just smiled and didn't continue her conversation lead, knowing it would only lead to being manipulated. The old classmate's exaggerated actions made him feel strange. Oh, let's talk about it later, Miss Yun. Do you have something else to do? Chu Heng smiled. Asking if she had something to do indirectly meant that she should leave if she had not. Yun Mengli didn't expect Chu Heng not to respond. She felt a little angry and thought to herself, it's all right, you set up your booths properly. The other male students thought Chu Heng wasn't good at chatting as the goddess was angry. One of the male students couldn't help but come forward, saying, hey beauty, don't be angry. Chu Heng is busy, but I have plenty of time. Heh. Yun Mengli gave the self-righteous male student a cold look and said coldly, oh, but I'm busy. The male student smiled awkwardly. Others gave him disdainful looks. The pet dog has nothing in the end. But, then again, they were all willing to be pet dogs. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. If he lacked determination, he would end up as a spare tire being manipulated. Chu Heng, you seem not to like me much. Am I not pretty enough? Yun Mengli turned back, staring at him with a pitiful look. This kind of gaze was pathetic. Heh. Yun, you're quite pretty, but we aren't close. We don't have much of a relationship. Chu Heng smiled. Yun Mengli was surprised and disappointed. She began to doubt herself. Is it because I'm not dressed in a way that he likes? He must be making excuses. Some men like to play these kinds of games. He definitely wants me, but he has to act pretentiously. Yes, that's it. Chu Heng, I don't believe you are immune to me. Yun Mengli walked up to Chu Heng and said to a young man, excuse me, I'm a bit tired. Could you spare a chair for me? The young man was thrilled to be approached and promptly got up, even wiping the chair for her. Thank you. Yun Mengli sat down unceremoniously, moving the chair next to Chu Heng. That young man intended to start a conversation, but she ignored him and focused on Chu Heng. Chu Heng managed to attract beauty so easily. What made him so charming? Yun Mengli, still gazing at Chu Heng, said in a soft tone, that's all right. We should keep in touch more in the future. We were high school classmates. We should maintain that relationship, right? Chu Heng shrugged with a smile, non-committal. If it weren't for being old classmates, he wouldn't bother. Both were from the same high school and class, so treating each other as enemies upon meeting was inappropriate. Yun Mengli chatted with Chu Heng absent-mindedly, deliberately moving closer to him. Chu Heng seemed uninterested, just chatted half-heartedly without paying much attention to her. After a while, a man and a woman walked over. Lei waited long. The woman was Yun Mengli's roommate and best friend, Tom. Besides her was a young man in a suit and shiny shoes with an Armani logo embroidered on the chest, obviously wearing luxurious designer clothing. Tom, having recognized Chu Heng, didn't expect Yun Mengli to have such determination. She couldn't help but ask, Lei, do you have to chase after Chu Heng? Tom continued, Lei, let me introduce him. This is John Quan, a senior from the finance department. You should get to know each other. Visible discontent appeared on John Quan's face. He noticed Yun Mengli staring at Chu Heng. He looked at Chu Heng with a vague sense of dislike. Miss Yun, who is this? John Quan adjusted his suit and asked Chu Heng. Yun Mengli turned her head, a scheme forming in her mind. Smiling, she said, He's my high school classmate, Chu Heng. We bumped into each other today, so we chatted for a bit. Wutong and Zhang Quan decided to sit down and rest a bit. Zhang Quan adjusted his clothes and smiled, saying, "All right, Chu, right? Let's get to know each other. I'm Zhang Quan, a junior majoring in finance at the University of Finance and Economics." He just wanted Chu Heng to back off, not knowing his place. He was also interested in Yun Menli and didn't want so many competitors. Most students in the finance department at the University of Finance and Economics would typically work in banks, insurance companies, securities, and other institutions after graduation, holding high-end positions in the financial industry. Moreover, his family is in the securities business, with his father in a senior position in a securities company. With a prosperous family background, he would have no shortage of opportunities to make money in the future. In the eyes of others, he was considered a prodigy. Zhang Quan glanced at Chu Heng, showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Why should this kid pursue Yun Menli? He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. Chu Heng naturally noticed the hostility in Zhang Quan's eyes, but he just nodded, smiled, and didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing Chu Heng's reaction, Zhang Quan felt somewhat ignored and couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. "Who do you think you are? Acting like a big shot, Yun? How about I show you around the mall since there's nothing interesting here? Let's not bother Chu with his booth," Zhang Quan said with a sneer. Yun Menli smiled and said, "All right, I also want to look for a new bag since mine is about to break." "No problem, let me buy one for you," Zhang Quan generously offered. It's not quite appropriate. You shouldn't spend money like this." Yun Menli pretended to hesitate. "It's not a big deal, just a little money," Zhang Quan warmly replied, his gaze lingering on Yun Mengli's chest. Yun Menli deliberately straightened up and coquettishly said, "Then thank you in advance." After speaking, she glanced at Chu Heng, but seeing his lack of reaction, she felt disappointed. The reason she asked Zhang Quan to stay a bit longer was to provoke Chu Heng. Men have pride, and they can be jealous too. Maybe Chu Heng will take the initiative to get closer. But now, seeing Chu Heng's indifferent reaction, it seemed like he couldn't care less. "Chu Heng, shall we go shopping now?" Yun Menli emphasized. "Okay," Chu Heng responded coldly and continued playing with his phone, as if he was completely ignoring the three of them. Yun Menli felt a bit angry and said, "You can take your time looking at the booths. We'll leave now and chat another day." With that, she turned and left with Wutong. Zhang Quan smirked triumphantly. Chu Heng does have some self-awareness. With that, he hurried to catch up with Yun Menli. Glancing at the three of them leaving, Chu Heng shook his head and chuckled. People are really something nowadays. After more than an hour, the rain gradually stopped and more pedestrians appeared on the streets. Chu Heng's group also started to attract free customers for repairs. Some asked for help with their broken phones, others needed assistance with their laptops. Those passers-by knew that Chu Heng and his group were students, so anyone with severe issues didn't bother coming for help. Other students' repair success rates weren't high, but only Chu Heng achieved a 100% repair rate. Anything fixable got fixed, while the irreparable ones could only have their parts replaced. However, some cases really broadened Chu Heng's horizons. One particularly innocent-looking female office worker had a faulty hard drive fan, brought it to Chu Heng for repair. After fixing it, Chu Heng found a massive amount of study material stored on there, occupying a full 100 gigabytes disk, all due to a virus infecting the hard drive van, preventing it from booting up. The office lady noticed that Chu Heng saw the contents and flirtatiously left him a note with her number before departing. Chu Heng couldn't help but feel surprised. There are all kinds of things in this world. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the mall. Other students immediately stood up to see what was happening. Wow, it's Wang Zuhua. Oh my god, Wang Zuhua is so beautiful. Ah, my goddess. Damn. She's taken, isn't she? Who's the lucky guy? Oh my god. Taken? Who's the lucky one? You can tell you don't browse the forums. It's our classmate, Chu Heng. People were discussing with envy and jealousy, throwing longing glances at Chu Heng. Wang Bingbing walked in with light, happy steps, becoming the center of attention as she approached Chu Heng's booth. Heng, I'm here to see you." Wang Bingbing ran over to Chu Heng with a cheerful smile. Today, she was wearing a pleated skirt with a hint of a schoolgirl vibe. Combined with her stunning appearance, she instantly became the focus of the whole venue. "Baby, weren't you supposed to have class today?" Chu Heng stood up and smiled, pulling out a chair for her. Teacher took a leave, so I came specially to see you. And guess what? I brought you something. Wang Bingbing playfully teased. What did you bring? Chu Heng asked with a smile. Ta-da! Wang Bingbing revealed what she had hidden. It's cute bunny milk tea and our shop's little cakes. Happy? Surprised? Wang Bingbing showed off. I didn't eat much for lunch, so I'm quite hungry. You arrived just in time. Chu Heng took the bag with a smile. Heh. Then dig in quickly. It's your afternoon tea. Wang Bingbing stood on her tiptoes and smiled. The classmates nearby couldn't help but feel sour about the affectionate scene between Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng. Some of the male students were already tearing up. Although the two were sweet, they were publicly showing affection. Heartbreaking. How can single dogs like us handle this? You lenient. Too lenient. Wang Zuhua is coming to deliver food in person. Wailing. Chu Heng is so damn lucky. When will we ever have such fortune? The classmates nearby couldn't help but envy Chu Heng intensely. Just now, a beautiful lady clung to Chu Heng persistently, so seeing Wang Bingbing, the top beauty, how could Chu Heng not move an inch? But then again, why does Chu Heng have such great charisma? How is he so destined to be with beautiful women? I want that too. Heng, open wide, let me feed you. Wang Bingbing sat next to Chu Heng, picked up a piece of cake, and brought it to Chu Heng's mouth. Chu Heng took a sip of milk tea, opened his mouth, and took a bite of the cake. Very nice. Chu Heng complimented. The products at the dessert shop were made according to the formula proportions, tasting excellent, better than the high-end desserts on the market. Here, have another bite. Wang Bingbing continued to feed him, sweetly smiling. Her voice entered the ears of the male students nearby, making their bones turn to jelly. Some of the woes were already in tears at the sight. While the interaction between the two was sweet, could they not shovel the dog food in public? Heartache. How can single dogs like us survive? Wailing. So hateful. They watched as Wang Bingbing sat next to Chu Heng in a very dependent manner, feeding him with her own hands. This treatment was excellent. If it were anyone else, they would have already put Wang Bingbing on a pedestal. Unexpectedly, Wang Bingbing was personally serving her boyfriend. Where else can you find such a perfect girlfriend? Chu Heng, currently indulging in the food, suddenly received a text message on his phone from Lazia. Big brother, Yazu has been attacked. Chu Heng frowned when he saw the text message. Why was Wang Yazu suddenly beaten up by someone? Did that kid cause trouble? Regardless, he needed to understand the situation. Chu Heng stood up and said to Wang Bingbing, Sweetheart, I have something to attend to and need to leave. Oh, what's the matter? Wang Bingbing curiously asked. Chu Heng didn't want her to worry, so he smiled and said, It's nothing, just a small matter with my friend. Okay then, remember to come back tonight, we'll have dinner together, Wang Bingbing sweetly said. Okay. Chu Heng replied and left with the food. As he walked, Chu Heng messaged Lazy to ask where he was. Soon, Lazy sent a location, a pool hall near the night market street. I'll be there soon. Chu Heng replied and hurried over. After 15 minutes, Chu Heng arrived at the pool hall. The floor was a mess, with bloodstains everywhere, causing Chu Heng to furrow his brow. It looked like a fierce fight had taken place here. In the shop, only a few employees were cleaning up, and inside were Lazy and his friends. Lazy saw Chu Heng and exclaimed, Big brother Chu is here. Big brother is here. The others turned to greet Chu Heng. Big brother Chu. They made way for him, and Chu Heng saw Wang Yazu lying on a bench, bruised and blooded. What happened? Did you call an ambulance? Chu Heng asked in a serious tone. It was the first time he had seen Wang Yazu in such a state. Chu brother, I'm fine. Don't call an ambulance. If my parents find out, I'll get a beating. Wang Yazu hastily said upon seeing Chu Heng. Although he looked bad on the surface, he seemed to be in good spirits. Relieved that Wang Yazu was physically okayed, Chu Heng checked his wounds, which were superficial cuts and bruises, nothing serious. Later on, Chu Heng had someone buy medicine and personally bandaged Wang Yazu's wounds. Throughout the process, Chu Heng didn't say a word or inquire about the incident, focusing solely on the task at hand. The atmosphere was tense, with Wang Yazu behaving like a guilty child, keeping his head down and staying silent. After bandaging the wounds, Chu Heng calmly asked, Tell me, what happened? Wang Yazu weakly lifted his head, looked at Chu Heng, and recounted the incident truthfully. After finishing his homework, Wang Yazu had lunch at Chu Heng's store and then joined Lazy and other friends to play pool. While chatting with Lazy, a group of people approached them and asked about their connection with the store they had visited earlier. Wang Yaozu, unafraid, said it was his Chu brother's store. Without any reason, they started beating them up. Wang Yaozu fought back to protect Lei Zi, which led to him being the most heavily injured. Although Lei Zi and the others were also injured to varying degrees, no one was hurt as badly as Wang Yaozu. After that, I ended up like this. If I hadn't curled up on the ground, I might have been beaten even worse. Wang Yaozu recounted with lingering fear. Years of fighting experience taught him that if unable to win or escape, it was best to lie on the ground and reduce potential injuries as much as possible. Most attackers would stop upon seeing this, unless they intended to kill. After hearing the whole story, Chu Heng finally understood. The other party wasn't targeting Wang Yaozu. They were likely after him. Chu Heng pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know who that group is? Dealing with someone who charges at you must have some grudge." Wang Yaozu shook his head and said, "We don't know them, but I heard them call the leader Brother Guan." Brother Guan. Chu Heng was surprised, as he had never heard of this person before. It seemed like he needed to ask Crow for some information. "Okay, let's go back to the store first," Chu Heng said as he stood up. The group returned to the store, and Chu Heng made a call to Crow. "Crow, have you heard of a guy named Brother Guan?" Chu Heng got straight to the point. "Brother Guan? Oh, you mean Tong Guan? I know him. He works nearby helping the boss look after things." "Chu Jade, what did that kid do to you?" Crow asked. You know where he is, right?" Chu Heng said coldly. Crow, hearing Chu Heng's tone, felt a pang in his heart, knowing that Tong Guan must have offended Chu Heng. "Tong Guan, oh Tong Guan, why would you mess with Chu Jade? Messing with Chu Jade is just seeking death." "Chu Jade, I'll have my brothers find out soon," Crow replied. He never took lightly what Chu Heng ordered. "All right, do it quickly." Chu Heng hung up the phone. On the other side, at the end of the night market street, in Donghai restaurant, a bald man was toasting a man with bronze skin tone. "Brother Guan, thank you so much. You helped us save face. That punk from Guanwei House deserved to be beat." The bald man expressed his gratitude. He was the one who was deliberately causing trouble at Guanwei House last time, and got beaten up by Chu Heng. "Brother Guan, I'll also toast to you. With you backing me up, I feel relieved," a big-bellied man complimented. He was Su Donghai, the owner of Donghai restaurant. Tong Guan was burly, muscular, with a bronze skin tone, giving off a strong and powerful aura. "Su boss, you don't need to be polite, we're friends," Tong Guan smiled. Su Donghai sighed. "Ever since Guanwei House opened, the business here has been declining day by day. Now, every day is a loss. That Guanwei House is really not to be messed with. If we let it continue to operate there, I'll be out of business sooner or later." The bald man slammed the table and said, "Yes, they are not to be messed with. I went there to eat last time, and got into a fight with their people. But now, with Brother Guan here, we are not afraid at all. Sooner or later, we'll shut down Guanwei House. I won't allow them to snatch business on my turf." Su Donghai grinned. Money talks, and this statement held true. "Brothers, you're righteous. I toast to you." Su Donghai clinked glasses with the bold man. "Brother Guan, I trust you to take down Guanwei House. Money is not an issue. I want them to close down for good." Su Donghai held up a finger. $1 million. That number made Tong Guan's eyes light up. It wasn't a small amount for him. If he could earn such a large sum, it would be satisfying. Tong Guan was greatly intrigued and said, "Done, Su boss. You're generous. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. After a few tricks, Guanwei House will have to leave." "Ha ha, I'm counting on you, Brother Guan." Su Donghai was delighted. He knew that Tong Guan was ruthless and didn't care about his own life. Extortion, protection money, managing situations, he did everything. Only someone like him could deal with Guanwei House. "Don't mention it. Let's drink." Tong Guan laughed and everyone else raised their glasses. After finishing his drink, Tong Guan's eyes flashed with a cruel light, saying, "Later, I will personally take my brothers to meet their manager. If they don't know what's good for them, I have ways to make them unable to continue." Su Donghai was surprised by Tong Guan's decisive actions and said, "Great. I'll be waiting for your victorious return, and I will personally prepare a feast to celebrate your success." "Ha ha. All right, brothers, let's go do some work." Tong Guan poured himself another drink, getting a bit tipsy. "Let's go." He stood up, and the dozen or so guys with him also stood up enthusiastically. Inside Guanwei House, Chu Heng received a call from Crow. Chu Jade, a brother of mine, said he saw Tong Guan at Don Hai Restaurant at the end of the street. Crow said when Chu Heng heard Don Hai Restaurant, he understood. It was probably the owner playing dirty tricks. Companions indeed are enemies. Last time, Chu Heng had wanted to give them a lesson, but never had the time. He didn't expect things to escalate over there. They had the audacity to provoke trouble themselves. I got it, Chu Heng said coldly. Crow asked, Chu Jade, do you want me to help? No need. It's a small matter. I'll handle it myself, Chu Heng replied before hanging up. At the other end of the line, Crow was taken aback. Although Chu Heng had directly refused his help, he still wanted to assist and show his steadfast support. He must stand by Chu Jade. Tong Guan messing with Chu Jade is practically courting death. Even if he can't provide direct assistance, he can still offer a helping hand. With that in mind, Crow shouted to one of his men, make a call, gather the brothers, we're going to meet Chu Jade. All right, Crow brother, the man replied. Inside Guanwei House, Wang Yaozu asked anxiously, big brother, did you find that group of people? Chu Heng nodded. Yes, I found them. As he prepared to get up, Wang Yaozu and Lazy quickly followed suit. Where are you going? Chu Heng glared at the group of teenagers. Big brother, we're going with you, Wang Yaozu said seriously. Yet, damn it, I want to settle the score with them. Chu Jade, let us go with you. Lazy rolled up his sleeves. Yet, we're going to. Let's go kick their butts. The other young men shouted excitedly. They were all young, and the thrill of fighting was always on their minds, especially knowing that Chu Heng was skilled. Associating with him would boost their reputations. But Chu Heng started knocking on their heads. Ouch, ouch. They held their heads in pain. Chu Heng scolded them. Do you think this is a game? Young and reckless, always causing trouble. You want to learn how to fight. Listen up, stay put and don't go anywhere. Go back later. Study and read your books. If you're bored, I'll give you more exams. After giving them a stern lecture, Chu Heng left them feeling ashamed, hoping to guide these young buds back on the right path. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard at the door. The floor manager rushed in, looking flustered, and shouted, Mr. Chu, something bad is happening. A group of people causing trouble. They are at the back door of the restaurant. The leader's name is Brother Guan, and they seem very formidable. Most of them look like tough guys. Hearing this, Chu Heng coldly chuckled. I didn't expect them to come knocking on our door themselves. Let's go. Take me to have a look, Chu Heng said coldly. Led by the lobby manager, the group arrived at the back door of Guanwei Building. This was the entrance and exit for the kitchen staff, with no one else in the alley. Several people wearing flashy clothes were blocking the back door, smoking. Dang bang bang. Hurry up and get your boss out here. Tong Guan pounded on the iron door and shouted loudly, looking fierce and intimidating, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Several staff members stared at them, trembling, too scared to approach and remove the blockade. Tong Guan felt pleased seeing these fearful staff members. A bunch of cowards. If the boss of Guanwei Building is this timid, then this matter will be easy to handle. Easily earning 10,000 in a day. Is there a better way to make money in this world? Guang, I think the boss of Guanwei Building is too scared to come out. Maybe you've scared him out of his wits. Ha ha. A gang member mocked. Yad probably heard of Guang's reputation and got scared on the spot. Another gang member laughed. They all had bulging waists, each carrying a weapon, showing that they were not your average punks. Most punks would just gather, not all of them carrying weapons. But these dozen people, each with a weapon and coordinated in their actions, had the air of a small gang. The staff members dared not act recklessly upon seeing this group's show of force. Tong Guan walked confidently towards the back, knowing that the kitchen was up ahead. Tell your boss, if he doesn't come out, don't blame me. Today, your kitchen is finished. I'm telling you, not even Jesus can save it. Tong Guan was planning to wreck the kitchen first because with no kitchen, there would be no business. He wanted to give a warning to the boss of Guanwei Building in person, right? Tear down the kitchen. Other gang members surged forward. With an imposing energy, Tong Guan rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, when suddenly a group of people came out of the kitchen entrance. Who wants to demolish my restaurant? Among this group was a handsome young man who spoke coldly. Tong Guan took a few glances at Chu Heng and then at the others with bruises behind him. He couldn't help but laugh. Such a small group dared to be arrogant here. You're the boss of Guanwei Building. Tong Guan glanced at Chu Heng with a hint of menace in his eyes. The implication of his threat was clear. Chu Heng remained calm, seemingly unaffected by Tong Guan's menacing gaze. Are you the one who beat up my men? Wang Yaozu pointed at Tong Guan and shouted, Brother, it's him. It's this group of people. Yes, Brother Chu. It's them. Lei Zi and the others also pointed and confirmed. Tong Guan smirked, looking quite arrogant. Heh, it's me. So what? I don't like you guys, so I want to beat you up. It makes me happy. Damn it. You asterisk. Wang Yaozu got angry, grabbing a nearby chair, ready to fight. But Chu Heng intervened, pulling him back. Tong Guan took out a very sharp dagger from his pocket. This dagger was about the length of a baby's arm, reflecting a cold light. A dagger, a close-range weapon perfect for stabbing. If this dagger strikes, there's a good chance someone will die on the spot. Lei Zi and the others gasped in horror. This guy is really ruthless, using this thing for a fight, aiming to take lives. This is bad. This guy in front of them is a bit tricky. The group looked to Chu Heng. Chu Heng snatched the chair from Wang Yaozu. He could handle these people, but Wang Yaozu couldn't. If something happened to Wang Yaozu, even if this guy in front of them became a wanted criminal, it wouldn't be worth it. So, there was no need to let these kids take risks. Wang Yaozu, seeing that Chu Heng didn't engage, had to suppress his anger. Seeing that the other side had quite a few people, all armed, they were not easy opponents. Brother, be careful. They seem to have a lot of weapons. Chu Heng smiled faintly, saying, I can see that. Just watch from the sidelines. Then Chu Heng walked alone towards the front. Guan, right? What's with this big show coming to my place? What do you want? Chu Heng questioned coldly. He only wanted to confirm one thing. Whether the troublemakers were sent by the owners of Heidong Restaurant. Tong Guan swaggered with the sharp dagger and sneer. One of my brothers, Mr. Su from Heidong Restaurant, doesn't want to see you on this turf, doesn't want to see Guanwei Building. If you have any sense, just close up shop and leave on your own. Chu Heng confirmed the situation, couldn't help but chuckle. Competition in the same trade relies on individual skills. What you guys are doing is just overly vulgar, he said. You think you can intimidate me? Tong Guan, seeing Chu Heng's disdainful look, felt his anger rise. Having been in the streets for so many years, he was used to others fearing him. If you won't drink the toast, it seems you want to drink the forfeit. Once I stab a few holes in you, you'll know how formidable I am. Tong Guan threatened fiercely. He then stepped forward quickly, holding the sharp dagger and advancing towards Chu Heng. Chu, be careful. Wang Yaozu and Lei Zi behind him shouted in alarm. Anyone facing such a large dagger would feel fear. Once fear sets in, you've already lost. But Chu Heng's expression did not change. Watching Tong Guan swing the dagger towards him, he calmly stated, just a tiny ant. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked Tong Guan in the abdomen. The kick was so swift that no one reacted in time. Tong Guan spat out a mouthful of blood and curled up in pain, unable even to scream. Chu Heng grabbed Tong Guan's arms, then twisted them forcefully. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking reverberated. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Too ruthless, directly breaking both arms. Damn. What a ruthless person. Wang Yaozu and Lei Zi were stunned. It was the first time they witnessed this ruthless side of Chu Heng, breaking two arms directly. This guy is done for the rest of his life. The gang members who followed Tong Guan also stood petrified, staring at Chu Heng in utter terror. Guan was incapacitated in a move. This guy's skills are out of the ordinary. Tong Guan, in agony on the ground, was now completely unaware of his own hands. My hands. My hands. His face filled with terror, he looked down to see his arms now mess like mud. At that moment, he felt true terror. The extreme fear of losing his limbs. He raised his head to look at Chu Heng, but all he met was Chu Heng's icy gaze. That piercing gaze made him shudder instantly. The boss of Guanwei Building was not a normal person. Seeing Chu Heng take 2 steps forward, Tong Guan instinctively tried to dodge backward. What? What are you up to? Don't come any closer. Tong Guan was filled with fear. He was genuinely panicked. Chu Heng coldly snorted and swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Bang! The force behind the kick sent him flying backward, crashing into the wall like a cannonball. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn. Such strength. Kicking a person like a ball flying into the wall. With human strength. Wang Yaozu was dumbfounded. Damn. Brother, amazing. Chu Heng's kick left everyone stunned. Daxin fell silent. Tong Guan spurted out fresh blood, his face pale, unable to get up from the ground. He felt like all his bones were about to break. Now he had no strength left to even stand up. It was too terrifying. Tong Guan's eyes showed extreme fear, trembling uncontrollably. That skill, that strength, he couldn't even compare to a tenth of it. Chu Heng rubbed his wrist, looked at Tong Guan's group of henchmen, and said, "Whoever wants to come, go ahead and do it." The henchmen's faces changed at the words. Each of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Those two moves had completely shattered their confidence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside the door became intense. A flock of crows emerged with dozens of people behind Tong Guan's henchmen. "Don't move. Hand over your weapons," Crow shouted, and the henchmen restrained a dozen or so people, confiscating their weapons. "Hit them," Crow ordered, and the henchmen were held down and beaten mercilessly. Chu Heng was a bit surprised that Crow rushed over, shaking his head with a smile, estimating that he had come to flatter him. "Chu Jade, are you okay? This Tong Guan is too outrageous, daring to provoke you. That's picking a fight with me. How should we deal with them? Disable all of them?" Crow asked with a smile. Chu Heng chuckled, waved his hand, and said, "Okay, if you want to fight, do it outside. Don't mess up the place here." "All right," Crow responded, then turned to the others and said, "Take them all outside. These bums are bothering Chuji's eyes." "Yes." The henchmen responded in unison, dragging all the people outside. The noise outside was deafening. "Dig brother, what about the ECN? How do we handle it?" Wang Yaozu asked. This area had been stirred up due to competition among peers, causing conflicts over interests. When two tigers share one mountain, one must give way. Chu Heng smiled and said, "Later, I'll let Crow handle it. It's a trivial matter." The ECN was definitely going to be cleaned up, and Chu Heng had no intention of letting them off. Provocation after provocation, not retaliating, thinking they could be bullied. "Ha ha, Dig brother is mighty," Wang Yaozu exclaimed with joy. Crow walked over at this moment. "Chu Jade, is there anything else you need?" Crow asked respectfully. "You go to the ECN. Let them roll out of the street themselves," Chu Heng said coldly. Crow understood and said, "Got it, Chu Jade. I know what to do." Zidonghai. Ah, Zidonghai, truly seeking death. Night fell. The ECN was closed for business today. The lights were off at the door. Zidonghai and Baldi sat in the shop waiting. It had been 2 or 3 hours since they knew that Tong Guan had gone, but there was still no movement. Zidonghai was a bit worried and paced back and forth anxiously. "Boss, could something have happened to Guan?" A young man asked in a low voice. "Nonsense. Who is Guan? Can something happen to him?" Zidonghai replied, turning back. Despite what he said, he was uncertain himself. At that moment, someone shouted at the door, "Boss, a group of people is coming." Zidonghai was overjoyed and asked, "Is it Guan and then?" "No, it's not. It's not Guan." The person panicked and said, "Ah." Zidonghai was stunned, then instinctively shouted, "Close the door, quickly." But it was too late as the door was already kicked open by Crow. Dang. The heavy door swung open. Crow entered boldly with a group of people behind him. "Where's Zidonghai?" Crow walked in swaggeringly, hands in his pockets. He looked at the people inside, and they looked back at him. After a moment of silence, Crow slammed the table. "Speak up, cat got your tongue." Zidonghai, hiding behind Baldi, stammered, "I'm the shop owner." "Zidonghai, which way do you belong to, sir?" Crow glanced at him coldly and asked, "Z-boss, right?" "I'm Crow." "Oh, so you're Crow brother, I've heard of you. What can I do for you today?" Zidonghai asked cautiously. He had heard of Crow's name, but they had never crossed paths, so their relationship was not close. Crow unexpectedly showing up at his door was surely not a good sign. Crow sat on the table with a light laugh. "Z-boss, you're really gutsy, letting your bows cause trouble at my brother's place," he said, and his tone turned extremely sinister towards the end. "Oh, your brother, is your brother?" Zidonghai was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Was he the owner of the Ming Taste Pavilion? Damn. This was a tough nut to crack. He had no idea the boss of the Ming Taste Pavilion had such powerful connections. "The boss of Ming Taste Pavilion is my big brother. Today, You let Tong Guan cause trouble at my big brother's place. I accidentally disabled them all. Hehe. Crow took out his phone and played a video in front of Zidonghai. In the video, Tong Guan and his henchmen were covered in blood, lying next to a trash can, a shocking sight to behold. Zidonghai felt a chill in his heart. Tong Guan was indeed in trouble. He broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. If he couldn't handle Tong Guan, it seemed he couldn't mess with the boss of the Ming Taste Pavilion. Oh no. What should be done now? Zidonghai regretted deeply. This is a misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding inside. Zidonghai hurriedly explained with a thick skin. Crow jumped off the table. Z-boss, it's not just a simple misunderstanding anymore. Who made you mess with someone you shouldn't have? My big brother has spoken. He wants you to disappear immediately from this place. Zidonghai was shocked, but his face showed a hint of hesitation. He had run this shop for many years. Giving it up like this, he couldn't bear it. It was more painful than cutting flesh. Crow brother, can you please be understanding? I've been running this for so many years. Letting go like this, it's a bit difficult, Zidonghai said, in distress. Difficult? If it's difficult, then don't even bother. Crow flipped the table on the spot. Bowls and chopsticks crashed to the floor. The henchmen behind Crow began to stir, ready to make a move. Zidonghai and Baldy were petrified, their faces pale. Fearful of being beaten, Zidonghai quickly said, Okay, I'll leave tonight. Crow gently patted his cheek and smiled. That's right, Zidonghai. Remember, keep a low profile in the future. You brought all this upon yourself. Don't let me see you on this street again. With that, Crow turned and left, his henchmen following suit. Zidonghai's legs gave way instantly, and he collapsed on the ground, dazed and shocked. Helpless tears welled up in his eyes. Who on earth was the boss of the Ming Taste Pavilion? On the other side, Chu Heng watched as Wang Yazu, Lazy, and others were eating. It's getting dark. Finish up and hurry home. Don't cause trouble everywhere. Got it? Chu Heng glanced at them and admonished. Yes, boss, we got it. The others responded. Wang Yazu, with a pained expression, asked, But, boss, what should I do? Just go back like this. Chu Heng nodded and smiled. Of course, fighting with others may be unsightly, but it's not a big deal. Sometimes, being honest is better than hiding things. Wang Yazu sighed. All right. He could already imagine his father, Wang Xiangrong, pulling out his belt. At that moment, Chu Heng's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Bingbing. Hey, sweetheart. Chu answered the call with a smile. Boss, whose call is that? Wang Yazu asked curiously. Who else could it be? It's my girlfriend's call. Chu gave him a playful look. Oh, it's sister-in-law. I get it. I'll shut up right away. Wang Yazu chuckled, then covered his mouth. Heng, who is talking over there? Wang Bingbing heard a voice and asked in confusion. It's nothing. I just took care of a little brother's matter. Sweetie, what's up? Chu Heng smiled. Heng, we agreed to have dinner together tonight. Wang Bingbing said sweetly. Okay. Where do you want to eat? I'll come pick you up later. Chu Heng said. I want to go to a more romantic place for dinner. Since my uncle and Nan aren't home, let's have a rare date outside. I really want to have dinner in a more romantic place. Wang Bingbing looked forward to it. All right, I'll pick you up. And we can decide together later. Okay. Hen, moi. After a while of sweet talk, Chu Hen hung up the phone. Turning around to look at a few little kids, he saw envy on their faces. Chu's big brother and his partner are so sweet. Lazy envied. It's a pity. Big brother already has a partner. Otherwise, I could introduce my sister to you. Wang Yaozu lamented. In his eyes, Chu Heng was a perfect big brother. Exceptional abilities, outstanding strength, good character, loyal, simply unbeatable. If my sister could have a big brother like him, as a brother-in-law, that would be great. It's a shame that big brother already has a partner. It seems that my sister might miss out on a great man in this lifetime. All right. Don't whine. If I become your brother-in-law, wouldn't I have more things to worry about? Go home honestly. Chu Heng jokingly scolded. After sending the little brothers back, Chu Heng took a taxi back to school. At the school gate, he saw Wang Bingbing, but what surprised Chu Heng was Wang Bingbing's 3 roommates. Wang Bingbing had dressed up in a dress tonight, paired with a warm coat, looking especially stylish and urban professional. Heng, Xiaowei and the others also want to go out to eat tonight. Wang Bingbing came over obediently, holding Chu Heng's arm. Lin Xiaowei smiled gently. We were bored tonight, so we came out with Bingbing. Handsome Chu. You wouldn't mind us being the matchmakers, right? Chu Heng smiled. Of course not. It's more lively together. In Chu Heng's heart, he already considered Lin Xiaowei and the others as friends, and friends don't stand on ceremony. Haha, don't worry. We won't disturb your date. Let's just have dinner together. Lin Xiaowei waved her hand. Lu Man looked at Chu Heng with a strange look. Chu Heng, I heard someone specially sent you a birthday gift. Is that true? Come clean. Who is it? Don't tell me you've got mistresses outside. Chu Heng was taken aback and asked in astonishment, birthday gift? How come I didn't know? Well, the thing is in Bingbing's bag. She show you. Lu Man smiled. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue and took out an exquisite box from her bag, with Chu Heng's school address on it. Heng, this thing has been sitting at the receiving guard's place for a few days. I just saw it, so I picked it up for you. Wang Bingbing squinted and smiled. Chu Heng took a look and seeing the delivery address on it, he immediately understood that it was sent by Wang Anfu. Who sent the birthday gift? Lin Xiaowei curiously asked, and the others were also very curious. They had no idea what was inside. Heng, who sent this? Wang Bingbing was also very curious. Chu Heng smiled. It's an old man who sent it, the one I mentioned earlier, who almost got conned for money. Ah, it's that silly old man. Wang Bingbing remembered and said, in surprise. She didn't expect that old man to be so thoughtful, sending a birthday gift. Quick, open it and see what's inside. Lu Man urged, and Chu Heng tore open the note. Open the box. Inside was another box that looked like a watch box. Chu Heng opened the watch box, revealing an exquisitely beautiful watch in front of everyone. Ah, this is a Patek Philippe watch. It looks quite expensive. Lu Man recognized the brand logo at a glance. Wang Bingbing nodded, saying, it should be worth tens of thousands, right? She was familiar with luxury brands, but not so much with watch styles since she never wore one. However, based on the watches she had seen, this one seemed pretty good. That silly old man is really something. Wang Bingbing laughed. Chu Heng actually recognized it as a platinum model, worth over $1 million on the market. Mr. Wang was really generous, giving away $1 million watch. However, Chu Heng wasn't into such luxury items. He didn't have any luxury items on him, he just didn't like the feeling of being taxed by luxury brands. Chu Heng casually stuffed the watch into his pocket and said, all right, I'll return a favor to him another day. Let's go eat first. Sounds good. I'm hungry. Wang Bingbing rubbed her stomach. Chu Heng ruffled her hair, indulging. Sweetie, have you decided where to eat? I have. Let's go to Riverside Hotel. The view there is very nice. You can see the lights on both banks at night, and there are passing cruise ships. Wang Bingbing was excited. She had been there before and found the night view very beautiful. Great, I heard about it a long time ago. Said to have unbeatable night views. Today the three of us are lucky to tag along for a meal, right? Lin Xiaowei looked at Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled. Sure. No problem. Let's go together. The group split into two cars and headed to their destination. Next to Riverside Hotel, there were several bars and clubs. Even the hotel itself had a club. There were rumors that the club was also in the business. Chu Heng had only heard about it but never been there, not interested in such places of revelry. The group entered the hotel and booked two spots by the window on the 18th floor. Lin Xiaowei and her friends at one table. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing continued their intimate time. It was the first time for Lin Xiaowei and the others to visit such a high-end restaurant in the hotel, which was also a Michelin 3-star restaurant. My goodness, what a beautiful night view. Lin Xiaowei leaned against the window and looked out. The lights outside were brilliant, and a cruise ship slowly passed by, its hull shimmering with neon lights. It felt a bit like the boat in a coastal city. Eating here must be very expensive, right? Lu Man turned her head in confusion. Chu Heng smiled calmly. It's all right. The set menu for one person is just 18,000 yuan. Not too expensive. Compared to eating in private clubs with Mr. Wang, a meal there costs at least thousands. And now Chu Heng still had over 3 billion in cash. Not sure how to spend it. Spending a few thousand was just a drop in the bucket. Sometimes, managing money can be a headache. 18,000. This isn't considered expensive. Lu Man was dumbfounded. The other two were stunned too. Well, indeed not too expensive. It's considered of good value. Wang Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Xiaowei. These two lovebirds really don't treat money as money. Soon, the waiter came over to serve the dishes. Chu Heng was about to start eating when suddenly the voice of the system rang in his head. Ding. Random mission will be released soon. Ding. The system immediately prompts a sign-in task. Please host. Proceed to the Emperor Room at the Beautiful People's Club for sign-in. Chu Heng heard the voice of the system and immediately felt elated. The system finally issued another sign-in mission. However, this sign-in location doesn't look like a proper place no matter how you look at it. Chu Heng felt a bit embarrassed. Could the Beautiful People's Club be the kind of place found in hotels? System, oh system, are you deliberately messing with me? But it's not a big deal. Just go sign in. It's not like you're doing anything. The sign-in reward must be obtained. After thinking for a moment, Chu Heng still felt like taking it easy for now, finding an opportunity to sign in later. One set of dishes after another was brought out, with all kinds of seafood and beef dishes. Ah, Heng Heng. Open your mouth. Wang Bingbing cut a piece of beef and handed it to Chu Heng, motioning for him to eat. Chu Heng ate it in one bite. How is it? Does it taste good? Wang Bingbing asked. My dear fed it to me by hand. Of course it tastes good. Chu Heng replied with a smile. Wang Bingbing blushed and laughed, covering her mouth. When did your mouth become so sweet? Chu Heng chuckled. Sweet or not? Haven't you tasted it before? Ah, annoying. Wang Bingbing sensed the meaning in his words and felt her cheeks blush. Lin Xiaowei, who was sitting behind the two, listened to their conversation and envied them, shaking her head. Ah, when will I have a sweet love like theirs? She said, with a hint of longing in her eyes. True youthful love, having a sweet romantic relationship would truly be a blessing. Ha ha, Xiaowei sis, are you wanting to fall in love? That should be easy, right? With a hint from you, given your qualities, won't the guys in our department line up to pursue you? Lu Man teased. Lin Xiaowei gave her a look and said, you think I'm that popular? Do so many people really like me? Also, won't that just attract a pack of wolves with my beauty? I won't do that. Liu Din chimed in. It's not easy for everyone to meet the right person in their lifetime. Not everyone can be like Bingbing, who met Chu Heng online. Most online relationships end up being with weird older guys. She turned to Lu Man and asked, speaking of which, Lu Man, how are things progressing with your classmate Pang lately? Lu Man blushed and stammered. What progress? We are just friends. Liu Din teased. Friends can turn into more. You know. Ha ha. Absolutely not. Lu Man's eyes dodged the teasing gaze. What about you and for eyes, Chu Heng's roommate? You two seem to be getting close too, right? Why don't you talk about yourselves? Liu Din coughed and said. What do you mean by getting close? I just asked him to help me fix my computer. Lin Xiaowei sighed. It seems like the three of us in the dorm will all be swept away by the guys from Chu Heng's dorm. It's just me left on my own. At this moment, Lu Man suddenly said, Xiaowei sis, let me introduce you to someone. He's a senior in our club. Quite handsome. And I'll give you his QQ number. I only have his photo on his business card. No friends list. So you can add him yourself. Lin Xiaowei's interest was piqued as she asked, you still need these resources? It's a club requirement, and I don't even know him. I've only heard about him. Lu Man shook her head. Do you want it? Sure. Send it to me. Lin Xiaowei nodded. It wouldn't hurt to meet new people. Maybe it could lead to a wonderful romance. Lin Xiaowei received the photo on the business card, but it was a bit blurry, making it hard to read some numbers. Is this a 5 or a 3? It should be a 3, right? Lin Xiaowei thought as she entered the QQ number to search. Surprisingly, there was a QQ account, and looking at the address, it was in Shenzhen. That should be the person. Flower speaker. Haha, this username is too much. It's so outdated. Lin Xiaowei muttered softly, adding the person as a friend. Unexpectedly, the request was accepted. Should she say hello first? But before she could decide, the other person sent a message first. Flower speaker, working, do not disturb. Lin Xiaowei, all right. Let's not bother him. I'll talk to him later. At that moment, Wang Bingbing's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it, her face falling a bit. It was a call from her father, Wang Xiangrong. Hey. Dad. What's up? Wang Bingbing answered the call. I'm having dinner with a young man outside. Why don't you come over for a bit? Let you both get to know each other, Wang Xiangran said with a smile. Wang Bingbing felt a few black lines appearing on her forehead. Dad, I'm out having dinner with friends too. I don't have time right now. Let's talk another day. Oh, my friend is calling me. Let's talk later. Wang Bingbing promptly hung up the phone. On the other end of the call, in a private room, Wang Xiangran looked surprised, holding the phone and not continuing speaking, surprised that Wang Bingbing had hung up. This girl. Really? Wang Xiangran felt a mix of anger and amusement. Wang uncle, what's wrong? Isn't Ice cunning? Zigaoyi asked. She's out having dinner with friends too. Said she's busy. This girl, I don't know what's going on. Wang Xiangran shook his head. But it's fine. Let's do it another day. There will be a chance for you to meet. Gaoyi, don't be disheartened. Out, sure. It's fate. Don't force it. I'll listen to Wang uncle. Zigaoyi had a simple and honest look. In his heart, he thought, only after getting along with Wang Xiangran could he eventually pursue Wang Bingbing. Come, Wang uncle. Let me raise a glass to you. My dad said you're the person he respects the most, and that's who I respect the most as well. Zigaoyi raised his glass. Ha ha, you're a good kid. You have a bright future ahead. With a successor like you, your dad must be pleased. Wang Xiangran looked at him with great admiration. They clinked glasses and took a sip. In these days, Zigaoyi visited regularly, greeted, and even brought interesting antiques for Wang Xiangran, making him quite pleased. Moreover, the more they interacted, the more Wang Xiangran felt that Zigaoyi was kind and decent in his dealings with people, and seemed quite upright. With Zigaoyi's family background, although not as wealthy as the Wang family, having assets in the billions, Wang Xiangran started considering introducing him to his daughter. Maybe not talk about love yet, just start as friends, and see how it goes when the time is right. But unexpectedly, his daughter Wang Bingbing was so guarded about the matter that Wang Xiangran had no choice but to give up. Wang uncle, look how beautiful the night view outside is, with the cruise ships passing by and the neon lights shining bright. Zigaoyi pointed outside the window with a smile. Not bad. It's rare that you took me out to see the night view. You really made an effort. Gaoyi. Wang Xiangran smiled gratefully. As they stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the beautiful city's bustling night view, Zigaoyi felt secretly proud. If you cater to someone's interests, there won't be a problem. This future father-in-law can definitely be won over. Rising to his feet, Zigaoyi suggested, if Wang uncle wants to see the night view, why not eat first? I'll book a cruise ship and accompany you for a tour. Was that your dad on the phone just now? Chu Heng curiously asked. Wang Bingbing pouted and said, yes, my dad called, asking me to go have dinner and saying he knows someone, but I'm not interested at all. Heng, why don't we find a suitable time to go back? Chu Heng smiled and replied, sure, you arrange it, I'm fine with it. Wang Bingbing nodded, okay, but my dad may be difficult to convince. He has always disagreed with me dating when I was in university, and he's a bit stubborn, old-fashioned, and a bit traditional. He always wanted me to finish university, help him with his work, and then meet people in certain circles, emphasizing on social status compatibility. Come on. It's already the modern era. Why stick to this? Every time we talk about this, we have the biggest disagreements. Wang Bingbing sighed softly after speaking. The reason she opened a dessert shop for Chu Heng was to give him a career and show her father that Chu Heng was not just an idle university student. Wang Bingbing had already made up her mind. I have already decided on Heng for this lifetime, regardless of social status compatibility. Besides, Heng is a super potential asset, with many talents such as drawing, cooking, culinary skills, music, singing, basketball, appreciation for Jade, and many more talents. With so many skills, he definitely has a bright future. Don't worry, be optimistic. I will do my best and strive for it. Chu Heng comforted her. Wang Bingbing propped her chin with both hands and said, if my dad doesn't agree, Heng, let's elope. Elope? Chu Heng was surprised for a moment, then smiled. Okay, we'll elope if needed. Yes, if we elope, and come back with a big belly, proving that everything will work out. Wang Bingbing said solemnly. Chu Heng was deeply moved and could feel Wang Bingbing's sincerity. He patted her head and said, don't worry, I will never let you suffer in this lifetime. I will spoil you forever. Wang Bingbing's worries dissipated, and she said, "Hehe, Heng Heng is really great." At that moment, the piano playing in the restaurant stopped. In the center of the restaurant stage, the pianist stepped down to take a break. Wang Bingbing's eyes lit up. "Heng Heng, I want to hear you play the piano." Chu Heng indulged her, saying, "Okay, as long as it makes you happy." Chu Heng got up and walked over to the piano, catching the attention of the diners, who saw a handsome young man stepping onto the stage, seeming like a customer, not the pianist, attracting curious glances. Even Lin Xiaowei and the others noticed Chu Heng on stage. "Wow! Look, Chu Heng is on stage. It's been a long time since he played." Liu Din exclaimed excitedly. Chu Heng was quite a prominent figure at Shenzhen University, with a fan club set up for him on the school forum. His piano playing and singing were exceptional, and many people loved listening to him. Lin Xiaowei sighed. "Ah, young couples in love are truly romantic," feeling envious. In every aspect, Chu Heng stood out. Except for his family background and unremarkable appearance in public, he excelled in many areas and had many talents. At this moment, the spotlight on the stage beamed on Chu Heng, emitting a faint halo of sanctity. Chu Heng smiled slightly, placed his hands on the piano keys, and began to play the first note. Following that, a familiar prelude music began. It was a song by Jay Shu, "Simple Love." The melodious and lively piano sounded, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Chu Heng's body swayed gently with the music, singing softly. His magnetic and penetrating voice echoed inside the restaurant, captivating everyone's attention. Everyone stopped what they were doing, turned their heads to watch Chu Heng, their faces filled with amazement. Wang Bingbing blushed, looking at Chu Heng with deep affection. "Heng Heng, he's so handsome. The wine by the river blows through our hair, floating. Holding your hand, a sudden inexplicable feeling. I want to take you to my grandma's house, watching the sunset together, until we both fall asleep." The singing reverberated, with only the sound of the piano and singing in the venue. No other sound was heard. Everyone was immersed in Chu Heng singing at that moment. His voice seemed to be filled with magic, capturing everyone's minds. As the piano sound gradually faded without notice, the song ended. Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Played and sang wonderfully. So talented. Handsome guy. Sing another one." The young handsome guy's piano and singing skills are excellent. He could make a debut. The diners applauded enthusiastically, praising Chu Heng endlessly. Chu Heng stood up, half bowed, and then left the stage with a cheerful Wang Bingbing running over and embracing him. "Heng Heng, you're amazing. Your singing is so lovely." Seeing Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng embracing, the diners around them applauded again, with many envious looks cast their way. "This couple is really perfect, enjoying the lovey-dovey moments," Lin Xiaowei whispered. "Another round of dog food. Well, let me kill this single dog and boost your mood." Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand and returned to their seats. "Dingbing, consider letting your Chu Heng make a debut. I promise he will be a sensation," Lan Man suggested enviously. Lin Xiaowei echoed, "Yes, he's capable of eclipsing most young idols." Wang Bingbing proudly replied, "Of course, my Heng Heng is much better than those idols. But I don't want him to debut. Many girls will be after him." "Oh, you know how to protect your man. Makes me envious." Lin Xiaowei chuckled, covering her mouth. Chu Heng had finished his meal and had to go complete his system task first, so he stood up to excuse himself. Chu Heng left the restaurant and checked the floors by the elevator, trying to figure out where the beauty salon was located. He glanced at the floor panel and saw that it was on the 6th floor, then pressed the elevator button. As Chu Heng entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor, the elevator suddenly stopped at the 10th floor. A woman who was clearly intoxicated entered the elevator. She was dressed provocatively in a tight-fitting short dress, exuding a strong aroma of alcohol and cheap perfume. Her face flushed. As soon as she entered, she leaned on the elevator, unable to stand steadily. Chu Heng shook his head, thinking to himself, "How come women drink so much these days? Aren't they afraid of ending up in trouble?" Subconsciously, Chu Heng took a step back, avoiding the uncomfortable presence. When the elevator doors closed, the woman regained her balance. When the elevator stopped once again, she stumbled and fell onto Chu Heng, holding onto him tightly. "Hey handsome, let's continue drinking," the woman babbled. "Miss, you've got the wrong person." Chu Heng smiled helplessly, preparing to help her up. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged man in casual attire stepped in. With a somewhat stern demeanor, He glanced at the woman Nan Chuheng, then shook his head, his eyes showing displeasure. Chuheng realized he was being judged and quickly explained, "Dear sir, please don't misunderstand. She's drunk, and I don't know her. Hey handsome, last night, you were amazing. Let's continue tonight. I want more." The woman's eyes were hazy from the alcohol, muttering nonsense. Chuheng, the man's expression turned even more disdainful towards Chuheng. "Young people should focus on self-cultivation and self-discipline," the man said with a hint of disdain, moving away from Chuheng. Chuheng shrugged his shoulders, forced a smile, feeling a bit socially dead by now, but he didn't bother to explain further. Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor. As the doors opened, there were sexy kippah-clad women on both sides of the entrance. "Welcome esteemed guests to the beauty salon." "How many guests?" a hostess with a warm smile asked. She looked at the middle-aged man, then at Chuheng. The middle-aged man glanced at Chuheng, his eyes filled with disdain and annoyance. How did young people nowadays love going to these places? The world is really corrupt. Chuheng also noticed the man's gaze, forced a smile, and felt he would be mistaken for a bad youth lingering at the club. "Ow. Just one." Chuheng coughed dryly, strode out of the elevator confidently. Chuheng walked into the beauty salon, where a smiling asterisk greeted him. "Does our VIP have a reservation with our lovely ladies?" Asterisk asked. "No. Just take me to the Emperor room directly," Chuheng calmly replied. "Oh, all right. Our VIP sure knows how to play," the middle-aged beauty said with a smile. This was the most luxurious private room in the salon, with a minimum spending of no less than 100,000. It seemed like they had a big client. Asterisk led Chuheng to a luxurious private room. Immediately, a prompt sound from the system rang in Chuheng's mind. Ding! The host has arrived at the check-in location. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring God-level medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing physique by +10. Chuheng was delighted to hear this. Finally, he successfully checked in. Even though he had experienced social death, it was worth it. Chuheng immediately checked the medical skills in the system space. God-level medical skills, possessing all abilities of traditional Chinese medicine. Damn, this ability is really good. Becoming a top TCM practitioner in an instant, Chuheng felt an influx of numerous TCM information in his mind. He checked his personal attributes. Host, Chuheng physique, 90 points normal person 10. Higher physique means better physical condition. Charm, 60 points normal person 10. Higher charm value means stronger personal charm. Skills possessed, God-level medical skills, golden eyes, God-level hacking skills, God-level dance skills, God-level musical talent, God-level culinary skills, God-level climbing skills. Cash, 3.1 billion yuan and 10 yuan. Seeing this attribute panel, Chuheng was very satisfied. He had gained another major God-level skill. Nice. How is everything, dear guest? Are you satisfied? Asterisk eagerly. Chuheng smiled. It's all right, not very satisfied. After that, he ended over a few raid bills as a tip and turned to leave. Once the check-in was completed, the system rewards are withdrawn. Chuheng didn't want to stay in this place at all. He left behind a middle-aged beauty looking bewildered. This VIP had quite high demands. After leaving the beauty salon, Chuheng returned to the restaurant. Lin Xiaowei and the others had finished eating and were admiring the beautiful view outside the window. Wang Bingbing was resting her chin on her hands, waiting for Chuheng to come back. Chuheng smiled when he saw this scene, bought a rose at the counter, hid it behind his back, and walked up to Wang Bingbing. What are you daydreaming about? Chuheng smiled. Oh, you're back. I was just thinking about when would be the right time to leave. Wang Bingbing looked a bit troubled. Chuheng then took out the rose from behind and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you. I hope you don't have to worry too much. Some things are better left to fate." Wang Bingbing was pleasantly surprised to see the rose, accepted it, and sweetly said, "Thank you, Heng Heng. I understand now." In her heart, Wang Bingbing thought, "All right, I'll just follow Heng Heng's lead. Let everything flow naturally. Heng Heng, I want to go play on the cruise ship later." Wang Bingbing turned to look at the cruise ship outside. The cruise ship is so beautiful. Touring the night view on it must be amazing. Chuheng pinched her fair jade face and indulgently said, "All right, as long as you like it." Wang Bingbing felt the full sense of pampering from Chu Heng and was overjoyed in her heart. What a simple thing a girl wants in her life, actually, having someone she loves who can pamper her for a lifetime. That's all there is to it. Heng Hen, you're so great. Wang Bingbing stood up, hugged Chu Heng, and planted a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Lin Xiaowei suddenly said, Ahem, Bingbing, you're giving dog food again. I've had my fill. Heh. Sister Xiaowei, let's go on the cruise ship together later. Wang Bingbing smiled. Great. I really want to go. Lin Xiaowei exclaimed. Yes, we want to go too. Lu Man and Liu Din chimed in. Then, it's decided. Let's leave now, Wang Bingbing joyfully announced. On the other side, at the Jiang'an Hotel downstairs, Wang Xiangran arrived on a floor and saw an elderly man with white hair. The old man was sitting in a wheelchair, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Old Teng. Long time no see. How have you been feeling lately? Wang Xiangran asked warmly. The white-haired old man in a wheelchair was the former chairman of the Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce, a legendary figure in the business world, and also Wang Xiangran's mentor. Oh, just the same as usual. I don't know how much longer these old bones can hold up. Teng Hui joked self-deprecatingly. Old Teng, don't say that. You will definitely live a long life. I still want to continue learning from you, Wang Xiangran said seriously. Ha, Xiangran, you are different now. Why would you still need my teachings? Teng Hui laughed. Wang Xiangran humbly replied. No, you taught me a lot in the past. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a teacher. Teng Hui smiled and changed the subject, asking, Are you here for business tonight? I didn't disturb you, did I? No. I'm just out for dinner with a junior tonight. Just wanted to come out and enjoy the beautiful night view, Wang Xiangran replied. I heard you were coming, so I had to personally come down to greet you. Wang Xiangran smiled. At that moment, Zigaoyi hurriedly walked over from behind. Uncle Wang. Wang Xiangran turned around and introduced, Zigaoyi, come and meet Ten Lao, the former chairman of the Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce and my mentor, Old Teng. Zigaoyi was instantly shocked when he recognized the elderly man in front of him. Teng Hui, the towering figure in the business world, a respected figure in the business community, well-connected both domestically and internationally, a truly well-deserved tycoon in the business world. Ah, Old Teng. Hello. I am Zigaoyi from the Z family, Zigaoyi said excitedly. To see such a prominent figure was truly lucky. If he could leave a good impression, it would bring endless benefits in the future. Oh, the Z family, I know of it, Teng Hui replied casually. Wang Xiangran patted Zigaoyi on the shoulder. Zigaoyi, a young talent who has returned from studying abroad at a prestigious university. He has a bright future. Upon hearing Wang Xiangran's praise, Zigaoyi felt elated and pretended to be modest. Uncle Wang is praising me too much. I've only come back to pursue a Ph.D. and help my father with some work, Wang Xiangran said. That's great, that's the way to go. Unlike some young people nowadays who just like to hang out in clubs and engage in frivolous activities. Zigaoyi felt a bead of sweat forming in his heart. He had spent a day at the club with some friends yesterday and even called for a few pretty girls. Now it seemed that he had to be careful when going out in the future, so as not to let Wang Xiangran find out. He must maintain a positive image in front of Wang Xiangran. Otherwise, his plan to pursue Wang Bingbing might be a failure. Ahem. Is that so? I feel the same way. Nowadays, some young people are indeed a bit too frivolous and need criticism. Zigaoyi straightened his back. Wang Xiangran nodded and said, I just encountered a young man like that in the elevator. The world is really going downhill. Let's not talk about that anymore. Old Teng, how about joining us for a night tour of the Shenzhen River later? Teng Hui shook his hand and sighed, saying, No, I still have something to do later. Xiangran, you guys go play. Oh, Ten Lao still has something to do. Do you need my help? Wang Xiangran asked. Teng Hui smiled bitterly and said, It's nothing, just a little family matter. I can handle it myself. Wang Xiangran understood when he heard it was a family matter. Even an upright official finds it hard to meddle in household affairs. It's better to handle family matters on your own. All right, then I won't bother Teng Lao. Gao Yi and I will go to the cruise ship. When I have time later, I will invite you to go sightseeing together. Wang Xiangran bowed. Teng Hui had taught him, so he had great respect for him. Heh, sure. Let's make plans for another day. Ten Hui smiled. The three of them bid farewell, and Zigaoyi took Wan Xiangran to the dock at the riverside to board the ship. On the other side, Chu Heng and Wan Bingbing's group came down from the hotel. After leaving the elevator, Chu Heng saw a couple in front, with the woman being the sexy woman who was in the elevator. At this time, the woman had a young man supporting her, and they seemed to be talking in low voices, probably acquainted. The young man was not tall, but dressed in brand name clothes, with a flashy luxury watch on his wrist. The young man was not content with just holding the woman's hand, his hands moving up and down, and the woman didn't seem to mind, instead looking flirtatious. The youth of today, the morals are indeed declining. Chu Heng shook his head, not wanting to pay attention to such consensual matters. Walking a few steps forward, suddenly a loud shout came from the side. Zichuan, you are indeed here. A wheelchair-bound old man's voice was hoarse, showing an appearance of extreme dissatisfaction. Ah, Grandpa, how come you are here? The young man was obviously shocked by the sudden appearance of the old man. After releasing the woman, he wanted to turn and run. Stop! Ten Hui angrily shouted. A bodyguard immediately blocked Ten Chuan's way. Ten Chuan knew he had nowhere to escape, so he had no choice but to lower his head obediently and return to the old man's side. Kneel. Ten Hui's face was stern. In front of the stern grandfather, Ten Chuan didn't dare to act out, obediently knelt down like a child who had made a mistake. This involved a scene that naturally attracted the attention of the people around. Knowing it was a child from which family causing trouble again, being publicly reprimanded by an elder, skipping classes, avoiding school, going to gamble, and now flirting around here, our Tang family's reputation is tarnished by you. Absurd. Do you want to anger me to death? Your parents can't control you, so I'll personally come to discipline you. Ten Chuan was scolded, but kept his head down, silent. Tell me, how much money did you spend today? Ten Hui questioned. 10,000. Ten Chuan weakly replied. Ten Hui was furious and slapped him on the head. Still lying. It was 10,000. Do you think I don't know you borrowed money from others? You're truly incorrigible in lying. How did our Tang family produce such a rebellious child like you? Ten Hui was breathing heavily, almost gasping for air. Ten Chuan, seeing the situation, was startled, afraid of causing grandfather to have a heart attack, and quickly said, Grandpa, please don't get so angry. Take care of yourself. I won't do it again. How many times have you said that? Every time there is always a next time. You're driving me crazy. Ten Hui scolded as he clutched his chest, pointing at his nose. Suddenly, Ten Hui couldn't breathe properly. His body suddenly collapsed, limbs stiff. Ah, Grandpa. Ten Chuan, seeing this, turned pale in an instant, rushing forward to check the situation. The two bodyguards were also flustered, quickly taking out a bottle of medicine from their bags, wanting to feed it to Ten Hui. However, Ten Hui's muscles were stiff, hands clutching his chest, teeth clenched, unable to open his mouth. In just a moment, Ten Hui's face turned ashen. Call for help. Call an ambulance. Quickly, Ten Chuan shouted anxiously. If he truly caused harm to Grandpa, he would live in guilt for the rest of his life. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner coming to perform emergency rescue. How absurd. The middle-aged doctor hurriedly stopped Chu Heng. Chu Heng glanced at him coldly and said, If we don't administer treatment within 2 minutes, the old man will undoubtedly die. Startled by Chu Heng's fierce gaze, the middle-aged doctor hesitated for a moment before releasing his hand, no longer daring to interfere. There was no other option at this point. They could only take a desperate measure and attempt to save the old man. Ten Chuan pleaded, Brother, if you can help, I'll give you all the money I have. Chu Heng ignored him, quickly assessed the old man's condition with a pulse check, revealing a weak pulse, a heart attack triggered by asthma. First, they needed to help him breathe. Thinking quickly, Chu Heng helped the old man up, formed a sword finger with his right hand, and then suddenly struck the old man's back with a knee to his abdomen, in one swift motion, clearing his airway. Cough, cough. The old man coughed abruptly twice, then slowly opened his eyes. The onlookers were amazed. With a simple technique, the old man was awakened from unconsciousness. It was truly incredible. Wow, what kind of medical skill is this? It's so amazing, impressive. Is this even more powerful than emergency first aid? This young man just used traditional Chinese medicine acupressure technique, right? Few people know how to use this technique nowadays. This young man is really talented. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. The middle-aged doctor looked astonished, finding it almost unbelievable. Could this young man really understand traditional Chinese medicine? That move just now was truly miraculous. Ten Chuan saw his grandfather waking up and quickly approached him, asking with concern, "Grandpa, you're awake. That's great. How do you feel now?" Ten Hui's eyes were vacant as he opened his mouth, still not fully conscious. He just suffered from lack of oxygen to the brain and the heart attack hasn't been completely resolved yet. He needs further treatment. Chu Heng stated calmly. Master, please help save him quickly." Having witnessed Chu Heng's skill in bringing Ten Hui back from the brink of death, Ten Chuan already regarded him as a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Heng smiled, opened the old man's shirt, and pressed acupuncture points on his chest with his fingers, using his thumb, index, and middle fingers on 3 pressure points. After pressing for a moment, Chu Heng suddenly slapped the old man's chest. Plop. The old man spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his pale face flushing back to normal before their eyes. Ten Hui coughed lightly. "What happened to me?" "Wow, he's awake. Really awake," someone exclaimed, causing a commotion in the crowd. Everyone was completely dumbfounded at that moment. An elderly man on the verge of death from a sudden heart attack miraculously came back to life. The medical skill of this young man was truly amazing. The middle-aged doctor was dumbfounded. Was this the miraculous aspect of traditional Chinese medicine? It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He felt a burning sensation on his face as embarrassment washed over him. Ten Chuan was overjoyed and quickly said, "Grandpa, you had a sudden heart attack and passed out. It was this master who saved you. Otherwise, I might never see you again." After a close call with death, Ten Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, he seemed to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. Turning to Chu Heng, tears welling up with gratitude, he firmly held Chu Heng's hand, overflowing with thanks. Even now, he still felt shaken. The sense of suffocation and impending death was too terrifying. Having survived, Ten Hui couldn't help but be emotional. The young man before his eyes was truly his savior. Without this young man, he might have already perished. "Grateful for saving my life, I will never forget this favor." Ten Hui expressed his gratitude as he held Chu Heng's hand. Chu Heng smiled lightly and said, "It was just a small effort on my part, Mr. Ten Hui. Please calm down. Relax and wait for the ambulance to arrive, then go to the hospital for a full-body checkup." Ten Hui took a deep breath and asked, "How should I address my benefactor?" "Chu Heng," he replied. "Chu Heng, my name is Ten Hui. Here's my business card. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to reach out." Ten Hui took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Heng. Chu Heng casually accepted it, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. "Well, Mr. Ten Hui, you're fine for now. Please rest. I have other matters to attend to," Chu Heng said as he stood up. With Ten Hui supported by Ten Chuan, he also stood up and sat on a wheelchair, saying, "All right, Chu Heng, maybe we'll meet again someday." "Thank you, Master." Ten Chuan expressed his gratitude once again. A middle-aged doctor approached Chu Heng with embarrassment, saying, "I truly have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Master, I apologize for my actions earlier. I have offended you." Chu Heng patted his shoulder and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine is our country's essence, a precious heritage left by countless predecessors. You may not understand it, but you shall not belittle it." With that, Chu Heng left with his hands behind his back, leaving behind the middle-aged doctor looking ashamed. Under the respectful gazes of onlookers, Chu Heng, along with Wang Bingbing and the group, left the hotel lobby. Ten Hui watched Chu Heng's departing figure and sighed. Such talented individuals are truly rare to come by. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and difficult to learn, yet the medical skills of this benefactor are exceptional. Truly a genius. Ten Chuan nodded in agreement, feeling grateful. If it weren't for Chu Heng, things could have been much worse. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing purchased tickets at the hotel pier, waiting for the next cruise ship. "Heng Hen, you were amazing just now. You even know traditional Chinese medicine," Wang Bingbing praised. "Hehe, your husband here is capable of anything," Chu Heng teased by pinching her nose. Wang Bingbing nestled in Chu Heng's arms and said, "My husband is the best." Hearing the term husband from Wang Bingbing made Chuang's heart exuberant. Of course, darling. Chuang wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The two stood at the pier, admiring the beautiful night view, as if only the two of them existed in the world. After a while, the cruise ship slowly approached and docked at the pier with colorful neon lights hanging on board, creating a beautiful scene. Impressive luxury. Ding ding. Let's go find something to eat. Lin Xiaowei exclaimed at the sight of a variety of food and beverages, dragging Wang Bingbing to search for food. Chuan shook his head and smiled as he watched the girls rush towards the buffet. Chuan moved to observe the night view while the fur girls found a place to sit and rest. Ding ding, have you used up the medicine I bought for Chuang last time? Lin Xiaowei suddenly asked with a strange smile. Blushing, Wang Bingbing retorted, what are you talking about? You all have misunderstood. Chuang, in that aspect, there's no problem. It's all good. No need for those things. Also, don't buy it for him anymore. Lin Xiaowei was a bit surprised but figured out the last part, teasing. I see. Ding ding. You've experienced the effects, so you have the final say. Intrigued by the conversation, Lu Man and Liu Din chuckled quietly. It's true. Only the person experiencing it knows the effect, especially in Bingbing's case. Embarrassed, Wang Bingbing said, you guys are always thinking about that kind of stuff. Lin Xiaowei joked, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Ding ding. Since you both are at this stage, it's time to introduce Chuang to your parents. After all, you've met his parents. It's not a good idea to keep it from your parents. Wang Bingbing pondered. I know, my mom's birthday is coming up in a few days, and I have to go back for that. Bring Chuang with you. Lu Man clapped, saying, that's nice. If you can get your parents' approval, then there's no need to hide from your dad. Wang Bingbing worried about her stubborn father, who might not approve of her relationship with Chuang. It's something we have to face. Avoiding it isn't a solution. Be brave and face it. Besides, I think Chuang is outstanding. Relax, it should be fine. Lin Xiaowei reassured her. Determined, Wang Bingbing resolved, yes, it's something we have to face. She would only marry Chuang in this lifetime. No one can stop her, not even Jesus. Regardless of the outcome, she would be with Chuang. With unwavering faith, Wang Bingbing rallied herself, determined to face any opposition. She walked towards Chuang. As Chuang admired the night view, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He could tell it was Wang Bingbing from the steps. Wang Bingbing hugged Chuang from behind and said, Hang Han, let's talk about something. What's on your mind? In a few days, come home with me. A few days later, come home with me. Wang Bingbing stretched out her head, looking very seriously at Chu Han. Okay. Chu Han rubbed her little head. Wang Bingbing took a deep breath, as if making a big decision. Hang Han, no matter whether my parents are opposed at that time, I will be with you. Wang Bingbing hugged Chu Han tightly. Same here, even if the whole world is against us, even if we are enemies with the whole world, I'm not afraid. Chu Han smiled. Wang Bingbing was very moved by his words. Hang Han is really wonderful. The two embraced each other while admiring the beautiful night view, intoxicated by the neon lights. In the distance behind them, Lin Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, wiping away tears. All lovers eventually become family. Lu Man's eyes glistened with tears, choked up. Definitely, it will surely happen. After the cruise ship docked at the pier late at night, Lin Xiaowei and a few others returned to school. Chu Han and Wang Bingbing took a taxi back home. Chu Han's parents were still out for the night, leaving only the two of them at home. Chu Han sat on the couch, yawning. Will Uncle and Aunt be back tomorrow? Wang Bingbing brought 2 apples from the fridge. Probably not so soon. Maybe tomorrow. Chu Han smiled. Chu Han knew very well that once his father went fishing, it would be day and night. He had a saying, a fisherman never sits idle. Wang Bingbing took out a fruit knife and peeled the apples, saying, let's discuss when they come back. Then it's good for Uncle and Aunt to go together. Chu Han agreed. Chu Han lay on the couch, watching TV, glanced at Wang Bingbing who was peeling the apples. It gave Chu Han a sense of home. Yes, it felt familiar like home. Everything was so ordinary, so beautiful. Here, Hang Han. Wang Bingbing handed him the peeled apple with a sweet smile. Baby, this is really nice. Chu Han took the apple and praised her. Okay, finish eating and go take a shower first. Wang Bingbing coaxed. Chu Han took a bite of the apple, holding her waist with both hands. How about, We shower together. Huh. Without saying a word, Chu Heng lifted her up. Blushing, Wang Bingbing buried her head in Chu Heng's chest. The next morning, although the sun was shining outside the window, the winter morning wind was a bit chilly. Wang Bingbing was curled up in the bed, sleeping soundly, her face showing signs of fatigue and marks of last night's passion on her neck. Chu Heng had already woken up, turned to look at the cute face of the sleeping Wang Bingbing, couldn't help but pinch her rosy cheeks. Don't. I'm so tired, Wang Bingbing mumbled in her sleep, sounding a bit pleading. Chu Heng couldn't help but chuckle, then got up quietly from bed, not wanting to disturb her. After washing up in the bathroom, Chu Heng prepared breakfast for Wang Bingbing. Seeing that she was still asleep, he left a note. Wang Bingbing decided to go back in a few days on her mother's birthday, so he needed to prepare a gift to leave a good impression. Chu Heng took a taxi to the headquarters of Hengyuan Group. The current Hengyuan Group had acquired 3 floors of high-end CBD office space, with over 1,000 employees at the headquarters and over 30,000 nationwide. The Bunny Milk Tea had already captured the high-end market segment, establishing itself as a well-known large enterprise. Inside the office of the general manager at the Hengyuan Group, Yang Wanran, dressed in a dark professional suit, sat at her desk. Her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Chu Heng, she answered immediately. Hello, boss. Yes, I understand. Yang Wanran hung up the phone and pressed a button on the table. After a while, Han Youngsi walked in quickly. Sister Wanran, what's up? She was now Yang Wanran's secretary and assistant. Yang Wanran stood up and said solemnly, "Notify the department managers, the boss is coming over." Han Youngsi was startled. "Oh, the boss is coming over. I'll go prepare." She was quite surprised because usually, Boss Chu didn't come in person, and work was done remotely online. But today he suddenly came, so they had to greet him with their best appearance. After Han Youngsi left, she immediately notified the department managers and senior members through the internal network. An hour later, all the middle and senior management had gathered. Some of the old-timers had seen Chu Heng before, but some newcomers had never seen him. "I heard the CEO of our group is coming." "Yes, I've never seen him before. I wonder what he looks like," a woman asked in confusion. "The boss is quite young and handsome," a middle-aged man admired. "Young, really? Shouldn't he be in his 30s? The woman shook her head in disbelief. The middle-aged man smiled. "You'll see in a bit." The group split into 2 rows in the lobby, standing neatly. Yang Wanran and Han Youngsi had already gone downstairs to welcome him. They stood in the lobby, attracting the attention of passing men. They were both so beautiful, mature and intelligent, and charming and lovely. Like campus beauties. Yang Wanran checked the time on her watch. It was about time. She looked outside. And indeed, Chu Heng's figure appeared. She smiled and went to meet him. "Hello, boss. Long time no see, boss," Han Youngsi chirped with a smile. Chu Heng looked at them and said, "Okay, I came here to take care of something. Let's go upstairs and talk." "Sure, boss. Please." Yang Wanran gestured to lead the way. The 3 of them took the elevator to the Hengyuan Group headquarters on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors. The 3 floors were the company's operating spaces, with a spacious entrance hall more than 200 square meters. With Yang Wanran and Han Youngsi by his side, Chu Heng entered the company gates. People inside saw Chu Heng, and many were surprised. The boss was indeed very young, and really handsome. "Good day, CEO." The middle and senior management lined up and saluted. Within the group, Chu Heng was the chairman and CEO, holding the highest authority. Seeing the reception, Chu Heng shook his head and smiled, then turned to Yang Wanran, saying, "You don't need to make such a big fuss next time." "Got it." Yang Wanran chuckled, covering her mouth. Chu Heng shook hands with everyone, exchanged greetings, and without lingering, he went to his office. In the office, Yang Wanran served him a cup of coffee. "Boss, do you have any important matters coming to the company today?" Yang Wanran asked curiously. She didn't know what could have prompted Chu Heng to come in person. Chu Heng replied seriously, "Of course, there is something important." "What is it? Please tell us." Yang Wanran prepared her notepad to take notes. Han Youngsi was also attentive. Clearing his throat, Chu Heng said, "I came here today to prepare a gift for my future mother-in-law." Yang Wanran, Han Youngsi, _ The 2 women were dumbfounded at the same time, staring blankly at Chu Heng. "Boss, What did you say? Prepare gifts for your future mother-in-law, Yang Wanrong asked in astonishment. Chu Heng smiled slightly. Yes, my future mother-in-law's birthday is coming up, so I need to prepare some special gifts. Yang Wanrong tugged at the corner of her mouth, thinking that the boss had come for work-related matters, for the development of the company. She didn't expect it to be for this. Well, he's the boss after all. Boss, what kind of gifts are you planning to give? Yang Wanrong curiously asked. Chu Heng replied, we had that top-grade ice jade before. I plan to cut a piece out and intricately carve it as a congratulatory gift. Also, I intend to make a nourishing and beautifying traditional Chinese medicine, which requires quite a few materials that may be difficult to find. So I plan to have you arrange for some people to look for them. Money is not a problem, as long as the materials are of good quality. Chu Heng already had a plan in mind for what gifts to give to his future mother-in-law. It is always best for gifts to have 3 layers of meaning. The first layer is goodwill. A good birthday gift with good intentions can express kindness and strengthen relationships. Therefore, for the first gift, Chu Heng plans to cut a piece of top-grade ice jade and intricately carve a blessing character on it as a gift. The second layer is about gifting health, a sacred supplement that can nourish and beautify, which of course is a woman's favorite. Who wouldn't want to stay healthy and youthful? As for the third layer, it involves acupuncture. Now that he possesses godlike medical skills, but lacks proper tools, he needs a set of acupuncture tools to demonstrate his skills. Boss, what specific ingredients do you need? I can have the marketing and public relations department start collecting them. Han Yongxi asked. Chu Heng tore a blank piece of paper from his notebook and started writing on it. After finishing, he ended the prescription to Han Yongxi. These are the ingredients listed here. Go find them according to this formula. Han Yongxi glanced at the prescription. Millennium Ginseng, Qianshan Snow Lotus, Centennial Falling Horse Root. Boss, these are all precious treasures from heaven and earth. These are all rare and precious Chinese herbal medicines. These names were quite well known in the realm of expensive medicinal herbs, and many of them Han Yongxi had never even seen before. But all these herbs were definitely worth a fortune. Oh my! This will cost a lot of money. Yang Wanrong exclaimed in surprise. Chu Heng smiled and said, money can solve any problem. Chu Heng was currently not lacking in money. Having too much money was already a very distressing issue for him. Things that could be bought with money were no longer of great importance to Chu Heng. In his heart, loved ones, partners, and friends were the true treasures. Hearing Chu Heng's confident response, Yang Wanrong couldn't help but laugh. Boss, you're truly generous. All right, have your people bring the ice jade in and remember to bring the tools for on-site cutting, Chu Heng said with a smile. Okay. Han Yongxi and Yang Wanrong went out to arrange for the search of the materials. The entire Henyuan group immediately sprang into action, mobilizing all their connections to complete this task. After a while, Han Yongxi and Yang Wanrong returned with for security guards carrying a piece of jade and employees carrying various tools. Boss, the jade has arrived, Yang Wanrong said with a smile. It was a tens of millions worth half-polished, pure green ice jade original stone. Such original stones were valuable and not easily available for purchase. Many people held on to them for collection purposes, and they were rarely circulated in the market. Sometimes, even with money, you couldn't acquire them, especially ones as large as this. This piece of jade was the size of a bull's head, with a smaller face on the cut surface. Boss, how shall we cut this? A finger's width. Han Yongxi gestured with her fingers. Just 1 finger's width could sell for several million. Too small. Cut it to 10 centimeters, Chu Heng said calmly. Han Yongxi? Yang Wanrong, boss, your generosity knows no boundaries. 10 centimeters. Such a large piece. Are you planning to use it as a dining table for someone? Boss, is this too thick? Han Yongxi asked cautiously. Not too big. It'll be just right for carving a Fu character later. I'll draw it, and you can find a master to carve it, Chu Heng replied with a smile. For now, have them cut it down, he continued. All right. Han Yongxi nodded and then instructed the staff to cut a large piece of jade. It was a piece of top-grade glassy jade with the size of a square, worth millions on the market. Chu Heng then drew a Fu character on a blank paper, using the landscape to form the character. It was exquisitely beautiful, with mountains and water crafting the character. Han Yongxi and the other staff members were amazed by the painting. This could fetch a good price at an art auction. Boss, Why don't you paint a few more pieces and make millions, even tens of millions? Han Yongxi exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Heng chuckled. I can make money by painting. That's what artists do. Not me. He ended the painting to Han Yongxi, instructing her to have a master carve it. Money's not a problem. Just get it done by 2 days, he said. Understood. Boss, you can trust me, Han Yongxi said solemnly. By the way, please help me find some ancient acupuncture needles on the market, Chu Han continued. Any number of sets will do. Ancient needles? You mean the ones used in traditional acupuncture? Yang Wanran asked. Yes, the kind used for acupuncture. The older, the better, Chu Heng smiled. While new needles on the market were good, Chu Heng preferred the feel of ancient needles. All right, I'll arrange for it immediately and have people pay attention to antique markets nationwide, Yang Wanran replied. Chu Heng nodded and received a message on his phone from Bingbing. Heng, where are you? I've woken up. Asterisk rubbing eyes asterisk. Heng, I'm out handling something. Have breakfast first, it's ready. Remember to heat it up. Dingbing. Okay. Muao. At this time, Wang's villa. Wan Xiangrong and Liu Ningxian were making dumplings together. Liu Ningxian's hands and feet moved quickly, and she wrapped the dumplings neatly and quickly. In comparison, Wan Xiangrong seemed a bit clumsy, with irregularly shaped dumplings and some even leaking. Look at you. So clumsy. After learning how to make dumplings so many times, you still can't get it right, Liu Ningxian teased. Wan Xiangrong blushed and said, I haven't done this in a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. I'll get the hang of it soon. Don't worry, on your birthday, I'll definitely cook you a dish. Liu Ningxian shook her head and said, I don't believe it. When will I ever get to eat a dish cooked by you? I'm afraid there's no hope in this lifetime. You've barely been in the kitchen 10 times in your life. Letting you cook a dish is very difficult. I remember the tomato and egg stir-fry you made last time. The eggs were burnt black, and the tomatoes were still raw. I think Bingbing inherited her cooking skills from you. Wan Xiangrong. Oh, by the way, Yotsu said he was coming back today. Why hasn't he shown up yet? He quickly changed the subject. Liu Ningxian looked at the time. Man said, he should be coming back soon. Just then, they heard light footsteps at the door. A figure quickly passed through the living room. Stop right there. Wan Xiangrong called out. A glance was enough to tell who the person was. Wan Yamu. Wan Yamu retreated, wearing a hoodie, and facing away from his parents. Mom, Dad, hello. Wan Yamu didn't turn to look at them but chuckled. Wan Xiangrong and his wife immediately sensed something was wrong. A parent's intuition. They put down their work and approached him. Turn around and look at me. Wan Xiangrong's tone was stern. Wan Yamu lowered his head, turned around, and his parents were shocked by the bruises and swollen wounds on his face. What happened? Did you get into a fight? This is unacceptable. Wan Xiangrong didn't wait for an explanation and was ready to get tough. Liu Ningxian quickly intervened. Let the child explain first. Don't be so quick to judge and resort to violence. Wan Yamu had prepared himself to be scolded, recounted the incident roughly, keeping Chu Heng's involvement quiet. If they knew he had bowed to Chu Heng outside, they would be even angrier. After listening, Wan Xiangrong calmed down. As long as it wasn't your fault, those people dared to hit my son, I will stand up for you. Wan Yamu looked astonished at his father's promise to help him. He couldn't believe it. Wan Xiangrong's expression turned cold. If anyone dares to hit my son for no reason, no one, not even the king, can get away with it. Go back and take a rest. I'll have your mom bring some medicine up later. All right. Wan Yamu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that being honest and there was nothing to hide, or misunderstandings wouldn't be avoided, could help. He quickly ran upstairs to avoid any change of heart from his father. Liu Ningxian watched Wan Yamu leave and felt relieved. His father, Yamu, has really changed a lot recently. In the past, when he came back with bruises and swelling from a fight outside, he wouldn't tell the truth. This time, he actually came clean. It's quite unbelievable. Wan Xiangrong felt the gap between them was reducing. The communication between father and son increased. Well, it's a good thing. Wan Xiangrong smiled. By the way, give Bingbing a call. Tell her to come back on Saturday. It's your birthday, and we can have a family get-together. Also, let her meet Gayi. The first sentence might be acceptable, but the second one, I'm sure Bingbing won't be happy about it. Liu Ningxian shook her head and smiled. Well, Don't say anything now. We can talk about it when he comes back, Wang Xiangran said with a smile. Liu Ningxian gave him a look and said, "You're quite clever. All right, I'll call Bingbing now." With that, Liu Ningxian dialed a phone to Wang Bingbing. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, Mom. What's up?" Wang Bingbing's voice came from the other end of the line. "Bingbing, it's my birthday on Saturday. Why don't you come back and have dinner together? Mom misses you," Liu Ningxian said with a smile. "Okay, Mom. I'll come back then, but I have to tell you in advance, I plan to bring someone back with me." "Mom, I'm bringing my boyfriend back," Wang Bingbing mustered up the courage to say. "What?" Liu Ningxian was momentarily stunned, wondering if she had heard incorrectly. "Well, let's talk more about it when you're back. It's hard to explain over the phone. That's it for now. Bye, Mom." Wang Bingbing then hung up the phone. Liu Ningxian put down the phone with a puzzled expression. "What happened? What did our daughter just say? Why do you look like that?" Wang Xiangran hurriedly asked. Bingbing said she'd be coming back, but she wants to bring someone back. She wants to bring her boyfriend back." Liu Ningxian sighed. "What? Who?" Wang Xiangran asked in surprise. "I don't know either. She said, it's hard to explain over the phone. We'll talk more when she's back. I had a feeling before that she might really be in a relationship." Liu Ningxian smiled wryly. "Unbelievable, unbelievable." Wang Xiangran's face showed a hint of anger as he suddenly slapped the sofa next to him. "She's in a relationship, which means she doesn't trust my words. Unbelievable. Bingbing has always been well-behaved. How could she be like this now?" Wang Xiangran sat angrily on the sofa. "Well, keep calm, dear. Don't get too upset. It's bad for your health," Liu Ningxian advised. "Forget it. It's getting me worked up. It was finally easier with Yazoo, and now Bingbing is causing me stress," Wang Xiangran said, in frustration. "I had my doubts before if she was in a relationship. Now that she has said it, she probably wants to introduce him to us and let us meet him." Liu Ningxian pondered. "Meet who? She's been hiding it from us. Who knows what kind of person she's found? She's an adult now, but she hasn't experienced the world yet. Hasn't seen the deceitful side of people. What if she's fooled by sweet talk from a man? Don't say I didn't agree to her dating while she was in college. I bet her grandpa and her grandma wouldn't agree either. This is really getting on my nerves. How could she keep it from me and inform us later, playing this game of wait and see?" Wang Xiangran was getting more and more worked up. He was upset that Wang Bingbing was disobedient. He had always emphasized that she should at least spend 2 or 3 years in society before considering love matters, to observe people accurately and ensure a suitable match. Furthermore, he was angry that Wang Bingbing was hiding this from him, secretly starting a relationship and telling them later. In a sense, an act of insubordination. If she doesn't say it now, will she wait until she's pregnant? She might have hidden it from us because she was afraid we'd object and disapprove. Liu Ningxian sighed. "Well, I won't approve either. Her grandpa and her grandma won't agree either. Even if she brings him back, I won't accept him." Wang Xiangran crossed his arms and said, "Let's see what happens. It's my birthday that day. Let's not make it too awkward." Liu Ningxian shook her head with a bitter smile. She knew this time Wang Xiangran was genuinely angry. "I wonder who Bingbing's boyfriend is. Bingbing has quite high standards in terms of perspective. He shouldn't be bad, I think," Liu Ningxian pondered. Wang Xiangran snorted. "If he's really exceptional, she wouldn't have hidden it from us. I think it's most likely just a superficial young man. If that's the case, without me having to say anything, my dad and her grandpa will kick him out directly." "Ah, all right. Our daughter has grown up and has her own opinions now. Don't be too forceful," Liu Ningxian worriedly said. She was genuinely concerned that there might be a gap between father and daughter, leading to less and less communication. In the end, it would only hurt their own family. Wang Xiangran grunted angrily and walked away, shaking his hand. Seeing Wang Xiangran so angry, Liu Ningxian didn't know how to console him for a moment. Well, when the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will sink naturally. Anyway, it will sink sooner or later. Hopefully Bingbing's boyfriend won't be too outrageous. Inside the room, Wang Xiangran lay sulking on the chair, sighing heavily. At that moment, the door opened and Liu Ningxian walked in. Seeing his sulking appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. You just love your precious daughter too much. Are you worried that she might choose the wrong person and get hurt? Wang Xiangran's thoughts were exposed, making him speechless. In his heart, Wang Bingbing had always been his precious treasure, held carefully in his hands since childhood for fear of dropping her and cherished in his mouth for fear of melting. She was his flesh and blood. He had always protected her well, from childhood to adulthood. Now that his daughter had grown up and started dating someone, he worried that Wang Bingbing might be bullied, or worse, might experience a breakup. When a girl's heart is hurt, the emotional wounds are much more severe than physical ones. He was worried about this, and he was angry that Wang Bingbing didn't listen to him. He wanted her to experience the world, learn to judge people and things, and at that time, he would oversee her relationships and find her a reliable partner. That way, there would be the smallest chance of her getting hurt. But now, everything was beyond his expectations. Liu Ningxian, seeing him remain silent, continued, "Your daughter is living her own life. She's an adult and should take responsibility for her choices, no matter the outcome, good or bad. She has to bear it herself. You can't protect her forever." Wang Xiangran sighed. After a while, he solemnly said, "No matter what, whoever wants to be Bingbing's boyfriend must pass my test. If they don't meet the standards, I will never agree to their marriage in this lifetime. Even if Bingbing hates me for a lifetime, I don't want her to regret it for the rest of her life." Hearing Wang Xiangran's words, Liu Ningxian couldn't help but be moved. She could feel her husband's deep love for their daughter. Sometimes, both of you have stubborn temperaments. Once you've made up your minds, nothing can change it. It seems that Bingbing has definitely inherited your temperament. Liu Ningxian shook her head, saying, "It's normal for a daughter to resemble her father." Wang Xiangran proudly stated, "Let me inform my father as well, so he can be mentally prepared too." Liu Ningxian took out her phone. Wang Xiangran immediately felt amused and said, "Your father has a worse temper than me, but if Bingbing's boyfriend doesn't meet his standards, I bet your father will explode." Liu Ningxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you really want to drive away your daughter's boyfriend? Come on, humph. I hope she breaks up soon. Why bother with romance in college? How many campus romances actually last till the end? Pitifully few. If it's going to end eventually, might as well end it early." Wang Xiangran emphasized seriously. Liu Ningxian ignored him and called her father, Liu Chaijin. "Hello, daughter. What's up?" came Liu Tijin's voice from the phone. "Dad, it's like this." Liu Ningxian briefly explained the situation. On the other end of the phone, when Liu Chaijin heard that Wang Bingbing was coming back with her boyfriend, he was overjoyed. "Great, bring him back. I want to meet him too," Liu Chaijin said with a smile. "Let Xiangran take the call." Liu Ningxian put down the phone and softly informed Wang Xiangran, "Honey, my dad wants to talk to you." As soon as Wang Xiangran heard this, he immediately jumped up from the chair to take the call. Hello, Dad. You're looking for me?" His tone of voice dropped a few degrees as he spoke, polite and respectful. Liu Ningxian couldn't help but laugh at this transformation. Now Wang Xiangran looked like a mouse caught by a cat when facing Liu Chaijin. "Don't forget to prepare a few bottles of good wine from your side. I want to have a few drinks with Bingbing's boyfriend," Liu Chaijin cheerfully said. Wang Xiangran shuddered at the thought of having to drink with the old man again. When he was seen as a son-in-law, it always started with getting drunk. After a few shots of strong liquor, everything would become clear for everyone. "Out, sure. Don't worry, I understand." Wang Xiangran nodded repeatedly. "All right." The two then hung up the phone. Liu Ningxian asked, "What did my dad say? What do we need to prepare?" "Why, we need to prepare wine." "Huh. When that time comes, it's going to be rough." Wang Xiangran chuckled. Nighttime. Wang Bingbing and Chu Heng were lying on the bed. In the darkness, Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand tightly. Heng, I'm going back to see my parents in a few days. Are you nervous?" Wang Bingbing suddenly asked. "Not really." Chu Heng smiled slightly. For someone with a strong heart like Chu Heng, it wasn't a big deal. He had already considered the worst-case scenario and was mentally prepared. Wang Bingbing turned over and hugged him, her hands trembling a bit. "But I feel so nervous myself. When I'm here, you don't have to be so nervous." Chu Heng gently hugged her, comforting her. Chu Heng could sense that Wang Bingbing had some concerns, even a bit of anxiety. He knew what she was worried about. Worried that something bad might happen. Worried about parents' opposition, feeling caught in the middle and uncomfortable. Exhale. Wang Bingbing let out a breath, easing her mood. She felt particularly warm and secure in Chu Heng's embrace. Lying in his arms, it seemed like all worries vanished. Wang Bingbing finally drifted off to sleep. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Though there was a hint of frost in the morning, the bright morning sun quickly melted it away. At 7 in the morning, Wang Bingbing pulled Chu Heng out of bed to freshen up, pick out clothes, and style his hair. Chu Heng sat in front of the vanity, amused and exasperated, saying, "Baby, don't be so nervous. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. We're going to your house for dinner at 8 p.m. Wang Bingbing blow-dried Chu Heng's hair, saying, "I need to make you look handsome to make a good impression on my parents. Even though you're already handsome, after I'm done, you'll be even more attractive." Chu Heng could only shake his head helplessly as Wang Bingbing continued her efforts. "Bingbing, son, come out for breakfast." Chu Heng's mother, Ho Zuking, called from outside the door. Knowing that Chu Heng had something important to do today, she had gotten up earlier to prepare breakfast for the two. "Auntie, wait a moment, we'll eat later. You go ahead and eat, no need to wait for us," Wang Bingbing responded. Ho Zuking shook her head outside. Inside, Chu Heng sat patiently as Wang Bingbing styled his hair. It took her over 10 minutes to style Chu Heng's hair meticulously, almost tending to each hair individually. "All right, success." Wang Bingbing proudly admired her work. Chu Heng looked at his new hairstyle in the mirror, feeling refreshed and sharp with a styled fringe. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey, not bad at all. Looks like you have some skills, baby," Wang Bingbing proudly replied. "Of course. Don't underestimate my sense of aesthetics. By the way, Heng, let's change into a new outfit." Chu Heng was then dragged off to change clothes. After trying on over 20 suits, they settled on a navy casual suit that exuded a mature charm without being too formal. "Hehe, good thing I bought you plenty of suits the other day." Wang Bingbing was very satisfied with her foresight. "All right, baby, I'm hungry." Chu Heng chuckled, patting his stomach. "Okay, let's have breakfast and then go get the gifts," Wang Bingbing exclaimed. The two headed for breakfast, with Mother Ho Zuking lecturing Chu Heng on various details, while even Chu Zhan, who usually minded his own business, began sharing his insights into impressing the in-laws. It was evident how concerned the two elders were about Chu Heng's performance that day. After enduring a bombardment of advice over breakfast, Chu Heng hurried out, eager to leave the chatter behind. Once outside, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing went to the Jade shop to pick up the prepared gifts, their car trunk packed to the brim. Most of the gifts were prepared by Wang Bingbing for Chu Heng, as she knew her parents' preference as well, while Chu Heng's gifts were few. By the time they were done, it was already 6 in the afternoon. They climbed into the car again, and Wang Bingbing told the driver to North Zhang, passing on the address to him. She then turned to Chu Heng, took a deep breath, and said, Heng, let's go home." Chu Heng smiled and ruffled her hair. "All right." Everything was ready. On the other side, inside the Wang family villa, Wang Xiangran sat sipping tea in the tea room. Zigaoyi entered, saying, "Uncle Wang, this is the Wuyi Mountain Da Hong Pao I've been saving. Please have a taste." "Gaoyi, you're so considerate, knowing I like Da Hong Pao, haha." Wang Xiangran smiled appreciatively. "I usually drink very little, but since you like it, I brought it over. A bit of tea leaves is nothing. Today is Auntie's birthday, so I also prepared some gifts for her, as a gesture of goodwill," Gaoyi said with a smile, though feeling a bit sore inside. He had spent over $1 million on the Da Hong Pao loan, along with the other gifts. If it weren't for the family's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to manage it. But today was a very important day, and gaining the elders' favor would bring him closer to his goal. Can't abandon the child, can't catch the wolf. At that moment, Liu Ningxian entered and said, "Dad, Yazu is detained today and might return late. Grandpa has some matters to attend to, so both of them will be late." "That's fine. Let them prepare the meal a bit later," Wang Xiangran inquired. "By the way, Bingbing should be back early, right?" Liu Ningxian smiled and said, "I knew you would ask that. I just called, and she's already on her way. Coming back is good enough. As for the rest, let's talk about it later," Wang Xiangran said, in a deep voice. Just the thought of his daughter bringing her boyfriend back made Wang Xiangran feel a headache. Seeing his troubled expression, Liu Ningxian naturally understood and said, "No matter what, don't get angry. Just talk to the kids nicely." All right, I know." Wang Xiangran said, irritably. Zigaoyi heard a hidden meaning in his words, so he quickly stood up to pour tea for Wang Xiangran and asked, Uncle Wang, what's troubling you? Isn't it about Bingbing? She found a boyfriend at school. I only found out a few days ago, and now she brought him home. Wang Xiangran became angry just talking about it. Zigaoyi naturally knew about Wang Bingbing's relationship, but he pretended to act surprised and said, Is that so? Nowadays people's hearts are complicated. Bingbing and I are old classmates. I know she is kind and simple, easily swayed by other sweet words. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Xiangran said, That's not it. I am worried about that too. Zigaoyi felt a spark of opportunity by pushing Wang Xiangran to completely dislike that boy, facilitating a breakup, and then stepping in himself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That boy Wang Yazu wasn't up to par, and in the future, the Wang family's business shouldn't end up in his son-in-law's hands. Zigaoyi thought it was a great chance not to be missed. Oh, Uncle Wang is right to be concerned. After all, it's for the sake of our children. It's normal to be strict about their partners, especially regarding family background and such. If the differences between the two are too great, there will be many problems in the future, even if they are together. Although we don't strictly adhere to matching doors and windows nowadays, if it happens, that's good too. At least there's a high probability of similar values. Zigaoyi whispered softly beside him. Wang Xiangran nodded. Gaoyi is right. Although I don't expect Bingbing's partner to be incredibly rich, they should at least have a bright future and be able to dominate the business world. How can my daughter, Wang Xiangran's daughter, marry an ordinary man? Fathers always hope their daughters will marry well, to a man more powerful than themselves. If Bingbing were to marry an ordinary person, or just an ordinary but excellent man, he would never agree. Zigaoyi heard what he wanted and said, Uncle Wang is correct. Liu Ningxian listened to their conversation and shook her head. Men, they always have such thoughts, never understanding what women care about. She saw it from Wang Xiangran's perspective. It was indeed so, and should be so. So she just listened quietly beside him, not arguing. In her view, as long as her daughter is happy and content in her relationship, that's enough. If two people together can't find happiness, then that relationship is destined to fail. No need for others' persuasion. Those two individuals can naturally understand each other. An hour later, Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing arrived at the gate of the Wang family villa. Heng, this is my home. After getting out of the car, Wang Bingbing hooked her arm through Chu Heng's. Looking at the grand gate with two Roman columns and iron gates carved with beast heads, Chu Heng was surprised. Was this the villa she talked about in the car? It felt more like an estate, but looking at it, it was obvious. Wang Bingbing's family was really wealthy. Chu Heng couldn't help but find it amusing. He never expected his online crush to not only be a school beauty, but also a wealthy woman. Looking at the size of this house, it was not the result of just a few years of hard work, but possibly several lifetimes. Wang Bingbing playfully stuck out her tongue. Ha ha, it's just a villa. At this moment, the gate opened, and an elderly man in a suit appeared. Miss, you're back. Sir and Madame are waiting inside. The old man said with a smile. Mr. Chen. I know. Wang Bingbing replied obediently. They got back into the car and drove into the villa. Wang Bingbing seemed a bit nervous, holding Chu Heng's hand tight. Chu Heng could feel her nervousness, but she tried to appear calm. Heng, let's go inside. Wang Bingbing took a deep breath and said. Chu Heng patted her hand, signaling her to relax. They entered the villa together, which was luxuriously decorated. Mom, we're back. Wang Bingbing called out into the house. Liu Ningxian came out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. When she saw Wang Bingbing and noticed her daughter holding hands with a young man, she observed their intimacy. Liu Ningxian glanced at the young man, noticing his neat suit, groomed hair, tall stature, and handsome looks. His eyes sparkled, and he wore a faint smile, exuding charm and charisma. He was so handsome and charming. Liu Ningxian felt an immediate connection with Chu Heng upon seeing him for the first time. Ah, Bingbing is back. Who is this young man? Liu Ningxian smiled, then asked. Mom, he is my boyfriend, Chu Heng. Wang Bingbing introduced. Hello auntie. Chu Heng greeted politely. Hello, come in and sit. Liu Ningxian warmly welcomed them. At that moment, Wang Xiangran heard the voices and came out from the tea room, just in time to see Chu Heng. And Chu Heng also happened to see him. Their eyes meeting. Wan Xiangran was stunned upon seeing Chu Heng. "It's you." Wan Xiangran recognized Chu Heng at first sight. It was the young man he had encountered in the elevator before going to the club. He was stunned. He didn't expect the person his daughter brought back would be him. Chu Heng also recognized Wan Xiangran, the middle-aged man in the elevator. He didn't expect this person to be Bingbing's father, his future father-in-law. Chu Heng inwardly chuckled, realizing that this misunderstanding was quite significant now. "It's you." Wan Xiangran carefully examined Chu Heng again, confirming that he hadn't seen wrong. Chu Heng coughed twice and said, "Ahem. Hello, uncle." Wan Bingbing noticed that her father's expression was strange, as if the two had met before, but she introduced first, "Dad, he is my boyfriend, Chu Heng." "Have you met before?" Wan Xiangran reacted, realizing that if he revealed the truth, his daughter would definitely not believe it, so he coldly snorted, "Humph, of course we have met, right?" Chu Heng shrugged and smiled. "Yes, uncle, but it's all a misunderstanding." Wan Xiangran remained silent with a stern face, with his first impression already concluding that Chu Heng was the type of young man who frequented clubs and lived wildly. Wan Bingbing was puzzled by the conversation between the two, but she felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she said, "Mon and Dad, this is a gift that Heng prepared for you." She wanted to hand the gift to Wan Xiangran. Without even looking at it, Wan Xiangran said, "Leave it. It's still early for dinner. Why don't you come in and have some tea first?" With that, Wan Xiangran turned and walked into the tea room. Wan Bingbing felt a bit anxious, sensing this was not a good start. Being greeted with her father's cold demeanor as soon as they returned home made her feel a bit sad. Chu Heng lightly squeezed her hand and whispered, "Don't worry, darling, I'm here." Wan Bingbing felt slightly reassured by his words and managed to force a smile. Liu Ningxiang, seeing her daughter's discomfort, also felt uneasy. She said, "Daughter, you go have tea first. When the meal is ready, I'll call you back once your grandfather and uncle are back. Your father is stubborn like this, but later on, talk to him properly. Don't make him angry. Some things cannot be rushed. Take it slowly." Her message was for Wan Bingbing not to confront Wan Xiangran. Let things unfold naturally. One day of disagreeing doesn't mean a lifetime of disagreement. Liu Ningxiang looked at Chu Heng kindly and said, "Little Chu, don't take it to heart. I'm happy you can come today." Since Chu Heng entered, Liu Ningxiang had been paying attention to his words and actions, sensing an indescribable affinity in everything he did. Yes, it was a magical charm, a natural and attractive charm. So her first impression of Chu Heng was quite good. She felt that the young man in front of her was very composed, showing no hint of restraint or fear since entering, displaying maturity and stability. Just based on this kind of demeanor, people felt at ease. "It's okay, Auntie, I understand." Chu Heng smiled. "Ah, that's good. You go ahead. I'll go prepare the food," Liu Ningxiang said kindly, turning to enter the kitchen. Wan Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand as they went to the tea room. And as soon as they entered, they saw Zigaoyi. "Why are you here too?" Wan Bingbing was a bit surprised, a bit resentful, she asked. Zigaoyi stood up, with a smiling face, said, "Bingbing, today is Auntie's birthday. I came to celebrate with her." "It's me who asked Gaoyi to come." Wan Xiangran sat in the main seat, with a serious expression. Wan Bingbing instantly understood her father's intention. Last time, when he mentioned introducing a young man, it was him, right? There was a hint of unpredictability on Wan Bingbing's face. She sat next to Chu Heng without even looking at Zigaoyi. Zigaoyi had a thick skin and didn't mind. He even poured tea for Wan Xiangran. Wan Xiangran took a sip of tea, looked at Chu Heng, and asked directly, "Chu Heng, right, where are you from? What are you studying now?" "Uncle, I'm from Guangxi. I attend the same school as Bingbing, currently in my first year, majoring in computer science." Chu Heng replied calmly. "Just a freshman?" Wan Xiangran's face turned even colder. "Just a student, no career, no financial capability. Why should he be dating my daughter? I will never agree." Wan Xiang's face grew colder as he continued to ask, "What do your parents do for a living?" "Both my parents work in the same career unit, preparing for retirement," Chu Heng replied, still wearing a faint smile, neither humble nor overbearing. The Wan Xiang's face had turned somewhat dark. Although he didn't discriminate against any profession, a significant difference in family backgrounds between the boyfriend and girlfriend made it extremely difficult to stay together. Of course, Those who were willing to coast along were another matter. A young person who had just entered university, coming from an ordinary family background, being the partner of his daughter, Wang Xiang was starting to suspect he had other intentions. Zigaoyi next to him felt secretly delighted upon hearing this. Kid, with your conditions, anyone you randomly pick off the street would be better than you. What makes you think you can marry Wang Bingbing? How can you afford to marry Wang Bingbing? I doubt you can even afford the betrothal gifts. Hehe. It seems my chance has come. Wang Xiang, with a cold tone, said, Young man, it's not that I'm being practical, but what are you really after by being with my daughter? Wang Bingbing's face immediately changed, and she spoke up, saying, Dad, how could you say such things? Heng Heng and I are together because of mutual feelings. She knew her father might misunderstand. That to be questioned in front of Chu Heng was truly hurtful to her pride, and she couldn't bear it any longer, so she spoke up. Daughter, people's hearts are complicated nowadays. You are still young, you don't understand. Wang Xiang reprimanded. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult. I know what's best for me. Wang Bingbing retorted, unwilling to show weakness. Are you trying to anger me? Wang Xiang angrily slammed the table, breathing heavily. Just as Wang Bingbing was about to speak, Chu Heng reached out and stopped her. Chu Heng remained composed, saying, Uncle, Bingbing and I really are together because of mutual feelings. Regardless of the future, I will treat her well and make her happy. I hope you can support us. There is no need to doubt my intentions. I have no other motive. I just want to be with Bingbing. With these words, Chu Heng sounded firm and sincere, always calm and collected. Wang Bingbing's eyes were slightly teary, tightly holding Chu Heng's hand, feeling a sense of security within. It's good to have Heng Heng around. Wang Xiang's face turned grim as he said, With your conditions, how can you give my daughter happiness? Zigaoyi chimed in, Chu Heng, there aren't that many fairy tales in this world. Young man, be more practical. Wang Bingbing frowned, reprimanding, Zigaoyi, you have no right to speak here. Enough. Gaoyi is right. Daughter, be calm and practical. There are plenty of good young men out there. Why him? Wang Xiang's voice was full of anger. Dad, I have made up my mind about Heng Heng. Wang Bingbing's eyes turned red, steadfastly looking at him. The father and daughter glared at each other, tension rising to its peak, the atmosphere becoming suffocating. Zigaoyi, witnessing this, felt joy bubbling in his heart. Hey, this is it. Looks like I have a chance. He stood up, poured tea for Wang Xiang, breaking the silence. Uncle, don't be angry. Take care of yourself. I think maybe you should have a good chat with Bingbing, alone, he suggested, referring to Chu Heng as the outsider. Wang Xiang suppressed his inner anger, nodded, and said, Gaoyi is right. Bingbing, come out with me for a bit. With that said, Wang Xiang got up and walked out of the tea house. Wang Bingbing, with a determined look, followed him out. In a moment, only Chu Heng and Zigaoyi remained in the tea house. Zigaoyi poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and smiled contentedly. Chu Heng, oh Chu Heng, why do you lack self-awareness like this? What are your qualifications? What are Bingbing's family's qualifications? Are you dreaming of a frog eating swan's flesh? Thinking too beautifully. Why not take a good look at yourself? Chu Heng remained calm, cast him a glance, and said, Oh, were you speaking to me just now? I thought there was a barking dog. Ha ha. You. Zigaoyi spat out his tea in anger, his face turning dark. The dog spits water. Be careful not to sprinkle on me, Chu Heng said, indifferently. In terms of verbal sparring, he had never lost to anyone. Zigaoyi was shaking with anger, never expecting Chu Heng to be so sarcastic right off the bat. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging anger within. Hey, with your lack of manners, I can't be bothered with you. Zigaoyi straightened his collar, speaking coldly. Oh, who is lacking manners? Chu Heng smiled. You're the one lacking manners. Zigaoyi slammed his hand on the table, but upon reflection, he felt duped, almost spitting blood in anger. Lack of manners. Zigaoyi felt extremely embarrassed, turning his head away. Chu Heng chuckled inwardly. This old man dared to play verbal games with me. Play with fire. Meanwhile, in the guest living room beside the main hall, the father and daughter sat on the sofa, not speaking. After a while, Wang Xiang slightly calmed down and said with great emotion, Bingbing, don't blame me for speaking harshly just now. I'm doing all this for your own good. When Wang Bingbing heard this, she couldn't suppress her emotions anymore. from my own goat. Dad, you've been saying this since I was little. From childhood to now, I've followed your lead in most things. Studying music, social etiquette, golf, this and that. I've learned so many things. But have you ever considered what I truly want to learn? And what I don't like? No. You never consider my feelings because you always say it's for my own good. I know you expect me to become a future business leader, to inherit the family business in the future. But I don't want that. I don't want to be a business leader. I don't want to live the life you've planned for me. And now, you can't even justify choosing my life partner in the name of it being for my own good. Wang Bingbing's emotions almost got out of control as she finished speaking, tears rolling down her face. Wiping away her tears, she insisted, Dad, in this matter, I can't listen to you. Wang Xian was trembling with anger, never expecting Wang Bingbing to be so stubborn. He was still trying hard to contain his own anger, asking, Daughter, what is it about him that you like? What's good about him? Let me tell you, even if I were to concede, your grandpa and your great-grandfather would never agree. Do you want to create such a big fuss within our family for the sake of a stranger like him? I advise you to end this relationship with him as soon as possible. I don't want it. I just want to be with Han Han. My life, my decision. Wang Bingbing turned her head and said. Wang Xiangran felt a headache coming on. It seems like her mom was right. Her daughter's temper is just like her own. It seems like he won't be able to persuade her in the short term, and he can only think of a way slowly. Perhaps finding a way through Chu Heng might still be possible. Daughter, society is too complicated now. It's hard to truly know someone. Wang Xiangran continued to advise. Dad, I understand Chu Heng better than you do. How can you be so sure? Wang Bingbing countered. How could I not know? Wang Xiangran was about to mention seeing Chu Heng at the club, but stopped himself. If he said it now, his daughter wouldn't believe him. She might even think he was trying to cause trouble. Forget it. You'll know in the future. Wang Xiangran shrugged. Wang Bingbing stood up. Dad, there's nothing more to talk about. I'm going back. Without waiting for Wang Xiangran to respond, Wang Bingbing had already left the living room. Wang Xiangran sighed and shook his head before following her back. When Wang Xiangran reached the tea room door, he said to Chu Heng, Chu Heng, come out for a moment. He wanted to have a good talk with Chu Heng. Hearing this, Chu Heng smiled then stood up. Wang Bingbing nervously held Chu Heng's hand. Chu Heng gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Chu Heng followed Wang Xiangran back to the living room. This was the second time the two were alone. The first time was in the elevator. Wang Xiangran remained silent, drinking tea with a stern face, wanting to put some pressure on Chu Heng. But Chu Heng remained calm, showing no signs of being pressure, waiting quietly for him to speak. Wang Xiangran cleared his throat. Chu Heng, speak. What do you want in order to leave my daughter? Chu Heng hesitated, feeling like he had heard this line before. Uncle, is this something you learned from TV dramas? Then how would the character in the drama respond? Wang Xiangran looked at him in surprise. You don't want money? I can offer you an unexpected sum of money. With that, Wang Xiangran took a pen and wrote down a number. 10 million. Wang Xiangran coldly snorted. This amount of money would be a huge sum for an average family. He believed this young man would surely be tempted. Thinking this, Wang Xiangran proudly glanced at Chu Heng. Chu Heng looked at the number on the paper and curled his lips. Was his future father-in-law humiliating him? Even if it was 100 million, Chu Heng wouldn't care. In his heart, Wang Bingbing was priceless and he would never give her up no matter what. Uncle, this isn't possible. No amount of money would work. True love is something money can't buy. Chu Heng smiled. On the other side, Wang Yaozu hummed a tune as he returned home, still sporting some bruises on his face. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Wang Yaozu called out, but there was no response. After a while, Liu Ningxuan emerged from the kitchen. Yaozu is back. Dinner will be ready soon, she said with a smile. Hey, Mom, where's Dad? Wang Yaozu asked, puzzled. Probably in the tea room. Your sister also came back today. Liu Ningxuan wiped her hands and said, my sister is back. That's great. It's been so long since I saw her. I'll go check. Wang Yaozu dropped his bag and quickly walked to the tea room. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Bingbing with a grim expression, seeming unhappy. Sis, I'm back. Wang Yaozu called out. Wang Bingbing turned to look at her brother, then noticed the bruises on his face, and questioned, what happened to your face? Well, I just accidentally fell. Wang Yaozu scratched his head. Wang Bingbing stood up and grabbed his ear. You dare lie in front of me? Tell me, did you get into a fight? Have you been misbehaving lately? Mingling with the wrong crowd again? Ouch, it hurts, sis. I really didn't. Please let go. Wang Yaozu groaned in pain. Sis, I swear, I didn't, truly. Please let go. Why is my sister still so violent? I pray to find a brother-in-law who can handle her. Wang Yaozu endured the pain and shouted, Sister, sister, let go first. Since he was young, compared to his father's 7 wolves, he was more afraid of his sister pulling his ears. Wang Bingbing saw him pleading, so she let go of his ear and put her hands on her hips, saying, Tell me, did you get into a fight with someone? Really? I didn't, sister. I am innocent. I didn't fight with anyone. I was the one who got beaten up. Wang Yaozu rubbed his ear. I don't believe it. You always just want to play around all day and don't study seriously. Wang Bingbing reprimanded. Zigaoyi suddenly interjected, Yaozu, who the hell dared to hit you? Tell me. I'll help you vent your anger. I still have some connections in Shenzhen. Don't worry. I feel like I can help you relieve your anger. Zigaoyi slapped his chest loudly, looking proud. He just wanted to improve his relationship with Wang Yaozu. With this future brother-in-law helping to speak, his chances are surely improved. Wang Yaozu was not interested in Zigaoyi at all, waved his hand, and subconsciously said, No need, my big brother has already taken care of it. Mid-sentence, Wang Yaozu realized he had slipped up and quickly covered his mouth. Big brother, who is your big brother? Are you really mingling with people from society? Wang Bingbing questioned. No, sister, you heard it wrong just now. Wang Yaozu repeatedly denied. Wang Bingbing suspiciously stared at him, then turned to Zigaoyi and said, Zigaoyi, this is none of your business. Don't get involved. Don't bring your bad influences from society and corrupt my brother. Zigaoyi was scolded but could only dryly smile and dare not say much. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yaozu quickly changed the subject. Sister, where's Dad? Why isn't he here? Dad is in the reception room. Wang Bingbing returned to her seat, looking somewhat worried. She didn't know how things were going with Heng Hen, if their father was giving him a hard time. On the other side, in the reception room, Wan Xiangrong said coldly to Chu Hen, regarding your relationship with Bingbing, I'll leave it at that for now. I disagree with you dating Bingbing. It's not just me. Bingbing's grandfather and grandmother also won't agree. Your stubborn insistence will only affect family harmony. Do you want to see Bingbing torn between us? Chu Heng smiled slightly. I believe in Bingbing, and I respect her choice. Uncle, I'll leave it here too. I won't give up on Bingbing. You. Wang Xiangrong was at a loss for words for a moment, unexpectedly discovering that Chu Heng was so obstinate. It seemed that these two wouldn't come to an agreement anytime soon. Wang Xiangrong slammed the table and stood up, saying, This really annoys me. After speaking, Wang Xiangrong left in a huff. Chu Heng shrugged, looking calm. He already had the worst-case scenario in mind, so there's nothing much to worry about. Now he just needed to have the nerve, regardless of what his future father-in-law thought, to not let him break him and Bingbing up. Wang Xiangrong went to the tea room and saw Wang Yaozu, saying, Why are you back so late? Oh, Dad, I finished my homework at school first and planned to come back to celebrate Mom's birthday. Wang Yaozu replied quietly. Hearing this, Wang Xiangrong's expression lightened a bit. His son was quite sensible, but now it was time to worrying about Bingbing. These two kids constantly torment him. Dad, are you okay? You don't look too good. Wang Yaozu asked, puzzled. He noticed his father's sour face. As soon as he walked in, his father seemed unhappy. Ask your sister, Wang Xiangrong said with a wave of his hand, angrily sitting back down. Wang Yaozu looked at his sister and noticed that her face didn't look good either, seemingly at odds with their father. He couldn't help but scratch his head. His sister rarely clashed with their father, so what happened today? But judging by his sister's expression, it's best not to ask her. To avoid getting his ears twisted, it's more reliable to ask Mom. While contemplating this, he pushed open the door of the tea room, walked out with his head down, and accidentally bumped into someone. He almost knocked the person over. He subconsciously held onto the table to steady himself, then looked up and was shocked to see who he had bumped into. Wang Yaozu, Sigma. Holy cow. Holy cow. Big. He stared in astonishment at the person in front of him, completely flabbergasted. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be hallucinating at first, but in the end, he confirmed he wasn't seeing things. Startled, he exclaimed, Big brother, what are you doing here? Chu Heng also saw Wang Yaozu, feeling a bit surprised. Yaozu, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Chu Heng remembered. Wang Yaozu also has the last name Wang, and also has a sister. Oh my god, could this be such a coincidence? Chu Heng was stunned. Wang Yaozu looked puzzled. Big brother, this is my home. He was now in a state of mental shutdown. He never expected to see his big brother Chu Heng at home. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Wang Bingbing walked over, holding Chu Heng's hand gracefully and introduced, Brother, let me introduce you, Chu Heng, my boyfriend, also your future brother-in-law. What did you just call him? Big brother. Quickly call him brother-in-law. Wang Yaozu, Sigma L. Oh my gosh. What a shock. Big brother. He's my brother-in-law. Wang Yaozu held his head, still trying to recover, but he immediately grabbed Chu Heng's hand excitedly. Big brother. No. Brother-in-law. Hello. Brother-in-law. Wang Bingbing looked puzzled and turned to Chu Heng. Heng, do you know my little brother? Why does he keep calling you big brother? Chu Heng chuckled and said, just 10 seconds ago, I didn't know he was your brother. He's the little brother I mentioned to you earlier. Didn't expect this coincidence. Wang Bingbing was also surprised and covered her mouth. Oh, he's that silly little brother. Wang Yaozu. He's being called silly. Who's the silly one here? Sister, are you always like this? Wang Bingbing patted his shoulder and said seriously, don't call him big brother anymore. Remember to call him brother-in-law. Okay, sister, I understand. Wang Yaozu nodded excitedly. Finally, someone can keep his sister in check. Ha. Brother-in-law, please sit down. Brother-in-law, may I pour you some tea? Brother-in-law, would you like some pu'er or da han pao tea? Wang Yaozu was all over the place, acting like a flunky. His behavior left Wang Xiangran and Zi Gaodi completely puzzled. Wang Xiangran was even more astonished. What's gotten into his son today? Possessed. Chu Heng smiled and said, then let's have da hong pao. All right. Wang Yaozu brought a pack of da hong pao from the table and prepared it for Chu Heng. Zi Gaoyi watched him take a handful, feeling a bit pained. That was an expensive gift he bought to give to his future father-in-law. How could it be given to that kid Chu Heng? Yours, wasn't it from my dad? Then it's our family's now. Wang Yaozu chuckled. Zi Gaoyi nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. This kid, how shameless. He was fuming with anger, his face turning red. Wang Xiangran couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the table and scolded. This is enough nonsense. Your sister is not married yet. Where did this brother-in-law come from? Yaozu, watch your words. Wang Yaozu nodded in response as he saw his father getting angry. Deep down, he finally understood the situation. It seems dad doesn't really like big brother Chu. Turns out, his earlier sulking and quarrel with sister were because of Chu Heng. Wang Xiangran then asked, Yaozu, do you know him? Wang Yaozu scratched his head, nodded, and said with a smile, Big brother Chu taught me a lot and showed me how to handle things in life. Big brother Chu taught me a lot. He even bought me several sets of exam papers for the next 3 years. He taught me not to argue at home, but to communicate. In short, Big brother Chu taught me a lot and I admire him the most. Wang Xiangran was surprised to hear this. So, the person who helped Yaozu change was Chu Heng. This was truly unbelievable. Although, given all that, he still wasn't the best choice for a son-in-law. He couldn't let Bingbing marry him. Yaozu, come here. Wang Xiangran spoke. What is it, Dad? Wang Yaozu asked, puzzled. Son, Bingbing has only you as a brother. You want your sister to marry well in the future, right? Wang Xiangran explained earnestly. He wanted Wang Yaozu to understand that his sister couldn't marry Chu Heng, a young man just in his first year of college. Of course, I want my sister to marry well. Wang Yaozu nodded earnestly. Wang Xiangran patted his shoulder with relief and said, That's right. So you wouldn't want your sister to marry a useless man with no career prospects, right? Wang Xiangran led the conversation, right? Wang Yaozu nodded in agreement. You surely wouldn't want your sister to be with a boyfriend who is not genuine, right? Right? The father and son were seemingly in sync. Wang Bingbing was getting worried, afraid that her brother might change his mind and oppose a relationship with Chu Heng. So, She quickly intervened. Dad, Heng is not like that. Chu Heng shook his head with a bitter smile. Was he perceived so poorly in the eyes of his future father-in-law? The Wang Xiangran paid no attention to Wang Bingbing's words. He was trying to persuade Wang Yaozu to join his side. Son, you wouldn't want your sister to lead an unhappy life in the future, right? Wang Xiangran continued. Right, I don't want that. I want my sister to be happy every day. Wang Yaozu responded earnestly. Wang Xiangran was pleased with his son and said, That's right. So, what do you think about your sister's relationship? Wang Xiangran asked. Wang Yaozu raised his hand enthusiastically. It's a good thing. I support it wholeheartedly. Hot. Wang Xiangran, Sigma. Wang Yaozu ran back to Chu Heng, tightly holding his hands, and said earnestly, Big brother, no. Brother-in-law, I unconditionally support you. I beg you. Brother-in-law, my sister will be in your hands from now on. Wang Xiangran, Zigaoyi. O_O. Wang Xiangran could hardly believe his eyes as he watched his son make a sharp turn of 180 degrees in attitude. Son, even Schumacher can't make turns as well as you can. This brat actually turns his elbows outward. It makes me so mad. Son, you didn't just say that, did you? Wang Xiangran said angrily. Wang Yaozu scratched his head and said, Dad, I didn't say there was anything wrong with what you said. It's just because of that. I think my brother-in-law is the most suitable. Wang Xiangran was so angry he almost spat out blood. What is most suitable? How is Chu Heng suitable? On the contrary, Wang Bingbing patted her brother's shoulder very gratifyingly and said, That's right, little brother. This is the most correct thing you've done. I'll give you some more practice sets later. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu felt like crying without tears. Sister, I can't believe you're repaying me like this. At this time, Chu Heng spoke up. Hey Bingbing, let's take it easy on the practice sets for now. Learning also requires a balance of work and rest. I'll just send you a coveted PS4. Hey. Okay. Heng, I'll listen to you. Wang Bingbing obediently took Chu Heng's hand, behaving like a submissive woman. Wang Yaozu looked at Chu Heng with gratitude in his eyes. Chu big brother, brother-in-law, you're really something. It's still brother-in-law speaking. With my brother-in-law looking after me, I no longer fear my sister. Ha. Wang Yaozu was very happy just thinking about it. Chu Heng smiled and said, Behave well from now on. Don't just play games and neglect your studies. Wang Yaozu quickly promised, Brother-in-law, rest assured, I will not fall behind in my studies. This time I will rank in the top 10 of the class. Ha. That's the spirit. Chu Heng said comfortingly. Wang Xiangran, who was watching everything on the side, felt very depressed. How can Yaozu listen to Chu Heng like that? It's simply unreasonable. It makes me so angry. Wang Xiangran drank a mouthful of tea in frustration. Zigaoyi next to him quickly poured more for him, saying softly, Uncle, don't be too angry. Be careful not to upset your health. Yaozu is still young and doesn't understand. Don't argue with him too much. After all, he doesn't have the final say. Wang Xiangran nodded at Zigaoyi's words, feeling that he was right and that it made sense. But he still felt very depressed. He had originally wanted to coax Wang Yaozu to also advise his sister, but now things had turned around completely. It's really maddening. Have some tea. Relax a bit, Zigaoyi flattered. Wang Xiangran waved his hand in frustration. Forget it. I won't drink anymore. I'll go outside for some fresh air. Wang Xiangran got up, walked out of the tea room with his hands behind his back. In the lobby, he sat down on the sofa, feeling sulky. At this moment, Liu Ningxiang, who had heard the voices, walked out and saw Wang Xiangran looking gloomy. With just one glance, she knew that Wang Xiangran must have been frustrated by his daughter. Father and daughter both had stubborn temperaments, and Wang Xiangran had always pampered Bingbing, so he couldn't bear to criticize her too much, and could only sulk by himself. Liu Ningxiang smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't know how to resolve this situation. Persuading Wang Xiangran to accept Chu Heng in a short period of time didn't seem very realistic. Liu Ningxiang walked slowly over and asked, Honey, why are you sulking here all by yourself? Wang Xiangran snorted, Isn't it because of your good daughter and son? What's so good about Chu Heng after all? How did he manage to captivate Bingbing like that? Even Yaozu is now firmly on his side, speaking up for Chu Heng. Isn't this intentionally making me angry? Wang Xiangran poured out his frustrations to his wife. Liu Ningxian was somewhat surprised to hear that Yazu was also listening to Chu Han. That child Yazu, why did he start listening to Chu Han? Wang Xiangran explained the situation briefly and mentioned how Yazu had accepted Chu Han as his big brother. After listening, Liu Ningxian nodded. That child Yazu is really something. Don't you agree? Don't you think that child is out of line? Wang Xiangran said, angrily. But Liu Ningxian continued. Why didn't he say it earlier? I really need to thank Chu Han properly. Wang Xiangran, what? What are you saying, wife? Liu Ningxian said seriously. Chu Han has taught Yazu so well, corrected so many of Yazu's bad habits. We really should thank him for that. Wang Xiangran slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Wife, it's reciprocal. I'll bring him a gift later. But I won't lower my standards for a son-in-law based on this, not to mention. That kid is just a young man from the club. He's young, hasn't established a career, comes from an ordinary family, hangs out at those messy clubs. How can I hand my daughter over to such a person? Liu Ningxian was puzzled. No way. Did you see him? Why do I feel like Chu Han is not the kind of person? Of course I saw him. I even saw it with my own eyes. Even if I told my daughter, she wouldn't believe it. Wang Xiangran complained. I don't believe it either. Liu Ningxian added in a low voice. What are you muttering about? Wife, Wang Xiangran asked. Oh, nothing. I mean, how come your parents haven't arrived yet? Liu Ningxian laughed awkwardly. Just as she finished speaking, Liu Ningxian's phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was a video call from her father, Liu Tiejin. She quickly answered and saw her father in the car. Ha ha, daughter, happy birthday. In the video call, Liu Tiejin laughed loudly. Thank you, Dad. Have you arrived yet? Liu Ningxian asked. Not yet, on the way, but I'll be there soon. I wanted to ask if you need anything. I can bring it to you on the way. Liu Tiejin smiled. No need, Dad. As long as you're here, I don't like anything. Liu Ningxian felt warm inside. Wang Xiangran, who was sitting beside her, saw that it was a video call from Liu Tiejin and felt moved. It seemed that Bingbing's matter would have to rely on the elderly to resolve it. Bingbing listens to her grandfather and grandmother the most. I must talk to Bingbing's grandfather properly. Dad, let's talk when you arrive. The food is almost ready. Liu Ningxian smiled, preparing to say goodbye to her father, but she saw Wang Xiangran gesturing frantically with his eyes and hands. Honey, what do you want to do? Liu Ningxian covered the phone and asked in a low voice. Let me speak. Let me talk to Dad for a few minutes, Wang Xiangran said urgently. Upon seeing Wang Xiangran looking so anxious, Liu Ningxian handed him the phone. Wang Xiangran took the phone and asked with a smile. Dad, have you arrived yet? I'm almost there. What's the matter? Is something wrong? In the phone, Liu Tiejin could tell that there was something on Wang Xiangran's mind from his hesitant expression. Sighing, Wang Xiangran said, with a worried expression, Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. It's about Bingbing. Upon hearing that it was about Wang Bingbing, Liu Tiejin raised his eyebrows. He cherished his granddaughter the most, so anything concerning her was of utmost importance to him. What's the matter? Tell me. What's going on with Bingbing? Wang Xiangran sighed and said, Bingbing brought a boyfriend home today. What? What? A boyfriend? How is that a good thing? Liu Tiejin was surprised. Wang Xiangran chuckled bitterly and said, How is that a good thing? That young man is unreliable. What's the situation? Is her boyfriend not good? Liu Tiejin furrowed his brows immediately. Yes, that young man is from an average family background, and he's just a freshman in college. Most importantly, he frequents those shady establishments. Can a person like that treat Bingbing well? Wang Xiangran said angrily. What? Frequents those shady establishments? How could Bingbing end up with such a boyfriend? Liu Tiejin's expression turned stern. Yes, but Bingbing is stubborn and has taken a liking to that guy. Just now, we had an argument over this. It almost drove me crazy. Wang Xiangran lamented, but his eyes were fixed on Liu Tiejin's reaction. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Tiejin also felt that this matter needed to be handled carefully. Bingbing was such an outstanding child that she would surely find a good match, just like my good friend Chu's grandchildren. However, it was unexpected for Bingbing to suddenly bring her boyfriend home. But from what Wang Xiangran said, it probably wasn't reliable. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to her when I arrive first. I'll go and talk to Bingbing, Liu Qiejun said firmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangran showed some relief. Indeed, you might have to deal with this personally. Bingbing has always listened to you since she was young. Your words might be more effective than mine. Wang Xiangran was quite happy. Yes, I understand. Choosing a partner is a big deal. I know how to talk to her. Alright, I'll talk to her when I arrive first, Liu Qiejun said in a serious tone. Yes, Dad, I'll wait for you to come first then. That's it for now. And the two ended the video call. Wang Xiangran let out a long sigh of relief, his expression relaxing and his mood lifting. As long as Bingbing's grandfather was on his side, things would work out fine. Ha ha. He handed the phone back to Liu Ningxiang and said, Hehe, your father said he'll talk to Bingbing himself when he arrives. Liu Ningxiang shook her head and said, How do you know that my dad will definitely oppose them? Well, I certainly understand your dad's temper. Honey, just think how difficult and challenging it was for him to agree to let me marry you back then. Your dad's expectations for sons-in-law are very high, Wang Xiangran said confidently. Recalling the hardships he went through to marry Liu Ningxiang, he almost wore out his chest in front of Liu Qiejun, swearing to treat his wife well for the rest of his life. Even so, he had to endure numerous challenges from Liu Qiejun before finally marrying Liu Ningxiang. Liu Ningxiang covered her mouth and laughed. Who knows? And remember, if you didn't sneakily climb the walls of my house several times and get caught by my dad, creating all those incidents, would we have all these things now? Your dad was only hard on you for being afraid you were a troublemaker back then. Remember, Wang Xiangran blushed at the memory. That was when I was young and reckless. You know, forget about the past incidents. I'll go talk to Bingbing. Wang Xiangran stood up and walked towards the tea room. Liu Ningxiang chuckled and then returned to the kitchen. In the tea room, Wang Xiangran saw Wang Yaozu standing next to Chu Han, with plenty of melon seeds and candies in front of Chu Han. Brother-in-law, do you want anything else to eat? I'll get it for you right away. Wang Yaozu nodded and bowed respectfully. Chu Han waved his hand and said, It's all right, I can't finish all this. It's enough. Seeing this, Zigaoyi felt a bit jealous of Chu Han. Yaozu, do you have any cookies? Can you give me a few pieces? Zigaoyi asked with a bold face. I'm busy. Go buy it yourself. Wang Yaozu didn't even look at him. Zigaoyi, damn, what a double standard, treating people differently. Yaozu, mind your language. Gaoyi is a guest. Wang Xiangran approached with a stern face and then took his seat. Wang Yaozu stuck out his tongue and remained silent. Wang Xiangran saw Wang Bingbing sitting next to Chu Han, personally peeling melon seeds for him, and he felt uncomfortable. Damn it, even I, as her father, don't get this treatment. Bingbing, come here. Wang Xiangran said seriously. Wang Bingbing glanced at her father, pouted, somewhat unwillingly got up, and walked to him. Dad, what's up? Wang Bingbing asked with a pout. Your grandfather just called back. I told him about your situation. I couldn't teach you, so I'll let your grandfather teach you. Wang Xiangran banged on the table. Wang Bingbing's expression changed upon hearing about her grandfather. She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, Dad, even if Grandpa comes, I won't change my mind. Wang Xiangran said with a heavy heart, Oh, daughter, your grandfather will never agree to the two of you being together. Stop being so stubborn. I won't do it. Wang Bingbing turned her head defiantly, refusing to listen to advice. It was impossible to separate me from Hen Hen, not in this lifetime, nor in the next. If Grandpa also pressures me, I will. Next time, I will cook raw rice into cooked rice, and come back with a big belly. Seeing Wang Bingbing being so stubborn, Wang Xiangran couldn't persuade her and angrily said, Fine, then let your grandpa come and educate you. Wang Bingbing snorted, also getting angry, and went to sit back next to Chu Han. Chu Han patted her head soothingly, saying, Don't be angry. I will try my best to talk to your dad and make him agree to our relationship. Don't worry, everything will be fine in the future. Chu Han was very confident in himself and believed he could handle his future father-in-law. Hearing the reassurance, Wang Bingbing's heart eased slightly, nodding and saying, Yes, Heng Hen, you can definitely do it. Wang Yaozu, sitting nearby, chimed in, Sister, brother-in-law, you can rest assured, I will always stand by your side. Support you both. Wang Bingbing finally smiled, patting her brother's shoulder and saying, "Brother, all these years of taking care of you weren't in vain after all. Hehe. It's only natural, only natural." Wang Yaozu chuckled. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Liu Ningxiang called out from outside, asking everyone to come and eat together. The group left the tea house and went to the restaurant. "Wife, has Dad come back yet?" Wang Xiangran asked. "I just called. He'll be here in a while." Liu Ningxiang smiled. She then gestured to Chu Heng, saying, "Chu Heng, come and sit here with Bingbing." "Okay. Thank you, Auntie." Chu Heng smiled. Seeing the table filled with a dozen dishes, ranging from chicken, duck, fish, meat, and soup, everything was there. "Auntie, did you make all these dishes? They smell so good." Chu Heng complimented. Liu Ningxiang also felt happy hearing the praise and said, "Oh no, they are just simple home-cooked dishes. Come, have a seat." Wang Bingbing sat Chu Heng on the left side, with Wang Yazu and Zigali sitting on the right. Wang Xiangran tugged at Liu Ningxiang's sleeve and whispered, "Wife, why are you being so nice to Chu Heng? Don't forget, we should be united." Liu Ningxiang gave him a look and said, "Guests are here, of course, we should welcome them. It's just basic courtesy." With that, she went back into the kitchen. Seeing Wang Xiangran stunned in place, shaking his head with a sigh, feeling uneasy about the united front with his wife. At that moment, he heard the sound of a car outside. He was sure that Bingbing's grandpa had arrived. He happily went out to greet him. At the door, he saw Liu Qiejin stepping out of the car with gifts in hand. "Dad, you didn't need to bring so many things. Just coming is enough," said Wang Xiangran, greeting him with a smile. "It's not for you, it's for Ningxiang. Some health supplements given by old comrades," Liu Qiejin said plainly. Wang Xiangran hesitated, and before he could say anything, he took the gifts. They walked into the house together. "Is Bingbing's boyfriend still here?" Liu Qiejin asked. "He's here, waiting for you to talk some sense into Bingbing. That girl Bingbing is too stubborn," Wang Xiangran hurriedly added. "All right, I'll go check on her," Liu Qiejin said sternly. Wang Xiangran felt relieved. It was still Bingbing's grandpa supporting him in the united front. They both entered the dining room. Liu Qiejin scanned the table and suddenly saw a familiar face. Freezing in shock, he was stunned. Pointing at Chu Heng, Wang Xiangran said, "Yes, him. He is Bingbing's boyfriend." Before Wang Xiangran could finish his sentence, Liu Qiejin quickly walked forward, joyfully shouting, "Brother Chu, Brother Liu." Chu Heng stood up, seeing Liu Qiejin with a mix of surprise and confusion. "What's going on today? How come Brother Liu is here too?" "Ha ha. Brother Chu, hello." Liu Qiejin, excited and surprised, went up to Chu Heng, firmly grasping his hand. This sudden scene left everyone bewildered. Wang Xiangran was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. What? Brother Chu, what's going on?" Wang Xiangran, Wang Yaozu, Wang Bingbing, Zigali. Everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. The incomprehensible and bewildered gazes turned towards Liu Qiejin and Chu Heng. Wang Xiangran had been utterly shocked. What the hell is going on? How did Isis' grandfather become so close with Chu Heng? Liu Qiejin held Chu Heng's hand while patting his shoulder, and said with a loud laugh, "Chu buddy, seeing you here again, I am truly delighted. This is truly unexpected." Chu Heng scratched his head, smiling. "Yes, Liu brother, I am also surprised. I came today to celebrate my girlfriend's birthday." "Girlfriend?" Liu Qiejin turned to look at Wang Bingbing, suddenly stunned. "What the heck, Chu buddy, you're Bingbing's boyfriend?" His face was full of astonishment. Chu Heng nodded and said, "Yes. And you are?" "Grandpa." Wang Bingbing stood up, happily calling out, "Chu Heng, what? Liu brother is Bingbing's grandfather. Damn. This is really a coincidence." Zigali was confused. "What is going on here? I was even planning to pursue Isis's grandfather a bit, but how come now Isis's grandfather, so close with that guy surnamed Chu, and even calling each other brothers? And he directly agreed to Isis dating him. Damn it." Zigali felt frustrated and wanted to bang his head against the wall. Wang Xiangran reacted from his confusion, quickly stepped forward and said, "Dad, did you just agree to let them date like this? What happened to the united front we agreed on? What happened to persuading Bingbing properly? And if you call him Chu buddy, then what should I call him? Uncle, this is unacceptable. No way. No way. Liu Qiejin turned and gave him a stern look, saying with a serious face, "What? Do you have a problem? Chu Buddy is a good young man, particularly outstanding. I really like him. From now on, Chu Buddy will be my grandson-in-law. I'm saying, not even Jesus can change that." Liu Qiejin's statement was decisive and forceful, with no room for negotiation. In fact, he had long wanted Chu Heng to be his grandson-in-law. Chu Heng is righteous, honorable, courageous, skillful, and has a stable personality. Where else could you find such a perfect grandson-in-law candidate? It's him. He would be willing 100, 1,000 times over. Why would he object? What? Grandson-in-law? Wan Xiangran was stunned. Not only did he agree to Chu Heng and Isai's dating, he even directly designated him as a grandson-in-law. Father-in-law, what kind of relationship do you have with Chu Heng? Wang Bingbing, on the other hand, was very excited. With Grandpa's approval and support, that was great. Thank you, Grandpa, Wang Bingbing said obediently. Oh, no need to thank me. A good lad like Chu Buddy. Grandpa is very happy with him, Liu Qiejin said straightforwardly. He is straightforward and says whatever he thinks. Since he supports it, he will definitely support it all the way. Grandpa is really nice. By the way, Grandpa, did you know Chu Heng before? Wang Bingbing curiously asked. Chu Heng briefly explained the situation, and after hearing it, Wang Bingbing exclaimed, "It seems like a destined fate from the past." Wang Yaozu came over and joked, "Hey, if Grandpa calls him brother-in-law, doesn't that make me his nephew? Then, Dad, should I also call brother-in-law uncle? Ha ha. Wan Xiangran, ahem. Yaozu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Qiejin waved his hand. Hearty, ha ha. It's all good. To each his own. Wang Bingbing linked arms with Grandpa Liu Qiejin and said, pouting, "Grandpa, it seems like my dad has some reservations about Heng and me being together." Liu Qiejin's face turned serious. He turned to Wan Xiangran and asked, "Oh, Xiangran, do you have any objections?" His piercing gaze felt like silver needles stabbing into him. Wan Xiangran, T_T. If he says he has objections now, will his legs be broken? Cough, cough. I don't have much of an opinion, but I just feel like, shouldn't we consider this a bit more? Wan Xiangran said, trying to keep a straight face. Liu Qiejin waved his hand and said, "What more is there to consider? It's settled. Chu Ladi is really good. If Bingbing is with him, then I fully support it." Heh. I agree too. Wang Yaozu raised his hand and laughed. Wang Xiangran glared at him silently. "Son, what are you meddling in? That's outrageous. Dad, this is a big decision concerning Bingbing's future. You really need to think this through." Liu Qiejin turned to stare at him, saying, "I'm not senile yet. Why, are you questioning me?" Cough. No. Wan Xiangran quickly waved his hands, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chu Heng watched this with a secret smile. So, his future father-in-law at home is like this. That settles things between me and Bingbing. At that moment, Liu Ningxiang, who had heard some commotion in the kitchen, walked out carrying dishes. "Hey, Dad's here? What are you all talking about? Why so happy?" Liu Ningxiang asked with a smile. "Ha ha, daughter, you've got yourself a good son-in-law, my buddy Chu." Liu Qiejin patted Chu Heng on the shoulder, laughing heartedly. "What? Chu Buddy?" Liu Ningxiang was dumbfounded. Why is Dad so friendly with Chu Heng? Did they know each other? "I think Chu Ladi and Bingbing are very suitable together. What do you think?" Liu Qiejin asked with a smile. Wan Xiangran quickly tried to signal to his wife with his eyes. Object. Quick. Object. Wife. But at that moment, he was stunned. "Ow. I think it's also suitable, mainly because Bingbing likes it, as long as the child is happy and has their own thoughts," Liu Ningxiang said with a smile. Wan Xiangran. Even his wife is in favor. How come Chu Heng is so charismatic? No. Can't let Chu Heng have his way. And also Bingbing's grandfather. Yes, we must strive to win Bingbing's grandfather's support. Come on. Let's all sit down and eat. Liu Ningxiang invited. Everyone took their seats. Zigaoyi stared fiercely at Chu Heng, picking up his chopsticks and chewing the food as if it were Chu Heng's flesh and blood. He never expected that the one surnamed Chu would first win over Bingbing's grandfather. This is dangerous. If most people in their family agree that the guy surnamed Chu is suitable for Bingbing, what should I do? What about all the days I spent serving Wan Xiangran tirelessly, and even giving so many valuable gifts, won't it all be wasted? Motherfucker, who knew Wan Xiangran's family status was so low? I should have first tried to win over the elders. Zigali gritted his teeth, swallowing a few mouthfuls of rice, almost choking and coughing repeatedly. Hey, Galyi, don't just focus on eating. Have more dishes, Liu Ningxiang called out. Zigalyi's face turned red from restraint, forcing a bitter smile and saying, "Oh yes, Auntie. Let me drink some water first." Wan Xiangran turned to his wife and asked, "When is your father coming back?" "He said he'll be here soon. Let's eat first," Liu Ningxiang responded. "Oh, okay. Hey, wife, I'll go call Dad and ask where he is." Wan Xiangran got up and pulled Liu Ningxiang into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Wan Xiangran said with a grimace, "Oh my dear wife, how could you say that to Dad just now? By saying that, aren't you agreeing to Bingbing dating Chuhan?" Liu Ningxiang shot him a look and said, "I never said I disagreed." Wan Xiangran, ... "Wife, what's so good about Chuhan? Why did you agree then?" I looked at him from all sides. I couldn't see anything good about Chuhan. What makes him the one for Bingbing? In terms of family background, there are many young talents I know who are hundreds of times, thousands of times better than him. In terms of knowledge, there are plenty of Harvard and Yale graduates. In terms of career, there are also many young people who have become unicorns in their industries, with bright futures. What does he, Chuhan, have? Wan Xiangran became more and more angry as he spoke, feeling frustrated. How did an ordinary young man like him get so much support? Liu Ningxiang looked at him for a moment, smiled slightly, and said, "Are you done?" "I'm done." "Hey, you haven't said. Why did you agree?" Wan Xiangran was extremely puzzled. Liu Ningxiang smiled and said, "It's simple. Because he's the man our daughter has chosen. I can accept anyone my daughter likes. Our daughter has grown up, with her thoughts, her own life, her choices. I respect my daughter's choice," Liu Ningxiang said calmly. She knew what her daughter wanted. Just a simple feeling. Falling in love is not a recruitment process. You don't need to look at qualifications, background, or abilities. All you need to look at is the person themselves. Compatibility of personalities, compatibility of souls, that's what leads to growing old together and sharing a lifetime. She, too, is a woman, and compared to Wan Xiangran, she's more emotional. She understands that a woman's desire for happiness is created together by two people, not measured by one-sided factors like money, education, or abilities. It's that simple. But does our daughter have to choose Chuhan when she's so outstanding? Wan Xiangran still didn't understand. Liu Ningxiang shook her head and smiled. When you were more carefree and less stable before, wasn't I the one who chose to be with you? Well, Wan Xiangran was puzzled. Liu Ningxiang continued, choosing a partner is not about choosing the most outstanding one, but the one you like the most suitable one. Whether they get along or not, as long as she knows it herself, how can we know? Husband, think about it for yourself, Liu Ningxiang said, as she walked out of the kitchen, leaving a bewildered Wan Xiangran behind. Wan Xiangran stood in the kitchen for a moment, shaking his head. While he could hear the reasoning in Liu Ningxiang's words, he still couldn't accept his daughter being with such an ordinary man. Bingbing has always been the apple of his eye, and if there isn't a strong man by her side, how can he protect her from being wrong in the future? How can he keep her safe, even if he's no longer around? This man must be able to provide her with lifelong protection, happiness, and carefree living. Can Chuhan be that kind of man? Wan Xiangran didn't believe it at all. Now there's still a chance. If he and Bingbing's grandfather both oppose it, there might be a turnaround. At least he can't let Chuhan and Bingbing take the step towards getting married. Yes. Wan Xiangran immediately called Wang Anfu. The call was quickly answered. Hey, Xiangran, what's up? Wang Anfu's voice came through the phone. Dad, are you home? Wan Xiangran asked. Almost. I'm at the intersection. Oh, I happened to meet Uncle Tang at the intersection. I'll chat with him for a bit, Wang Anfu said with a laugh. Uncle Tang is coming over with his grandson, Wang Anfu cheerfully said. Wan Xiangran was overjoyed. Uncle Tang is coming too. Great. This is a blessing. They've gained another ally in their camp. All right, Dad. You and Uncle Tang come back first. I'll come pick you up when you arrive, Wan Xiangran said excitedly. Okay. After that, the call ended, and Wan Xiangran's hope reignited. There's still a chance things can turn around. If his father, Uncle Teng, and himself are in agreement, opposing Bingbing being with Chu Hen, they can still put pressure on Chu Hen. He has to make Chu Hen back off. After composing himself, Wan Xiangran walked out of the kitchen and heard sounds of laughter and joke coming from the dining table. "Wife, what are you all so happy chatting about?" Wan Xiangran casually asked as he sat down and took a sip of red wine. Dad was talking about what name would be good for Bingbing and Chu Heng's child in the future. Liu Ningxian covered her mouth and chuckled. "Faft? What? Are we talking about children's names already?" Wan Xiangran sprayed out the red wine he was drinking, which landed directly on Zigaoyi's face. Zigaoyi looked quite embarrassed. Wan Xiangran awkwardly said, "Sorry, Gaoyi." Zigaoyi forced a smile and said, "No, it's fine. I'll clean up myself." Wan Xiangran quickly told Liu Qiejin, "Dad, what are you talking about? It's too early to talk about children's names." After thinking for a moment, Liu Qiejin agreed, "Yes, it's too early to talk about children's names." Wan Xiangran wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Thank goodness, we're back on track." He picked up a glass of water and took a sip. "Let's talk about marriage first. Brother Chu, when are you planning to hold the wedding?" Liu Qiejin asked with a smile. "Tui." Wan Xiangran immediately sprayed again. This time, it landed directly on Zigaoyi's face again. "Zigaoyi, future father-in-law, please don't spray me." Cough. "Gaoyi, I'm really sorry," Wan Xiangran said, uneasily. Zigaoyi pulled a smile, then continued to wipe his face with a tissue, saying, "It's okay." Wan Xiangran hurriedly said to Liu Qiejin, "Dad, let's not talk about marriage yet, nothing is set in stone. Let's discuss something else." Wan Bingbing blushed and said, "Yes, grandfather, we haven't planned anything yet, but we'll definitely plan soon and inform you." Chu Heng smiled gently. "Brother Liu, a wedding is a big event, we must prepare slowly." Liu Qiejin chuckled, then raised his glass. "All right, you to discuss first. Come on, Chu brother, let's have a drink." "Let me toast brother Liu." Chu Heng followed suit. Hey, don't be so polite. Come, cheers." The two clinked glasses and drank. Seeing them so brotherly, Wan Xiangran felt a headache coming on. It seemed there was no chance of swaying Bingbing's grandfather to their side. At that moment, the sound of a car engine came from the entrance. Wan Xiangran's face lit up. "Ha ha, the old man and Uncle Teng are here. Gaoyi, Grandpa Bingbing is back. Let's go pick them up together." Oh, okay." Zigaoyi was momentarily stunned by the words, but then he understood immediately upon seeing the look in Wan Xiangran's eyes. The two of them stood up together, left the dining hall, and briskly walked out the door. Outside the door, three people were walking towards them. They were Wang Anfu and the grandson of Teng Hui. "Dad, Senior Teng." Wan Xiangran greeted them. Both of them were the people he respected the most, one being his father and the other his mentor in his career. "Xiangran, Senior Teng made a special trip today." "Ha ha." Wang Anfu laughed. Teng Hui also smiled and said, "It's been a long time. I heard your wife mention today, her birthday. She invited me, so I came to see you as well. Here is a little gift. Consider it as a birthday present. Please accept it." Wan Xiangran was touched and said, "Oh, I am very happy that Senior Teng could come. Why did you bring so many gifts over? You're here, that's enough." Wang Anfu waved his hand. "All right, just take it. Don't be so polite with Senior Teng, that's being overly courteous." Yes, Gaoyi, please take them." Wan Xiangran turned back and said. Zigaoyi went over to accept the gifts. Wan Xiangran's expression changed, showing a troubled look as he said, "Dad, Bingbing brought her boyfriend back today, but I don't think that young man seems suitable. You should talk to Bingbing later. She's a stubborn girl, I can't persuade her." "Oh, a boyfriend? I suspected she might have a partner at school, always avoiding me. Turns out it's true." Wan Anfu said with a stern face. "Yes, and her boyfriend is just a freshman in university." Wan Xiangran briefly explained his perception of the situation to Wang Anfu. Wang Anfu frowned and asked, "Really unreliable? Really? I just don't think he's good enough." Wan Xiangran said earnestly. "All right, I'll go check it out." Wang Anfu said seriously. Wan Xiangran felt secretly pleased. Things are getting interesting. It seemed like his father wouldn't approve of Chu Han. "All right, Let's go inside first. Wang Xiangran led the way. They entered the house and then proceeded to the dining hall together. Wang Xiangran happily exclaimed, "Bingbing, your grandpa is back. Grandpa is back." Wang Bingbing stood up to greet the people at the door. Grandpa. Wang Yaozu also stood up to welcome them, and everyone at the dining table stood up. However, Wang Anfu glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw Chu Heng. Looking astonished, he froze in place. He was dumbfounded. Chu Heng also saw Wang Anfu and was equally stunned. Damn. Wang Anfu is Bingbing's grandpa. This is beyond belief. What a coincidence. Chu brother is here too. Wang Anfu exclaimed in surprise, walking quickly towards him, shouting excitedly. Wang Xiangran, oh. Hello. Brother Wang. Chu Heng was a bit stunned as he walked up. The two warmly shook hands. The other people present were dumbfounded. Wang Xiangran was even more dumbfounded. What? Brother again? Wang Xiangran. Oh no. Zigaoyi. Wang Bingbing. Ha. Wang Yaozu. Samo_o. Liu Ningxian. Liu Qiejin. Have we become brothers-in-law with each other? Ha ha. Chu brother. Didn't expect to see you here. Wang Anfu said excitedly. He had always seen Chu Heng as a highly promising young talent. A very capable, outstanding young man who could be called a stock market god. He had wanted to introduce Chu Heng to Wang Bingbing, but she had always avoided him. Now, seeing Bingbing standing next to Chu Heng, he was dumbfounded. Chu brother, are you Bingbing's boyfriend? Wang Anfu asked eagerly. Chu Heng scratched his head and smiled. Yes, I didn't know. Turns out you are Bingbing's grandpa. Yes, grandpa. Chu is my boyfriend. I brought him back today to meet everyone. Wang Bingbing intimately hugged Chu Heng's arm. Ha ha. Great. It's really a stroke of luck, Chu brother. Looks like we have a destiny. Wang Anfu couldn't stop smiling. This is great. With Chu Heng and Bingbing together, they would be one big happy family in the future. Ha ha. Wang Xiangran was stunned, completely baffled. What the heck is going on? Both his father-in-law and father were on good terms with Chu Heng like brothers. Could he really be considered Chu Heng's nephew now? This is just absurd. Wang Xiangran. TT Wall. Dear heaven. Are you playing a joke on me like this? Now, even Bingbing's grandpa has switched sides. Everyone in the family, except for himself, is now supporting Chu Heng. Fortunately, in the end, there should still be Senior Teng supporting me. Even Chu is here. What a coincidence. Teng Hu walked in, saw Chu Heng, and quickly walked over. What? Benefactor? Wang Xiangran almost choked on his own blood. Damn. Even Senior Teng has changed sides. Wang Xiangran's face was filled with astonishment. Ten Lao, what are you doing again? How did he become your benefactor? Ten Lao eagerly walked over and tightly held Chu Heng's hand. Benefactor, I never expected to see you here again. If it weren't for you last time, I might have lost my life. I am so grateful to you. Teng Hui expressed his gratitude. Chu Heng smiled faintly and said, It was just a small effort. Mr. Teng doesn't need to be so polite. Hey, Teng Chuan, come here. Teng Hui called out. Teng Chuan walked over honestly and greeted. Mr. Chu. Teng Hui continued. Take off the jade pendant on you. Oh, okay. Teng Chuan took off the purple jade pendant from his neck, which was carved with a pixu and looked vivid. Teng Hui took the jade pendant and respectfully handed it to Chu Heng, saying, Last time you left without giving me a chance to properly thank you. This jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Teng family, a gift for you. As long as you have this jade pendant, in the Teng family's industry, you will be treated as an esteemed guest. Any request will be fulfilled. Teng Chuan was shocked to hear this. Grandpa actually wanted to gift this jade pendant. My goodness, this jade pendant is extremely important to the Teng family. It is a family treasure with extraordinary significance. Not only did Grandpa give it away, he also made such a promise, truly astonishing him. Even Wang Anfu and Wang Xiangran were astonished. Wang Xiangran had seen this jade pendant before. It is a pair, and one piece was still in Teng Chuan's father's hands. This was originally a symbol of the Teng family's heir. This gift is to grant. Wang Xiangran was greatly shaken. It seems that Chu Heng truly saved Teng La's life. Otherwise, Teng La would not treat him with such generosity. Chu Heng declined. This item is valuable. Mr. Teng cannot use it. Teng Hui insisted. Benefactor, please accept it. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease. Teng Hui, have always been upright in my life. I must repay kindness. You saved my life. This small gift is nothing. As he spoke, his words were extremely sincere. Chu Heng, seeing his insistence, stopped declining, as to continue would be affected. Well, thank you for the gift. Chu Heng nodded and smiled. Ha ha, old Teng, don't be so polite. From now on, Chu Bro is like family to us. Wang Anfu laughed heartily. Wan Xiangrong, Dad, why are you saying we are family now? Are you in a hurry to marry Bingbing off to her grandfather? At this moment, Bingbing asked Chu Heng softly. Heng Han, how do you know my grandpa? Chu Heng smiled and said, your grandpa is the old man I mentioned to you before. Oh, you mean that silly old man? Bingbing covered her mouth in surprise. Wang Anfu heard her and asked in confusion. Bingbing, what silly old man? Bingbing's smile froze. She hurriedly explained, nothing, it's nothing. Wang Anfu looked at her strangely, but then smiled at everyone, saying, don't just stand there. Come, let's sit down and have a meal today. Today is my daughter Ningxian's birthday, and Bingbing happened to bring her boyfriend back, who is also my Chu Bro. It's like a double happiness. Ha ha. Let's all sit down. With Wang Anfu's invitation, everyone sat down one after another. Zigali had a grim expression, looking very unpleasant as he pushed around his white rice and ate aggressively. It seemed that there was little hope now in stopping that kid surnamed Chu from being with Bingbing. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. It was such a mistake to rely on Bingbing's father, but he didn't expect Bingbing's father to have such a low social status. Damn it, it made him so angry. He angrily took a few more bites of his rice. Wang Anfu sat next to Liu Qiejun. As soon as he sat down, Liu Qiejun asked, brother-in-law, are you and Chu Hen like brothers? Yes. Brother-in-law, me and Chu Bro are like brothers through thick and thin. Ha ha. Wang Anfu said happily. Heh. Then you can be second in command. I'm the boss in comparison. You're second. I'm first. Liu Qiejun said with a smile. Out. Second. Wang Anfu. Ha ha. Look how surprised you are. I told Chu Bro, from now on, we go our separate ways. Liu Qiejun patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder. On the other side, Wan Xiangran looked extremely depressed. Have you two ever considered my feelings? What a blunder. Wang Anfu raised his glass and proposed a toast, saying, come on, let's all drink to congratulate Bingbing for finding someone she likes. Congratulations to Chu Bro and Bingbing being together. I completely approve. I believe no one should oppose their relationship, right? Ha ha. Liu Qiejun raised his glass and said, Hehe, I approve. Wang Yaozu stood up, holding his glass with both hands. I wholeheartedly approve. Teng Hui also raised his glass and said, talent and beauty, a perfect match. I approve too. Thank you everyone. Chu Heng nodded and responded with a smile. One by one, the others raised their glasses, except for Wan Xiangrong and Zigali, who became the odd ones out. Wang Anfu turned to Wan Xiangrong with a stern face and asked, what's the matter, Xiangrong? Are you against it? At that moment, the gaze of the other elderly people stared at him. Wan Xiangrong instantly felt an overwhelming pressure and his forehead began to sweat profusely. Under the stern gaze of several elders, Wan Xiangrong was already sweating profusely. If he were to utter a no from his mouth, he feared he would be sprayed with blood on the spot the next second. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Wan Xiangrong gritted his teeth and forced out a very ugly smile, saying, I also agree. Towards the end of his words, there was a bit of resentment in his voice. Speaking against his true feelings was really damn uncomfortable. It seemed he could agree for now and discuss further in the future. Your voice is too low. I didn't hear you. What did you say? Liu Qiejun continued to ask. Wan Xiangrong, oh man, are you deliberately playing with me? Wan Xiangrong had no choice but to grit his teeth and shout again. I agree. Ha ha. That's more like it. Liu Qiejun laughed happily. Thanks, Dad. Wan Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. Finally, her father had agreed. This was great. It means the whole family approves of me being with Hen Heng now. Wan Bingbing hugged Chu Heng happily. Hen Heng, my dad agreed. You're awesome, she said, and gave Chu Heng a peck on the cheek, the joy evident on her face. All right, now we can be together openly and honorably in the future. Chu Heng also expressed his happiness, but Zigali felt like his heart was being stabbed. This is so damn too uncomfortable. The battle is already lost. Now only Zigali was left, not raising his cup. Xiao Xiao, do you have any objections? Wang Anfu glanced at him coldly, his gaze sharp as a needle. If even Wang Xiangran couldn't withstand the pressure of so many elders, how could Zigali do it? He quickly raised his cup and nervously said, I also agree. The others didn't bother to look at him. Whether he agreed or not was already irrelevant. He was just an outsider. Ha ha. I knew everyone would agree. Come on. Let's make a toast together. Wang Anfu laughed heartily. Everyone raised their cups, clinked them in the air, and then drank. The others were all smiling, except for Wang Xiangran and Zigali. The taste of the wine was bitter for Wang Xiangran. How did Chu Heng get involved with Bingbing's grandfather, father, and even Teng Lao? It's truly unbelievable, completely unexpected. However, this is just the beginning. Thinking it's so easy to be with my daughter. Impossible, without meeting my requirements and standards. Even if I let you be together temporarily, you can't get married. Wang Xiangran made up his mind and took a sip of wine. Uncle, here's to you. Thanks for your support. Chu Heng raised his cup. Wang Xiangran was taken aback. His words pierced through his heart like an arrow. Wang Xiangran looked dark and mumbled, I just agree for now. If I find out you're not good to my daughter, I'll be the first one to deal with you. Chu Heng grinned. No, I'll cherish Bingbing for a lifetime. Liu Chaijin frowned. Xiangran, are you doubting my brother Chu? Yeah. Xiangran, your words are ruining the atmosphere, scolded Wang Anfu. Wang Xiangran, to dads, I just said a few words. Is there a need to be like this? I spoke wrong. It's my fault. Chu Hen, don't mind it. Huffing, Wang Xiangran poured himself another drink, but he suddenly thought, wait, I'm going to be his future father-in-law. Shouldn't he be worried about what I might do to him instead? This seems a bit backward. No. I need to assert my father-in-law status. I have to make him understand that being my son-in-law is no walk in the park. Like the bitter lessons I've learned in the past. At least let you taste double the bitterness. Wang Xiangran suddenly felt enlightened. He must show his father-in-law demeanor, his strength, and not be weak. He straightened his chest, adjusted his clothes, looked at the empty wine glass in front of him, and coughed, ahem. This wine, where did it go so quickly? Purposely raising his voice so everyone could hear, and then Heng would obediently pour him a drink. Hey ha ha ha. Just thinking about it was satisfying. One must retaliate fiercely. He looked up at Chu Hen, only to see him already standing up with a bottle of wine. But the next moment, Chu Heng was suddenly pulled down by Wang Anfu. Hey, Chu buddy. Don't leave yet, I have something to say. Wang Anfu turned and glared at Wang Xiangran. Xiangran, there's a box of wine behind you. You want to drink, pour it yourself. I haven't finished talking with Chu buddy yet. Liu Chaijin also chimed in. Yeah, don't you have hands. Don't obstruct our catching up. Wang Xiangran was dumbfounded on the spot. Dad, how could you all bully me like this? It's really bullying too much. Oh, Wang Xiangran is now truly at a loss for words. Chu Heng has Grandpa Bingbing and Grandpa guarding him. What can he do? Wait a minute. Dad, I am your son. Why are you helping this outsider? At this moment, Zigali went to get a bottle of wine and filled Wang Xiangran's cup. Uncle, don't be too depressed. Take care of yourself. Wang Xiangran sighed and looked at Zigali with emotion, saying, Gali, you are the best. Zigali pulled a smile and said seriously, Uncle, some things can't be rushed. Take it slow. Wang Xiangran smiled bitterly and nodded. Chu Heng and Bingbing are already together. He can't change it. But no matter what, in front of Chu Heng in the future, he must first display the air of his father-in-law. He turned to look in Chu Heng's direction and saw Chu Heng chatting and laughing with Wang Anfu, Liu Chaijin, and others. Everyone was happily engaged in the conversation. Chu Heng has become the center of this family gathering. Everyone revolves around him. Damn it, human emotions are really incomprehensible. Wang Xiangran drank another glass of wine feeling very depressed. Dinner was spent amidst laughter and joy. After dinner, the servants cleared the table and brought out a three-tiered cake. Everyone was preparing with laughter and joy, placing candles and such. Wang Xiangran and Zigali stood behind the crowd holding teacups, watching as Chu Heng stole the spotlight. Gali, I originally intended for you to be with Bingbing, but now things have changed, Wang Xiangran said with a bitter smile. Uncle, I know. It's not your fault, Zigali replied. But, uncle, I won't give up easily. As long as Bingbing is not married, I will fight for her. Zigali pretended to be firm. In fact, he was thinking, damn it, I've invested so much in this. If I stop now, it would be a loss. Even if I don't like Chu Han, I'll still have to dig for a foothold. Wan Xiangran was moved by his words and patted Zigali on the shoulder, saying, well done, that's the spirit. Have you prepared the gift for Bingbing's mom later? Don't let Chu Heng outshine you. Zigali immediately straightened his chest, confidently saying, uncle, don't worry about the gift. I have prepared a special gift that will amaze everyone. This time, it's my turn to shine. Wan Xiangran cheered at his words. We must outshine Chu Han. Zigali nodded, proudly saying, all right, uncle, leave it to me. Candles were lit on the cake, and a birthday hat was placed on Liu Ningxian's head, creating a festive atmosphere. Mom, happy birthday. Wan Bingbing hugged Liu Ningxian's arm, sweetly saying, everyone, be happy, ha ha ha. Liu Ningxian replied cheerfully, Mom, let Chu Hen lead the birthday song for you later. He can play the piano and sing very well. Wan Bingbing suggested. Oh, really? Liu Ningxian was surprised. There aren't many people praised by Bingbing like this. Could it be that Chu Heng is really good at playing and singing? Of course. Wan Bingbing nodded vigorously, then turned to Chu Heng and asked, Heng Hen, will you lead the birthday song? Of course, I am delighted to celebrate for you, Auntie. Chu Heng smiled lightly. Soon, a portable electric piano was brought into the living room. Chu Heng sat in front of the piano with grace. His hands rested on the keys and he began to play. The lively music flowed from the piano, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Chu Heng's fingers danced on the keys like elves on a stage, playing the melodious music. What amazing piano skills! Liu Ningxian exclaimed in surprise. She could also play the piano and had seen many masters play. The arrangement Chu Heng played was quite challenging. His performance was comparable to a master player. No, even better than a piano master. Wishing you a happy birthday. After a cheerful prelude, Chu Heng started singing. His magnetic and penetrating voice was moving. Wang Anfu's eyes lit up. Indeed, he's brother Chu. Even his singing and playing are so amazing. This prospective son-in-law is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Everyone started to sing along, celebrating Liu Ningxian's birthday, and the atmosphere was joyful. While Wan Xiangran and Zigali were frowning. Damn it! Letting Chu Heng steal the spotlight again. After the song, Liu Ningxian made a wish and blew out the candles. Mom, what did you wish for? Wan Bingbing curiously asked. I did not ask for anything. I just wish for the safety and well-being of my family. For your younger brother to have a promising future, and for you to be with the right person for the rest of your life, growing old together, and living happily ever after. Liu Ningxian smiled. Moved by her words, Wan Bingbing hugged her mother tightly. To her mother has always been the best since childhood. Wan Xiangran also stepped forward, saying, Happy birthday, wife. I have a birthday gift for you. With that, Wan Xiangran brought the prepared gift from the tea room and handed it to Liu Ningxian. At this moment, Ten Chuan also presented a gift, saying, Auntie, I also have a birthday gift for you. Please accept it. Zigali felt happy. Now it's his turn to shine. Wife, open and take a look at this. You should like it. Wan Xiangran smiled at Liu Ningxian. The two of them had been supporting each other in life, with deep feelings. Wan Xiangran understood Liu Ningxian's preferences and had carefully prepared this gift. Let me see what it is. Liu Ningxian nodded and then opened the gift box. Inside, there was a kipao with blue cloth and golden threads, elegant with a touch of grace, exquisitely patterned. I specifically had this kipao made by an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage, costing over 600,000. Do you like it, dear? Wan Xiangran smiled. Spending over 600,000 on a piece of clothing was extremely extravagant. Liu Ningxian picked it up and suddenly noticed the size of the kipao. It was a size too small. The kipao was already tight-fitting, so it should have been bought one size larger. How was she supposed to wear this? Liu Ningxian sneakily glanced at Wan Xiangran. Oh, men buying clothes really can't be relied on. But to save face, Liu Ningxian still smiled and said, It's not bad. After saying that, she put the kipao back. Wan Xiangran was stunned for a moment, feeling that his wife's reaction was somewhat flat, a bit unexpected. Could it be that she didn't like this style? Oh, it must be that. He knew that Liu Ningxiang liked traditional things like kipaos, bracelets, jade items, and didn't like gemstones, diamonds, or gold jewelry. It probably wasn't that she didn't like kipaos, but rather this particular style. What a misstep! Wang Xiangran felt regretful, wishing he had checked with her about the style she liked beforehand. Liu Ningxiang then opened the gift from Teng Chuan, which was an ancient Buddhist scripture. Her eyes lit up. This is an ancient Buddhist scripture. It must be very difficult to find. It's really nice. Thank you. Ten Law. Liu Ningxiang bowed in thanks to Teng Law. Ha ha. Just a small gift. No need to be so formal. As long as you like it. Teng Law chuckled. I really like it. Teng Law is thoughtful. Liu Ningxiang happily replied. Wang Xiangran suddenly felt embarrassed. Even the gift from Teng Law seemed more in line with her preferences, and the one he gave. He turned to give a signal to Zigaoyi. Zigaoyi understood and nodded. Auntie, I also have a gift for you. Zigaoyi walked up with an antique sandalwood box in his hands. He placed the sandalwood box on the table for everyone to see. The intricate carvings on the sandalwood box captivated Liu Ningxiang, who asked, What is inside? Zigaoyi proudly said, Auntie, go ahead and open it. This gift had cost him quite some effort, mainly because it had cost quite a bit of money. This was a high-cost investment. If he couldn't win over Wang Bingbing this time, it would be a huge loss. Yes, wife, go ahead and open it. Geyi is indeed considerate. I always knew Geyi was sensible and capable, a good person who knows how to handle things. Ha ha. Wang Xiangran praised Zigaoyi with a pat on the shoulder. It's only right to be considerate. Zigaoyi pretended to be modest, but he was secretly overjoyed. He hoped this gift would earn Liu Ningxiang's favor. Then I'll open it. Liu Ningxiang smiled and opened the box. Inside, there was another red box. She took it out and opened it, revealing a Maitreya Buddha amulet. The amulet, almost transparent in the light, looked like a flawless piece of jade with a misty sheen. Oh, quite beautiful. Liu Ningxiang picked it up to appreciate it with a smile. Zigaoyi proudly said, Auntie, I bought this exquisite amulet from a friend for over 1 million. He didn't want to sell it at first. It's very precious. I had to offer a price even higher than the market value to get it. It's top-rate ice jade, with flawless craftsmanship by a master. It's not something you can buy on the market. He was very proud, though in reality, the amulet was something a drinking buddy had given him to settle a debt. That amulet settled $1 million debt, and it was said to be a family heirloom of that guy. He thought it looked good and decided to give it to Liu Ningxiang as a birthday gift. Ice jade amulet. Very rare. It's not something you can easily find on the market, even if you have money. Geyi is indeed considerate. Wang Xiangran was very satisfied. A gift costing over $1 million should be more than enough. Looking at the amulet, it did indeed seem like the legendary ice jade. The rarity of such an item was indeed its appeal. For Auntie's birthday gift, it should be something nice, Zigaoyi proudly declared. This time, he wanted to make a big impression. With that said, he turned to Chu Heng and asked, Chu Heng, as Bingbing's boyfriend, coming to the Wang family for the first time, what kind of birthday gift have you prepared for Auntie? Chu Heng smiled calmly and replied, I have already prepared the gift, but I suggest Auntie not take this amulet with her. Liu Ningxiang was surprised and asked, why can't I take it? Everyone else turned to look at Chu Heng, wanting to hear his explanation. Wang Xiangran asked sternly, Chu Heng, what do you mean by this? Why can't she take it? Chu Heng maintained his calm demeanor and said, it would be embarrassing to bring out a piece of glass. If the public knows Annie brought out a piece of glass, it might not reflect well. It's best not to bring it. What? Glass? Liu Ningxiang was taken aback. Others also had surprised expressions, except for Ten Lao, who smiled and nodded. Chu Heng, what nonsense is this? You know nothing. What glass? This is an ice jade piece I bought for over $1 million. I think you're just jealous because the gift I gave is nice. Zigaoyi pointed at Chu Heng's nose and scolded. Chu Heng remained calm and said, that is your misjudgment. This isn't ice jade at all. Just a glass craft. If you want to say this is what you bought for over $1 million, then you've been hugely ripped off. Ha ha. Wang Bingbing couldn't help but chuckle. Zigaoyi's face turned red, saying, it's impossible. This is not possible. This is still a family heirloom from my friend. How could it be fake? I really did spend over $1 million on this. It's absolutely not fake. Wang Xiangrong, with a stern face, asked, Chu Heng, do you have any evidence that this amulet is fake? Chu Heng walked up to Liu Ningxian and said, Auntie, give me the amulet. Liu Ningxian was surprised but handed it over to Chu Heng. After taking it, Chu Heng's golden pupils flashed, with a smile on his face. He then explained to everyone, the color and texture seem clear, but it lacks the jade's misty quality. The floating clouds inside seem unnatural, and the edges are too sharp. It's clearly a handmade piece, so I say it's fake, just a piece of glass. Liu Ningxian, who owned many jade ornaments, realized upon hearing Chu Heng's explanation. So this is how it is. I was feeling a bit strange about it. Upon hearing Chu Heng's logical explanation, everyone felt it made sense. However, Zigaoyi remained unwilling to accept it, saying, You're talking nonsense, making up things, I don't believe it. At that moment, Teng Lao stepped forward with a smile and said, What Chu young man said is correct. I have been playing with jade for over 20 years, and I guarantee that this is indeed fake, just a piece of glass. With Teng Lao's respected opinion, the matter was settled. Wang Xiangrong couldn't help but feel bewildered. Did Zigaoyi really give a fake gift? This is so embarrassing. Zigaoyi also felt dumbfounded. Had he really been tricked by that kid? Damn it, there goes my million. He felt the urge to vomit blood. Chu Heng's calm demeanor continued. Do you have the appraisal certificate? No, I don't. Zigaoyi was startled, his face showing extreme discomfort. He had trusted his friend's word that it was a family heirloom, and without a certificate, he took the story as truth. Chu Heng brought out his phone, snapped a photo, and then did a quick search. He chuckled and said, Oh, look, I found the exact same piece online, selling for only 9.9, with free shipping. Chu Heng showed everyone the screen of the phone. As they leaned in to look, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, it really is 9.9 with free shipping. Wang Anfu shook his head with a chuckle. Zigaoyi glanced at the screen, his face immediately turning pale. Damn, I've really been duped. Not only did I lose $1 million, but I also embarrassed myself in front of all these people. What a clown I am. He felt extremely embarrassed and wished he could disappear into the ground. Now, he just wanted to find that guy who tricked him and give him a piece of his mind. Zigaoyi, were you deliberately giving my mom a fake gift? What are your intentions? Wang Yaozu asked in a sinister tone. I really didn't do it on purpose. I also got tricked. Zigaoyi was close to tears. But as soon as those words came out of his mouth, the other people present gave him strange looks, clearly not believing his words. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, Zigaoyi had become a clown. Zigaoyi felt like he wanted to die. The atmosphere on site was a bit awkward, and Liu Ningxian quickly tried to ease the tension, saying, It's okay, maybe Z was deceived by someone. Just remember to recover the losses later. Thank goodness Chu Heng figured it out, otherwise we wouldn't even know we were being tricked. Z, you should thank Chu Heng properly. Zigaoyi, upon hearing this, felt extremely uncomfortable, like he had eaten something unpleasant. Thanks Chu Heng, it's really frustrating. But with so many people watching, he had to grit his teeth and say, Thank you very much. Chu Heng smiled and said, No need to be so polite, it's just my nature to enjoy helping others. Ha ha. Well done, Chu buddy. This is the example young people should follow. Liu Qiejin laughed approvingly. Indeed, Chu buddy not only understands jade stones, but also seems very skilled. Truly talented. Dingbing has found herself a good boyfriend. Wang Anfu praised. Fengui also nodded. To be able to see it at a glance, one cannot help but admire his sharp eyes. Upon hearing the three elders' praises, Wang Bingbing was overjoyed, hugging Chu Heng's arm happily. Chu Heng chuckled inwardly, with the golden eye in hand. There's nothing that can't be discerned in this world. And Wang Xiangrong's expression darkened upon hearing Chu Heng receiving praise. Chu Heng was stealing the limelight. This couldn't go on like this. Wang Xiangrong cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Chu Heng, where is the gift you prepared for Auntie? Don't hide it, show it to me. Chu Heng smiled slightly, saying, Auntie, I prepared a few birthday gifts for you. I hope you like them. With that, Chu Heng brought out the gifts from under the table. There were a total of 3 gifts. The first one was relatively large, about the size of a small table, and quite heavy. The second was a small wooden box. The third was a painting tube, presumably containing a painting. Chu Heng, You really put thought into this, preparing so many gifts. Liu Ningxian laughed. Zigaoyi snorted quietly. So what if there are many gifts? They're probably all worthless things. Could a guy like Chu really afford to buy good things? I don't believe it. Chu Heng smiled and said, Auntie, open it and take a look. Okay. Liu Ningxian nodded. Others also gathered around to see what gifts Chu Heng had prepared for his future mother-in-law. Their eyes were fixed on Liu Ningxian as she opened the first gift, the biggest one. Upon opening the gift box, inside was a rosewood box. Liu Ningxian couldn't help but be curious. What could it be? She opened the second rosewood box with curiosity. In the moment she opened the box, a beam of light reflected out. Everyone was instantly amazed. Liu Ningxian was stunned. Daughter, what is this? Exclaimed Liu Chaijin in surprise. It's a large piece of jadeite. Liu Ningxian lifted the lid, and a large piece of high-quality jadeite appeared before everyone. Not only was it large, but also thick, estimated to be 8 to 9 centimeters thick. Carved on it was a giant Fu character composed of landscape paintings, a masterpiece of art, very stunning. It captured everyone's gaze. A super large piece of top-quality jadeite carved with such an exquisite painting. It was truly divine. Wow. Everyone gasped, stunned by the gift. My goodness, such a large piece of jadeite. The quality is so good. I've never seen such a large one before. This single piece of jadeite is probably worth billions. Adding the amazing landscape Fu character on top, it could easily fetch billions in an auction. It's truly astonishing, Fengui exclaimed excitedly. Being an experienced player in Jade, he had a deep understanding of the industry and could instantly recognize its value. Hearing that this gift was worth billions, the others were even more shocked. It's so valuable. My goodness, Liu Chaijin exclaimed. The fact that Chu Heng could bring out such a gift had already shocked him. Zigaoyi was dumbfounded. This piece of jadeite felt like a slap in the face, making him feel incredulous, but the reality was right in front of him, making it hard to accept. His expression was extremely grim. Wang Xiangran was also at a loss. How could Chu Heng bring out such a valuable gift? Completely unexpected. Chu Heng smiled at Liu Ningxian, saying, Auntie, do you like this gift? I like it very much. It's just a bit too precious, Liu Ningxian said with a bitter smile. She was just enchanted by this perfect piece of jade artwork at a glance. It was very beautiful, but indeed very precious. This amount of money was not a big deal to her, but a gift of this value was rare. This is a birthday gift for Auntie. It's only right. Auntie, go ahead and open the rest of the gifts. Chu Heng smiled. All right. Liu Ningxian then opened the other gifts. The second gift was a beaded bracelet made of relics, also very rare. The third gift turned out to be a painting. Chu Heng said, This is a gift I made by hand, representing my intentions. I hope Auntie likes it. Hearing that it was painted by Chu Heng himself, everyone became even more curious, crowding around to take a closer look. Liu Ningxian slowly opened the scroll, revealing a painting of the springtime landscape. Distant mountains, the rising sun, sparkling river, blooming flowers, playful birds, and a lively scene full of spring's vibrant energy. Everyone was amazed by this artwork. What a beautiful landscape painting, exclaimed Wan Anfu. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the style of the painting, as if he had seen something similar before. As he looked closer, he saw the signature. Yuan Shan, the painting master, the true owner of this beautiful landscape painting. Wang Anfu looked up in shock at Chu Heng. Chu buddy, you're Yuan Shan. Wang Anfu stared at Chu Heng in astonishment. Liu Chaijin was also dumbfounded. Mr. Heng Yuan, Chu, my bro, is that you? The mysterious master of traditional Chinese painting. The master of Chinese painting turned out to be Chu, my bro. Seeing the two of them looking so astonished, Chu Heng smiled and said, Yes, the signature I use is indeed Mr. Heng Yuan. Oh my god. Wang Anfu excitedly grabbed Chu Heng's hand, like an enthusiastic fan meeting their idol. He was indeed a fan. He really liked Chinese painting, especially since seeing that landscape painting last time. He couldn't get enough of it and secretly kept a copy to admire occasionally. Every time he saw it, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful craftsmanship of the painting, thinking that one day he must visit this master. But he never expected the master to be right in front of him. It was actually Chu, my bro. What a small world. Bro Chu, your paintings are really amazing. I didn't expect you to have this talent. I'd like to ask you for a few paintings in the future, bro. Wan Anfu exclaimed. Having a son-in-law who is a master of Chinese painting. This is so cool. Chu Heng also didn't expect himself to cause such excitement, so he smirked and said, okay, since you like them, I'll paint a few more for you. I love them, of course. Pro Chu, let me tell you, if your paintings were put up for sale, they would easily fetch millions. Wan Anfu stated firmly. Wan Xiangran and Zigaoyi on the side were also shocked. Selling a painting for millions? Did Chu Heng really have such skills in Chinese painting? This statement coming from the experienced art dealer Wan Anfu was different. Maybe they were truly worth that much. Zigaoyi's face looked extremely unpleasant, feeling once again overshadowed by Chu Heng. How annoying. Liu Ningxian, the more she looked at this spring day painting, the more she liked it. What a beautiful painting. It's truly wonderful. Liu Ningxian kept praising, her eyes full of joy. As long as you like it. Chu Heng smiled. It seems that the mother-in-law was won over. Now Grandpa Bing Bing, Grandpa, Mom, and younger brother were all taken care of, with only the future father-in-law left. I really love it, and I don't usually have many hobbies. I just like to collect some Chinese paintings and antiques, traditional cultural items. This painting you did is the best one I've ever seen. Liu Ningxian exclaimed as if she had found a treasure, unwilling to let go of the painting. Seeing how much his wife liked it, Wan Xiangran felt somewhat defeated. He couldn't even give his daughter a better birthday gift than a stranger. What a failure. Honey, let's put it away for now. We can enjoy it later. Let's cut the cake first. Wan Xiangran urged, not wanting to see the gift from Chu Heng. Okay, but I want to store it properly. Liu Ningxian said seriously. Ding Bing. You greet little Chu. I'll be back soon. Liu Ningxian said, as she left with the painting. Wan Xiangran. Little Chu, honey. Did you just call him Little Chu already? Wan Xiangran hurriedly followed her into the room. The husband and wife were in the room. What are you up to? Liu Ningxian asked in confusion. Wan Xiangran said seriously. Honey, are you really accepting Chu Heng so easily? I think Chu Heng is quite nice, not like what you described. Liu Ningxian smiled. Not like. I saw it with my own eyes. Can that be fake? Wan Xiangran patted his chest. Oh, I remember now. Why were you there too? Liu Ningxian stared at him suspiciously. I just passed by, that's all. Wan Xiangran quickly explained. He immediately changed the subject. Honey, that's not the point. The point is, are you just letting Chu Heng be with our daughter? Liu Ningxian put down the painting and gave him a look. Yes. Any problem? The problem is, there are so many outstanding young men in the world. Choosing Chu Heng seems like a waste. Wan Xiangran sighed. Liu Ningxian smiled. It's useless to say this to me. If you have a problem, talk to my dad. Ow. Wan Xiangran. Are you putting me in a difficult spot? Both my dad and the prospective father-in-law treat Chu Heng like a brother. If I mention it to them, will I get my legs broken? Okay. Okay. I won't agree anyway. My son-in-law must be better than me. How else can he take care of Bing Bing? Wan Xiangran insisted. Liu Ningxian tapped his head with her finger. You are a daughter's slave. The couple left the room together, and Liu Ningxian began to cut the cake. While everyone was enjoying the cake, Zigaoyi couldn't hold back and bid farewell. Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late, so I'll head back first. He felt like a transparent person here. Nobody paid him any attention except Wan Xiangran. No one looked at him properly. Even Wan Yaozu couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Unable to stay, having just sold a fake product, he was really embarrassed. Knowing he was being boring and embarrassing, he felt awkward and left quickly. Wang Anfu, who was chatting with Chu Heng, glanced in the direction Zigaoyi left and shook his head. Zigaoyi is unreliable. Liu Qiejin chuckled on the side. I could see it long ago. I have some understanding of people. That kid looks so timid. TSK. Pro Chu, you can be assured. Just focus on discussing the wedding with Bing Bing. You don't need to pay attention to those little nuisances. Wang Anfu was surprised and looked at Chu Heng. Is brother Chu already considering marriage? Great. Ha. When are you planning to do it? I must make it a grand occasion. Chu Heng gave the two of them a look. Why were they in such a rush? It was like chasing after debts. Ahem, gentlemen, big events in life can't be rushed. They need careful consideration. We have to discuss it thoroughly with Bing Bing. I respect Bing Bing's thoughts. Chu Heng cleared his throat. Wang Anfu, slightly disappointed, said, Oh, I was a bit eager. It's okay, you to go back and discuss it properly. Buddy. You see, I was a bit hasty. We haven't even introduced Chu-Hen's parents to each other yet. The two families should meet first. Liu Qiajin laughed. Now, the premarital procedure was for the parents of both sides to meet, get to know each other, talk about their children's marriage, and enhance familial relationships. Ha, right, I almost forgot about this. Wang Anfu scratched his head, then turned to Chu Heng and asked, Bro Chu, when will you bring your parents out to have dinner with us? My parents happen to be in Shenzhen as well. I'll arrange a time for them to meet you. Chu Heng smiled. This visit was just a preliminary gesture to arrange a time for both sets of parents to sit down and chat. Ha, all right, I'll wait for your message. Wang Anfu happily replied. Finding such an outstanding young man like Chu Heng to be his grandson-in-law was like waking up from a dream. Others may not know Chu Heng's business talent, but he understood it very well. Just his unique insights into the future world business landscape changes and developments were enough to be amazed. For example, Chu Heng predicted the flourishing development of 4G in the future, and the reform of stricter financial regulations. According to the inside information, he got all these predictions right. Those miraculous predictions amazed him. Sometimes he couldn't help but suspect if Chu Heng had come back from the future. That should be impossible. However, with such foresight, Wang Anfu believed that Chu Heng's future was limitless. All right, Wang Laojie, I'll set a time and inform you right away. Chu Heng smiled. I want to come too. Liu Qiajin interjected. Great. The three of them were having a lively conversation. At this moment, Wang Bingbing curiously approached and asked, Grandpa, Dad, what are you chatting with Heng about? You seem so happy. Grandpa is talking with your boyfriend about meeting the parents. It's time for both sets of parents to meet. Wang Anfu chuckled. Wang Bingbing blushed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected them to be discussing this already. Oh, she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Usually, it's almost time to officially engage after the parents meet. Before coming, she was worried about not getting approval from her family. But now, it seems like Grandpa and Dad are both eager for it. Ding ding, you don't want to, do you? Liu Qiajin teased. I'm not unwilling, tell the Grandpa, you can set it. Wang Bingbing blushed slightly and ran off directly. This girl, she's already grown up, but still so easily embarrassed. Liu Qiajin laughed heartily. On the other side, Wang Xiangran, who was eating cake not far away, was staring at Chu Heng. He felt depressed. Chu Heng was now the center of attention at the birthday party, and everyone was talking to him, leaving Wang Xiangran without a chance to have a proper conversation with Chu Heng. He thought it was essential to have a good conversation with Chu Heng. As Bingbing's father and Chu Heng's boyfriend, he felt the need to talk with Chu Heng. They had to clarify their relationship. Previous, Wang Xiangran didn't accept Chu Heng as Bingbing's boyfriend, but now, in front of Bingbing's grandpa, dad, and Mr. Tang, he had to admit Chu Heng's identity. It was a begrudging acknowledgement, so he felt it was necessary to have a good talk with Chu Heng. However, Chu Heng was still engaged in conversation with Bingbing's grandpa and dad, and he had no opportunity to intervene, so he started eating cake disheartenedly. Suddenly, Wang Yazu came over with a plate, planning to cut another piece of cake. Wang Xiangran's eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. He immediately grabbed Wang Yaozu's hand and said, Wait a moment, Yaozu. Ow, Dad. What's up? What's the matter? Wang Yaozu looked puzzled. Wang Xiangran, with a serious face, sternly said, Send a message from me. Tell Chu Heng to come to the tea room later. Wang Yaozu asked in confusion, Dad, can't you just talk to him yourself? Wang Xiangran blushed instantly. If he could go by himself, why would he ask you? Didn't you see those two old men nearby? Of course, he wouldn't say that to Wang Yaozu in that way. Out. You can go. What's with all the talk? Listen to me. Go quickly. Wang Xiangran cleared his throat. Wang Yaozu scolded, pouted. Oh, okay. I'll go now. Wang Yaozu ran over eagerly, loudly shouting, Brother-in-law, my dad wants you to go to the tea room. His voice was so loud that the whole family could hear it. Wang Xiangran almost fell over. This silly child. Couldn't he have told him discreetly? Indeed, Wang Anfu and Liu Qiajin both stared at him. Xiangran, why can't you say things in front of us? Wang Anfu said with a stern face. Wang Xiangran looked embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Chu Heng stepped in to defuse the situation. It's okay. Wang Laojie, I'll be right back after a quick chat. What are you saying? He is my future father-in-law. We should have a chat. Wang Anfu's expression changed from anger to happiness as he spoke. Go ahead, my dear Chu. Wang Xiangrong. Dad. I'm your son. Wang Xiangrong had never been so double standardized before. So he sighed, stood up first, and walked towards the tea room. Chu Heng also stood up and followed. Wang Bingbing ran over, nervously grabbed Chu Heng's arm, looking worried. Chu Heng knew what she was worried about. She was concerned that there might be a conflict between them. One was her father, and one was her lover. She was caught in the middle. Chu Heng smiled, then ruffled her hair, saying, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Trust me. Wang Bingbing nodded, believing in Chu Heng. Chu Heng gently patted her hand and confidently strode towards the tea room. When Chu Heng arrived at the tea room door, he knocked. Coming, came Wang Xiangrong's slightly cold voice from inside. Chu Heng opened the door and saw Wang Xiangrong sitting in the main seat, with two teacups already prepared. One cup was placed on his left. Chu Heng smiled slightly and asked, Uncle, is there something you wanted me for? With that, Chu Heng sat in the seat next to him on the left. Wang Xiangrong, with a stern face, turned to him and said, Chu Heng, although I agreed to you dating Bingbing, it doesn't mean that I fully accept you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you understand this. After speaking, Wang Xiangrong poured the first cup of tea for Chu Heng, gesturing for him to taste it. While his words weren't very pleasing, by pouring tea for Chu Heng, he was also showing a gesture of preparing for both courtesy and combat. Chu Heng remained calm, and drank the tea in front of him. Uncle, I understand, but I won't give up, and I believe that one day, you will accept me from your heart. Chu Heng's words were firm and confident. Wang Xiangrong let out a cold laugh. He shook his head, saying, Chu Heng, you should understand that Bingbing is my precious treasure from childhood to adulthood. As a father, I want my daughter to live a lifetime happily and worrying-free. Before she gets married, she has me to protect her, and after she gets married, she only has the man by her side. So, I've always had very high expectations for my daughter's future husband. Chu Heng, speaking frankly, with your current conditions, I won't agree to your marriage. Wang Xiangrong no longer held back, expressing his true thoughts. Chu Heng narrowed his eyes, remained calm, and asked, Oh, I see, Uncle. What kind of conditions do you think would make you agree? I can try to meet them. Wang Xiangrong poured another cup of tea in a cold tone. The Wang family's business is widespread domestically and internationally, with billions in assets and tens of billions in cash flow, a prominent family in Guan province. Measuring conditions based on resources, Bingbing's partner should have at least $1 billion in wealth. Hey, can you do it? Hey, I advise you to know your limits and back off early. If you can't do it, please leave Bingbing as soon as possible. Chu Heng was somewhat surprised. He knew Wang Bingbing was wealthy, but he didn't expect her to be this wealthy. Too wealthy. As the daughter of the wealthy Wang family, finding a partner with $1 billion background was indeed not difficult. In fact, the partner would be reaching out to the Wang family. Therefore, it was understandable why Wang Xiangrong was thinking this way. Indeed, even if another father was in his place, they would probably not want their daughter to marry a poor man. Even if not poor, with assets worth tens of millions, it wouldn't be noteworthy in front of the Wang family. Seeing Chu Heng contemplating, Wang Xiangrong couldn't help but sneer, expecting Chu Heng to back down. Achieving $1 billion estate was not something one could accomplish with just hard work alone. It required exceptional business acumen and extraordinary capabilities. However, the next moment, Chu Heng picked up the teacup and drank the second cup of tea. Uncle, I can do it. $1 billion estate soon. I just need 1 year. Chu Heng set down the teacup, a confident smile on his face. Wang Xiangrong was stunned by Chu Heng's response. Chu Heng, where did you get your confidence from? You're really arrogant and brash in your youth. If making money were so easy, there would be no poor people in the world. In such a fiercely competitive business environment, if you're not the hunter, then you're the prey. To gradually accumulate billions in wealth, 7 parts rely on hard work and ability, and 3 parts are destined by fate. People who can achieve this are truly outstanding. This is also the reason why he set these conditions. He doesn't really believe that Chu Heng can earn so much money, let alone believe that Chu Heng can accumulate billions in wealth within a year. Hey, Chu Heng, within a year. You're the one who said that. I didn't force you. If you can't do it after a year, What will you do? I don't need to say more, right? Wan Xiangran calmly said. Chu Heng smiled faintly. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. If I achieve it, uncle, you can't oppose me being with Bingbing anymore. Of course. Wan Xiangran nodded. Chu Heng smirked, a gleam of determination in his eyes. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Just earning $1 billion? That's not even a challenge. Chu Heng has great confidence in making money. Hey. Then I'll thank you in advance, uncle. Chu Heng said. Thank me. Thank me for what? Wan Xiangran was puzzled. With your words, you won't oppose me being with Bingbing in the future, so naturally I'll thank you. Chu Heng said earnestly. Wan Xiangran, why is this young man so confident? Is there a trap somewhere? However, after thinking it over, he couldn't find any pitfalls. Then take care of yourself. You only have a year. Wan Xiangran stood up from his seat. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Also, after you're together with Bingbing, you're not allowed to mistreat her. If I find out she's even slightly wronged, I won't let you off the hook. This year, you must treat her well. Wan Xiangran didn't want to say this, but since he had agreed to their relationship in front of so many people, he had to follow through. After saying this, Wan Xiangran left with his hands behind his back. Chu Heng smiled. His future father-in-law really cared for his daughter, but also ... if I had a daughter, I would probably spoil her more than him. Chu Heng left the tea house and returned to the living room. Wang Bingbing was already waiting there. When she saw Chu Heng come out, she hurried over and held his hand, asking, Heng, did my dad trouble you? No. Your uncle and I just had a pleasant conversation about the future. Chu Heng rubbed her head and said, Phew. I'm glad he didn't trouble you. Wang Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wan Anfu waved to Chu Heng. Chu, come here. I have something to ask you. Okay, I'm coming. Chu Heng responded. Your grandpa wants to see me. I'll go over first. Wang Bingbing nodded and sweetly said, Go ahead. With grandpa and granduncle here, my dad can't do anything to you. Chu Heng walked over alone. Next to the living room was a leisure balcony. The night outside was dark like water, and it was already late. Brother, what do you want to discuss with me? Chu Heng asked. Just received a message from the deputy general manager of the fund company. Many people are coming to ask for additional investments, some even willing to offer a management fee of 3 points to us. There are many old acquaintances among them, old friends. Chu, how should I handle this? Wang Anfu looked a bit troubled. Chu Heng noticed his dilemma. If it's only about business and profit, there's no room for sentimentality. It is what it is. But if it's all about profit, then it won't go far in business. The fund company has just started preparing to operate M shares and doesn't need too much capital to avoid tension and unnecessary alertness. I initially thought 10 billion would be enough, but your influence, Brother Wang, is significant. We can continue to open up fundraising, with the second batch still limited to 10 billion, keeping it low-key. And these funds can only be used in the second round. After we have established our position and layout, we can conduct unlimited fundraising. By then, becoming the largest private equity fund will be a matter of course. Chu Heng smiled. Wang Anfu was relieved when Chu Heng was willing to open fundraising again. Great. Let's go with what Chu said. The quota is not much, but it's enough. Chu Heng nodded, then glanced at the night outside and said, It's getting late, I should go back. Wang Anfu was surprised and tried to keep him. You're leaving so soon. I wanted to have a few drinks with you later. How about staying tonight and sleeping here? There are plenty of rooms. Chu Heng politely declined. No, brother. There's no place like home. All right, then I won't keep you. Oh, when the fund officially starts operating, I'll give you the time. Wang Anfu said with a smile. He thought Chu Heng would stay here and maybe plot something with Bingbing. He could then act as his grandpa-in-law in the future. Moreover, most importantly, Chu Heng would truly be a part of the family. Okay. Chu Heng got up and left. After a while, Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand to bid farewell to Liu Ningxiang and Wan Xiangrong. Dad, Mom, Heng and I are leaving now. We'll come back to see you another day, Wang Bingbing said sweetly. Being able to formally bring Chu Heng in front of her parents felt really good. Wan Xiangrong grunted, remaining silent with a somewhat displeased expression. On the other hand, Liu Ningxiang stood up with a smile. All right, go back. I've prepared red envelopes for you, one for each of you, wishing you both safety and well-being. Saying that, Liu Ningxiang took out 2 large red envelopes from her pocket and handed them to Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing. This is a common custom in Guangdong. Usually, guests who visit can receive a red envelope to take home, symbolizing goodwill. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing didn't refuse and accepted the red envelopes with thanks. Then, the two bid farewell to the 2 elders at home, as well as Dao Lao, and left the Wang family. As soon as they got into the car, Wang Bingbing held the red envelope curiously. Heng, how much do you think my mom put in the red envelope? Judging by the thickness, it should be around a couple hundred. Chu Heng chuckled. The amount doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. Let's open them and find out. Wang Bingbing said eagerly, then opened her red envelope. But instead of banknotes, there was a check inside. She took out the check and saw a row of zeros. She glanced at it and was shocked, covering her mouth in astonishment. 3 million. Chu Heng also opened the red envelope, and inside was also a 3 million check. Oh, the mother-in-law's red envelope was quite generous. Suddenly, Chu Heng had a thought and shook his head, saying, maybe this is a bit of startup capital from Auntie for our business. Wang Bingbing's eyes welled up at his words. Wang Bingbing was very moved. Her mother has always been supportive. I understand her intentions. Heng, let's use this money for investment. Wang Bingbing turned her head to look at Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled and nodded. Good. Let's expand our dessert shop in Shenzhen. 6 million was just a small amount for Chu Heng, but this was a gesture from his mother-in-law, so he had to use it well. On the other side, in the Wang family villa, Liu Ningxiang was in the room humming a tune while removing her makeup. Wang Xiangran saw that she was in a good mood and asked, Wife, how much red envelope did you give Chu Heng and the others just now? He had sharp eyes, and the thickness of the red envelope seemed to thin. Based on Liu Ningxiang's personality, she wouldn't give a lot. The red envelopes given during the new year started at 1,000 yuan. The red envelopes given to Wang Yaozu were never less than 10,000 yuan. How come the red envelopes for Bingbing and Chu Heng were so thin? Liu Ningxiang didn't even turn her head and said, Why are you asking about this? Do I also have to manage the red envelopes I give myself? Wang Xiangran hastily laughed and said, Wife, don't be angry, I'm just curious. Liu Ningxiang turned back and continued removing her makeup, saying, Why do you care? If I gave too much to Chu Heng, are you not happy in your heart? Wang Xiangran felt embarrassed being seen through. He awkwardly smiled. No, am I that petty? Exactly. Liu Ningxiang nodded. Wang Xiangran. Liu Ningxiang turned back and continued removing her makeup. Husband, how about this? I won't interfere with you regarding that person, but I think Chu Heng is quite good. If I treat him a certain way, you better not interfere too, or it might make it difficult for me. Wang Xiangran immediately understood that Liu Ningxiang more or less approved of this son-in-law. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wang Xiangran sighed and said. When Chu Heng and the two returned home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. As soon as they opened the door, the living room light was still on, and Chu Heng's parents were watching TV. Ho Zuking heard the sound at the door and quickly got up to greet them. Even Chu Zhan, who is usually calm, couldn't help but stand up, looking a bit nervous. Ho Zuking anxiously asked, Son is back. How did it go? Was everything smooth? This was the first time Chu Heng went to Wang Bingbing's house to meet the parents. Whether they could be together depended on her family's support. This was a matter of his son's lifelong happiness, and she, as his mother, was definitely the most anxious last night. Chu Heng smiled and said, it went relatively smoothly. Wang Bingbing smiled gently and said, Auntie, rest assured, my family agreed that we should be together. Ho Zuking was overjoyed. Really? That's great. It's a joyous occasion. Now I can relax. With this, their son's lifelong happiness was almost settled. Hearing this, Chu Zhan also relaxed and sat back on the sofa. Mom and Dad, you two are still up so late, waiting for me to come back. Chu Heng laughed and pulled Wang Bingbing to sit next to him on the couch. Ho Zuking poured a glass of tea for Wang Bingbing and said, Of course, I can't rest assured when you're not back. I worry too much. Chu Heng said, Mom, you can relax from now on. Don't worry. When do you and Dad have time to have a meal with Bingbing's family? Chu Zhan coughed and said, We're on vacation now, so we're free anytime. Yes, we're both free. Anytime is fine. Just follow Bingbing's family schedule. Ho Zuking said happily. After chatting in the living room for a while, Wang Bingbing felt tired, so she pulled Chu Heng back to the room. In the room, Wang Bingbing took off her shoes, frowned, and rubbed her heels. Ouch! It hurts. She took a deep breath. What's wrong? Chu Heng asked. Squatted down to check. Wearing those new shoes rubbed my heels. It seems swollen. It hurts. Wang Bingbing pouted, looking pitifully at Chu Heng. Chu Heng noticed that her heel was indeed swollen. Baby, lie down. I'll massage it for you. Just a massage will do. With a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner by her side, this small problem was nothing. Heng, do you know how to massage? Wang Bingbing asked in surprise. This wasn't a skill anyone could easily pick up. Usually, only students from medical school would learn this. Who would learn these things normally? Chu Heng smiled slightly. I know a little bit. Wang Bingbing playfully said. That's fine. I like it when you massage me. Wang Bingbing lay down, turned over, and lay on the bed, showing her slender and perfect body. Chu Heng took a glance and felt a surge of desire. What a charming little fairy. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Chu Heng took out an anti-swelling medicine and sat by her side, starting to treat her. He pressed on the acupuncture points precisely and skillfully. Wang Bingbing, lying down, felt the magical massage technique of Chu Heng, and her whole body felt warm and comfortable, as if soaking in warm water. How comfortable! She couldn't help but praise. Heng, your technique is amazing. Chu Heng smiled and said, close your eyes and relax your whole body. Wang Bingbing followed his instructions, closing her eyes, but she couldn't help but picture Chu Heng's handsome face in her mind. Heng, meeting Heng is the luckiest thing in my life. With these thoughts, Wang Bingbing suddenly felt a bit drowsy, and her eyelids felt heavy. After a while, she fell asleep. Chu Heng listened to her peaceful breathing and knew she had fallen asleep. He looked at her heel. The redness and swelling had already subsided, and he believed it would be fine soon. After thinking for a while, Chu Heng saw that she was asleep, so he took the opportunity to use silver needles to help adjust her body. Chu Heng pulled out a set of acupuncture needles. Divine 8 needles. The next morning, Wang Bingbing woke up slowly. Seeing the sunlight coming in through the window, she realized it was not early anymore. So comfortable. Wang Bingbing stretched lazily, feeling her bones. She noticed Chu Heng was not there next to the bed. She rubbed her eyes and got up to wash up. As she passed by a full-length mirror, she casually glanced at it but suddenly froze in place. She was stunned, because she saw her face in the mirror was incredibly smooth and rosy, white and pink, glowing and flawless. Even her pores seemed smaller, like a baby's skin. She was truly shocked and delighted. Oh my God, what is this? Unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. Wang Bingbing touched her face, filled with a look of surprise. She gently pinched her face, feeling soft and smooth. It felt delicate, as if it could be broken with a touch. At that moment, she saw her palms and arms also felt smooth and fair. Her skin had become much finer. What exactly was going on here? Could it be because Heng helped me with the massage last night? Wang Bingbing's heart suddenly bloomed. Her body felt better, her skin looked better, and her whole mood became more beautiful. She hummed a tune as she went to freshen up and even took a bath. After freshening up and coming out, she happened to see Chu Heng coming in through the door. Heng, do you notice any changes in me today? Wang Bingbing twirled in her bathrobe, showing off to Chu Heng. Chu Heng naturally knew and reached out to rub her head, saying, Baby, you look fairer and smoother now. Do you know what you look like now? Wang Bingbing asked. Like a little lamb. Chu Heng suddenly got closer, pressing her against the wall with one hand. Their faces were very close at that moment, feeling each other's breath. Wang Bingbing's pretty face immediately blushed, and her heart was beating fast. What does Heng want to do? Could it be? In broad daylight, Wang Bingbing blushed even more, feeling shy. You are like a little lamb right now, waiting for me to enjoy at any time. Chu Heng pinched her chin, saying with a smile. At this close distance, from this angle, Wang Bingbing looked flawless. Her skin was as smooth as jade, delicate as if it could be broken with a touch. The effect of Shengsingbaozen was indeed excellent. Shengsingbaozen is a needling technique that can accurately insert needles and each needle hits the right spot. This technique, coupled with Huanyan acupuncture, has such a magical effect. Huanyan acupuncture is a lost needling technique that has the magical ability to rejuvenate the skin. It is much stronger than any current cosmetic medical technique. This is the magical ability of traditional Chinese medicine. Heng, Wang Bingbing blushed and slowly closed her eyes. Chu Heng pecked her lips and said, "All right, tidy up and get ready for breakfast. I'll enjoy you later tonight." "I hate you." Wang Bingbing playfully tapped his chest. "Just now, I thought it was going to be something else." Wang Bingbing changed into a new outfit and held Chu Heng's hand as they left. When they arrived in the living room, they saw a sumptuous breakfast spread out on the table. There were shrimp dumplings, phoenix claws, rice noodle rolls, seafood congee, and more. "Heng, did you order takeout?" Wang Bingbing looked surprised at Chu Heng. Huo Zuking came out of the kitchen and smiled, saying, "No, this is all made by Little Hen this morning." I didn't expect our son to have such good culinary skills. Ding, he woke up early to make this for you." Moved by her words, Wang Bingbing tiptoed and kissed Chu Heng on the cheek, leaving a red mark. "All right, you should eat quickly. I have something to do and must leave now," Chu Heng said with a smile. He had received a call from Yang Wanrong early in the morning, and there was an important year-end meeting in the group. He needed to collect reports and plan the next stage of the group's development. "Okay, I'll head back to school later." Wang Bingbing obediently nodded. Chu Heng left the community and took a taxi to the group's company. Upon arrival, he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding. The system is about to issue a check-in task. Ding. Check-in task. Please go to the Henyuan Group observation deck to check in. Chu Heng was delighted to hear the system's check-in task. Fortunately, this time the check-in location was normal, right at the group's observation deck. Chu Heng quickly walked into the building. On the other side, Yang Wanron and a group of top executives were already waiting in the lobby. "Is the boss here?" Han Yongxi asked. Yang Wanron looked at the time and whispered, "It should be about time. The boss is always punctual." Just as she finished speaking, Chu Heng appeared at the entrance. Everyone's eyes showed respect upon seeing Chu Heng, the young boss who founded Henyuan Group. Henyuan Group had become a dark horse in the business community in Shenzhen. "Hello, Chairman." Everyone bowed respectfully to Chu Heng. "Hello, boss." Yang Wanron and Han Yongxi also greeted with smiles. Looking at Chu Heng's youthful and handsome face, Yang Wanron guessed that no one would have expected such a young man to be the founder of a billion-dollar valued corporation. "You're all here." Chu Heng smiled. "Boss, the meeting room is ready. Shall we go to the meeting room now?" Yang Wanron asked. "No, this meeting is at the observation deck. Others don't need to come. Those who need to work should go work. You two can report to me." Yang Wanron was surprised. She didn't know why Chu Heng arranged it that way, but since he said so, they would follow. Who made him the boss after all? Yang Wanron turned to the others and said, "Let's all go back to work. I'll be responsible for the report to the boss this time." Although the other general managers were visibly surprised, they nodded in agreement. After everyone left, Chu Heng smiled and said, "Let's go to the observation deck." "Oh, all right." The two women followed Chu Heng. The observation deck was specially designed by Chu Heng, offering a view of the bustling Shenzhen city. Ding. The system detects that the host has arrived at the check-in location. "Would you like to check in?" The system's voice sounded in Chu Heng's mind. "Check-in." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for successful check-in." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine-level design talent." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for gaining +12 physique." Ding. "Congratulations to the host for +10 charm, divine-level design talent. Proficient in all forms of design aesthetics including fashion, packaging, architecture, etc." Chu Heng was delighted to hear the consecutive notifications from the system. He had checked in for divine-level design talent. This was great. Another divine-level skill added to his arsenal. Chu Heng checked his personal attributes immediately. Host. Chu Heng physique, 102 points. Normal person 10. The higher the physique, the better the physical fitness. Charm, 70 points. Normal person 10 points. The higher the charm value, the stronger personal charm skills. Divine level design talent, divine medical skills, golden eyes, divine hacking skills, divine dancing, divine musical abilities, divine cooking, divine climbing skills. Cash, 3.88 billion yuan and 100 yuan. Chu Heng was thrilled to see his physique had surpassed 3 digits on his personal attributes. His body was truly strong. "Boss, shall I start reporting to you now?" Yang Wanron's voice interrupted his thoughts. Chu Heng came back to his senses, turned to her, and said, "Sure. Let's begin now." "Boss, Currently our Hanyuan Group has a total of 68 Manhwa milk tea stores is super first-tier cities, with a monthly sales amount of 630 million. After deducting costs, the profit for the group's parent company is 310 million. Gwangwelu branch has also started layout, currently opening 20 branches in super first-tier cities simultaneously, with 5 branches in Shenzhen reaching a monthly sales amount of 230 million, and after deducting costs, the profit for the group's parent company is over 180 million. With the expansion of Gwangwelu, the catering business will be on par with the milk tea business in terms of scale and profitability. Currently, our group has a book profit of 2.8 billion in cash, with abundant cash flow, and investment activities have already begun. Recently, we have received many project proposals from other startups. Yang Wanron then introduced the specific details of the projects to Chu Heng one by one. She is an outstanding manager, with a comprehensive understanding of all the group's businesses, and can converse confidently with Chu Heng. In general, the revenue of Hanyuan Group currently comes from these 2 brands, Manhwa Milk Tea and Gwangwelu. Revenue growth is fast, the operational model is stable, and the next step is to aim for expansion. After some contemplation, Chu Heng said to Yang Wanrong, the national strategy of Manhwa Milk Tea can begin now, starting with promotional prices and expanding to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier cities in the market. Manhwa should continue to take the high-end route, with locations in the central core areas of cities. Among the 672 cities in a country, the goal is to open 1,000 stores. Yang Wanrong was surprised and exclaimed, 1,000 stores. Chu Heng smiled and said, what's the problem? Yang Wanrong quickly replied, no problem. The current operating conditions can support expansion. She realized that Manhwa needed to expand, but she didn't expect Chu Heng to be so determined, setting a target of opening 1,000 branches directly. To achieve this goal, she will be very busy. Chu Heng tapped the table and contemplated for a moment. With the expansion of Manhwa, achieving $1 trillion net worth will be a matter of course. But this is just a part of his commercial empire. I plan to separate the investment department, establish Hanyuan Investment Group, and specialize in investment and mergers and acquisitions, Chu Heng said calmly. Yang Wanrong and Han Yongxi were stunned but then seemed to understand Chu Heng's intention, and they both nodded. Han Yongxi smiled and said, boss, are you planning to engage in financial operations? Chu Heng nodded. Send me the project documents that you've received recently. I want to see if there are any suitable ones there. I will also provide you with some industries to focus on in the future, such as the real estate and pharmaceutical industries. These are the most profitable industries in business, revolving around basic needs such as clothing, food, shelter, travel, and entertainment, including the real estate industry, which is posed for a decade of explosive growth. All right. Han Yongxi responded before forwarding the documents to Chu Heng. Chu Heng received hundreds of financing project documents and reviewed them one by one. Suddenly, he came across the financing documents for 2 short video companies. One is Douyin and the other is Manchu. Chu Heng's eyes lit up instantly. Short videos, the future star field. Arrange a meeting with the heads of these 2 companies, Chu Heng instructed Han Yongxi. All right, boss. Han Yongxi nodded in response. Chu Heng then set the strategic direction for the development of Hanyuan Group, and left the execution to Yang Wanrong. For Hanyuan Group, Chu Heng adopted a strategy of covert control, which involved complex cross-share holdings and overseas holdings. Through intricate equity arrangements, he managed to keep himself hidden from excessive attention from external financial media. How is the Manhwa amusement park project progressing? Chu Heng asked Yang Wanrong. The project is nearing completion, and we can officially open as soon as the equipment arrives. It should be around a month from now, Yang Wanrong replied. The Manhwa Park is a surprise gift that Chu Heng specifically created for Wang Bingbing, costing 1.2 billion. Continue to monitor the project, Chu Heng said with a smile. Yes, boss, rest assured. I've been keeping an eye on it all along, Yang Wanrong said earnestly. For general investments in the future, you both can make decisions. I trust your judgment in making money, Chu Heng said with a smile. Knowing how to use people well and delegate authority is essential to allow them to unleash their full potential. Both of them have talent scores exceeding 90 points, and are capable of handling many things on their own. Yang Wanrong felt Chu Heng's trust and also smiled, saying, Yes, boss. Chu Heng glanced at the time and realized that 2 hours had already passed in the blink of an eye. Well, it's getting late. I should head back. Chu Heng stood up. All right. Let us see you off. Yang Wanrong and Han Yongxi also got up. The 2 women escorted Chu Heng to the door, watching him leave in the car. Yang, yeah, it looks like we will be quite busy in the days ahead, Han Yongxi said with a smile. Being busy is good. Fulfilling. I love this challenging life. Yang Wanrong turned her head and replied. Witnessing the steady rise of the Hengyuan group step by step, don't you feel a sense of accomplishment? She asked with a smile. Returning to the school dormitory, before opening the door, Chu Heng heard 3 friends arguing inside. Li Xin, let's team up quickly. Oh my god, Fatty, you missed your ult completely. 4 Eyes, isn't Monkey your favorite champion? Why are you playing so poorly now? Damn it, Strong brother, you ate my blue buff. Oops, my bad. My bad. Chu Heng pushed the door open and saw Liu-Wan staring at the explosion on the screen. Oh my god, you guys are absolutely noobs. Liu-Wan took off his headphones and complained. Hey, Chu-Jay. Oh my god, Chu-Jay's back. Fatty exclaimed. The other to turn their attention to Chu Heng, equally surprised and happy. TSK. Dajuan. 11 losses in a row, that's really something of you. Chu Heng chuckled when he saw his record. Liu-Wan stood up immediately. Old Chu. There's nothing I can do. Without you by my side, I can't even score. And, mainly, they're just so noob. 4 Eyes pushed his glasses with a smirk. We're noobs. Who summoned a super ghost? Fatty chimed in. That definitely excludes Big Strong. Liu-Wan awkwardly laughed at their banter. Oops, my bad. I won't summon a ghost next time. Jumping off the bed, Fatty turned to Chu Heng. Chu-Jay, you're back just in time. The teacher said we're organizing a class trip to the wetland park for a barbecue tomorrow, and we can go out to play again. Chu Heng gave him a look and chuckled. I saw it in the group chat already. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Fatty hesitated and walked up to Chu Heng, whispering. So, will Wan Xiaohua go? If she goes, Lumen should go too, right? Fatty, isn't Lumen your target? Chu Heng saw through his thoughts. Hehe, Chu-Jay, I thought you knew. Fatty grinned foolishly. Hold on, let me ask. Chu Heng took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Bingbing. Chu Heng. Darling, our class is organizing a trip to the wetland park for a barbecue tomorrow. Do you want to go? Wiggling eyebrows. Bingbing darling. Yes, I want to go. I heard there are lots of fun things there. Excited. Chu Heng. Then ask your roommate Xiaowei. Will Lumen and they go together? You know, Bingbing darling. Oh. I understand. I'll ask Xiaoman. After a while, Wang Bingbing replied with a message. Bingbing darling. Xiaoman and the others are going too. Chu Hen. Okay. Bingbing darling. Heng Hen. I've prepared a little gift for you. Chu Heng. What gift? Curious face. Bingbing darling. Shy face. You'll find out tomorrow. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Wang Bingbing lay on the bed, her legs crossed elegantly, her eyes sparkling. She turned over, took out a gift box from under the covers and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Bingbing, what did you bring? Lin Xiaowei was curious upon seeing her staring at the gift box with a dreamy smile. Wang Bingbing smiled sweetly, saying, It's a gift for Heng Heng Tilda. How are you, Xu-Jay? What did sister-in-law say? Are Ma Ya and the others going too? Fatso asked anxiously. Chu Heng put down his phone and smiled. Of course. Now you must be happy, right? Oh yeah. Fatso excitedly shouted, bouncing around as if he had just won 5 million. Fatso, you look so happy. Do you have something going on with Lu Man? Liu-Wan ran over and grabbed his neck, pressing him for answers. Hey. Wan, let go. Let go. Nothing has happened between me and Lu Man yet. Fatso yelled. Liu-Wan released him, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. Then you better hurry up and make a move. Be bold. Don't chicken out. If you need help, just ask. Fatso scratched his head and grinned, saying, Sure, sure. Cian pushed his glasses and with a strange look asked, So, Liu Din will be coming too? The other 3 in the dorm immediately stared at him. Liu-Wan laughed. Cian, do you also have a story with Liu Din? Chu Heng squinted his eyes, observing Cian's expression and noticing his nervousness. Cian, come clean. When did you start things with Liu Din? Cian quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and said, "Oh. What are you thinking? Last time Liu Xin's computer was broken, so she asked me to fix it. There were some minor issues. I'll help her check again later." "Oh. That's it." Liu Dashwan seemed skeptical. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. "We'll find out tomorrow morning what's really going on." The next morning, the temperature had dropped as it was already winter, but with the morning sun shining brightly, it felt warm. The students from the computer science class were gathering for attendance. "Hey, Lao Chu, suddenly cold this morning. How come it's chilly?" Liu Dashwan, only wearing a thin coat, shivered. Chu Heng glanced at him and chuckled. "Here in Guan province, winter doesn't follow the literal sense. It's calculated by the hour. A little cold in the morning, but by noon, it'll be like summer, even hot. Heh. Looks like a few girls forgot to layer up too." Liu Dashwan gestured towards a few girls wearing short skirts, shivering in the cold wind. "Lao Chu, look at their legs, their waist." At this moment, a cold female voice interrupted. "And what else?" Liu Dashwan involuntarily continued, then suddenly felt something was wrong. The voice sounded familiar, and an intense sense of danger came from behind. He turned around abruptly and saw his girlfriend Sulan. "Oh my god, Liu Dashwan, Sigma, this is it. Barbecue is done for." Quite engrossed, Sulan rubbed her small fists and hummed, "Ahem. Len, you must have misheard. You can confirm with Lao Chu." Liu Dashwan hurriedly explained, but when he looked up, he saw Chu Hen looking up at the sky as if he hadn't heard anything. "Oh shit, Chu Jie, not like this." Sulan yelled loudly, reached out, and grabbed his waist flesh forcefully. "Ouch. It hurts." Liu Dashwan immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Fatso and Cian rushed over to watch the commotion, with Fatso holding a phone for outdoor live streaming, though only a few dozen people were watching. These viewers were also joining in for the spectacle. 18-year-old monk, oh my god, this guy is so pitiful. Handsome and confused. What pitiful? Screw that. Do you have a girlfriend upstairs? Braided girl, these two are showing off their affection. Fatso, move out of the way. I'm out. Cian curiously approached Fatso, asking, "Fatso, are you live streaming on Yaya? Do you have many viewers?" "Quite a few, of course, around a dozen," Fatso said seriously, then added, "Definitely more than when I play games." Cian. Suddenly, there was some commotion in the crowd, and many people straightened their necks. "Look, Wang Zuhua is here." "Oh my god, indeed. Wang Zuhua looks even prettier. Wow, so beautiful. Goddess. My dream goddess. Pro. Let me tell you secretly, your goddess has a boyfriend now. %% %. Oh my god. I give you good advice and you scold me. Look, Wang Zuhua is coming over. Will she join us for the barbecue?" The crowd buzzed with discussions as everyone turned to look at the school gate. They saw Wang Bingbing and 3 dorm mates walking towards the class crowd. Wang Bingbing was tall, wearing a light yellow coat and a cute beret, her beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile. Truly refreshing. It was a winter girlfriend vibe. Her presence captivated everyone as she was truly stunning, more beautiful than any TV star. As Wang Bingbing got closer, more male students were mesmerized, with a dreamy expression, truly the first goddess of Shenzhen University. Fatso was live streaming on his phone when suddenly, hundreds of people joined the live stream, and the audience was ecstatic. "Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Who's the school flower of this school? So gorgeous. My heart is melting. I've seen the most beautiful girl in the world. Mom, I'm in love." As Wang Bingbing got closer, she suddenly quickened her pace and ran towards Chu Heng. In no time, she threw herself into Chu Heng's arms, hugging him tightly. Heng tilde good morning." Wang Bingbing looked up, her eyes forming crescents. Suddenly, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. Did the school flower just throw herself into another man's embrace? Oh my god. Heartache. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, it seemed like the sound of shattered hearts filled the air. The live stream audience also blew up. Braided girl. Oh my god. Does this beauty already have a boyfriend? I feel sour, drunk and sinful. Woo woo woo. Say no more. I'm gonna go eat lemons. Farmer 3 punches is a bit hurt. Don't stop me. I'm gonna eat a basket of lemons. With the appearance of Wang Bingbing, the cover of the live broadcast room automatically changed. The cover was Wang Bingbing, and instantly over 1,000 people flooded into the live broadcast. Fatty took a glance at the number of people in the live broadcast room, and was startled. Oh my! Why are there suddenly so many people? When he looked at the barrage again, he immediately understood that they were all there for Juan Campos-Bell. Stop shaking. Live streamer, get the shot ready for me. Where's the cover? Where? If the cover is in, great. If not, report it. Same. Oh my. Did the beautiful girl from earlier just get a boyfriend? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was already boiling. Fatty finally reacted and slightly changed direction, capturing Chu Heng and Wang Dingbing holding hands in a very intimate manner. The barrage in the live broadcast room was flying fast, flirting with the audience. Wow, such a beautiful girl. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Truly a perfect match. Envy struck. I feel so sour. Who's that guy? Feels like he looks a bit worse than me. Despicable. Can't carry weight. Upstairs. I disdain you. Waist-length hair makes it hard to squat in the squatting pit. Wow, these two look great together. The live broadcast was very lively. Fatty happily greeted. Hello everyone. I am the host Fatty Chic. Let's give a wave of follows. Is this person the host? Hey. Don't block the camera. Move aside. Live streamer, you're indeed good looking, but next time, can you not appear in front of me? Fatty, damn it, I'm the actual host. Give me some face. At this time, Luman walked over and appeared in front of the camera, curiously asking, Pangswetty, are you live streaming outdoors? Ahem, actually, I'm a gaming streamer. Fatty blushed and said, even though only about a dozen people watched when he live streamed games. Oh, watching someone else seems quite interesting. Luman chuckled and covered her mouth. When a beauty appeared in the live broadcast room, there was immediately a commotion. Hello, beautiful girl. Senior sister hostess of Fatty. Wow, so pretty. What school is this? So many beautiful senior sisters. I want to go and study there. Fatty adjusted the camera angle, trying to shoot from a different perspective, but he just couldn't get it right. He was still a novice, outdoor live streaming and was not familiar with it at all. He chose an angle and managed to capture a side view of Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing. Wang Bingbing took out a gift box from her bag, instantly drawing the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room. It also caught the eye of the surrounding students. Oh my! Is Juan Campos-Bell giving a gift to a guy? This unexpected dose of dog food. Some of the guys show envy on their faces. TSK. I've never seen Juan Campos-Bell give a gift to a guy before. In their understanding, catching up with Wang Bingbing was already an extraordinary thing. Giving a gift should be something the boyfriend does, right? What gift is Juan Campos-Bell giving him? Someone curiously asked. All eyes suddenly focused on Juan Campos-Bell's hand. They wanted to see what gift the top goddess of Deshi University would give. Wang Bingbing's face showed a sweet smile, saying, Heng Hen, this is a gift I prepared for you. Guess what's inside? Judging by the size of the box, Chu Heng guessed, is it a watch? Wang Bingbing shook her head and said, not at all. Open it and take a look. She handed over the gift. It was a beautifully packaged box with a drawing hand-painted by Wang Bingbing, featuring cute heart patterns. Chu Heng smiled and opened the gift, revealing another burgundy box inside. When he opened that box, two beams of light immediately shot out. Fatty, Liu Dashwan, and the Four Eyes, as well as Lin Xiaowei, all gathered around. As everyone saw the source of the two beams of light, they all gasped in amazement. Lin Xiaowei exclaimed, a pair of diamond rings. Such beautiful diamond rings. Indeed. What Chu Heng held in his hand were a pair of diamond rings. And they were a pair of couple rings. Judging by the sparkling light on the rings and their bean-sized stones, they were definitely not cheap. The students around were left in shock. Oh my. The gift from Juan Campos-Bell turned out to be a pair of diamond rings. This is simply outrageous. Looking at the rings, it must have cost a lot. Making the goddess Juan Campos-Bell spend so much money is truly admirable. This is too much. I'm so envious. A young man exclaimed with extreme envy. Fatty and Liu Dashwan were both astonished, looking at Chu Heng with admiration. Impressive. Sister-in-law actually gave diamond rings. Fatty exclaimed. Liu Dashwan glanced at Sulan sneakily, inwardly thinking, how come I'm not treated like this? Sulan, who happened to turn her head and saw his expression, immediately gave him a glare and asked, do you also want a diamond ring? No. No way, not at all. Liu Dashwan quickly shook his head in denial. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Such shiny diamond rings. Oh my. Was that handsome guy just taken by someone? Oh my. Can there be such nice things in the world? Darn it. I ran into a sugar mommy like this. So envious. Hey. Buddy. Give some tips. I want my girlfriend to give me one too. Upstairs guy. What are you thinking? Wow. So romantic. They are couple rings. They look so valuable. So romantic. Husband. I want a couple ring too. How about it? Hang Hen, do you like it? Wang Bingbing held Chu Heng's hand and asked. I like it. It's pretty. You must have spent quite a bit of money, right? Chu Heng asked with a warm heart. Hehe. Not much. Just over $1 million. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Lin Xiaowei, who was nearby, almost spurted out old blood. Goodness gracious. You just casually spent over $1 million on a gift. Ahem. Ding Ding is truly a rich girl. Liu Dashwan and the others were dumbfounded. Over $1 million. And just like that. That's too luxurious. Liu Dashwan sighed enviously. Lao Chu is living the life, having a girlfriend who is the top goddess of Deshi University. And the key point is that she's this wealthy. This just makes people too envious. His outpouring of feelings was completely heartfelt, forgetting that there was someone next to him. Oh, so does this mean you also want to find someone like that? A cold and distinctly murderous voice was heard. Liu Dashwan covered his mouth. Oh. Stilled the beans. Danger. But the next moment, before he could react, it was already too late. He suddenly felt a pain around his waist. It felt like being clamped by an iron vice. Asterisk. Fatty quickly walked away to avoid being involved. Watching Liu Dashwang's extreme change in facial expression and the pig-like wail, he shook his head. Let's just observe a moment of silence for Dashwang. Then, he turned his gaze towards Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing. Seen from the side, Wang Bingbing was circling her hands around Chu Heng's waist, with her head tilted back and her eyes slightly closed, as if anticipating something. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the two of them. Chu Heng pamperingly smiled, then leaned in to kiss. Everyone. 0Q. Oh no. The goddess got kissed. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild. Countless barrage messages flooded in, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room reached over tens of thousands. The viewers watching were all astonished by this scene. A user commented, "Oh my. This unexpected dose of dog food is too sudden." Another remarked, "I only came for the cover. Did you deceive me, a single dog, into watching by feeding me this sugar?" Expressing disappointment. Hateful. Stirring up the audience with such sugar. Shedding tears. Wah. This sudden surge of dog food fills me out. This kiss made Wang Bingbing feel like the surrounding time and space had frozen. Time stood still. Everything around her was disappearing from her mind. It felt like at this moment, there was only herself and Chu Heng between heaven and earth. Her heartbeat was racing. Wang Bingbing blushed, her eyelashes fluttering. She didn't know how long it had passed before Chu Heng finally let her go. Ha ha. Look at your face, all red like an apple. Chu Heng teased, looking at her blushing cheeks. Those slightly flushed cheeks were so adorable. Oh, stop it. Wang Bingbing blushed and said shyly. Although she said stop it on her lips, she was actually very happy in her heart. Ahem. Bingbing, there are quite a few classmates around us. Lin Xiaowei coughed softly to remind her. Wang Bingbing seemed to only realize at that moment, feeling the gaze of everyone around her and Chu Heng. Oh, I forgot. Wang Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Honk honk. At this moment, the horn sounded, and two buses arrived. The teacher arranged for the students to line up and board the bus. In addition to classmates from the same class, there were also friends or girlfriends of other grades in the class. The two buses carried the students to the entrance of the wetland park. The class leaders had already prepared ingredients into vans to transport them to the barbecue area, while the rest walked there. When everyone arrived at the barbecue area, the teacher allowed the students to form teams freely. Chu Heng's dormitory, Wang Bingbing's dormitory, and Sulan's dormitory happened to have 9 people in a group. Just as Chu Heng sat down at the barbecue area, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The system is about to release a check-in mission. Chu Heng was taken aback, then thrilled. Another mission. Ding. Check-in mission. The host is to buy a deck of playing cards at the store for check-in. Chu Heng's eyes lit up. This check-in mission was so simple. There was a store right next to the barbecue area. Chu Heng got up and walked over. "Boss, give me a deck of playing cards," Chu Heng shouted. A middle-aged man who was smoking casually took a deck of playing cards from the counter. $3. Chu Heng paid, and the system immediately sounded. Ding. The system has detected the host completing the check-in mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Gambling God skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving $10 million. Chu Heng was overjoyed when he heard this, immediately checking the new skill, Gambling God skill. Possessing all the abilities of the Gambling God, such as Divine Hands, 10,000 cards, Divine Calculation, Chu Heng felt a surge of vast information in his mind, as if he had become naturally adept at gambling. This skill was amazing, and this time, unexpectedly, he received a cash reward of 10 million. This was great. Immediately after, Chu Heng's phone rang with a text message alert. Daxia Bank, your account has been credited with $10 million. Chu Heng grinned, put back his phone, and went back with the playing cards. Just as he walked over to the pit where a few people were resting, Liu Dashwan ran over and shouted, "Hey hey, mention Cao Cao," and Cao Cao arrives. "All right, old Chu, we were just about to go buy a pack of cards, but you've already bought it." Chu Heng laughed and said, "Let's buy it and play with it when we're having barbecue, for entertainment." "Well, why wait until then, old Chu? We were just discussing. Why not play a few rounds now? Loser does the work." Liu Dashwan smirked. He was an experienced card player, so he welcomed such a proposal. Fatso stood up and said, "Yes, whoever loses will do the work." Chu Heng looked at Lin Xiaowei and the others, asking, "What about you, Senior Xiaowei? Do you agree too?" Lin Xiaowei proudly smiled. "Of course. Who's afraid of whom? Let's do it. I'll be the referee." Ha ha. Chu Heng, no wonder why she agreed so readily. So, as long as there's no winning or losing for the referee, they wouldn't have to do the work. Lin Xiaowei was in charge, so naturally, everyone else also agreed to play. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. "All right, let's play then." Liu Dashwan patted Chu Heng on the shoulder, reassuring, "Old Chu, don't be nervous. I know you're not good at cards, but you're great at barbecue. Later, help me roast some chicken wings, and I'll pour you some water." At that moment, Wang Bingbing walked over, tugged at Chu Heng's clothes, and whispered, "Heng Heng, do you know how to play cards?" I don't really know. I only know how to play 31. Chu Heng smiled slightly. "Cards? I only know a little bit." "Oh, then we're doomed." Wang Bingbing helplessly laughed. Both of them didn't know how to play, so they could expect to do some work. Liu Dashwan came over with a smug smile. "What's up, old Chu? Think about it. Roast some chicken wings for me, and I'll pour you some water." "Why are you so sure I will lose?" Chu Heng said lightly. "Just after receiving the Gambling God skill, let's practice with you guys first." "Okay, ambitious. Let's meet at the gambling table." Liu Dashwan laughed heartily. Fatso came over with his phone. "What are you two whispering about? Let's start already. My hands are itching." Liu Dashwan, Chu Heng, Four Eyes, Fatso, since you're so eager to find work to do, I'll help you out. Liu Dashwan rolled up his sleeves with a smile. "We have 9 people. Senior Xiaowei is the referee, so how should the rest of us team up?" Fatso suddenly asked, signaling Liu Dashwan with his eyes. Liu Dashwan instantly understood Fatso's intentions and coughed. "Well, how about mixing male and female teammates so the work isn't too tiring? We already have 2 couples here, and the remaining people. Fatso and Sister Lu Man team up. Four Eyes and Sister Liu Din team up. What do you think? Any problem with the senior sisters?" Fatso discreetly gave Liu Dashwan a thumbs up. "Way to go, big strong brother." Lin Xiaowei looked at Lu Man and Liu Din and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Man blushed and whispered, No problem, that's fine. Heh, I'm okay with it too. I just like being on Four Eyes' team." Liu Din cheerfully replied. After settling the teams, everyone formed their teams and sat down. Wang Bingbing curiously asked Liu Dashwan, "What card game are we playing?" "Let's play Showdown. We'll write down the tasks we need to do first, then bet on them, such as washing vegetables, threading skewers, starting a fire, and burning charcoal," Liu Dashwan suggested. "Great." The others nodded in agreement, and the game began quickly. "Showdown, but Don't know how to play. Hang hang, do you know how? Wang Bingbing looked at Chu Heng. Chu Heng calmly smiled. I do. Just a little bit. Liu Dashwan smirked, knowing a little bit still counts as knowing. Let's get started. We're starting immediately, Fatty exclaimed eagerly. After speaking, he placed his phone on the side and started live streaming on the spot. Brothers, we're going to play cards. This is not about gambling for money. The team that loses will do chores, while the winning team won't have to do any chores, Fatty announced excitedly to the live audience. The live stream had already gathered tens of thousands of viewers and was continuously growing, with comments flying by. Flying Snail commented, "Let's win first." Lover of beautiful women said, "Broadcast more of that goddess." Wine-blown urinator with hands in pockets added, "Exciting to watch. We'll bet on the sidelines. If the broadcaster wins, I'll send you a big rocket. If you lose, you'll have to film women for us all day." Almost Became Handsome chimed in, "Exactly. Broadcaster, do you dare?" The audience in the live stream started getting excited. Fatty couldn't bear being provoked, so he immediately beat his chest and said, "Let's gamble. Who's afraid of whom? All right, let's seal the deal. If I win later, none of you who promised to send the big rocket should run away," Fatty said before limbering up. "Come on. Deal the cards." Lin Xiaowei, serving as the referee, began shuffling the cards and was about to deal them. "Wait a moment, Xiaowei. Let me pass the cards first." Chu Heng smiled. "Sure." Lin Xiaowei handed the cards to Chu Heng. With a simple gesture, Chu Heng passed the cards back to Lin Xiaowei. Lin Xiaowei dealt the first round of cards to everyone, keeping one card face down. "Heng Heng, how do you play Texas Hold'em?" Wang Bingbing curiously asked. Chu Heng explained with a smile. "In Texas Hold'em, a total of 5 cards are dealt. In the first round, the cards can be kept hidden. Starting from the second round, the player with the highest hand can place a bet, and others can choose to stay or fold. If they stay, they can raise the bet. If they fold, they have to give up, conceding to the final result. However, the chips placed cannot be taken back. If you think you have a strong hand, you can go all in, betting all your chips," Chu Heng elaborated. "Finally, the hands will be ranked in terms of strength, with the royal flush being the highest followed by 4 of a kind, full house, flush, straight, 3 of a kind, 2 pairs, 1 pair, and high card." After Chu Heng's detailed explanation, Wang Bingbing nodded in partial understanding, saying, "I got it. So there are a total of 4 rounds of betting with the player holding the highest hand winning." Chu Heng, "Is that right?" Chu Heng shrugged and smiled. "Close enough, as long as you understand the ranking of hands." As they were talking, Lin Xiaowei dealt the second card. Everyone picked up their 2 cards and decided to show one. "Hehe, I have 1 Diamond King. I bet no one has a higher card than me." Fatty proudly displayed his Diamond King. "Don't celebrate too early. I have an ace." Liu Dashwang showed a hard ace with a smile. "Wow, Chuangjie, you're good." Fatty was surprised, for eyes revealed a Diamond 6 with a deadpan expression, saying, "Your move." "Old Chu, what about you?" Liu Dashwan asked Chu Heng. Chu Heng smiled and revealed a Spade King. "Hehe. Then I take the lead. I've got a mission. Make the fire blaze. Are you in or out? If you don't participate, you have to follow through with this task." Liu Dashwan laughed loudly. "I'm in," Fatty shouted. Others followed suit. "Excellent, Xiaowei. Continue dealing the cards." Liu Dashwan was delighted. No matter what, it wasn't him who was losing. Lin Xiaowei proceeded to deal the third card. Liu Dashwan picked up his card, excitedly threw it down, revealing a club ace. This gave him a pair of aces. "Ha ha, I have a pair of aces. I'm in the lead," Liu Dashwan exclaimed in excitement. "With a pair of aces and a pair of to south, a full house," he announced triumphantly, grabbing Su Lin and planting a kiss on her, to which she rolled her eyes. Suddenly, Fatty laughed. "Zhuangjie, don't celebrate too soon. Look at mine." He flipped a club 9, completing a sequence of K, Q, 10, 9, missing only a jack for a straight flush. "Wow, I'm great. I even got a 10. Fatty exclaimed happily. "Chujie, what do you have?" Chu Heng smiled slightly, revealing his card, then said, "Quite coincidentally, I have a jack of spades, which tops your hand." Chu Heng's hand was K, Q, J of spades, a straight flush. Liu Dashwang and Fatty were dumbfounded. Could Chujie's whole cards be an ace or a 10? The odds of getting a straight flush in spades were low. I don't believe it. I can't believe Jade has a royal flush. Are you trying to trick us? Liu-Wan shook his head. Fatty nodded in agreement. I also don't believe it. Next round. Lumen curiously asked. Fatty, how are you so confident? Hey, Sister Lu, check out my whole cards. Fatty showed his cards to Lumen. Lumen's eyes lit up. An excellent hand. Everyone had already gone all in as Lin Xiaowei dealt the final round of cards. Each player received one card. Liu-Wan got a heart too, and despite not winning, he showed signs of joy. He had an ace pair and a heart too on the table. Haha, not bad. There's hope. Liu-Wan rubbed his hands excitedly. With the club 10, Fatty revealed his hand, exclaiming, I'm awesome. Even the club 10 is mine. His hand was Q. 10 in clubs, just missing a jack for a straight flush. Jade, what's in your hand? Chu Heng smiled, turned over his card, and said, quite conveniently, I got the jack of spades, which is higher. Chu Heng's cards were Q. J of spades, a straight flush. Liu-Wan and Fatty were stunned. Could Chuji's whole cards be an ace or a 10? I don't believe it. I don't believe Jade has a royal flush. He must have a junk hand and is trying to bluff us. Liu-Wan shook his head. Fatty agreed. Right, let's see. Manny, how do you have so much confidence? Lu Man asked. Hey, let me take a look at your cards. Fatty showed his whole cards to Lu Man. Her eyes lit up. It was a good hand. With everyone all in, Lin Xiaowei dealt the final round of cards. Liu-Wan received a club ace. Wow, I've won. Ha. Liu-Wan jumped up in excitement. I got the club ace. Full house, achieved. He cheered excitedly. Suddenly, Fatty exclaimed, Jay, don't celebrate yet. Look at mine. He flipped a club 9. Just one card away from a straight flush. Wow, I'm so awesome. I even have the club 10. Fatty was ecstatic. His final hand was Q. 10. 9 in clubs, just missing a jack for a straight flush. Jade, what's in your hand? Chu Heng smiled, turned his cards over and said, quite fortunately, I got the jack of spades, so I win. Chu Heng's hand was Q. J of spades, a straight flush. Liu-Wan and Fatty were shocked. The crowd was elated as they stood up, surprised at Chuji's luck. The chat section of the live stream exploded. Unbelievable. He got the jack of spades. This is insane luck. Is he some sort of gambling god in disguise? He's so lucky. Is he going to beat the straight flush with a full house? The live audience quickly swelled to over 80,000 viewers, all eager to see the outcome of this intense poker showdown. Outrageous. Could his girlfriend really have a royal flush in spades? Could something this coincidental actually happen? Is he a gambling god? Nonsense. My goodness. Why am I so nervous? What are the cards in his girlfriend's hand? I think Fatty is going to win. Even if he doesn't have an ace of clubs, his bottom card could be a jack. Damn it. Why am I getting nervous too? Liu-Wan and Fatty looked at each other, feeling stunned. Liu-Wan slapped the table and said, all right, old Chu, I'm sticking with you till the end. I don't believe you have a royal flush. Fatty nodded and said, I'm into. Manny, let's deal the cards. Lin Xiaowei nodded and continued dealing, giving each person one card. Liu-Wan received a heart too, showing a glimmer of joy. With an ace pair and a 2 pair visible, he was in a strong position. Liu-Wan cheered. Haha, I'm all set. I got a heart ace. And I have a full house with 3 aces and a pair of to south. He was jubilant and grabbed Sulan, planting a kiss on her, to which she blushed and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, Fatty laughed and revealed a club 9, inching closer to a straight flush. Oh my. I'm so incredible. I even got a club 9. Fatty cheered. His hand was Q. 10. 9. Just a jack short of a straight flush. Jade, what's in your hand? Chu Heng smiled and revealed a jack of spades. How fortunate. I got the jack of the spades. I have the higher hand. Chu Heng's hand was Q. J of spades, completing a straight flush. Liu-Wan and Fatty were shocked. Oh my. Jade, do you really think you have a royal flush? Chu Heng smiled and said, let's find out. Sorry to ruin the fun, but my hand is the ace of spades. Chu Heng revealed his ace of spades, making everyone's jaws drop. The chat on the live stream exploded as the audience couldn't believe it. He's incredible. It really is the ace of spades. What is this luck? Is he cheating in some way? Oh my. He's like a gambling god. The audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. They were shocked by Chu Heng's bottom cards. Various gifts were flying in, one big rocket after another. God of gambling, will you take me as your disciple? God of gambling, are you my master? Awesome. So awesome. This line in the gambling scene is too classic. Movies wouldn't even dare to film it this way. The flush got busted. Oh my god. The girlfriend of the goddess has amazing gambling skills. After a long period of silence, the people on site finally reacted. The chubby guy looked extremely shocked, his mouth wide open. Oh my god. Chu Jade, you really got a royal flush. Big Strong Liu was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion, then raised his thumbs up to Chu Heng. Old Chu, you're amazing. Wang Bingbing happily hugged Chu Heng, kissed his cheek, and exclaimed excitedly, haha. Heng Hen, we won. Heng Hen, you're amazing. Chu Heng secretly chuckled, confident with his god of gambling skills. How could he lose? By folding earlier, he already arranged everyone's cards. This is the magical hand of the god of gambling. Standing up, Chu Heng smiled and said, then I'll leave these tasks to you guys. Baby, let's go eat some fruits on the side. Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled and said, okay. Wang Bingbing then held Chu Heng's hand and left, leaving everyone in shock. Big Strong Liu smiled bitterly and pushed the chubby guy, saying, Chubby, stop being dumbfounded, let's get to work. The chubby guy's emotions went through a roller coaster, but since the gambling bet was lost, he could only helplessly say, okay, let's get to work. Lulu, you rest on the side. Leave the dirty work to me. Unexpectedly, Lumen smiled and said, Pang, we're teammates. How can I let you do it alone? Let me help you. His face full of excitement, the chubby guy felt ecstatic hearing Lulu call them teammates. Okay, let's do it together. The chubby guy was about to start working but was afraid of someone taking his phone, so he handed it to Chu Heng. Chu Jade, can you watch this for me? There are tens of thousands of viewers online, so don't turn it off. Chu Heng leaned against a pavilion pillar, smiling as he said, alright, I'll keep an eye on it for you. You go ahead and work. Okay. I'm off. Overjoyed, the chubby guy turned around and ran to work with Lulu. At that moment, Wang Bingbing brought a string of grapes over, sat next to Chu Heng, and saw the chubby guy's phone, curiously asking, what is he doing now? The chubby guy is a part-time live streamer, doing outdoor live broadcasts. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled. Outdoor live streaming. What's that? Wang Bingbing leaned over towards the phone. She had never paid attention to these things before, finding it quite intriguing. When her beautiful face appeared on the screen, the live broadcast room erupted. Wow, goddess, so beautiful. Hello goddess. Look here. Look at me. Goddess, hello. Goddess, why don't you join the live stream? I'll send you gifts. Wow, such a beautiful girl. Simply flawless. Various gifts started flooding in, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to 100,000. After reading the barrage messages, Wang Bingbing smiled with curiosity, saying, interesting, seems like many people are online, right? Are they sending me gifts? Thank you everyone. Wang Bingbing was like a child who discovered a new toy, very happy. She then withdrew and smiled at Chu Heng, saying, live streaming is so fun. Chu Heng nodded, of course, with the advancement of technology. Live streaming with product promotion will be a big business in the future. He remembered in his previous life that some top streamers earn tens of billions within 2 or 3 years, an unimaginable speed of making money. Is that so? Can we also sell the products from our dessert shop? Wang Bingbing seemed to have discovered a new business opportunity. Of course. Chu Heng smiled. Heng Hen, let's go back and study it carefully. Saying this, Wang Bingbing picked a grape, gently holding it with her slender fingers, and brought it to Chu Heng's mouth. The viewers in the live stream room were shocked to see this scene. Wow, the goddess is feeding him. Wow, this is a scene I only dared to imagine in my dreams. Wow, the goddess's boyfriend is so lucky. I'm so jealous. Chu Heng opened his mouth and ate the grape. So sweet. Really? Is it that sweet? Wang Bingbing asked, looking surprised. Since you fed it to me, of course it's sweet. Chu Heng said matter-of-factly. Blushing, Wang Bingbing spat out, you are so incorrigible. Then, she also tried a grape. However, as soon as she put it in her mouth, A nauseous feeling came over her. Ooh, concerned, Chu Heng asked, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" Wang Bingbing looked up, suddenly asking, Heng, could I be pregnant? When Wang Xiaohua made this statement, the 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Pregnant, no, the goddess is pregnant. My heart is shattered. Can't piece it back together anymore. Oh my god, such explosive news. Official announcement of immediate marriage. Chu handsome guy. You're awesome. The whole live broadcast room was buzzing, with the barrage of comments going wild. Mostly people just watching and enjoying the drama. Wang Bingbing looked at Chu Heng seriously and asked, "Recently I've been feeling nauseous occasionally. Could it be a sign?" Chu Heng was taken aback for a moment, then grabbed Wang Bingbing's shoulders excitedly. Really, if she was really pregnant, Chu Heng would definitely be overjoyed. Blushing, Wang Bingbing nodded. Chu Heng's eyes lit up. "Darling, let me feel your pulse and I'll know for sure." With his extraordinary medical skills, he could tell right away if she was pregnant by just feeling her pulse. "Ow, Heng, can you really tell?" Wang Bingbing asked in surprise. "Of course, you have to trust your husband." Chu Heng smiled. With that, he reached out excitedly to feel Wang Bingbing's pulse, his hands slightly trembling. After all, if he was going to be a father, he would no doubt be ecstatic. Chu Heng placed his hand on Wang Bingbing's pulse. The viewers in the live broadcast room held their breaths too. Oh my god, Chu handsome guy can feel pulses. Could it be true that she's pregnant? Oh my. I'm nervous too. If she's pregnant, I'll send 10 rocket emojis as congratulations. After feeling the pulse, Chu Heng suddenly froze, his previous excitement disappearing. And with a wry smile, he said, Darling, you're just feeling a bit of stomach discomfort." Wang Bingbing. "What?" Chu Heng explained with a smile. "It's probably caused by indigestion. Maybe you ate something unclean recently." Wang Bingbing seemed a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but she still somewhat unwillingly asked, Heng, but I've been feeling my stomach moving as if there's something kicking me." She said this with a very serious expression. Chu Heng. "Darling, that sensation is just gas in your stomach." Wang Bingbing. Okay. Maybe it was just my imagination." The 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the barrage of comments, "Unfly, ha, the goddess isn't pregnant, she has a boyfriend. Pregnancy is just a matter of time. Damn it, I almost lost it. You $@ oh my god, that was close to a bombshell news. I was so nervous. Looks like I can't send out my 10 rocket emojis. Gotta save them for later." She looked a bit dejected but then popped a grape into her mouth. Chu Heng chuckled and patted her head, saying, "Darling, if you want a little baby so badly, let's work hard at it tonight." Wang Bingbing blushed and gave a playful shove. "You're annoying." The two bantered playfully, making the viewers in the live broadcast room call out for more. Liu Dazhuang and the others had finished preparing for the barbecue, especially the skewering of various meats, chicken wings, chicken legs, ham sausages, leeks, fresh squid, and more, all skewered and marinated according to Chu Hen's method. The chubby guy ran over, grinning. "Chu brother, we're all set, waiting for you to show your skills." Having eaten half a grape to whet his appetite, Chu Heng was feeling a bit hungry and said, "All right, I'll go roast a few skewers to fill my stomach." "Okay, Chu bro, counting on you for my chicken wings." The chubby guy grinned beside him. Ever since the dorm mates found out about Chu Hen's exceptional cooking skills, they had been hoping he would whip up something delicious for them to enjoy. Since tasting Chu Hen's dishes, everything else seemed less appetizing. When he reached the barbecue area, Chu Hen sat down confidently. Wang Bingbing took his jacket and, if there was music playing, it would have felt like a grand entrance of a culinary master. The barbecue pit was built with bricks and cement, a round shape with a circular pit in the middle burning charcoal, and a ring around it for various seasonings like honey, soy sauce, and spices. There were 4 double grilling stations around the pit, perfect for couples to enjoy together. As Chu Heng sat down, rolled up his sleeves, Wang Bingbing handed him a skewer she picked out. Heng, please grill this for me. You grill the best." Wang Bingbing sweetly smiled. "Sure. No problem." Chu Heng smiled back. With both hands, Chu Heng took over 30 different skewers of various meats and vegetables. There were eggplants, beef, lamb, chicken wings, chicken legs, leeks, tofu skin, both meat and vegetarian options. The chubby guy came over with a phone and saw the variety of skewers in Chu Heng's hands, amazed. "Chu bro, can you handle grilling so many at once?" Chu Heng smiled easily. "It's just a small gesture. In the kitchen of Guanwei Mansion, he would grill over 100 skewers at once, so this was nothing with just over 30. Chu, you're amazing." The chubby guy gave a thumbs up. He then showcased Chu Heng's turning skewers to the camera. "All viewers, come and see my big bro's grilling skills. Top-notch master level. Don't miss out on this." The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room erupted as viewers doubted Chu Heng's ability to grill so many different skewers perfectly. The flame suddenly ignited with a crack. Doom. A burst of flame soared high into the air, like a magic trick, very dazzling. This surprised Liu Dazhuan, Lin Xiaowei, and others next to the barbecue pit. Even the students at the adjacent grills were astonished, all turning their heads to look. "Oh my god, what's Chu Heng doing over there?" After the flame settled, all the skewers were covered in a glistening layer of oil, sizzling and looking very appealing. Each skewer was either arranged neatly or stacked, and in Chu Heng's hands, they were flipped skillfully at varying speeds. At that moment, it seemed like Chu Heng's hands flipping the skewers were like doing Tai Chi, full of magical charm, attracting everyone's gaze. Slowly grilling on Chu Heng's magical hands, the skewers were cooked to perfection. Not a single one was burnt. They all looked exquisite, just like on a TV commercial. Art. Perfect barbecue art. Nearly everyone's mind simultaneously exclaimed in awe. Watching Chu Heng grill was like watching a painter create art, a musician play music. Liu Dazhuang and his group were wide-eyed, in amazement. "Oh my god, Chu bro's grilling technique is incredible." The chubby guy nodded in disbelief. "I never thought barbecue could be so elegant." As Chu Heng began seasoning, a tantalizing barbecue aroma filled the air, making everyone drool, and others at nearby grills were also watching. Chu Heng's skewers were a perfect mix of color, fragrance, and taste. The chicken wings were golden brown on both sides, fragrant and appetizing. The leeks glistened with oil, enticing the appetite. The tofu skin with a golden surface coated in soy sauce, incredibly inviting. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged, with gifts being constantly sent. "Oh my god, it looks so delicious. I can almost smell it through the screen. I'm hungry. I'm ordering takeout. Grilled so beautifully. I want to make it my screensaver. Why take a screenshot? Get moving. Oh my god. Chu handsome guy is amazing. I was wrong earlier. This barbecue technique is simply too incredible. A skill worth $1,000,000 a year. I'll send a big rocket. Please let me have a bite." The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room went crazy, with numerous people showing emojis of salivating faces. Just looking at it was stirring up strong cravings in viewers. The taste must be phenomenal. Seeing the chubby host nearly drooling, it was evident the flavors were top-notch. When the easily cooked skewers were set aside, Wang Bingbing, Lin Xiaowei, Liu Dazhuang, and the chubby guy all gathered around, eyes shining like eager wolves waiting for a feast. "Please, let me have a bite." Slurp tilde sound of slurping saliva. Chu Heng looked at several people who looked like wolves and tigers, their anxious expressions making him chuckle. "We've finished the test, but I'm feeling a bit thirsty," he said. Liu Dazhuang was the first to react and exclaimed, "Oh, Lao Chu, I'll get you some Fizai water." Before he could finish his sentence, he ran to get a can of Happy Fizai water and handed it to Chu Heng. Chu Heng handed him a string of spicy chicken wings in return. "Oh, why do my shoulders feel a bit sore?" Chu Heng moved his shoulders and said, "Ah, you've worked hard, Chu Jade. Let me give you a massage." Fatty grinned broadly. Chu Heng gave the two of them a playful look and said, "All right, I'm just kidding. You all look like hungry cats. Go ahead and eat." "Hehe. Thanks, Chu Jade. You're always my brother." Fatty cheered. Chu Heng handed two strings of grilled lamb skewers to Wang Bingbing. "Baby, try the taste." Wang Bingbing smiled with crescent-shaped eyes and exclaimed happily, "Heng Hen, it's really good." She took the two skewers of lamb, and with her red lips parted slightly, her white teeth biting into the golden lamb meat that sprayed juice when pulled, the tender and delicious meat entering her mouth. As she gently chewed, the fragrance seemed to overflow from her mouth. This scene was being watched by over 100,000 viewers on the live stream, countless people almost simultaneously swallowing hard. Beautiful people, delicious food. This scene was truly too beautiful. This food broadcast was simply amazing. Slurp tilde sucking sound. The taste must be really good. Countless emojis of drooling faces appeared in the chat. So delicious. Wang Bingbing exclaimed in amazement with wide eyes. The tenderness of the lamb was just right, bringing out the delicious lamb fat without drying out the meat, combined with the proper seasoning, perfectly presenting the delicious taste of the lamb meat. This grilling technique was even more impressive than that of a 3-star Michelin chef. To achieve all this, one needed absolute control over the heat, skill in grilling the ingredients, and rich experience in seasoning. And Heng Heng was grilling so many different types of food at the same time. Heng Heng was really amazing. Now Wang Bingbing finally had a clear understanding of Chu Heng's cooking skills. Extremely impressive. Even better than a master of a state banquet. Liu Dazhuan, Fatty, and Lin Xiaowei were enjoying themselves, quickly devouring over a dozen skewers of grilled meat. Chu Zhe, your barbecue is so fragrant. Fatty hadn't even wiped his mouth and instead licked it with his tongue, savoring the taste. This was the most delicious barbecue he had ever eaten. Liu Dazhuan raised his thumbs up and exclaimed, Chu Zhe, you're amazing. It's really delicious. What should I do now? Having eaten your barbecue, eating my own grilled food next would be a huge letdown. Liu Dazhuan scratched his head, feeling conflicted. Chu Heng shook his head and smiled, saying, all right, sit down, I'll teach you, and the difference in taste won't be significant. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Ha ha, Chu Zhe, I love you the most. Fatty was so happy that he almost hugged Chu Heng, but the latter kicked him away, laughing as he scolded, Fatty, my orientation is normal. My girlfriend is here. Heh. Fatty scratched his head with a silly smile. Wang Bingbing covered her mouth and laughed. Is this how you guys interact, male companions? It's really funny. Lu Man also laughed, finding Fatty really joyful and amusing. With Fatty around, everyone seemed to be in a better mood, and the atmosphere was very lively. Amidst the laughter, everyone was still very serious as they learned how to barbecue with Chu Heng. Each type of grilled food had different grilling methods and cooking times. Without experience, they needed to remember the instructions and timing, but their results were not bad, at least several levels above where they started. Wang Bingbing picked up a skewer of chicken wing she grilled herself and excitedly said, haha, I did it. It looks like you've got it. She had grilled the chicken wings to a golden color on both sides, with juice flowing out and the aroma of the seasoning enticing. This was what she had grilled following Chu Heng's method, and upon completing the dish, she felt a great sense of achievement. Heng Hen, give it a try. See if my grilling is good. It looked okay, but Wang Bingbing was still a bit nervous about the taste. She wanted Chu Heng to taste it first. Okay, I'll taste it. Chu Heng smiled and said. Seeing that Chu Heng's hands were not free, Wang Bingbing sweetly said, Heng Hen, let me feed you. The tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream went wild at once. Wow, the goddess is going to feed him herself. I'm jealous. Chu Shuaiji is so lucky. I asked my girlfriend to feed me, but she slapped me. Oh, I smell the scent of dog food, and there's the howling of countless single dogs. Wang Bingbing held the chicken wing near Chu Heng's mouth, but suddenly stopped. Heng, hold on. It seems a bit hot. Let me blow on it, she said. As Wang Bingbing leaned in and gently blew on the chicken wing, her pouting expression was truly adorable. Everyone in the livestream was stunned. So beautiful. Oh my god. I'd trade 20 years of life for a girlfriend like this. Oh god, give me a dozen girlfriends like that. I'm feeling envious. After a while of blowing on the chicken wing, Wang Bingbing laughed and said, okay, Hen, you can eat it now. It shouldn't be hot anymore. Chu Heng smiled slightly, opened his mouth, took a bite, chewed for a moment, and marveled. Not bad. Baby, you've improved quite a lot. Hearing Chu Heng's acknowledgement and praise, Wang Bingbing was overjoyed. Really? Haha. I did it. Excited, she hugged Chu Heng and planted a kiss on his cheek. This sweet kiss sparked the livestream even more. Sweet campus love is so nice. Full marks for dog food. This makes me want to fall in love too. Hey you, shall we get closer? Get lost. Heng, you rest for a while. I'll help you with the grilling. Wang Bingbing eagerly offered. After learning how to barbecue, she wanted to practice her skills. Chu Heng knew her thoughts and smiled, saying, sure. Wang Bingbing took over Chu Heng's spot and began grilling seriously. Meanwhile, Fatty saw that Lu Man was grilling hard, so he said, "Lu Senior, let me do it. You take a break." Lu Man turned her head in surprise and asked, "Can you handle all of this?" Fatty patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I can do it. Jade taught me carefully just now. I learned it." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Man said, "All right, it's all yours then." Fatty took over the position, but suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the smoke from the barbecue blew straight into Fatty's face. "What the heck is going on here?" Cough, cough, cough. Fatty's head was immediately engulfed in smoke. "Are you okay?" Lu Man quickly fanned away the smoke with a piece of paper. Cough, cough. "I'm okay," Fatty insisted, but as the smoke cleared, Fatty's dirty and chubby face was revealed. Ha ha. Lu Man couldn't help but laugh at Fatty's funny appearance, and he could only smile foolishly. Liu Dashwan came to Chu Heng's side and whispered, "Lao Chu, look, do you think Fatty and Lu Senior have something going on?" Chu Heng smiled and said, "Maybe. Let's see how Fatty performs." Liu Dashwan chuckled and called out to Fatty, "Fatty, stop eating and come play cards and drink." "Coming. Who's afraid?" Fatty replied. While the girls chatted and grilled, the boys played cards and drank, creating a lively atmosphere. After an hour, Sij and Fatty couldn't handle it anymore. "Damn. I can't do this anymore. Can't play cards with Chu Jade anymore." Fatty clutched his chest, his face flushed. They played for an hour, and Chu Heng never lost. It was just the three of them drinking. Liu Dashwan had a better alcohol tolerance, but they couldn't keep up. Fatty was almost in tears from losing, and he could only admit defeat. "That's right. Let's not play cards anymore. Let's sing. It's already 4 in the afternoon. Sing a few songs and call it a day," Liu Dashwan suggested. He was just changing tactics quickly. "Great. Dashwan, you sing one," Sulin exclaimed happily. "All right. I'll dedicate a song to you, Lanlin," Liu Dashwan cheerfully said. He took out a guitar from his bag, an old guitar he bought before, but rarely played. Liu Dashwan picked up the guitar and started to perform in front of Sulan. Sulan looked on expectantly. Fatty quickly aimed his phone at Liu Dashwan and said to the online viewers, "Audience, the second song God in our dorm is about to sing." The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 200,000, and Fatty's live stream was in the top 5 in the outdoor area. Comments started to flood in, singing, "If it's not good, I'll report, complain, and give it a thumbs down. Can't wait to hear it." Fatty filmed from the side and said to Liu Dashwan, "Dashwan, you can start now." Liu Dashwan made an okay hand gesture. "Lanlin, a song that is about to die of love. Dedicated to you," Liu Dashwan said affectionately, but as he started singing, he suddenly went off tune. This situation caught everyone off guard. "What's going on?" Liu Dashwan felt a bit lost too. His throat felt uncomfortable, probably from the barbecue, but he couldn't stop. As he reached the climax of the song, "Even if we are to die tilde for love, tilde," his voice couldn't go on and he squeaked. Embarrassed, he stopped. Dan said, "Cough, it's unexpected. My throat is uncomfortable." The live stream filled with boos. "Dig brother, your singing is good, but please don't sing again next time." Karaoke level? Is this a singing performance? Fatty's live stream went from 20,000 viewers to a few in an instant. Seeing the flood of negative comments and the decrease in viewers, Fatty exclaimed, "Dashwan, you sing one song and people run away." "Awesome." Liu Dashwan blushed, feeling embarrassed. My performance was off today. "Let Lao Chu do it," Liu Dashwan said, handing the guitar to Chu Heng. Fatty eagerly turned the camera to Chu Heng. They were all excited for Chu Heng to sing. Chu Heng took the guitar and asked Wang Bingbing, "Sweetheart, what song would you like to hear?" "I'll sing for you." After some thought, Wang Bingbing said, Heng, I want to hear Jay Shu's Betrayal of the East Wine. That song is so good." Chu Heng smiled. "All right, then I'll play and sing Betrayal of the East Wine for you." Before starting, he tuned the guitar. The remaining tens of thousands of viewers were skeptical, with comments like, "Is Hanson Chu good at singing? Is he going to sing like a karaoke amateur?" Switch to another host. "Let me see a pretty face. If it's not good, I'll report right away." After tuning the guitar, Chu Heng started playing, and the smooth guitar sounds filled the air. His performance quickly captured the attention of the viewers. He can play the guitar well. Chu is impressive. The expressions of the audience in the live stream were filled with surprise. Back in the barbecue area, Many other classmates were also drawn to Chu Heng's guitar playing. They put down their skewers and stood up, watching Chu Heng. Chu Heng's magnetic voice filled the air, a lamp of yearning, standing alone by the window. Everyone was now captivated by his soulful singing. Even in the live stream, the barrage of comments decreased significantly. Nobody wanted to interrupt this beautiful moment. Who is playing the peepo? Performing a song of the betrayal of the East Wine. As the song reached its climax, Chu Heng switched smoothly between deep and high notes, filled with intense emotion, spreading nostalgia and longing through his voice. Everyone, including the sobbing Wang Bingbing, was deeply moved by his performance. Su Lan, Lin Xiaowei, and others were touched. Sniff, how can Chu Heng sing so beautifully? Su Lan choked up. Liu Dazhuang comforted her, gently patting her back. Many girls in the audience unknowingly shed tears while listening to his song. The ancient rode outside the fence. I walked with you, he sang. As the song ended with the last reverberations of the guitar, the venue fell silent. Everyone was speechless until Chu Heng finally put down the guitar. Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out. That was so amazing. Chu, you're the best. Chu Jade, sing another one. This is the most divine cover I've ever heard. The audience's exclamations filled the air, marveling at Chu Heng's performance. The online viewers were even more enthusiastic. Countless gifts flooded in. So beautiful. Chu Jade is a god. Chu Jade, please debut. The live broadcast room is already exploding. Gift rockets are launching one after another, and the other gifts are too numerous to count. The chubby guy came to his senses and glanced at the phone screen. When he saw the number of viewers in the top left corner of the screen, he was instantly shocked with his mouth wide open. Oh my god, more than 1 million viewers in the live room. The chubby guy was dumbfounded. In just the time of one song, the number of viewers in the live room unexpectedly surpassed 1 million. It skyrocketed from 150,000 to over 1 million. Chu Jade is truly amazing. Lu Zuji, please pinch me. Am I dreaming? The chubby guy turned to look at Lu Man with a bewildered expression. Lu Man wiped her tears and looked at him in confusion. What? Quick, pinch me. Quick, the chubby guy exclaimed. Lu Man blushed, raised her hand, and pinched his chubby face. Ouch. The chubby guy yelped in pain, then burst into joy. Ha ha, I'm not dreaming. Lu Man curiously asked. What's wrong, Pang Tonshu? Are you okay? The chubby guy handed her the phone screen, excitedly saying, 1 million viewers, Lu Zuji. Being able to reach 1 million online viewers in the Yaya Live platform's room is extremely rare. Only the top hosts or official large events have 1 million viewers online at the same time. This is truly a miracle. Oh my, so many people. Lu Man also couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, completely shocked. At this moment, in Shenzhen, at the headquarters building of the YY Live platform company, in the general manager's office, a graceful beauty in a black professional outfit was leisurely drinking coffee. She is Yang Gaoshi, the general manager of the YY platform. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking sound at the door. Come in, Yang Gaoshi said calmly with an unruffled expression. The office door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man hurriedly ran in. General Yan, the viewership of a live broadcast room suddenly surged to over 1 million. Our servers are under immense pressure. If this continues, the server will crash. We need to quickly activate backup servers for load balancing, the middle-aged man said, as he set down his notebook laptop and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He is the technical manager, Zikon. Upon hearing this, Yang Gaoshi, who had remained calm, was suddenly filled with astonishment. What's going on? Which live room suddenly increased by millions of viewers? There are not many live rooms on the Yaya platform that can reach 1 million viewers online. It was originally an ordinary game live room, then it was changed to an outdoor live broadcast. The viewership went from 12 in the morning to now exceeding 1 million. Take a look at the data changes. It's amazing. Zikun pushed the computer to Yang Gaoshi. Yang Gaoshi glanced at the growth curve of viewers in that chubby guy's live room, instantly shocked. The number increased from 150,000 to 1 million in less than 2 minutes. This was an unprecedented situation for her. Oh my god, what is happening? What is this new host broadcasting? Yang Gaoshi asked in shock. Zikun smiled bitterly. He is singing a handsome guy. With that, he played the recording of the live room where Chu Heng started singing, and the number of viewers in the live room soared wildly. Every time a user sent a rocket, It was announced across all platforms, which further attracted traffic to this live room. Yang Gaoshi watched the recording of Chu Heng playing and singing. Listened to Chu Heng singing, and her eyes lit up. Amazing. Too amazing. This young man sings so well. She couldn't help but applaud. No wonder it could attract so many users to stay to listen to the song. With such singing talent, it was simply amazing. She was so excited that she stood up in one go. Can we get in touch with this young man? She looked at Chu Heng as if she saw an extremely bright gemstone. If this young man joined the Yaya platform, he would definitely bring about a qualitative leap. This young man was undoubtedly so talented. Such talent must not be missed. For now, we can only contact this host, and cannot directly contact this young man. Zikun reply. Regardless of the method, get me in touch with him. I want to meet him in person. Yang Gaoshi exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I'll arrange it right away, Zikun said. Yang Gaoshi clicked the mouse, switched to the live broadcast, and saw that Chu Heng had already started playing and singing the second song. At this point, the number of viewers in the live room was still increasing, and it was about to reach 1.5 million. Quickly activate the backup servers for load balancing, Yang Gaoshi ordered. At that moment, a female manager from the marketing department rushed in and hurriedly said, General Yan, the video of our live room has become a hot topic on Weibo. One of the cover songs has been liked by Jaishu. Yang Gaoshi was taken aback, then took out her phone to check Weibo hot searches. The first 10-second trending topics were, Fairy cover of East Wine breaks exploding, Jaishu likes the cover. Exploding. Yang Gaoshi took a sharp breath. Then her hand holding the phone began to tremble. This young man's cover was about to cause a big stir in the entertainment industry. He was going to be a sensation. Contact this streamer immediately. I need to get in touch with this young person as soon as possible, Yang Gaoshi decisively stated. The young man in front of her was definitely a potential superstar, not to be missed. Any delay in taking action might lead to someone else beating them to it. Yes, I will contact him right away. The marketing manager nodded and left the room. Just then, her secretary hurried over. Ms. Yan, the chairman has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Chairman Lian wants to see me. Yang Gaoshi was surprised. Yes, he said it's a very important issue and needs to consult with you. The female secretary replied. Yang Gaoshi stood up and said, Good timing. I also need to report this matter to Chairman Liang. I'll go there now. Chairman's office. Yang Gaoshi knocked on the door. Please come in. A deep voice came from inside the room. Yang Gaoshi pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man with refined demeanor and gold-wire glasses. Lian Ho, the actual controller of the Yaya Live platform. Gaoshi, come in. Please sit down. Lian Ho greeted with a smile, looking in good spirits. Yang Gaoshi sat down in front of the coffee table, smiling. Chairman Lian, I was just about to discuss an important matter with you. Oh, what matter? Lian Ho was curious and asked. She then briefly described the recent events that had just taken place. If we can invite that young man to join our platform, he believes he can become the top streamer. It can bring great benefits to our company. That young man is the future super idol. Yang Gaoshi praised unreservedly. With such excellent singing talent, even if he debuted as an idol, he would surely excel. Lian Ho, after listening, couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, hurry up and contact him. Don't let other platforms snatch him away. This is indeed good news. Such a promising young man should not be missed. Yang Gaoshi smiled slightly and said, Chairman Liang, rest assured, I have already arranged for this work to move forward as quickly as possible. By the way, Chairman Liang, what did you need to talk to me about? Lian Ho took a sip of tea, smiled, and said, There is a crucial matter I need to discuss with you. You are aware that our company is currently facing a bottleneck in its development. If we cannot break through in one go and pull away from competitors, we are still in danger. To solve this dilemma, we need to bring in new capital. Yang Gaoshi nodded. I understand. Chairman Liang, is this why you proposed the new round of financing plan? Lian Ho smiled. Yes. However, the new financing plan has faced some difficulties recently, and the feedback from the capital side has not been much. However, yesterday, a new capital party clearly expressed interest in our company and suggested further negotiations. Yang Gaoshi couldn't help but feel delighted. With a capital party willing to engage, the probability of this matter coming to fruition was 100%. That's great. Which sector is the capital from? Yang Gaoshi curiously asked. Liang Ho put down his teacup, pushed his glasses, and said solemnly, "It's a dark horse company, the Hengyuan Group." Hengyuan Group? I don't think I've heard of this company. Yang Gaoshi was puzzled. She focused all her energy on managing the company and was not very familiar with business dynamics nor had channels to access such information. Liang Ho chuckled. It's normal that you don't know, but you must be familiar with one of Hengyuan Group's sub-brands. Oh, a brand I know. Which one? Yang Gaoshi asked in surprise. It's the Meow Rabbit Milk Tea. Liang Ho no longer kept her in suspense and tapped the table. Yang Gaoshi's expression instantly revealed recognition. Meow Rabbit Milk Tea is actually their brand. No wonder. Meow Rabbit Milk Tea was her favorite milk tea brand, and she was also a 2-star member, basically having a cup every 2 to 3 days. Meow Rabbit Milk Tea was not only popular in Shenzhen, but also highly favored in all major cities nationwide. It has been rated by multiple commercial institutions as the #1 high-end milk tea brand in the country. The membership of Meow Rabbit reaches tens of millions. It was evident to everyone that with such a popular milk tea brand, it was a massive money-making machine. A company with such a brand project would naturally not lack funds. No wonder they call Hengyuan Group a dark horse company in Shenzhen. Yes, it's Hengyuan Group which owns the Meow Rabbit Milk Tea brand. It is said that a new brand under them, Guanwei Building, has also begun to show signs of popularity recently, all thanks to word of mouth. Wow. I estimate that soon, just like Meow Rabbit Milk Tea, it will be open in all major cities. Such a speed of making money is really admirable, Liang Ho exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Gaoshi asked, Chairman Liang, do you think this capital party is feasible? That's what I wanted to ask you. I'd like to hear your opinion. Liang Ho smiled. Yang Gaoshi pondered and said, Hengyuan Group's rapid rise indicates their capability, and with their quality brands, there is tremendous room for future expansion. I believe it is feasible, and the financial aspect should be well sufficient. Liang Ho gave a big smile. Haha, Gaoshi, you understand me. My thoughts are in line with yours. While our live streaming platform has great influence in terms of profitability, it probably cannot compare to a Meow Rabbit Milk Tea. Since you and I are in agreement, let's fix this matter. Continue talking with Hengyuan Group and move to the next step, negotiations and research phase. Gaoshi, Hengyuan Group is very, very important to us. This matter is crucial to the life and death of our company. I hope that when it comes to negotiation and research, you will accompany me to receive the high-level delegation from Hengyuan Group. Yang Gaoshi nodded solemnly. Chairman Liang, no problem. That's what I should do. Liang Ho poured her a cup of tea and said, Then it's settled. I will personally arrange to meet with the senior officials of Hengyuan Group and have dinner together. After confirming the intentions of both sides, we will schedule a formal meeting and research. Gaoshi, when they come for the research, make sure not to drop the ball, Liang Ho reminded specially. Yang Gaoshi's expression turned serious. Chairman Liang, rest assured, I will make sure everything is in place. After a while, Yang Gaoshi came out of the chairman's office. The female secretary came up and asked, Ms. Yang, what important matter did the chairman have? Yang Gaoshi continued walking and said, It's about the company's major financing. Shaolei, collect information and updates about Hengyuan Group. Send it to my inbox later. Yes, Ms. Yang, the female secretary replied. Yang Gaoshi stopped in her tracks and turned back, saying, Also, inform the artist management department and public relations that they must find this young man. If they can't find him, they shouldn't go home. At this moment, inside the barbecue site, the sun was setting in the west, casting a golden light on the ground, while the melodic guitar sounds lingered in the air. Consequently, students and visitors gathered around Chu Heng, quietly listening, immersed in the songs. The music slowly stopped, and thunderous applause erupted once again at the scene. So wonderful. Sing another one. Yes, another one, please. Chu Heng, the singing god. Chu Heng, the singing god. The onlookers praised one after another. Chu Heng put down the guitar, smiled, and said, All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. Singing a few songs to boost the atmosphere is good enough. No need to turn it into a concert. It can be exhausting. At that moment, a few teachers came over to inform everyone to pack up and get ready to return to the school, and the crowd dispersed. Fatty ran excitedly to Chu Heng and hugged him. Chu Jade, you are amazing. Because of you, my live stream broke a record. Over 1 million viewers. Chu Jade, you are famous now. Liu Dashwan also walked over, astonished. Really? Over 1 million viewers. He seemed somewhat incredulous. Fatty took out his phone and said, if my phone hadn't run out of battery and shut down, I would have shown it to you. Wait until we get back, and I'll show you the viewer count. He was too engrossed in listening to Chu Heng singing, didn't even know his phone had run out of battery. Chu Heng freed himself from Fatty's embrace, shook his head, and said, all right, forget about being famous or not, pack up and head back. All the students boarded the bus together to return to the school. After returning to the school, it was already dark, and the streetlights came on. Chu Heng and Wang Bingbing walked hand in hand on the campus pathways, with Liu Dashwan and Lin Xiaowei following behind from a distance. Now I envy Bingbing. Lin Xiaowei looked at the two of them ahead and sighed. Holding hands and walking together, the streetlights elongated their shadows. Such a romantic scene. So sweet. When will I have such a sweet romance? Hehe, Xiaowei, the senior I introduced to you last time. How did your chat go? Lu Man asked. The one who speaks the language of flowers. I haven't chatted with him, but I see his social media is filled with different flower photos, not even a picture of himself. Is he selling flowers? Lin Xiaowei said helplessly. Selling flowers? How come I didn't know that? I haven't heard that the senior is selling flowers. Lu Man was a bit surprised. Lin Xiaowei took out her phone, opened QQ, and saw that the flower speaker was online, so she messaged him directly. Senior, are you selling flowers? Soon. The other party replied. Flower speaker. Yes. Do you want to buy flowers? Lin Xiaowei. He really is selling flowers. A man selling flowers, quite novel. I haven't decided what flowers to buy yet. Flower speaker. Let me know when you decide. Then his profile showed busy. Lin Xiaowei showed her phone to Lu Man, and said, you see, the senior you introduced is actually selling flowers. I really didn't know that. Lu Man stuck her tongue out. Lin Xiaowei continued, and I feel like he's quite a Lu fan, not easy to chat with. Forget it. No need to push it. With that, Lin Xiaowei put away her phone. Ahead, Wang Bingbing held Chu Hen's hand and sweetly said, Hen, let's return to the dessert shop tomorrow. I was thinking maybe we can advertise nearby to increase our popularity. Anyway, my mom gave us 6 million for our startup capital. With this money, Wang Bingbing was more confident, believing they could manage the brand store well. Okay, let's go check it out tomorrow. Chu Heng smiled. As they walked and chatted, they unconsciously arrived at the intersection of the male and female dormitories. Hen, I'm here. Bye. See you tomorrow. Wang Bingbing kissed Chu Heng on the cheek. Oh, spreading dog food again. Lin Xiaowei teased. Wang Bingbing playfully stuck out her tongue. Okay. Go rest. See you tomorrow. Chu Heng ruffled her head. After parting ways, Chu Heng and his companions returned to the dormitory. Just as Fatty finished charging his phone, suddenly, his phone started beeping with a flurry of text messages. Ding ding ding. Oh, what's going on? Why so many text messages? Fatty was astonished.